welcome to day 2 of Gamers Without Borders. Now, in an action-packed foray into the world of MR12 yesterday, we saw FaZe wipe out G2 and OG see off Fnatic. And today we've got FaZe going head-to-head with Na'Vi, while OG will try and assert themselves over Mousesports. I'm Frankie Ward, and I'm going to attempt to assert myself in the face of two titans of Counter-Strike, and they are, of course, Henry Greer and Chad Birchall. Gentlemen, we had a bit of a debate earlier on when we were doing our tech test about who is the true king of Counter-Strike, and Chad, you kind of fell a bit short. Have you had some time to work things out?
Well, I think it's obviously Henry and I, but if I pip him at the post every year at the caches, then I think I might have to take the title.
Come on now, Chad. Come on now. That's a game for the people. We don't want to bring that into the broadcast. We want to make sure that's sacred.
Look.
I'm just going to jump in here and say that, Chad, every year you basically use the caches as an excuse to play with the boys from Now 100 Thieves, right? So Henry himself, he plays with Moses and kind of a ragtag band. I've got issues with both your lineups is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. He does actually get to play with the pros who have actually won the majors. I just
to be fair, my lineup is pretty stacked every single time. I think I had Config and Dupree at one point, and we still lost. Like, it was a whole thing. It really didn't work out.
But we have a bit of fun with it, and that's hopefully what we can do today, Frankie. Have a bit of fun with it, because I saw some people a bit serious yesterday. And look, this is for charity, and obviously there's a serious vibe at Counter-Strike. That's what we want to see, the top level. But we're here for a good cause, so I want everyone to have a bloody smile on their face at home, all right? None of this frown and none of this nonsense. Let's smile.
And Chad, you're absolutely right. We're here for a great cause, and that is Gamers Without Borders. So essentially what's been happening over the last several weeks is we've had elite tournaments on this very Twitch channel in a variety of different games, from Rainbow Six to Fortnite, and we've had amateur competitions running as well on a daily basis. You can find out more at gamerswithoutborders.com. And what we've been doing is raising loads of money to give to several different charities who are all responded to COVID-19 in different ways. And those charities, well, we'll take a look at them now. We have got Direct Relief, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. We've got the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Centre, the International Medical Corps, UNICEF, and we have the International Telecommunications Union and the Norwegian Refugee Council. And yesterday, two of the teams that we unfortunately said goodbye to, G2 and Fnatic, chose to donate their $100,000 share of the prize pool to UNICEF. So $200,000 has already been donated to UNICEF from this tournament alone. And we can take a closer look, in fact, at that prize pool breakdown. So you can see $750,000 will be going to the first place team's charity of choice. I mean, this is kind of an astronomical prize pool in Counter-Strike terms, Chad.
Yeah, look, and it's going to be a hard choice as well to decide which charity these teams want to be sending that prize money to, right? I think the ones who got knocked out early stole the one that most people have heard of, UNICEF, right? The one where most people would be sending it. But maybe, I don't know, Frankie, I'm going to ask you, I'm not even going to ask you the question. Maybe they can split it. I don't know what the rules are. I haven't read into that. That's not my forte this time around.
Can you toe in there, Toe, Chad? I like it.
Yeah,
they can. I will tell you, they can split the prize pool. Okay. But let's now remind ourselves of what went down in yesterday's quarterfinals.
Absolutely. This is where we got to see FaZe absolutely dominate. We had Inferno. It was the first showing of them in the MR12 format as well, and they came out swinging. Fast-paced, precise, deadly. Also got to see more of their recent signing, of course, in the form of the boy Wonder Bimas. Now, from what I see, he looks to me like a supportive rifle player, which is absolutely fine. He fits into the roster amazingly well. We got to see the star shine, Chad. We see Rain, amazing performance on Inferno, and Cold Zero looked fantastic as well.
Yeah, look, when we kicked it forward, right, and we actually got to sink our teeth into this series, we didn't know what to expect. We didn't know if we were going to see the Zeuses and the Knives coming out, or if they were going to be super serious Counter-Strike. I think we had somewhere in the middle, right? We didn't have the funny business, but we had quicker CS, where more risks were being taken, and a faster brand. And that was something that heads-up Counter-Strike teams like AimStars or FaZe are able to deal with in a very, very easy way. You'd say normally the same for G2, but I think the game got away from them very, very quickly there. You could see in the tweets on social media after the fact, Nexa here with a bit of a phenomenal round, but one of the only rounds that you were seeing coming through on that G2 esports side of things. But I want to quickly dive into this, right? Because if you're a new Counter-Strike viewer and you haven't been watching or playing the game for as long as Henry and I have, then you probably don't understand the lingo that we use, right? And MR stands for max rounds. And all the hype around this event, the talk around this event is the format of max rounds 12. Now, max rounds 12 means, ladies and gentlemen, you need 13 rounds to win, all right? It's not like you need the normal 16. In that format, we'd call it MR15 with 16 16 rounds, even though there is a max of 30 and a max of 24 respectively. That's just the lingo we used to use, and that's based on the server commands, all those bits and pieces. So we'll do our best at the start of the games, maybe when we get half point of each half, and then before we kick into the next half, just to remind everybody what the scorelines can be.
Well, we're going to be seeing our first semi-final very, very shortly. The question for me is actually if OG are going to be able to repeat this performance against the likes of Mouse. Mouse we'll be talking about in more detail later on, but they have been a bit quiet of late, and OG have been silent because they haven't been playing anything for over a month until yesterday.
I think that's a good thing though, Frankie. Like we said yesterday, we got to see their first ever performance on LAN at Summit. It went okay for them, and they've had a few up and down performances at different tournaments, but I want to see this team have time to grind, and I think they've had that now, and hopefully we can see them deliver. I'm very excited about the prospect of OG.
Well, we've got two exciting semi-finals, and it's always fantastic when FaZe and Na'Vi, two teams with more stars than the night sky, take to the server, and never more than when they're facing each other. So I called up Flamey, who is currently in isolation in Moscow, to find out how him and the team are doing. I've got Flamey on the line from Moscow. First of all, Flamey, how have you found this move from mostly playing offline tournaments and huge events to being an online team?
For us, it's kind of hard. It was in the beginning, it was really hard to adapt because we never played online for like 1 year or maybe even more. And now, I think we did some good progress. We understand that the tournament's moving online and we need to play much better online than we did. So we are working the same way like we did before this stuff, coronavirus. And now I think we are finding our game again and playing much better, as I can see even in our scrims. So I hope that you will see the old Na'Vi, which won the Katowice this year soon, and we will play much better.
As you're a team, you start the round and then you work out where you want to go. So you go from default to making the decision as to how the round will end. Do you think that system can work effectively online?
Yeah, because in online it's a bit different game, because if you're gonna play by rounds, for example, you can play good one game, but in the next game the enemies will watch this and they will understand. For example, if we do some setup, they will just sow some nades and they will understand that this is this setup and they will counter it. So you need to play more default to not let any enemies easy to understand what you're gonna do. Online it's a bit different because they can't like watch the game, and the game's not in day by day. A lot of games like now, so yeah.
Now the CS:GO International Elite Tournament this weekend is going to be MR12, which was quite a surprise to me. I'm guessing it is to all of you players as well. What do you think of this format?
I think it's great because right now online is, as I said, is so many matches, and MR12 is gonna be faster, and maybe it would even work better in future. But for now, it's kind of great to have a tournament like this to test this system, to see how it works, to see how the game will play, and to test something. Yeah, I think it's great for the future.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in Na'Vi's future. I can't wait to see when you guys are back offline, as well, of course, online this weekend. Thank you so much for talking to me, Flamey, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. Flamey seeming pretty optimistic about the fortunes of Na'Vi, despite the fact that the last few months have been particularly difficult, especially for Flamey. But I want to talk about FaZe first. Henry, this is a team that looks like no one is knocking them down a peg or two anytime soon.
I absolutely agree, Frankie. What a run they're having so far. This new signing of Bimas, sure, we haven't seen much of him, but the whole team seems to be peaking right now. We're seeing absolutely amazing form out of Cold Zera. Really enjoying what he's putting down there right now. And Rain, this is the most excited I've been about him in a while. He was a world-class rifler, one of the best in the world, dropped off in the last year, but this showing we've seen in the last week has been fantastic. Brokey as well. He's actually topped the leaderboard of 2020 at most clutches. Amazing scenes from him. The young gun really stepping up. Whole team looks great, and I really am worried for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I got the Na'Vi side of things. Sorry, Frankie. Look, we got Flamey, we've got Electronic, we've got Simple. They're all names that you remember, but they were also in iterations of this team where they had the likes of Zeus, of Edward. And the problems was, we cited this back then, it can't be a two-man show. Well, Perfecto and Boomich have come in. Ever since Katowice, it's felt like a two-man show still. Simple's the only one with any real consistency. Electronics had some poor form and bounced back. But the other three, they almost feel like non-issues in a lot of these games. And that can't be the case for Na'Vi, because I was the guy leading the charge, basically, for Na'Vi changing Counter-Strike, right? I call it the New World Order after Katowice.
Chad, I'm not sure about this matchup here. I feel like Nico, I don't know about you, but I feel like he's bringing more to the table these days. What do you think?
I actually will agree with you there. I think in terms of the in-game leadership role and the impact that he's able to have on a round-by-round basis, he might have Simple covered. Whether or not he has him covered today individually or what type of form Simple will go off with, because once again, we do have this more limited format where more risks, I suppose, are going to get taken. I want to see both these guys just going nuts, right? We want those highlight clips, the Deagles, the AKs, get the AWPs out. Both these boys can use it all, Frankie.
Now, the story with Nico, the running commentary for over a year now has been, at least a year, I would say, has been, Nico, in-game leadership role. They're always going to be looking for an in-game leader in FaZe, but Nico has now put a stake in the ground and he has said, no, I want to in-game lead. I'm going to commit myself to this. And also, I'm going to win a major in-game leading. Do you think that was the right decision?
Ooh. I think I'm fine with it. I feel like he's had enough experience within the role now, and he's played with players like Karrigan. Bear in mind, he's working with Yanko every single day. Cold Zera as his wingman as well. I don't think this is an issue. He's still fragging at a world-class level. They're looking fantastic strategically. I feel like that kind of old saying that the in-game leader will drop up in performance, I just don't think that's good enough in today's game. I feel like, sure, it's a difficult responsibility and there's a lot of pressure, but if he can rise to the occasion and prove himself to be capable, I think it's absolutely fine. I'm not sure if Chad agrees on that one.
Yeah, I like the brain trust, right? That's kind of the way that I've coined the three of them. You've always got Cold Zero with major winning experience, Nico, a seasoned vet at this point and a superstar, and then Yanko, who spent many years on our side of the desk, and he has a great relationship with Nico in that form. So when you have those three together and you bring in the experience of Olaf that we had there and Rain before, well, there was enough voices to go around, right? It was just about refining their approach to the game. They've definitely done that. Spanner in the works with the new boy here, but this feels like a better approach than bringing in another vet who might have different ideas. So I'm confident with this phase, and I'm confident that Nico, with this kind of constellation around him, can be potent. Whether they can win a major or not, well, no one can stop Astralis. So I don't think we should even have that discussion for a little while.
But we were talking about Na'Vi for a while, looking like maybe they would win a major this year. Obviously, it's always the conversation about Simple. This is a player who should already have multiple majors under his belt and yet does not. Chad, you've been quite vocal about the removal of one player in particular and maybe more from the Na'Vi roster. Do you think it would be a little bit hasty to make a roster change while we're still in this online period?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean a lot of these because we're not getting the results that a team of that caliber probably deserves at this point. But, Frankie, we got the Vito on screen. This is just quickly for everybody. Inferno from FaZe was that yesterday, but Vertigo... Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed this, neither team plays Vertigo. Right? It's their permaban. If you go look at their history on it, Na'Vi have played it once a year ago, and then you've got the other side of things for FaZe. They played it a handful of times, but nothing in the most recent version. They ban it first phase almost every single time around. So to see these two guys going toe-to-toe on it, if you're a Counter-Strike fan, you've been watching for years, this is like seeing Na'Vi play on Cache. It's not something that we know what to expect.
Chad. This is absolute madness. Like, normally we talk about FaZe a lot, right? We did Road to Rio, we just did EPL. We're always saying like they flirted with Vertigo when it first came in the first iterations of it, but they scared everyone off. They're one of the early adapters and kind of shied away from it, didn't really play it at all. The fact it's coming in first hit, that is shocking. And maybe a lot of fun, who knows? We're going to enjoy this one.
Are you enjoying Vertigo since the latest changes, Henry? Because I was slightly upset, to be honest, about the B-site.
Okay, what don't you like about it? Let's go.
Well, I like that I was quite good at holding the B-site before and my terrible low ranked games that we shouldn't really talk about anyway. And now, of course, I feel like it's a lot easier for the teams to approach the B-site. I know in professional play it's actually probably the other way around, but for me, you're actually not enjoying it.
You're dead on there. It is easier for the T's to access it because it's more of a level plane now. It's actually more traditional Counter-Strike in terms of the layout. The CTs don't have as many hidey holes. They don't need to be flushed out as much. They have the dual fuels are a lot more favorable towards the AKs. We've got the boost going up towards Beers now. I feel like this version of Vertigo is the absolute best we've seen so far. And that's saying something. We've had some absolute stinkers. I think the previous iteration sucked. We had the one before that, which is fantastic. I think this is a nice equilibrium of all the different ideas, especially towards middle. Very interested to see how these executions develop. We're seeing a lot of mid fakes, mid splits. You can go to both bomb sites. I think that's the most valuable part of the map right now. And we're seeing less of just the straight up A contact plays into executions. Although that still exists, it's less of it, which I think is great.
So Chad, how are you expecting to see a team like Na'Vi take to Vertigo? How are they going to get the best out of Simple? Obviously, G2, Kenius actually can do things with his AWP and Vertigo, but he's kind of the only AWP I think of that can succeed in the map as it currently is.
Yeah, I think with this one here, neither team playing it, it means there's no homework done. So it's not like they'll be counter-stratting each other's tendencies or approaches to the map. I just think that they could even play spawn based on the CT side if they wanted, right? Just try and lock down early areas, because what we saw yesterday was a lot of T sides taking risks in space, and they were doing these contact heavy plays as well. So for Na'Vi, in terms of the approach to the map, and for FaZe actually, you can lump both teams in here. It's almost just approaching this map was what you would do in a pug, because I can't see a world where FaZe were expecting this to be picked, and I can't see a world where Na'Vi have done a whole amount of work on this map unless they've saved it for a moment like this. So I'm excited to see what version of not version of Vertigo, but version of the teams on Vertigo we get going forward here today. But look, this is with the MR12. It's with them testing these maps. It's the same situation. This is an opportunity for them to challenge the conventional wisdom of how they normally go about.
This is like an analyst nightmare.
Yeah.
In fact, we're playing a different format and a map we've never even seen these teams play before. Really difficult to even predict this one for you, Frank. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm leaning towards FaZe because of the raw firepower and form we're seeing right now. But you never know. You've got Simple and Electronic, two of the world's best players, popping off on a map like Vertigo. We have no idea on their play style. Boomich, we know he's aggressive across the board on most maps as well. This could be an absolute barn burner of a game regardless of the result. I think we're going to go the distance. It's going to be fast paced. It's going to be exhilarating. I think that's what's to come.
Well, we're going to be going to Inferno as our first map. We know that FaZe are currently looking very hot on this map, but Na'Vi, they're no strangers to that one. So we'll get into it, I guess, boys. Take it away.
You taking this one, Hank, or am I taking this one, mate? Because we're getting stuck straight in here, and I don't know if you want to do the pistol round, or if
how do you want to do
the pistol round. I might give me the pistol round, all right?
We're doing it like we're swapping each round. Is that your new approach? Chad, you muted yourself there, mate. So I'm going to be taking over.
Get stuck in, Henry.
Here we go then, in towards the B bomb site. It will be FaZe rushing things forward. A lot of damage being pushed out. No frags found yet until Brokey. He will be cracking things open in pairs. There's the third kill for Rain, and it looks like we might be done here. Chad, are you with us? Are you ready for this bomb plant?
I'm here now, but I told you I wanted to set the pace, right? So the pace was just going to be quiet until the frags came in. But that wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to mute myself, but we're back underway. Simple has found a kill from the Coffin's position. We're back underway. And it's the dynamic duo here. The two big individuals from Na'Vi to retake this site. No defuse kit in play right now. They're going to have to clear all these corners and hit some shots, but Rain says no. He had a mammoth performance yesterday. He's going to deal with Simple, the jumping Glock burst. Excuse me, Rain?
Yeah, so for those that are not aware, the burst fire, not known to be the most efficient way to kill people there, but if you get super close range and you can jump with it as well, can work out. Rain, he managed to post, 18 kills, I think, in the first half of the season out of Inferno yesterday against G2. Same map here, great start, amazing form from the Norwegian star, but a force by Chad, and I'm seeing something quite special there, something with quite sharp teeth. Have you seen it?
Is it the alligator? Oh,
it's the bloody alligator, and it's out with no armor. I've never seen anything like this in a second round force fight. Never seen anything in all my years. Never seen this before.
It's a good spot for it on the balcony, right? So the position that he's playing with it is at least one where he can use it to his advantage. And it's a bit hard of him to be harassed and naded and pushed back from there.
True.
We do have the early exchange of utility over towards Banana, and Boomich not at Sandbag, so this is a nice change.
Oof. Well, this is all very exciting. You're right about that. Boomich does, for anyone who's not aware, he likes to get towards the sandbags position almost every single round. Now, we have called him out about maybe 50 times for this whole thing. I feel like his team might have reeled him in a little bit. We'll certainly see some of it. I don't want to see as much. Once we get into this commitment from FaZe. They're getting towards the top of middle here. Smokes down towards arch side. It's going to be a very methodical approach. You can see them just working together. Sending in the SMGs first. 3 MAC-10s, couple of AK-47s. Plenty to work with here. As we said, the Moto smoke. Rain will just be in position ready to throw that. Suggests they'll be finishing up towards A, but as I say that, we can see the Mac 10's position towards B. Nico, he'll just be showing some presence here towards the A side of things, trying to go for one kill. If he can find it, great. If he goes down, he's detected this 4-man stack.
This is the vintage money man, as we used to call it back in Australia, going on in, seeing what he can get done, and that should be the opening onto the B bomb site right now. Flamey's going to do his best to delay. Flash will come on out. It's good, and that's a fantastic headshot there. He will sit back now and wait for his teammates to catch on up, because Na'Vi have the number advantage.
Yeah, this is actually going all sorts of wrong for FaZe, but still they have the advantage in my opinion. We are going to see Bimas take care of Flaming there towards Ruins, and they haven't recovered much yet. Bear in mind, Electronic with that shotgun, he has no armor. Rain with the heavy artillery, AK-47, should be able to get a couple of kills there. There's the first. Boomage should be dropped. Perfecta, I think your days are numbered, my friend. He'll be sitting back. No kits, of course, as Electronic starts to encroach towards the bomb site, but its logical conclusion coming through, and it'll be sticking the landing. Hold on a second, Chad. Well, you had a couple of kills there from Simple and Perfecto, but still, it will be Rain to close things out. 3 kills in that round as well, 6 in the last 2. Closer than you'd like to see, but will we see a force buy again? Chad, you're a financial expert. You've got to come in on it.
Yeah, look, it's a difficult time to be monitoring the economy, Henry. And now with
volatile.
MR, which stands for Max Rounds 12, which means first to 13 wins. Now, if you force buy in the second round in the traditional version of Counter-Strike that you'd be seeing every single day of the week,
sure,
you get away with it because there's a lot more rounds to play with here. But there is a bunch more emphasis now if you do lose that second round force buy. It makes that round a lot more intense. Just the idea to invest or to take a save. Now, because they've made that investment in the previous, they will have to go down to the full eco right now. A little bit of pistol upgrade across the board, but nothing too scary. No alligators out this time. And FaZe, well, Nico, he's going to be money-manning around with the Deagle this time. No Mac 10 in hand. Cold Zero will have that. 3 AKs for Brokey, BMAS, and Rain. But now they can just regroup and execute as a squad. They just have to avoid a stack.
Yeah. I'm getting a little bit worried. You can see Nico once again being thrown in towards the bomb side, trying to sell what he can here. As an Eagle only, throws the smoke down towards Coffins. There's one down towards CD Spawn as well. They're trying to sell whatever they can. It actually will be the final commitment as the AK start to rotate in as well. Bimas with the speculative shots towards Coffins. A lot of damage inflicted towards Boomage here. It's the P250 that could cause damage. It does. Oh my goodness, the double kill from Flamey. It's another exciting round here. He's still alive and kicking. He might be able to find one more if he can. They're still in the round, but for now, 3 versus 2. Electronic and Perfecto, no armor, and both with 5-7s in hand here. Looks like things have calmed down, Chad, but still getting quite scary out there. Surely he's going to keep the modest going forward. The money pretty low for FaZe.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Every single gun in CSGO is viable at this point, right? So even the low-buy pistols with no armor behind them are able to strike if you're in the right place at the right time. And now, well, there was a chance. The dink came on in. Brokey will stay alive. I heard the dink. I was like, but they get mopped on up there. And Na'Vi will be down 0-3 now. This is the map choice of FaZe as we'll be moving into the first gun round. The buys are coming on through. No AWP out for Simple on the first gun round, but there is an AUG in play. Whose AUG is this?
Whose AUG is this? Now, if you do get that reference, consider yourself a Counter-Strike aficionado. You don't, look it up, educate yourself, because it's an important part of Counter-Strike tapestry, I would say. Either way, let's get back into round number 4. We'll go back to the homework later. It's going to be the first real gun round here. The AUG is out, and Flamey is getting stuck in. It's aggressive. We said they like it. Now he's actually been segregated. 1 HP behind the flames there, Chad. How is he still alive and kicking? The grenade surely takes him down. How is he going still? He'll get back out of there, and here comes the covering fire from Boomage. It's a rescue mission, and the operation is successful.
And the thing is, they have absolutely no idea how much damage they've just done to Flamey. They have no idea that on the B bomb site, he is on 1 HP. Well, he's not even on B anymore. He's actually rotated all the way over towards A. So FaZe, after losing banana control, they've thought better of this. They're using utility towards quad, and now they have to deal with Electronic in that AUG.
They really do. This is getting all sorts of troublesome here. Damage being exchanged across the board. We have got Brokey down to 6, Flamey just on 1, and for now it's going to be FaZe just posturing towards middle, but once again focusing towards B. They've had great success on that side of the map here. Just one player remains, and that's Boomage. Fortunately for him, he has the smoke still, as you can see. 99 HP sitting in towards CT spawn. He wants to drop that smoke, ideally around like the 35-second mark, but he's going to feel pressure before that. He's going to have to just hear a sound cue, deploy the smoke. He needs a rotation, and that's the sound he needed. The sound comes to smoke. It will buy some time. It might dissuade them. They still have 40 seconds here to coordinate their final attack. 3 smokes remain. And I guess with 30 seconds now, Chad, that's why we say 30 seconds is the most idyllic time to throw the smoke, because there's still time for them to reposition for this B play.
Yeah, and the problem is, look at the radar in your top left there. They're so committed to this A bomb site. If they take down Boomich, it's all over. They might even have to save.
Oh, he's got himself just a 1. They lined up for 2. But I feel, yeah, dead on, Chad. There's no way you can go for this. But in MR12, you don't have as many rounds to save. That's one of the big talking points of this format. But there's absolutely no chance going for this, is there? There's not even a conversation to be had.
No, and they didn't go for any info. They just sat frozen in sight, quite scared, expecting an execute to come on through. So the fact that they hold on to, or most likely hold on to 4 rifles, I don't think FaZe would be too keen to chase after the damage that were done in the previous. That should mean that we get a gun round going forward. But this conversation that we want to have, and I really want to continue to reiterate for this. If you're a Counter-Strike fan and you just enjoy watching the headshots, you're still going to get that in this format. If you're a Counter-Strike fan and you're here for the story and the flow, we're going to try and show you the importance behind some of these buys and decisions. Now, we can't expect MR15 and the way that that format is approached to just be cookie cutter with MR12. That's never going to be the case. There has to be different levels in decision making, maybe different buy patterns, maybe different guns have to be purchased at different times. That's everything that we're going to be exploring here. But as we mentioned, there will be another gun round right now from Na'Vi. They got banana control just then. That was easy, right? I know Flamey just survived, but it was still relatively easy. They weren't pressured that much.
We don't see the AWP just yet. I feel like that could be another big talking point of the CT economy in MR12. You might not see many AWPs. Like, if you're having a rough game like this, you're saving a lot of weapons, you're distributing out the cash, you're constantly forcing back into these rounds. It'll be difficult to build up enough to even go for a double orb setup. We'll see what they can do here. Tried the aggression towards B in the previous round as we enter. Round number 5 here, jumping across towards middle. Simple looks like he fancies the fight, thinking better of it. Decides to reel it in. And just looking over towards B. Boomich especially, Chad. He's not towards the sandbags. He has changed up his methodology here. Normally, every single round he'd see him at sandbags. So, learning his lesson somewhat from previous interactions. And here comes Nico, looking for the first kill towards middle. A tantalizing battle here. Simple and Nico. A highlighted matchup here. And Simple, he's still up for this one, even after taking a nade to the face.
Oh, he had to stay because Perfecto and Electronic were close as well. Nico will deal with them, and he'll grab another. That's A completely shut down here in FaZe.
Nice.
Well, guess what? The A bomb site's theirs. The bomb will go down, and Na'Vi, they probably have to save again.
They are thriving in this environment. This is a really good-looking FaZe. They looked exactly the same yesterday against G2 and Inferno. Their T side is just impeccable right now. Their individual form, you can see them just kind of tightly attached to each other like zip lines, Chad. Hooked onto each other, making sure the trade potential is always at its absolute maximum. That was a beautiful setup from Na'Vi, and it's completely shut down there from FaZe. Really nice work.
And look at Rain again. That was his first death. We're 5 rounds in. Rain's only died once. He's up to 9 kills. Yesterday, you would have heard us mentioning he was able to put up a haul on Inferno as well. And they even think they want to chase on this one.
They can justify that, right?
They can definitely go for 1 or 2 guns. That's no worries.
This is when it will really start to hurt them as well. They need to hold on to this maximum loss bonus. Saving 2 rifles does enable 1 more buy. If they lose one of these, they're actually down to partial buy territory. So 1 kill, that's all they need to find. It looks like they'll hold on to both weapons. So that does mean Na'Vi get another full buy here. There'll be a couple of compromises, but here comes the AWP. We're going to see Symbol have to come online. Now, Chad, we both know it. He has to go for a big kill here. He can't sit back in a turret sort of style. It's not his character. He needs to go for something big. He needs to make a statement. He's got a decent spawn over towards the B side here. I'm interested to see if he goes for it. I've already built this one up. Let's see if it comes through. But if I'm Simple right now, I'm saying, boys, check this out. I'm going for a big play. And he's got that spawn. Here we go.
Rain's bought a P90, so let's see how this one all pans on out, shall we?
I think the P90's got some legs to it. If it had a higher kill reward, I'd say it's a viable weapon. The fact it's more expensive, it's actually really... I was about to swear, no more swearing, Henry. It's a really good weapon. And we'll see Simple fall back.
Yeah, we're going to have to have a swear jar here, Henry.
I've got to put 20 quid in.
Okay, all right, that's all right. Oh, the nade right onto Rain. 42 points of health remaining, and into pit they go. Electronic might be able to get on the board here. He strikes late. 2 fall, the bomb drops. And now, Brokey and BMAS, they've got a lot of work to do.
They really do. We don't see that all come out again, and it actually works out for Electronic. Back to a more traditional setup of the M4A4. Double kill found. One of the Prince of Pits, and we'll see now if he can close things out. Could be a 4 versus 1. BMAS will be towards the hay bales, but his options really are limited. If he can get himself a couple of kills, that's great. There's still his money for FaZe buying going forward, but every incision he can make now towards an RV would be valuable.
Who would be in the Prince of Pitt's royal family, do you think, Henry?
Twists has definitely been in there at times.
Okay, yeah.
He's been fantastic. And who was it? Magisk, of course. Magisk is definitely in there. He's probably... Breeze is a great shout, yeah.
Maybe could be more like... I was going to say jester, but he's not a jester by any means, is he?
No.
I don't really know the tiers when it comes to the royal.
Because we used to have the King of Banana, right? So that's why I thought the Prince of Pitt.
Yeah.
So
I like it. Is it only on Inferno that you can be part of the royal family?
I think so. It's a regal map, and it deserves everything we can throw at it, to be honest with you. So send in your ideas. Maybe we can have a boss of Boiler.
Yeah, we can rework a couple of spots.
So we'll get into the next round here. Lovely stuff from Navi.
We're halfway. We're halfway. Just
That is a good point.
Max rounds 12. That means 12 rounds per half. We are halfway.
Halfway point has been called. The yellow flag has been waved. And we'll be getting into round number 7 here. Faster pace potentially from Rain especially. A couple of flashes towards middle.
No P90.
Response and no P90, Chad. The FaZe are certainly guilty. We can both say that, right? When they get ahead of themselves, they do make some interesting decisions, whether it be throwing away huge advantages or maybe buying P90s. Whether it was a mistake or not, time will tell, but certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, look, if it paid off, he would have been an absolute genius, wouldn't he, old Rain? But now, they're at top and middle. They've got full control of both Banana and top mid. This is... not the place you want to be if you're on the CT side of Inferno. And the reason I say that is you now have no information even on where the attack could be coming through. You hear all these footsteps, you hear the flashes, you hear the spam, you hear the posturing, but you're not certain what's on the other side.
The good news is now for Na'Vi, they've got the best setup you could probably have in Inferno. We talked about this. MR12 could be a problem with the finances getting into a double AWP setup. Well, after winning one round, they've got exactly that. A couple of AKs in their ranks as well. Rain spots one player there towards Arch side, but it's all towards B. As we do see the final commitment from FaZe. Boomich stuck in towards first oranges. Mibas seems to know exactly where he is. Are they going to commit to the swing? He'll come out. He's got himself a nice shot there. Good work from Boomich. Very reeled in, I have to say. This is looking much better for him. He does go down eventually to the hands of Nico, but Perfecto, he's actually in CT spawn.
Yeah.
That's allowing Flamey just to be alone with that secondary AWP stuck in ruins, Chad.
Rain did a fantastic job of potentially selling that gap, but now for FaZe, the bomb's not down. They only have one flash to deal with. Now, it's
Double
a 4v4. It's not an easy retake by any means. Na'Vi are going to have to hit some bangers of shots.
I say for FaZe, they might want to consider going for ruins here with the flashbang they've got and just getting control. Either way, here comes Flamey, trying to make his way forward. And again, 2 AWPs in this retake, it just doesn't look possible. With a smoke, maybe. But I think you've got to save these weapons. And Brokey, he's got to get at least one here. Lovely shot from him, spots the second. And now Flamey, he's on an island. He'll be dropped. And this is a nightmare. They shouldn't have really had anything to do with this round on the double AWPs. And you can see how detrimental that was in the retake there, even with no utility. It was very easy there for FaZe, Chad.
Yeah, but I guess one of the positives, if we want to look to whatever silver lining we can for Na'Vi, is that they are going to get the 2,900 going into this round, which means another buy will be available.
Another buy for sure.
Yeah, and Simple doesn't even have to drop if he doesn't want to. He can keep his money up so he can keep that AWP coming on forward. But at this point here, they have to buy and they have to start taking some map territory. Yeah. You can't be giving up Banana and middle.
I suppose at this point as well, they have to go for rounds. That's why they're going for that sort of play. Sure, it's unlikely with the double AWPs, but like you said, it's all money going forward. Need rounds on the board at this point, well past the halfway point. As we'll see the buy come through. The MP9 is out. The sewing machine. He'll have to stitch something together towards B. Boomich looking to get aggressive, Chad. Surely this is the moment he wants to get stuck in there. He knows he has to. We need a big performance from the in-game leader here. He gets himself to the sandbags, tucks himself in. That's what we'd like to see. Let's go for it, Boomich. What have you got? First grenade comes in. Here we go.
You know they can just rinse and repeat and see if anybody's home. And with that flash and a simple little spam, that's probably all he will be getting, because if he overstays for too much longer, he might get isolated. Now, we can see there's 3 players who were over towards B. They're now rotating Perfecto back. But in the meantime, Rain, he's come out Boiler. He's taking down Electronic. That just leaves the one man.
That was actually through the gap as well from the Boiler towards Apartment. You can see his kneecap through the smoke. That's a bit of a cheesy frag for Rain to pick up there, but one he'll take all day long. 5 on 4. Electronic, the Prince of Pit, has been removed, dethroned, as we go for a mid-approach here. You can still see 2 players from Na'Vi over towards B, but luckily Perfecto stepping up his 2nd kill of the map so far. Simple still with the AWP. Guaranteed kill for him. He doesn't miss those. And he's got a few more on the plate as well, looking for his 3rd. Simple starting to wake up now, but still, it's going to be up to Brokey to try and bring this one back in their favor. P250 is drawn, the perfect weapon to take down Perfecto. Low HP. No. Could find Boomich as well. I think he gets his kill, Chad. Looking for the quick scope now. And this is where Brokey shines. If he can show us another clutch here, it would be absolutely fantastic. 2 versus 1 right now. Pressure is on. Time to work with. Smoke deployed. And this is where he can do something with this.
This smoke is huge. He has a gap. Does he know another player's close? Brokey playing around. He's isolated. He's got Boomich. It's a one-on-one. Can he get flamed? Brokey? He's done it. And has he broken Na'Vi here? This is nuts.
The young boy wonder of FaZe, showing us why he's regarded one of the hottest prospects in CSGO right now. Add another clutch to the pile. 7-1. Brokey is a star. That is fantastic. There we have it. 7-1. FaZe are on absolute fire right now. This was the opening kill, Chad. Through the gap. Rain, he created an opening, but oh my god, did Brokey. He closed it right down. Amazing scene from Simple as well. Wow, what a round.
And this is 7-1 now. At this point, the half is, well, almost over. Na'Vi have no choice but to invest. Simple with that extra cash as the AWP out again. It's partial investment for the rest of the boys. Max loss bonus to play with. They really need to start posting a couple of rounds here. That Molotov is not going to help Boomich whatsoever. They'll pull out one of his own to make sure he can't be pushed, but it's 3 men over towards the B-bomb site yet again.
Bloody hell. This one is starting to warm up. Sure, it's a 7-1 game, but I'm still very excited. Another play from Simple. The AWP is out. 2 kills from Na'Vi found. And once again, a 5 versus 3, but we know the form FaZe is showing right now. They can certainly bring this round back in their favor. Perfecto might be caught out of position here, trying to rotate over towards Library. Cold Zera spotting from the apartments here. It comes down to the minutiae here. And there it is, the shot from Rain, cracking it open. The double kill found once again. How is he finding this form? This is unbelievable. 3-on-3, the Orb still up a Simple here. Do they fancy this? You got the AK-47s, a smoke. They need this round, Chad, but still, it doesn't look good.
I don't even know. They have to go for it. They don't have a choice at this point. They have to start going for a couple of these rounds.
Damn.
Oh no, another smoke now over towards the arch side. Simple held at bay for another 20 seconds. There is a slight gap, however, so there is a chance, and there's a smoke in Flamey's hands to work with. He gets this kill. We could be onto something.
We have to. Flashbang. Boomich will avert his gaze for now, and here comes the shot through the smoke. Rain, another perfect position for him. Brokey's starting to light them up, and this is just a bloodbath now. Na'Vi getting absolutely wrecked here on Inferno. 8-1. Na'Vi will have Simple saving the orb once again. You can see he's hitting the shots, but it's not quite enough here. No one's stepping up. But Rain, he certainly is. Brokey goes down, but he dies a hero. Another round on the board here for the international squad. Round number 10 coming through. Maximum loss bonus still there, Chad. Another buy available with the saved weapons, but still they can't get over the finish line.
The scoreboard in MR12 looks ridiculous, right? Brokey at the moment has 13. Rain has 14. BMAS has 1 kill. Nico has 4, and Cold has 1. And they're currently winning 8-1. So just Rain and Brokey alone are single-handedly tearing Na'Vi apart.
Yeah. One thing I'll say as well, checking in that utility damage, towards Banana, we have obviously Boomich and Flamey. Between them, they've got less than 200 damage there, suggesting they're not actually doing much at all, and FaZe Clan are not giving them that damage, any sort of openings there in terms of the utility. So not having a massive showing. Once again, chat, they're right back in the bomb site. They have changed their approach up towards B significantly. This is like night and day to what we saw on the road to Rio.
Yeah, they've realized that they might need to be a little bit more passive because of how, well, good the other team's utility can be. But if you can't get banana control and you can't maintain top mid control, you're up a creek, and not a good one. And
certainly not.
Definitely don't have a paddle, and you're probably not even in a boat. So at this point, if I'm Na'Vi, Inferno is flying by. We only have 3 rounds left within this first half. They have to start putting some on the board. The max loss bonus, right? The 3,400 will continue to tick along if they lose these rounds. So they will have potent buys until the end of the half here. They just need to get some rounds on the board. That's what it comes down to at this point. It's not just about getting the kills. It's not even about being able to buy. Oh, dear.
Those are the nades.
Who threw that one? Was that Nico?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Oh.
Nasty Nico throwing one in, and that's going to be Boomer. Shot does deliver from Simple, but only in the wing of Rain there. Down to 19 points of health. Still a 5-on-5 for now, but still things looking very complicated. Perfecto smoked out.
Where are they going?
Job Simple. It looks like they're setting up some sort of boost. Comms a little bit scrambled, I would say, right now. Not sure where to position Simple. He's actually in transition between Banana and the A side, but here comes the commitment once again. Electronic from the pit this time. He sits by the hay bale. So much pressure coming his direction here. Players above him. He rises to the occasion. First is his. Perfecto, you need at least one here, kid. We need to see a kill. There is time available to deny the plant. Is it enough? Did they take the bomb down? I think they... No, not quite. It's going to be a 4-on-2. Another chance now for a clutch. And it's the boy wonders. Bimas and Brokey. Double B combo, Chad. Are you believing?
Oh dear, if anyone's going to pull it off, it could be these youngsters. There's a flash to work with on both sides, but that's about it. 2 defuse kits in play. Oh, that's a huge kill. Surely not. Surely Brokey doesn't win this.
Yeah, but he does. He wins these, Chad, but there it is. Finally, Na'Vi will have a clean round on the board there. 8-2, but still, it didn't feel like it was going to go well for them. It's a final A execution there from FaZe Clan, and it did look very good for them, but Electronic changing his position up there. Not in the pit this time. Opening frag towards the hay bales. Took a lot of aggro in his spot, enabling rotations to come through. Perfecto could find a couple, and there we have it.
Hold up. Look at FaZe's money, Henry. I know the viewers at home can't see that right now because we're showing them some lovely highlights. But they have to now take a partial investment at this stage of the game after being up 8-1.
Well, this kind of personifies the whole rubber banding thing.
Yeah.
I suppose in the whole MR15, and this is the system where if we were an MR15 8-2, this would be converted to an 8-7, right? That's what the whole situation. This kind of really encapsulates the problem with MR15. Regardless, let's get into it. The rush towards B could be working out. Boomich will find 2, but that might not be enough here. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. Rifles recover. They've still got the incendiary and an HE. Of course, no smoke, but they are across and simple. Trying to wait for these rotations. Bimas, we haven't seen much from him. Like I said, I consider him a supportive rifler. Want to see him step up, show me that he can be a star player as well. Holding towards the ruins. Incendiary, that could be spot on here. Buys him 7 seconds. Denies access towards the bomb site. Still with Incendiary themselves. Not sure what this one's being thrown to towards Banana. I like that. Flashbangs to be delivered as well. 3 versus 3. Here comes the retake. Bimas, what have you got for us, kid? AK-47 in hand, and here comes the first shot. Spots the shadows. He baited out, though. It's an old classic move, and Perfecto comes out on top. It's looking very good for Na'Vi now. Brokey once again another cut! And that was the chance, the shot. It looked good to me, and if there wasn't a kid available, I think he wins it. Perfecto just about wins the round there. But chat, the B rush, the Tech 9, is coming back into fashion.
Yeah, BMAS got the 2 openings right there as they steamrolled up Banana, but it was the duel with Perfecto, so the 2 newer boys on each team having that little fight right there, and unfortunately for BMAS, unable to convert, got baited by the Shadow. Perfecto there showing his little bit more experience, I suppose. And that was the kill right there that cemented the round for Na'Vi. So they've got 3 on the board. They can still walk away with a 4th round here. And look, as we move forward, if FaZe, I want to see if FaZe lose the CT pistol if they decide to force buy in the second, because that's something we need to kind of monitor a bit more, right? We need some more information, some more data before we can really, truly know how this system is going to work.
Absolutely agree. It's a fast-paced round here, Chad. The old pop flash explosion towards middle. Perfecto spots it. He's falling back. He's reacted very well. He's done no damage, sure, but he's held them off. You can see they can't pounce towards the bomb site here. They wanted to go for a fast wrap towards the site. They have to completely change their approach now. That 1 incendiary thrown, you can see denied everything. There's no quick kill. Rain can't crack things open. And we'll see it just slow down a little bit here. Put the brakes on. Full back, pump the gas. As they go back towards B, it looks like to be the full execution. They still have 2 smokes. You'd expect to see one towards Coffins and CT Spawn. But Boomich, aggressive as usual. He will be dropping that flash.
No more nades.
Calling for the rotations. You're dead on there. We're going to see just 1 smoke remaining for Simple, and he's on the other side of the map right now. Boomich boosted up, but completely flashed here. He'll hold his breath and hope for the best. He needs at least 2 kills. The first will be his. The second will deliver as well. But Perfecto through the smoke. Boomich stepping up here. And this is the last round for number 4. Can Na'Vi do it? Brokey, once again, 3 versus 1, but surely no chance. The Molotov will allow him to plant, but he's only got 10 points of health. Needs a couple of kills here.
There's no way that Brokey wins this. This low HP, his position, sure, they don't have any nades to work with, but they should trade him out very easily. He's going to get taken out by Simple. The defuse will come on through. And that's going to be 8-4 at the half in favor of FaZe Clan on their map choice here. So you're joining us for the Gamers Without Borders charity event for CSGO. We got 2 million worth of prizes here for the teams to give to their charity of choice. We had, it was G2 went down yesterday in the game that we did to FaZe, and their money went to UNICEF, Henry. I saw that today on Instagram.
Absolutely.
Jack's Brony.
Yeah, regardless of playing in the tournament, they're guaranteed to have $100,000, correct? So this is a fantastic competition, and we're seeing some amazing Counter-Strike as well. I said it was going to be emphatic and exciting, Chad. You can't say that didn't deliver. You can't sit there and say that wasn't a good half.
We haven't had any of these bleed out into the last kind of 20 second rounds, right? It's been a lot more punchy. People have taken a few more risks. Obviously, with those risks, we lose some of the fundamentals that we preach very, very hard on the analyst desk side of things, but also you need to weigh up the excitement value with the entertainment in play and also the core fundamentals of the game here. I feel like we're still getting some eco rounds coming into play. We're still getting clutch rounds.
And the thing is that the eco rounds seem like a big deal because like the weight on them now, imagine if you win an eco round in MR12, the weight of that, like it actually goes back to the old school way of it being a really significant round, not just like one you expect, they normally win a round of Deagles or whatever. In an MR12 format, we don't see many ecos. That's a huge deal. And that was super hype when they rushed towards B at the Tech 9s. It felt like it was a really significant moment of the game. Either way, Na'Vi back on their feet. You have to say that. Sure, it's not looking good for them, but 4 rounds towards the end there, they managed to get 3 in a row. We'll go towards the T side. Not looking good, no one's saying that, but if they win the pistol, they might be back on something here. Flame with the P250 and Simple as well.
Oh, they've gone straight down middle, and the P250 has already opened things up. A is open for business for Na'Vi this time round, and I'm curious to see what FaZe's retake situation is going to look like, because for them, they don't have any map territory. They got Banana, banana. It wouldn't. It.
Oh.
1 second. Cold may have heard you then, Henry. I think he wants a shot in this round. They have to deal with Simple first, who's fighting two players who have pushed straight down banana. The P250 in the positional off angle here that he's gone with. It could be enough, but they're past his line of sight. Simple takes down BMAS, and well, unfortunately for Brokey, it's such a difficult fight. Does he deal with Simple? That's going to melt away seconds on the clock. Flamey takes him out anyway, and now it's just Cold Zero. Here's the thing, Henry. Na'Vi now, if they convert, if FaZe buy and they convert, we're back at an 8-7 score.
Yeah.
As quick as that. As quick as that.
We saw Yanko tweet about that yesterday, right? He saw that the weight of the pistol rounds is very significant in MR12. If you win the pistol and convert, you're off to a flyer, right? We saw FaZe do that in the first half. Had a great start there. It took Na'Vi 6 or 7 rounds to even get into the game. So 8-5, and Na'Vi, they must win pistol. They deliver, but surely the fourth buy will be coming out now. I know FaZe kind of love this traditionally. Desert Eagles across the board. Got themselves 4 smokes. We've got Brokey, of course, the AWPer, doesn't invest as heavily, still got $1,000. So we'll see what they can do. They're going to try and treat it like a gun round to the best of their ability. Interesting that BMAS went for the HE instead of the smoke, and Rain, he'll go down at the very start there.
Yeah, the nade is not something we will be seeing be purchased in too much. You know, the smoke is a lot more powerful because you can hold them behind it as a bit of a force field. But BMAS here, up close and personal, will grab Flamey. Can he get another? Damage done to Electronic. That's good. That'll be communicated. Cold knows that there's another player here, and if he can get this shot, might have to think better of the headshot angle at this point. So smoke out towards top middle. At this point, I think the teams will just cool it off, feel each other out, make sure they don't rush into any silly decisions.
Yeah, Na'Vi needs to be very careful here. Sure, they have the man advantage, but as you saw there, the Deagle, it has a very high damage output, especially at close range there. Double kill, certainly on the agenda for BMAS. Gets 1.5. Electronic down to 49. And they're going for the apartments pounce here. They can do a contact play. That smoke is very good. Like, that was a moment there for Na'Vi to choose. They could have ran through it, but with 1 minute on the clock, really would have been a bad move. So they'll fall back here. Nico, he has got a great amount of information. That's a good spot, actually, because they can't actually get back here. They're going to have to flush this one out. If he drops a smoke, knowing they're coming back any second here, this could be powerful, but it looks like he's committing for the kills instead. But that's a lot of intel. He's had them go towards A, so they'll be ready. He can push behind them now.
If he gets a kill here, this could be everything. Nico, he's...
great shot.
That's Simple too. He's just taking down the most potent player, but now it's through mid to B. They know where the gap is. This is great thinking on the feet here from Na'Vi. They're going to get into the B bomb site for free. They're going to be able to get that down and set up their post-plant situation here. So things are looking very good for Na'Vi.
Yeah, good smoke down there as well. So that's Nico. Sure, he pushed towards B. There is a gap there, Chad, but luckily, Electronic, he deals with it. Can he be spotted at all? I think so. The time was incredibly low there. The bomb will be planted regardless. Nico gets him. 3 versus 2.
No way. Boomich. He's taken down Nico, but this is just all through Banana, the retake. Boomich is stuck towards the triple bucks at the back of the site. Perfecto over towards Coffins. The crossfire is potent, but they need to hit some shots here.
Yeah, I feel like they're fine, though. It looks like enough damage has been put out at this stage for Na'Vi to cleanly close out this round. It's just Cold Zero now. I say just as Desert Eagle is pulled out, but no time to defuse at this point. A great effort there. Nico... unfortunately for him, that kill down towards the bottom of the middle, it was the unraveling as well as their entry to the round as well, because they know if he's pushed down there, he's scored the B's clear. He kills on him towards top of middle. As you mentioned, Simple, they're towards the arch side. They threaded the needle there. Perfect call. Thinking on their feet, as you mentioned. Once they get in towards B, should have been a clean round there, but a couple of questionable smokes. Obviously, they were delivered on the fly. That gap, if Nico denies the bomb, that could have been everything.
Yeah, I was curious about that gap. I didn't actually look at our monitor that has the HUD that everybody else is looking at. I wasn't sure if that was his own smoke that he had thrown to potentially go towards CT spawn, knowing him.
No, it was Na'Vi were aware of him being there, so they just chucked one on the fly just to try and get the bomb down because the time was so low. I think they just chucked it as they were running it.
Perfect stuff there. So, well, FaZe will go for another partial investment here. We've got Deagle's Mac 10, Cold Zero's hands obviously carried across. Zeus for Rain. Okay, he saw the head of Rain. Rain's out of the equation. This one here, call her done. There shouldn't be too much left in the round. Even though the Cold Zero has the armor and the Mac 10, he can maybe get 1, 2 would be great. But after that, Na'Vi, they're back in it, Henry. Look at the scoreline. It's going to be 8-7.
Absolutely true, but here's Cold Zero. Good for 1 and $600 extra. So that's still significant. They could go into a double upset if they really want to do. I don't think they will. And here we go. With that in mind, Chad, who do you think will be taking over like the double AWPing role? We saw Olaf on a lot of maps, like Mirage, for example, using that secondary AWP. We know Nico uses it on Dust too. Do you see it kind of evolving further than that?
I think they'll kind of be happy to not have to worry about if Olaf wants to use it, right? Because Brokey getting that role given to him on the T side, we saw a lot more from him. On certain maps, he had to share it with people on the CT sides. They'll probably say the same when Nico wants to AWP, he's going to get his key positions. But I think Brokey will be given a lot more responsibility potentially going forward. So that might be nice.
I think the way he's playing right now, you can see he really is getting better week on week in terms of experience, decision making. And here we go, Rain. He's getting aggressive there through the smoke. He'll find Perfecto right at the bottom of Banana there. 5 versus 4. Nice opening damage as well. Boomich and Simple to swallow that grenade. I didn't have the observer key on again there, Chad, so I'm sorry for talking over a bit of the action.
That's all good. It was only a mild piece of action.
I apologize, Rush, for ruining your craft as well. I'm sure it was beautiful.
He alley-ooped, Rain pushed on out, got a freebie right there. Wasn't anything too crazy.
All right, well, let's get back into the action. Here we go, Rain. Waiting with the smoke. He is solo towards B after finding that big kill. He's got the AK-47 now, feeling confident with the smoke available that he can force them over towards A. And he's certainly doing a good job so far. Simple, taking matters into his own hands like he usually does. And that shot, oof! Bimas rightly falls back here. It's going to be 1 kill for Electronic, but that's all they've found so far. And in terms of map control, Chad, they are spread out. One towards middle, apartment to B. They can't really do anything with this.
Yeah, I think as well, if Boomich can get to the top of Banana for free like this, you might be considering, hey boys, let's come back, let's try our luck here.
So here's Rain, like we said, 35 seconds, that's ideal. There's no way anyone can push. If they do, he's got himself a couple of kills, he'll be happy. Just to hold that for now, but it's still, we're going to have a rotation.
Yeah, the rotation is great. So they've already got 2 on each side. This is looking fantastic for FaZe. They should be able to deal with anything. Oh, the timing!
Hold on! This could get a little bit spicy now. Rain is getting under pressure there towards the new boxes. Still a 4 versus 3. Damage done. Rain sees 1 kill here, and it should be absolutely fine. It's going to be the bomb having to be planted with 5 seconds remaining here. No chance. That's the round. Good stuff from Rain. Fantastic effort there. Sure, it's a close one. It's expensive for FaZe, but it's their first on the board in the second half. 3-1 overall here, and there's still a buy for Na'Vi, but still very close. There was a window for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and if Na'Vi planted the bomb, there would have definitely been a buy for everybody across the board, right? So for them here, they're having to drop AWPs, they're having to ask a couple of questions and talk about this one. But because they were able to build that little bit of a bank off the first 3 rounds, they've given themselves an opportunity to get back in this one here. So 19 kills for Simple, 14 for Boomich. All 3 other players of Na'Vi currently yet to hit the 10 mark. We're going to get back underway here with round number 17. Cold Zero will be flashing them into position towards top Banana. Brokey dealing towards top middle. And that's a big opening right there. So this duel in Banana is going to be an important one. Boomich, we're used to him pushing on the CT side. This is Rain getting all the action.
Yeah, he was blind through smoke, the headshot, a wall bang. There's all sorts going on there. Big kill from Boomich at the bottom of T steps. Cold Zero trying to make up for it now. See him pushing down towards the smoke. And here we go.
They might even consider aggressing here as soon as any footsteps are heard over towards that A bomb site, because right now we can see if he was to push, there's only one player, that's Perfecto, dealing with his position. That deep smoke as well that's just come on in will be communicated that was from far away, and on that cue, they'll be taking top mid control, so they're trying to keep the CTs honest as well. Flash over the top, BMAS here in a very pivotal position. He's got to get a couple from the pit. You need 2 if you're going to be the pit anchor. It's a very big position.
Yep, absolutely true. And for now, still a 5 on a 4. Lots of damage inflicted there. Good incendiary. It converts the kill. And wow, Simple. Great positioning as well. They are going to have a 4 versus 3. 40 seconds remaining. Boomich in towards Arch. And they're getting towards B here. It looks like the wrap towards A still could be on the agenda. Flamey there towards the apartments. And Bimas, is he going to be done for? That's a great angle from Flamey. Doesn't pull the trigger, though. He's got the kill, surely.
Oh, he's actually tucked into the site. Flamey might think he's lost him, and BMAS has been able to turn around and take Flamey down. Simple might take down Brokey, but now it's the A attack. BMAS, what do you got?
Yeah, he's got to step up here, Chad. They're going to line up for him as well. First couple of kills, and he gets nothing. That was a big moment there for Bimas. If he gets 2 kills, the round's probably theirs. Nico, he's realised there's absolutely no chance of winning this round. He'll start to fall back, and there we have it. It's going to be another round on the board here for Na'Vi, taking their total in the second half. That's 4-1. The T-side's looking very potent for both teams here. Nico will be hunting the map for any salvageable bits of utility. He's got a Molotov and a flashbang so far. Loss bonus building up right now, but the money just not there for them.
Yeah, we know that the T-side economy is a little bit more potent with the way that it works since the change. So before, obviously, the hard resets coming in is what could screw both teams, and we would see double ecos, etc. But with that in play right here, with the fewer rounds, right, you're not going to sit on that max loss bonus for as long. And even if you do, and you're not able to win rounds, you're still being given opportunities, right? So I'm investigating this, I'm thinking about it, I'm casting, I'm doing it all at the same time. One of the keynotes that I'm noticing here is for the CT side economy where it is harder to buy, it feels like if they're unable to win the initial fights in the gun round's almost done. They almost, like, especially on a map like Inferno, it seems like it's very difficult for them to get back into it with how well prepared everybody is. Because if you watch the micro maneuvers that all these teams do now, they're not just wide swinging into an area. There's always a flash, or there's a jiggle peek for a teammate, or there's some kind of combo lined up that they've pre-discussed, predetermined. And that's what's making Counter-Strike at this high level so interesting to watch. But as we get back underway, it's that save rifle for Nico and a couple of deagles. What do you think, Henry? You think they got a chance?
Well, we have got a Zeus out on the pitch as well, so I'm interested to see what Brokey can do with that. The M4 for Nico, always going to be dangerous. I assume he'll be over towards B right now, and indeed he is. He'll be joining Rain. They've got a smoke, a flashbang, and maybe an alley-oop play could be coming through because the Electron is firing off shots there to shroud the sound of Flamey jumping up, so they're not really sure as to who could be in the apartments or the bedroom. Nico for now, though. Maybe challenge. If they go in towards his realm, he still has that smoke. He's trying to hold on to it, but drops it now, suggesting he's going to rotate back towards A. Trying to funnel them over with his movements, and still they're not dissuaded. Bomb will still be there, and we'll have just Electronic come join the pack as well. They're setting up their smokes, one towards Coffin, Simple will deploy it, and this could be the commitment we're looking for here. Maybe a double pump, flashbang going in, and here gets a full commitment. Just one player to defend, and that's Rain. I don't think I'll have much to say about this one, Chad. It's not looking good for the Deagle, but the M4, that's looking fantastic. Oh, here we go then. Second kill comes through. Nico's still part of this equation as well. Simple taking damage through the Molotov. There's a chance to get the line of plant here. Doesn't happen.
Oh, that could have been the chance. That could have been the window right there, because now to retake, even with the flash in Nico's hands and the defuse kit, the pistols need to be able to get something done, and well, there goes the M4. Every bit of goodie that I was just talking about has fallen out of the equation. And I think the round has too for FaZe. They will be opting for the buy next round, so if they can make this expensive for Na'Vi, if they can take away any of these guns, that'd be good stuff. They're still going for it, and Simple's continuing to hit shots, giving more opportunities. He takes down Brokey. One remains. BMAS is spotted. They know where he is. There's not a whole lot he can do. You can see here he's just posturing around, see if he can take any T's with him. Perfecto will finish him off, and it's 9-9. We're tied up here.
Really impressive scenes here from Na'Vi. I'm enjoying this a lot. Simple, he's putting on a show now. It was all about FaZe in the first half, but Simple has posted his 24th frag here. This is absolutely massive. 18 rounds of play. Boomich joining him as well. He's got 15. Here's a replay from Nico. Look, there's a chance here. The M4 opens things up, shutting down the boost, but then Rain, the second kill, was a 5 versus 3 with the big man, the big bad wolf, I should say, stepping up from new boxes here. AWP in hand. Fantastic work from Simple. And we're getting to the next gun round here. Brokey back on the AWP. A very sheepish FaZe now. Only one round to their name is Brokey. That's much better. Flashbang from coldzera sets him up. A snappy shot towards the logs, and he'll take down Simple.
It's a good opening right there, but it's pushed Na'Vi straight over towards this A bomb site. They're quickly gallivanting up boiler room and middle. Smokes are being deployed now from FaZe to hold them at bay, and the rotation's coming back across. It's just BMAS here on the balcony. They need to help him out.
I want to see a big play from BMAS here. Looks a little bit rattled at this point, but there's the big kill we're looking for. A double coldzera chance in as well. The bomb goes down. Very clean round from FaZe here. 5 versus 1. Flamey will be dropped as well. That's much better. BMAS manages to get all the information required. The jump up, the vault from coldzera towards the bomb site. Quite a game from him by his standards. 7 kills, but still very solid round as they start to look much more efficient here on the CT side of Inferno. There he is, the big man, the impact player, BMAS and Brokey. What an opening kill that was. He's looking so confident these days, Chad. Like a different player from when he first exploded on the scene a few months ago.
Yeah, I think in the beginning, when you jump in the server with Nico and Olaf and coldzera, and you go, oh my god, I'm playing with Nico, Olaf,
yeah,
and
right.
coldzera. These are the idols, right? These are the guys that you wanted to play against and you watched and you studied, and then you get to be in the server with them, you get to learn from them, and now he's comfortable. We're getting to see he's a bit of a superstar himself. Ooh. But it's a fast B play right now, and Rain, he's stuck. They would have heard that. They're pushing through with the MAC-10. Perfecto takes him down. Boomich dunks his teammate, and now we have a 4-on-4.
Oh, I love this. It's a very good game of Counter-Strike. Everything you want to see. Simple popping off, team kills coming in, the boost working out. Electronic will find the man advantage. 4 versus 3 now. One player remains towards B. coldzera gets the smoke down in the nick of time. They had the window to go through it. They might still do that. Incendiary, that will slow them down. Surely they'll wait now, but the boost can come forward once again. The run boost, Chad, over the flames. Have you ever seen anything like it? For his next trick, Boomich will be launched in toward the B bomb site. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In he goes, and it doesn't work out, but the flashbang is effective. The kill comes in regardless. We don't get to see the high-flying antics here, but still, a nice idea that converts around.
And FaZe will have to save, right? 2,400 going into their bank balance next round means the majority of them will have a serviceable buy. BMAS and Brokey can drop if they need to as well. So if they're able to hold on to these rifles right here, it's not the end of the world. This game is going to come down to the wire. Now, once again, if you are just joining us, you've just turned on the stream and you've gone, oh, what's going on here? What's the go with the score? We're doing MR, which stands for max rounds 12. First to 13 wins. If we go to overtime, we'll be doing MR2. I'll explain all to that if we get there, if we need it. But max rounds is a term that we used to use back in the day. So for traditional Counter-Strike, the normal format, you'd be seeing max rounds 15 with 16 rounds needed to win. So bomb's about to go on off. We can see here we're taking a little look at a chicken in the pit, a bicycle. Rush is kind of showing us all the bits and pieces.
Have you got yourself a bicycle and multi yet, Chad?
No, I'm not able to leave just yet. So
I can imagine you one day with like a nice baguette in a basket, just going around waving to the local villagers and just having a nice tranquil time.
As soon as they let me leave the front gate, I'm going to put a backpack on and circumnavigate the island. Okay. So it's going to be an experience.
Well then,
a bit like this, MR12.
This is an experience, isn't it? Like, this is everything we wanted, at least. We're not sure what the future holds with MR12, but this is certainly what I wanted to see in terms of the high octane Counter-Strike being delivered. We're seeing some great plays, some big risk being taken as well. It's great stuff. Getting to this next round here, we're going to have Rain at the very bottom. Just fending off those flames as well, sat towards the logs, stoking the fire. Check
this out. They were trying to do the silent boost, and while trying to do the silent boost into window, they made noise. So they had to cancel it and retool control. But Electronic and Flamey will still get boiler and holes quite successfully here, so not too many dramas. In the meantime, they're just allowing those banana smokes to dissipate. And this is a game of chess. You want to take back a bit of real estate, right? You want to take one of their pawns off the board. Well, they took banana. You want to take top middle. And that'll force the rotations, as we can see with the mini-map. A lot of moving around. Brokey hopping, jumping, and doing whatever he can. They're actually going to send him over to B with the AWP to be solo. I like this.
Yeah, no one's there right now, so a slight gap, but no one from Na'Vi to exploit it. They're actually very passive right now. A little bit of a tentative approach from Na'Vi. Historically, that's what they're known for in Inferno, slowing it right down, going for the executions towards the end, but this is new school Na'Vi. They're a bit more brawly. They like to go for the fights. They like to take the risks, and we'll see that boost towards the half will come in once again. You can see them trying to bait out the shot for Brokey, who is there ready and waiting, but the angle doesn't look ideal if they go up for him. Slowing things down right again. We're going to see 30 seconds remaining here. coldzera investigates towards middle. Might get a bit more than he bargained for here. The setup was there for Bimas, and it has to be 2 kills to coldzera here. Can't get anything done. The aim's just not there, and Simple, his certainly is. Great shot. Eviscerates the first. And Brain, here we go then. Does he have anything left in the tank? Can't find the second kill. Round done. 4 versus 1, and Brokey, he won't be clutching this one out, Chad. He's stacked towards the B bomb side, and this is looking good from Na'Vi. They are running away with the second half.
Yeah, now there's problems for FaZe, right? They're unable to establish a CT side economy, even with the loss bonus coming on through. They're not being that threatening in a round like this, only having 1 frag coming on through. So for Na'Vi, they should start to chase. They can apply this pressure. They have 40 seconds. Wow, a bit less now. And they're doing exactly that. They're putting their feelers out across the map, and Brokey, he has to defend. He'll take down Boomich, but that's given up his position. All 3 angry Na'Vi players now charging this direction.
They're furious. They're sick of him. They've had enough of his 18 kills and his clutch nonsense. They want to get stuck in here, take him down. I think they might do. Brokey, your days are numbered, my friend, and you will be going down for the knife, I think. The knife is going! Simple! It could have cost them the AWP, I suppose, but still, they'll get the kill. I love it, Chad. You got to go for those ones.
Yeah, we need a couple more of that, right? This is a bit unfortunate we didn't get to watch Fnatic play yesterday. I was assuming JW might have had a couple of antics up his sleeve. We spoke to him and Flusher about the PP Bison, which we haven't seen enough of that eat.
No, honestly, that is the Counter-Strike we've been playing. I've been using it low-key under the radar. It's a very good weapon. I'm surprised you haven't seen more of it. I'm sure in the next couple of months, a few players like Flusher will unlock his potential. Either way, let's get into another partial buy here for FaZe. They've lost the lead after such a fantastic first half as well. Na'Vi only got 4 rounds, and now on top, 11-10, up against the Deagles here. Partial buy from FaZe. Got themselves 3 sets of Kevlar, some basic smokes. That's about it. They can win these rounds, but Chad, in the halftime we spoke about this. The MR12 format makes it so much more significant. If they do win this, it'll be huge. But unfortunately for them, opening things up, that's going to be the kill for Boomich. He finds Nico.
There's a gap, Rain. There's a gap.
Oh, there is a big one.
And that's another frag. So this round here should be done, and that'll actually be 12 on the board for Na'Vi, right? This is them 1 round away from taking out number 1. And what we have to also point out, Vertigo is the next map. Neither of these teams play Vertigo. The fact it slipped through the veto here tells me 1 or 2 things. Either Na'Vi, they're taking a bit of a risk they're challenging the conventional wisdom of how the Na'Vi team approaches their vetoes and the maps, and they could just be feeling it out, or they've been working on them. They've had it in the lab. Blade's been there every day. He's been tinkering with the boys, and they've been coming up with some absolute cracker of approaches. I don't want to tell you, Henry, which way I think most likely the reason we're sitting in the video.
Okay.
I want to wait and see. I want to be surprised.
Sure.
I don't want to taint the viewer at home.
No, we're here to deliver entertainment, chat, and entertainment only. Simple certainly is. 27 kills to his name, and an MR12 game is absolutely crazy. Coldzera, just to know, by the way, I said he was on 7 frags, what, a good 5 rounds ago? He's still 7 and 14. We saw him towards quad. Nico as well, 7 and 19. Those are 2 big names. You said coming into this one, we're seeing Bimas, a supportive rifle, coming in, getting the most out of these boys. Against G2, they were shining, especially Coldzera, one of the best performances he's had this year in that best of 3 against G2. So, really gone quiet here. Never too late. 2 rounds possible on the CT side, but map point found. We'll see now if FaZe with Brokey's orb can hold on, but hasn't looked good here. 1 more will do it for Na'Vi.
Oh, okay, so Na'Vi using their smoke to be combative, and that's actually allowed Perfecto to get a little bit of room, but so is Rain. He's mantling up and over the top here. He's made it into logs. The bullet's going to land. Rain will go down again. That's one of the heavy hitters of FaZe out of the equation early. And now Nico, he wants some more. He's pushing in. Able to get a truckload of damage there, but he needs to get away. Simple is waiting, and he's going to take him down. So this is a 3-on-4.
I still feel like FaZe can hold on. Coldzera, we said he's been quiet so far, but he needs to be loud. He needs to be proud right now. He needs to show us that he's still got it. Something to say in this map. 4 versus 3. Na'Vi, you can see it putting the brakes on. They're anticipating an aggressive flank from FaZe. Coldzera alone towards Banana right now, still with all his utility. 2 players towards A, of course. As Brokey watching towards Arch for the AWP. Tension couldn't be higher right now. His vision about to be removed. He hits the collapse though. 1.5 kills found. Flaming down to 34 HP. Could they do this? Coldzera's pushing, Chad.
This is nightmare fuel right here. Cold's hearing all of this. He has to get at least a kill when they come and clear this position.
They're going to check it, though. They surely... Oh! Why does he jump? Wait!
That's 1. Cold, he needs 2. He's done it. Okay, so this is going to be 25 seconds left. The bomb's down. No, there's no time for this.
Can't do it. Why would you send the orb to jump around that first of the low HP? Damn. There was a chance that they were aware of the possibility. Still, great play from Coldzera. But he was gifted a couple of kills there. Big plays, keeps him in the game, denies the map victory, of course, and now overtime becomes a question.
Yeah, and this is not ideal for FaZe either, though. You have to think about the fact that they win this round. They're going to get the bonus, which is not enough to get buys on the board. Cold did pick up a secondary AWP, so maybe he'll keep that or drop that across, but they will be able to make this one work. So there's enough money that they can spread across the FaZe team. The same can be said on the side of things for Na'Vi. Everybody will be able to buy there. So we're going into the final gun round of the game with nobody hemorrhaging too much. BMAS has only got himself an MP9. Everybody else has got themselves rifles. There's double AWPs out on the board. Utility defuse kits. They can make this work, FaZe. We could go into that overtime.
Let's see what can be done. The double AWP set up, the MP9, and a dream. We'll see Simple, the AWP towards the bottom of the middle. Oh, and a challenge from Brokey. You can see this boy is turning into a man on our very screens here. That's a huge pickup. 5 versus 4. They could do this now. Looking for overtime. 1 more round will do it. Boom is trying to take matters into his own hands at the very top of Banana. Peeling things open. Rain will go down and Nika to defense. We'll see at this point whether they can actually deny access. But they've broken through, Chad. This is actually looking good.
Yeah, this is looking great for Na'Vi here. The fact they have bomb site control, it's not such... Well, lack there of bomb site control, mind you. I thought they had slipped on in, but they weren't able to do so. So FaZe, they've been able to hold on to this. It's a 2-on-4 situation. They picked up the bomb. Electronic, the Danger Man, is still alive, and he has a truckload of utility here. Ooh. So a smoke over towards Coffins, a flash to follow. Perfecto could get a kill here.
He certainly could. He's been given some space, and that shot has to connect. The open CT spawn rattles off, but blind, it won't connect. Coldzera, he can't find the kill again, and now they actually have control of the B site. The orb can't deny this plan. Surely Nico can't go for this one. Will he sacrifice himself and jump up on the coffins, waiting for the smoke to dissipate? But he found through the smoke. Perfecto will get him down to the 2-on-2. This was a 4-on-2 situation for the game as well. Brokey on the retake with the orb. It's the MP9 in the Raw's ruins. The incendiary, it lands. Electronic, how does he get out of this one? Survives for now for the game. The bomb ticking away. They have got a kip. Brokey hits the shot. Now Perfecto. Oh, he has to step up here. Another young gun on the server. Tag for the new boxes. A 4-on-2 converted. And Na'Vi have done it. They take the first map. A massive recovery. And we'll find ourselves at 13-11. What a game, Chad.
Jeez, we got all the rounds right there, and even in the MR12 format, it's still delivered. That is a game of Counter-Strike.
My God.
We had it all. Whoa, Frankie, save us.
I can't. My mouth was open so wide during most of that match, starting, I think, with when Brocky got... Was it a 3 versus 1 on the A site with that AWP? Wow. I think my heart stopped. I had to literally self-pump, whatever the technical term is. I've literally lost my brain after that one. I want to talk about Brocky first, because there's sometimes questions about with FaZe, especially with Olaf leaving, should they bring in a primary AWPer, a specialist in the role? But as you were saying during that cast, Chad, he's proving himself again and again. He's allowed to do the AWPing on the T side, but should his teammates start to consider him as a CT side AWPer as well?
On certain maps, I think they do. It's just certain people are good at positions, so they just keep it as is. But going forward, if Brokey looks more and more comfortable, and I think that I've heard Nico describe him at one point as a similar AWPer as Fallen. If he goes in that way and he becomes a combat AWPer very up close and personal like that as he progresses as an individual, then he's going to be an exceptional talent.
Fallen at his peak, Chad, was known for his close-range, flashy clutches, right? That's what he was known for. We saw one of those in this very game. What an amazing clutch that was. And he's got the audacity now to actually challenge Simple. In his first fledgling days with FaZe, he was very passive. We said he's more like a turret style. He's holding the anchor positions and just making sure he got the picks required. Now he's actually taking matters into his own hands, hitting the shots and looking fantastic. This is his rookie year as well, and he's taking down the likes of Simple. Great stuff from him. Wasn't enough to win the map, but still, what a showing from both teams.
CT side is not being their strongest suit. It's a running theme for Na'Vi. Flamey looking particularly vulnerable on that B side. Do they need to rethink the anchoring there?
That approach right there, I think they might find themselves in a little while similar to what MIBR did, where they didn't know what type of approach over towards B. I think Henry might remember back when it was Phelps and Fur both holding the
aggressive, of course.
Yeah, and that's a similar scene for Boomich at least. Flamey looks like he's been told, hey, if Boomich is going aggro, you need to help him. That's kind of what I was learning out here. But I think the MR12, the snowbally effect in the beginning, if CTs go for the force buy, the flow-on effect there is almost into like rounds 5 and 6, which is probably the case in MR15 as well. It's just we don't feel that because we have what feels like a second half of the first half. There's so many rounds that you can definitely build back in if you don't win that force buy. So maybe, definitely teething issues with their B bomb site, but I don't know if that's more the day, the format, FaZe looking good. They still get the win, so who cares? Give them the W. Give Na'Vi all the props.
Well, the question is, are we going to see Na'Vi even stronger on Vertigo?
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too, but I also hope that we're going to see FaZe taking to that map like they never perma-banned it, because I want to see some more fiery Counter-Strike, because Inferno was ablaze. So we're going to take a short break while we find out more about one of our charities, Gavi. Calling in from Geneva right now is Ollie Khan. He's the Director of Communications for Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. First of all, how are things in Switzerland, Ollie?
Well, thanks for asking, Frankie, and thank you for inviting me on. Things are okay here, getting back to normality slowly. So as you can see, I'm still working from home. I've been working from home since March. I haven't used an iron since March, which is one of the plus sides of this awful pandemic that we're going through. The Swiss situation is slightly ahead of the UK and slightly behind other countries, but the lockdown is easing. Shops are now opening. Normality is coming back to life. The bars are slightly starting to feel a bit like normal again, and restaurants are filling up. So certainly not business as usual, certainly not back to normal, but life is starting to resemble how it may have looked 3 months ago.
So tell me about the work of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance.
Well, Gavi is an alliance that has been in operation now since 2000. We just, in fact, had our 20th anniversary. And the organisation was set up to answer one of these questions that should be easy, but that was never able to be solved. It was how can we protect children around the world from diseases that we know how to prevent? Measles is one, polio, etc., etc. There are over 20 different diseases that the Gavi protects against, and so the theory is really, really simple. It's how do we get the money and the resources together to make it possible to buy vaccines at costs that at quantities where the cost is affordable for these countries, and how can we help them? How can we help these countries deliver it to the communities around in cities and in the countryside where they're needed most.
Now, there isn't a vaccine that's going to be available for COVID for a very long time, and I know that's partly due to the fact that it has to undergo rigorous long-term testing to be available. So what are Gavi able to do in terms of coronavirus and helping people around the world at the moment?
Well, look, we're very, very busy, as you can imagine, on several fronts. So look, we work with around 70 countries across the world in many different continents and many different languages and cultures. And what we do is we've been helping them for 20 years, as I've just mentioned, deliver these vaccines, really helping them to put in place the infrastructure, put in place the training, as well as delivering the vaccines, creating stockpiles. So if you have epidemics, breaking out at any point, we've got those vaccines ready to protect the population. So we have this operation on the ground through our partners, and I mentioned UNICEF and the World Health Organization here, as well as other organizations we work with. We have this ground operation, which has been severely impacted by the COVID pandemic, as you would imagine. So part of our work has been helping kind of pivot the resources of the health systems, towards, staving off this new threat. So providing emergency funding for them to help them buy equipment, to help them train contact tracers and other key healthcare workers and personnel that can really kind of help, mitigate the worst impact of this disease. And of course, that's been the bulk of it, but also we're now starting to look into how we can help these systems prepare for a pandemic. And there's been lots of, for a vaccine, apologies, there's been lots of work going on behind the scenes to try to get the systems up and running again and keep these routine immunizations, because one of our big fears is, of course, COVID is a big fear, but also if you disrupt other immunizations, then you could be having to face more than one epidemic at the same time, and this would be an absolute disaster. So keeping those services going is going to be really crucial for us, and that's where we're at the moment.
So what are some of the most valuable things that people like you and me can be doing during this pandemic?
Well, of course, thanks to the gaming community, first of all, for this remarkable initiative, and we're so grateful because every little helps, and the way we work is that every dollar makes a real impact on a child somewhere in the world. That is an amazing thing. When it comes to the pandemic itself, of course, we all know the instructions. We've just got to be alert, we've got to be careful, we've got to monitor the correct distancing, for example, and the world is going through a phase now where we're kind of moving towards, or trying to move towards, a situation where the lockdowns are easing and we're getting back to normal. But we cannot let our guard down. We really don't want that second wave. So let's be as mindful as possible. Let's be as careful as possible. Let's do everything we can to relieve the strain we're putting on those hard-pressed, heroic healthcare workers.
Ollie, there are some of the world's biggest gamers competing in weekly tournaments to help raise money for coronavirus. So how does it feel for you and your organisation knowing that they've chosen to donate their prize money to Gavi the Vaccine Alliance?
Oh, look, we are overwhelmed and overjoyed, and I say that because I was having a conversation with our chief executive about this just 2 days ago, and absolutely phenomenal response. It means so much to us. It really does. We are used to talking to governments. We're not so well known, it has to be said, when it comes to the general public. So to have people aware of what we do is really kind of heartening and gladdening. I would also say the financial impact is great, but there's also a huge psychological impact on our morale as an organisation, because we're doing everything we can. We're a small organisation. We're doing everything we can to help those countries, as I said, prepare for the pandemic and to keep those essential services going so that we can keep protecting children. And it's great that you guys know about us, the gaming community knows about us, and it really lifts us to know that there's people out there kind of cheering us on, if you will.
Well, Ollie, thank you so much for talking to me. And you guys watching this, if you want to know more about Gavi and how to donate to their fund, you can find out more about their response to their COVID-19 crisis by visiting gavi.org/COVID-19. And to make a donation, it's simply gavi.org/donate. Thank you again, Ollie. I hope you're staying safe, and good luck with helping children around the world get vaccinated. And
thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, Frankie. And stay safe yourselves. Good luck, guys, and keep on gaming.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. And if you've only just tuned in, I have to confess I feel a little bit sorry for you because you missed a cracking opener to our semi-finals between Na'Vi and FaZe on Inferno. Na'Vi pipped FaZe to the post on their very strong T side, winning 13-11. So we narrowly missed going into our first ever MR12 round of OT, which I think Chad might have described on social media as being like tennis because you have to win 2 in a row.
Well, they didn't go with the one that I suggested. They went with like a middle ground between what we traditionally do and what I suggested. So I think now it's 2 rounds on each side, but you'd have to win a total of 3 between those 4 rounds. Once we get there, it'll make more sense if we get there.
So you'll explain it. Yeah,
I'll try and do my best. It can be confusing even for me at times.
And probably would signal quadruple overtime as well, knowing the caliber of teams that we have here playing in Gamers Without Borders. Henry, you must be pretty excited to see what's going to happen between these 2 teams on Vertigo, because let's be honest, we have no idea because they normally ban it.
Yeah, no one really does. As we mentioned in the pre-game, but they've played it like in the last year. But as you mentioned, it's changed so much. And the way it's played as well, we've seen it a few times. I consider like the likes of G2 to be up there with the world's best of Vertigo right now. Astralis certainly as well. But the way it's being played out, it's certainly leaning towards some big AWPers. And the way Broky's playing right now, I want to see him get aggressive. I want to see him get down there, stuck in towards the A ramp. And Simple is on fire as well. It's really coming together to be a great game. The fact we have no idea who's going to win this one just makes it that much better. And hopefully it goes to a third, because I want to keep this action rolling, boys.
One of the problems I have, Frankie, with kind of how this whole veto situation has unfolded is, unfortunately for FaZe, they had the first ban, which meant they had the first pick, and assumably they were expecting Na'Vi to ban Vertigo, because that's traditionally what they would be doing here. I'm going to say that FaZe probably, are serviceable on the map, but they haven't had any official practice on it, obviously, with this roster or anything within 2020. Whereas for Na'Vi, if they've picked this and they've gone, well, FaZe never play it, so we're just going to hope that we can get away with a free win on this one, that could be a massive mistake. I'm hoping as well that Na'Vi have done their fair share of prep and even want to think about bringing this into the map pool, because when I think about it, if you had, say, Flamey as your B-bomb site anchor, you had Boomich as one of your aggressive elements over towards A, maybe you have Electronic lockdown mid as a focal point, then you could have the likes of Perfecto helping with Simple over towards that A bomb site. That 3-piece over there could be quite potent. You've got an AWP, you've got an aggro, and you have an anchor. That's kind of the mix you want, right? So it could definitely work out for Na'Vi. I'm just excited to get into the game. So I'm going to go with this as probably a 2-0 for Na'Vi here, just based off the fact that they're willing to pick the map. There has to be a reason, and I'm going to believe in that until I'm proved otherwise.
Henry, what are you saying?
I'm going to go with, you know what, I'm believing in FaZe. We're going to keep going. I love the way they're playing. I feel like it was unlucky towards the end. The second half was a little bit lackluster. Vertigo is going to be exciting. We're going to go to 3, and it looks like we're ready to get into the action.
Bye, Frankie.
Well. Bye, Frankie. Thank you so much. And Chad, are you going to mute yourself with a pistol this time, or are you going to...
I'm going to unmute myself, and I'm even going to follow Rush's observer cam here, so I know all the action that's going on. So we're underway here, and we're on board with the T's as they make their way over towards the A bomb site very swiftly. Cold and Rain doubling up over towards the sandbag, a bit of a overlooked position on pistol, so it's just quick up the alley position here. They've gone up scaffolding. They're going short to A.
Here we go then, the double stack towards sandbags actually looks like it's going to be quite fruitful here. Rain, once he goes down, they won't be assuming there's a second player there, but here comes the kills. I mean, second pass is Simple, Flamey charming in, but remember, Skolzer is still there. Oh my god, he's lost his life a little bit here, but still, he is alive, and he might win the round. Flamey, 12 points of health, doesn't go
towards B. What?
What was he doing?
I don't know. Was he lost in the smoke? Was he stuck on something? Was he jammed? That was an insane pistol round. The 3 kills went down for Na'Vi from out of nowhere. Then Coldzera's left floundering. We thought he would have struck much earlier than that. And next thing, the round's on the board for FaZe. What the hell just happened?
The double stack towards sandbags, loved it. What a great setup that is. Like, works out really well for them. As you mentioned, though, Coldzera, certainly not as clean as you'd like. You see the replay right now. He just about gets that second kill. Beautiful shot, but the third, questionable. I think Flamey must have been in the smoke there, Chad. I think you're dead on. Either way, let's get to that second round. It won't be the force buy. A couple of deagles being brought out. Simple has got deagle and armor, and they haven't accounted for Bimasses. So that's going to be a guaranteed kill for him. Might struggle for the second. He gets it, but Simple takes him down in the end. So an MP9 available now. Second one.
The Glock
come out of top there.
I think he was just in the corner, and Rain didn't check the position. So the Glock, well, up close and personal, when it's literally in your grills, it can even be effective. So FaZe, they've got to slow this down. They've given away 2 kills here. Perfecto going to regroup with the rest of his team. They've able to pick up 2 MP9s, pound for pound, very strong weapons here.
Yes, indeed. And Brokey, He's waiting close range. He has got a massive advantage here. Bear in mind, there's not a ton of armor there. Only Simple has the Kevlar and helmet. Molotov deploys towards the side. They needed to look up the close right positioning, and it's going to be Brokey. Striking first, Simple answer back, and now down to the 2 versus 1. Perfecto did play very well in the second half of Inferno here. Can he find his first big frag? Gets the dink, but not quite enough. Cold Zero at 3 in total. Starting to pull up his socks now, 6-0, and it will be 2-0 for FaZe there. But remember, that wasn't the full investment at all from Na'Vi. Just a couple of deagles, Chad. Maybe too close for comfort considering the AKs are coming out now.
Yeah, so this round right here means everything for FaZe, because as soon as they lose a round, they will drop down to the $1,400 loss bonus. So that extra damage that Na'Vi was able to do on the partial investment is huge. You can see the scout for Brokey, the UMP in Nico's hands. They have to be able to make this work, or at least get some damage done. Flamey with the set smoke over towards the scaff position A is at least giving me some confidence that Na'Vi have been working on this map. Now, in terms of competitive play, we obviously haven't seen them. They haven't done it. They haven't been involved in this, but doesn't mean they can't be working in things in the back line. Doesn't mean they can't be practicing this. Just because we don't know it on the official realms, well, I mean, it's not happening. It's like if a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound, Henry?
Oh, is that one of your own? Never heard
Yeah,
that.
I came up with that one.
Wow, that's very philosophical, Chad.
I didn't even take that one from Reddit.
Let's get into this push from Nico now. We are going to see him go down towards the A ramp up. Perfecto ready and waiting. AK-47 in hand will get the first kill. Cold Zero, we said middle will be important, and he is rising to the occasion. That's going to be his 8th kill found, and 0 deaths, of course, as well. Land advantage here for FaZe, and they'll hold on to it. Bimas towards B, takes down Flamey, Perfecto, and Boomage. They'll have to pick up the pieces. Now, bear in mind, neither of these teams actually play that map officially. We have no idea what they've been working on in the lab, and so far, so good for FaZe. This should be a round for them, unless this kill falls apart. Boomage finds it. Back to a 2-on-2. Still low in terms of HP. Molotov and Perfecto. That will bait out the scout shot, but Brokey, unless he connects it, it's actually going to be a disadvantage now because he'll have to pull out the USP. Fortunately, there is a rifle available.
Yeah, he just heard Boomich as well. Boomich was noisy as he was making it into the forklift room, so the rotation for BMAS can come across, but Brokey's pushing forward. He had to land that shot with the USP. The damage is nice, and that's set BMAS up. He's grabbed the first, and now Boomich is rotating all the way over towards that B bomb site.
Does he fake it out, though? You can get to this bridge and turn around. He's committing. So he is going towards B. BMAS. This is the mind games here. He's actually made the right call. He's committed towards the site. He should win this round. I said that with very bated breath. And now stuck in transition, doubting himself. Looked like he was very confident to go towards B. Here's the smoke, so the plant will come through. He has got the kip, fumbles the jump somewhat, but still should be fine. But actually might cost him, Chad. Without that fumble, I think he spots him crossing over. Regardless, Boomich now happy to challenge from the sandbags here. There was a kit available for Bimas, but no grenades whatsoever. He starts to sneak in here. Is he ready for it?
What?
Absolutely is. Great shot. What a fantastic round. Gets the AK-47. Job done.
How did he hit that? That looked like a pixel gap when we were looking at it from Boomich's perspective right there. Absolutely banger of a shot, and I'm glad that he didn't lose that round, because you can imagine a 16-year-old kid, he's going to get in his own head at that kind of a situation, right? The fact that you fumble a jump, that you actually made the right read, and then you doubted yourself for whatever reason. We will be going into a little bit of an extended timeout here. Hopefully won't be holding you for too long. Just one of the players needing to get back on in. But yeah, this is great stuff early. It is 3-0, and there is another plant, though, Henry. Do you think we'll see Na'Vi go for the buy? They have enough to be threatening.
Ooh, I would say a half buy here, potentially. A timeout. We don't see many of those. 4K on the nose. There's enough for AK armor or Galils and basic utility as well. I'm not sure. With the AK-47 available there for Bimas, the fact it came down to just one player surviving as well, we will see. So is Brokey that's dropped out of the server? So is a technical pause? I don't know. I would say go for it, considering it was such a close round before.
Yeah.
And it's probably worth it. There's a chance of enough helmets or incendiaries on the CT side. You go for a Wolfpack mentality in the next round, go for a 5-man A play potentially with basic utility. I think that's enough to win a round. And as you mentioned, let's win one of these rounds, FaZe will topple financially.
So that's the thing, right? Electronic can get AK head armor, Flamey can do the same, and the same for Simple. That means that Perfecto and Boomich can also grab the AK-47 with a light amount of utility.
They could even go Galil and go full utility, right? They could have 3 AKs, 2 Galil. And that's a really serviceable buy, considering they had one player survived it. You've already mentioned it a few times. The CT economy, much more difficult to manage here, especially on maps like Vertigo. Do need your sniper operating towards that A ramp if possible. They saved the AK-47 though. Bimas has proven himself a few times on Vertigo so far. Big clutch has led them to a 3-0 scoreline. AK does enable him to be a bit more aggressive. We're seeing Cold Zero towards middle. Much better form than he showed on Inferno, even after that hiccup towards the sandbags on the pistol round. So just waiting for Brokey to come back, and Rain has confirmed he will indeed be rejoining, which is nice to see.
Well, that's nice. Yeah.
I don't want to 5-4.
Well, Yanko could jump in, I guess.
Oh, I do like when Yanko has to go on the server. It's been a couple of years now, but it's always a good time.
I know that Rush was enjoying running around trying to kill him within warm up when that was
How's it
going
going?
on. I watched a couple of little exchanges there. It looked like it was probably a 50-50 kind of battle going on between Rush and Yanko. I don't know how serious Yanko was taking. I don't think he has as much skin invested in the game as what Rush does.
Is Rush allowed to talk to us today, or has he been put back in the cage?
He is allowed to talk to us, but we have to
We have to really prep him. We have to make sure he's ready and he's in the future. He's already dealing with things right now.
Well, that's the thing. You know, when we were talking to him yesterday and people couldn't hear him, the problem is people at home, they're not in the future like we are. We obviously have a connection to the portal. Rush, you with us? We've been told that you're open on broadcast. I might poke him. Hold up, Henry. Let me get him involved here. 1 second.
I like it when he comes
Poking
on.
him.
He's always got wacky insights.
I've poked him right now. He's probably the game's probably just gone live. And he's
probably disrolling his life. Well, Brokey has rejoined, I think.
And disconnected.
That's
all right. He's obviously, you want to make sure you got your config set, your sensitivity right, your chair height. You got to make sure you got your beverages ready as well. Ready and raring to go. But I think now he's good. I think it's looking good. We're getting the OKs coming on through, so we should be back live just momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is map number 2. It is the Gamers Without Borders charity event that's been going on down. This is the CSGO event, and we have 2 million in prizes for these teams to donate to their charity of choice. We've obviously got a bunch of charities here as part of this. 7 of them, I believe. UNICEF's one of them. You can check all that out. Frankie will do her absolute best to give everyone the information on that when we do get to the post-game segments. But that's what's on the line. That's what we're playing for here.
Chad, you've done a great job there. You filled ample time. It's left me a perfect runway now just to get us to cruising altitude here of round number 4. We are going to see the investment from Na'Vi. We are going to see a hamstrung phase enter round number 4. The MP9s are out. The FAMAS and hands of Cold Zero has been influential in their success so far. Big round here in the context of this first half. I see the incendiary deployed by Rain, looking to get stuck in with the MP9. We say it's a strong weapon up close, and he has delivered. That's the first kill. Electronic removed, and they can reel it in at this point. They've done the heavy lifting, but still, Nico, he fancies a bit more here. Decent grenade towards Flamey, and this is a perfect push. It doesn't work out for them. Rain does get the second kill, maintains that man advantage, and Brokey, he misses the shot now, and this is the window. They've got to commit towards A. This kill is everything, and Rain, he can't find anything more with the MP9 here. 3 versus 2, Cold Zero and Bimas are close. The bomb hasn't gone down, of course. Here's the smoke. Plenty of time remaining, Chad. They don't necessarily have to commit to this one, but that gap doesn't help them out at all. Does he sneak through this? Does he go round? He will. Cold Zero doesn't deny the plum, hoping to see if he can seal away a kill. I think it'll work out, but actually goes against him. Boomich should be confirming round number 4 here, and we did say, Chad, this is huge. Does Bimas save here, or does he go for it?
Well, that's the thing. He's so close to the bomb right now. If he gets offered up a T who's getting a little bit hungry, somebody from Na'Vi wants to chase, then maybe a chance for him to go for it. But now that he's spotted one at a distance, he can actually have a safe escape route here through the sniper deck. He's just hanging around, see if he can do any economical damage, right? And I respect that. Making sure he's holding that walk key, not giving away any cues, making sure that Na'Vi can't get ahead of themselves. And look at this, Flamey's pushing forward. Listen, my friend, you're in no place to be going for the hunt. And BMAS, he's going to be walking away with the saved AK-47. The $1,400 loss bonus will be coming on through. And now, with the max rounds 12 in play, the question is, if you're phased, do you force now, take the partial in the next? Or do you take a partial now? You know, invest a little bit in the next round as well? What's the go-to plan right here?
Well, these are the questions, Chad, and I suppose we're here to deliberate over the answers and work out what they will do going forward. It looks like a light investment. Brokey has committed quite significantly, down to 450. AK-47 still in the mix here. So the phase, excuse me, I need to cough. They do this a lot, right? They go down to $500. We've noticed this being a bit of a trend. Yeah. It's a part of their system. I'm not really sure exactly why. I should have asked Yanko probably this week, but it was always 500 is their magic number.
Yeah, and I think they just want to make sure by the time they do get to that next gun round, they will be able to have a full investment, because next round we're going to be seeing 1,900 coming on through as the loss bonus. So they still won't be able to get a buy on the board, but they can have two. The idea of this is they can have 2 threatening partial buys. These guys are so good individually, especially with the Deagles. Just one bullet to the head here of any Na'Vi player and they will fall. Standard mid control, so we've seen the smoke over towards the construction position, aided by the Molotov. BMAS is going to get a kill over towards B and boosting up and over the smoke here. Brokey, he might have an opportunity if they make their way over, and Cold's actually going to find it. There's a gap. That's the bomb down.
Really?
Nico's grabbed another. This is falling out of control.
Okay, then. Perfecto. Simple. Left in a 5 versus 2. The Deagles connect. The AK-47 chiming in. And we'll see now. Perfecto Working with the AWP. They just need picks at this point. I just don't know how they get them. They're pretty segregated. You got Simple towards middle. Perfected walking in towards A. There's surely no chance for it.
But just look at the radar. If the bomb being that close to that green little square for everybody, which is the CT spawn, if that doesn't tell you how far the bomb is in the wrong place, I don't know what will. They've basically taken it and gifted it to FaZe Clan in this round. They've had to hit some amazing shots, but now with the pressure on and only 20 seconds left, Na'Vi have no option but to save. They can't give up this AK. They can't give up this AWP. They just have to chill.
It's going to be a long and arduous process as well. Look at them. They're sitting back here as well with 5 FaZe players up. They've already salvaged 3 AK-47s. What a round for the international squad here. The Desert Eagles, you said they're deadly with them. They had 2 strong partial buys available to them. They only needed 1 Chad. That's all they needed. They've got themselves everything they need going forward, a ton of money. And just to note, Perfecto and Symbol do save the AK and AWP. So they will be at least have a viable chance going forward here in round number 6. So will they take a tactical timeout? I'm not sure. They do have enough for a couple more rifles. You might as well force, right? You've got the AWP and the AK-47 on the T side. I don't see a reason not to.
I'm curious, right? Kenny is probably one of
the best.
Well, I don't want to say one of the only, but one of the AWPers who plies it the best on a map like this. I want to see if Simple is able to follow in his footsteps at all and maybe show Kenny how it's done.
It's interesting that players like Zywoo notably struggle on this map. Right? We don't really talk about him at all when he comes to Vertigo. Like he doesn't really suit his playstyle, doesn't really get going as he normally would. Either way, here we go then, round number 6. Na'Vi struggling here, but remember on Inferno they had a massive deficit as well. They actually lost their CT side and came back in full force in the second. This is considered a T-sided map. Not a great start for them. 4-1 down, but they do have a buy here. 3 Galils with the AK-47. Basic utility, 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs. That's about it. Simple just holding, seeing if there's anything he can do with the boost. Over towards the B side of the map. I like that boost. You can see Flame getting some decent vision, but towards Quad and the bomb side itself, FaZe are giving nothing away whatsoever.
This is great as well because if anybody goes for the cheeky little jiggle peek as well on that close wall, Flamey's going to have a huge advantage. And look at this, Nico on the boost, up and over 2 with the spray transfer, drops the last 2 who saved in the previous round, and FaZe are looking good. They definitely have a good approach to this. Now it's B-Master's turn over towards B. He's going to have a shot at it as well, and they've just locked them out of everywhere.
This is looking so good for FaZe. Great setup there. And you can see the kind of inexperience at Na'Vi chat, because we cast a lot of Vertigo, right? We did the Counter-Strike boot camp over the last 2 months, and we know that boost is commonly checked. And we've watched a team like Liquid, for example, this map, they're pre-firing that. Leisure, we pre-firing that every single time. We never see a kill on that boost, but Na'Vi don't even check it, right? Sure, it's a great time to drop it in, not taking anything away from FaZe in that regard, but still overlooking that boost. Like, it's never normally worth 2 kills. This clearly is that.
Now, I just wanted to note here that Brokey and Electronic are both yet to get a frag. I know that Brokey dropped from the game, but I'm assuming that it saved all of his information up to this point. That's how Medic works. So everything should be fine, but yet to find a frag. And that was somebody who was having a lot of impact in the previous game. Actually, that goes for both of the players, Electronic and that of Brokey. But fast again, pistols out this time. Over towards A they go. Nade lands perfectly at the feet of Boomich, and he'll be taken down with ease.
Well, here we go then. Very impressive start for FaZe. 5-1 up. It's Simple. He's pulled a kill back, at least in this round for now. Round 7. Looking a bit more promising here as they recover the AK-47, a Tech-9 and Deagle to accompany it. As he makes his way up, that's more like it. World's best player showing us why he's earned that moniker, but still, it doesn't look like quite enough here. He'll be taken out. 2 great shots, but still 6-1 as FaZe really are running away with this. On a map, they historically don't play Chad, but they're looking pretty well versed in it right now.
Yeah, I'd say they've definitely done some work. The fact that they're able to pull off the boosts with these, they have good utility in place in case they are getting rushed down.
Good crossfires as well, right? They didn't give anything away towards B. There was no way they could even give away a pick.
Now, unfortunately for Na'Vi, if you've picked this here expecting FaZe to have not done any work at all, the FaZe of 2020 are ones who are looking comprehensive on almost every facet of the game. One of their biggest issues has been closing out matches. It's not okay, there's a missed smoke, just as we were talking about. Both teams missing smokes right there. So you can see the clunkiness is definitely in play.
Wow, look at them. That's mad. Okay, so they don't play this map. No one's saying they do, but I've never seen that before. 2 smokes on the skybox on the map.
Oh, dear.
Big lol in the chat.
I don't know how the CT one missed. How did the CT one even get there?
Like they made that easier in this iteration as well. But here's the booth. No one's checking the booth, of course. And there we have it. This is like us on the map right now, Chad. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Oh, no. This is definitely a clunky game of Counter-Strike here on Vertigo as 2 remain. Electronic and Boomich, they have to salvage something. We're over the halfway mark of the first half here. This is round number 8, and Electronic has spotted up 1. Boomich will get a kill. Meanwhile, this is just 1v1 duels across the map.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
It's
Welcome
good. It's
to
good
the world's
fun.
best teams, Zeb. I've never seen. I hope that happens again because that's genius. Because now it's in their heads. They won't be able to adjust it unless they take a pause and talk about it. So now they're going to feel like doubting themselves when they throw it. It's going to keep happening. Let's keep track of the smokes. I really enjoyed that. Maybe more than I should have done.
Yeah, I think it's just because it's a common feeling for us. It's like, I thought I spent enough time learning that smoke, and it's landed incorrectly.
Oh, that's so good. Well, it's a comprehensive round.
Here's the thing. Let me talk this from, like, you probably had this plenty of times as well, because Electronic's going to go down very soon. But if one of your players, I remember like this, if one of my players missed a smoke and he was like, no, it's all right, I know what I did wrong. As an in-game player, don't worry about it. It's like, I can't trust you. Like, we're in the middle of a match, mate. We're in the middle of a match. You can't throw the smoke I need you to throw. Don't throw it again.
It's just like, that's the one thing I've asked you to do. I've given you this one responsibility while I'm pulling all the strings, and you don't even have that smoke under control, like the most basic smoke we need. I'm sure it's just a one-off and normally we're putting too much thought into it, but still, you don't see that every day.
No, I used to have to bribe Top Gun with skins just to learn.
They've landed now, both.
There we go. They've adjusted. That's perfect.
Okay, let's get into it, yeah. And we will have round 9 coming up. Bear in mind, we only played 12 rounds now, so this is massive for FaZe. 7-1 up on a T-sided map, the Incendiary deployed towards the A ramp, and bare bones set up here for Na'Vi. Just the AKs, Galils, and a few smokes to work with. In terms of map control, they are progressing up towards the A ramp, but they're still locked out. Good smokes down. They have control of scaffolding at a bare minimum. Towards middle, we don't really have much activity. Electronic will be there with the Galil. I don't think he'll be causing a huge dent. He'll be looking for a big backstab play when they fully commit. But all I can see really is an A play coming in, him backstabbing. That's really all they're hoping for. And FaZe has denied any sort of opening kills.
Yeah, there's 3 smokes to work with, so they definitely can get control of the site considering the setup. Well, hold up. Rain's going aggressive. Maybe they can't get control of the site. He is going to just stay around like a thorn in their side, making sure they can't get the control that they're looking for. And you bang on. Normally at this point we see so much wall bang, but it's very quiet. It's very static. But this boost, once again, it might get done by Boomich.
Just keep boosting on them, dude. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're ready for it. This is better. Well, Rain will still be there with the AK-47. Broky's got a great position with the AWP as well. Smoke will be deployed to try and buy him a bit of space. High flashbang deployed. And Rain now. He knows he's been set up. That smoke helps him out tremendously, but he's being surrounded. Broky needs to back him up towards shore. How is he still going? Finally taken down by Simple. 20 seconds remain as the smoke gets deployed. They're trying to get that bomb down. They can sacrifice one player. They can make this play happen. It's Caldera. He pushes his way through, and this is absolute chaos. You can see it's not quite as beautiful as we used to seeing it on Vertigo. Very scrappy as Bimas will deny the plan and presumably the round. Flamey, he's got no chance, Chad, and this is puggy now. Very puggy.
8-1, and Flamey, he's going to do his absolute best to hold on to this AK-47. BMAS unable to take him down after the time there. So Electronic, just want to note, once again, still yet to frag. Currently sitting on 0 with 2 assists and 9 deaths there. Flamey's on 4. You've got 4 for Boomich, 5 for Perfecto. Simple up the top with 9. On the other side of things, Cold Zero's come alive. 12 for him. 10 for the new boy.
The first time they detect the boost, Chad, still doesn't work out. They get the boost, they finally crack it open. They just don't have the execution right. They're doing all the smokes on the fly. They've got a few basic things under control, I think, but they haven't got a full understanding of the execution. It looks like they're very sloppy and doing things like very clunkily. They're 8-1 down. It's going to be round 10 here. It's a partial buy. If they can win with the Tech 9s and Vertigo, I'll be impressed. They've got a couple of AK-47s in the mix. I'm just not sure they've got everything under lock and key. We've seen nothing towards middle, for example. This is their first little gambit towards this side of the map. Being spotted, the boost doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, I think, well, we have Nuke actually coming up as map number 3 because we did have Na'Vi stealing away Inferno as map number 1. Obviously, this one's not done just yet. Simple over the top trying to make sure it isn't done just yet. Brokey will get the trade, not ready for the second, and Electronic finally on the board. So Na'Vi looking good to potentially post their second round right here, but Rain and Nico are on the retake. We've got Rain coming over. The construction position has one to find a smoke towards CT, and while that could have been the open door right there, he will fall, and that leaves all pressure on Nico. 1 on 3.
1 versus 3 for old Nico here. The Tech 9s do deliver. just in the nick of time. This is exactly what happened on Inferno, chat. If you remember, they had 8-1 scoreline. They got the last 3 rounds, and it went 8-4. They pulled it back and then won the game. Could they replicate those scenes? The money's certainly not in the same position. If you remember, it was FaZe that after losing their massive lead, at this point, they didn't have any reserve cash. This is a very different story. They actually have a ton of money here, so it's not like Na'Vi have actually broken them down at any point. They still have so much to do, but at least a convincing round is going to lead them to a full buy here. They're going to have everything they need to show us whether they have got a set piece available, some fakes going on. We see nothing towards middle, nothing towards B, just defaults into contact plays today. It's really not working out for them.
Flamey's doing the scaffold smoke again, so that's going to come on in. Boomich over towards B to deal with the push. Oh, he's going aggressive, actually. So this is not a quick approach from Na'Vi, which just gave them a little bit of success. They're just limping out across the ramp, and Boomich he wants a kill. He's just going to push straight on up.
Stay here, I think. I'd like to sit in this corner. This is a great position to be in. In terms of just sound cues and getting intel, that's huge.
And it means that his teammates can rotate across, right? They need to be a little bit safe, but they could also bait for him that they're still at a distance. Bimas is probably not too aware that somebody can be so up close and personal right now. And as kills are going on across the rest of the map, he might even start thinking to rotate.
Let's have a look then, Chad. It's going to be coldzera defending middle, but Boomich does make himself known. It's not worked out, though. A couple of kills come in for FaZe. coldzera, the significant damage towards Flamey. Not quite enough as Brokey rattles off short with the AWP. He won't be finding the kill, but Flamey, he answers back. That could be the bomb plant here. It certainly is. Simple. It's happening again, Chad. These last 3 rounds always seem to fall apart for FaZe. Rain will be left in a 3 versus 1. He will get Flamey, no problem, but still, the final boss. Simple, wait on the other side. Thought it's a flashbang, but the flashbang is actually very effective here. Rain can do this. Great shot, 1 versus 1. Perfected towards the B stairs. He's out of position. He's fluffed it. He's absolutely fluffed it there. Rain with a huge clutch, and he's gifted that final kill. Perfected doesn't even play with the C4.
Yeah, he was so committed at that point. With that kind of plant, that's what we're calling the default plant now. You can sit back on towards the stairs and you can jiggle left and right and potentially set yourself up for a duel, force that CT to have to come to you. He was just out in the open.
I think what his mindset is there, being the rookie, and he's getting calls from Simple that flash. I mean, back up. He's trying to be part of the equation there and have the quick trade. But ultimately, he should be playing for the round there, right? He's got such a strong position, like at the late stages as well. There'll be no smoke for Rain. There'll be no utility. Just playing off that bomb, jiggling it. I feel like that was the correct call, but he's one of the younger players, and he gets bested in a great 3 versus 1 for Rain. He's been in fantastic form this week, and we get into the final round of this first half. 9-2. Na'Vi need this. They've got enough for AK-47s. The AWP for Simple as well. Bear in mind, no helmet makes him very vulnerable, but it will be electronic to open things up. This time towards middle.
That was actually great spacing, right? They had 2 individuals go up the ladder silently there and 1 creep through middle. And the timing on that...
This is the setup. This is the Molotov smoke setup from Kenny. Sorry.
Or did it land? It might be burning a little bit low there. It didn't look like it completely landed on top. So if they were to throw the smoke, it may have fluffed it. So Na'Vi, the Molly, it wasn't great, but they still have a chance here as they want to dance on back through middle. Nico wants to push forward. He has to deal with electronic. He saw the leg. That's information, but it's gone both ways.
So... FaZe with just a couple of smokes there. A 5-4 in favor of Na'Vi. The last round should have been there as a 3-on-1. Didn't even play with a bomb there at all. But still, going towards B now. Flamey trying to get his early information. You can see Bimas. He is very committed to this one. He's being baited in by Brokey as well. This should be perfect. Bimas should be on for a couple. They're going to have no idea he's there. But Perfecto, knife out. It's going to cost him his life. And there's a couple of kills now. Simple with the orb. This is far from ideal. Running out of bullets and still with time to reload. Grabs the AK-47. Electronic will wallbang him. And now they do have time to reposition. This is looking clumsy from Na'Vi, but still their individual prowess is carrying through some of these situations. 3 kills from Electronic on for the ace, but I can see one player sneaking in towards sandbags. You're never checking this, Chad. You're never checking this in a million years.
Not this late either. You wouldn't be expecting somebody here. There's no Molotov in play. The smokes are going down, and look at this. Nico steps out. The last 2 kills. That's a 10-2 half right there for FaZe Clanners. They are looking absolutely fantastic right here on Vertigo. This bit of a gambit pick from Na'Vi. It's not paying off right now. Maybe their CT side will be just as strong. Just have to wait a quick 60 seconds before we get this one back underway. But as I will do throughout today, ladies and gentlemen, MR12, max rounds 12 is what we're playing. Traditionally with Counter-Strike, you would be seeing max rounds 15. That means first to 16 to win. In our format, it is first to 13. This is something which we used to use about, I don't know what, 16, 17 years ago, back in previous iterations of Counter-Strike with different money systems, and we're just experimenting a little bit. We're in a bit of a weird place, so we're challenging the conventional wisdom of Counter-Strike, and what better way to do it here with some of the world's best.
I absolutely agree, Chad, and this second half, Doesn't look like it'll be getting very deep here, considering it is a two-sided map from the form we're seeing from FaZe, but still, they have given up big leads before, and I'm sure we can all recall the last couple of months. We'll get into that now, but for now, we do have Force of the Kevlar, some decoys as well, chat. Now, FaZe are one of the teams that have been experimenting with the decoy flyovers. What can you really do on Vertigo, do you think? With T-Spawn, you can maybe throw some decoys over at the start or towards the end of the round, maybe. Go over some, like, just baiting some stuff out. We see that on Train a lot. I think Vertigo probably lends itself towards that sort of play.
Even as simple as just masking footsteps on a map like this might be absolutely huge, right? Even if you're just able to drop them over towards the bridge position or up towards middle, the sound cues of that might be enough to mask where the T's are actually going.
They've dropped them all in T-Spawn. Like, they threw them all out. I think you're absolutely dead on. They're trying to make things confusing. And it's going to be a straight-up B rush. It's going to be the first kill for Simple, but Brokey will answer back. A straight-up B rush from FaZe there. It's working out tremendously. Brokey has looked sharp today, to say the very least. Bomb down. Could be the round in itself. The CTs rotate back in, but they've got so much to do here. Nico on the backstab as well. He's towards the A site.
This is actually fantastic news for FaZe here, having somebody up so close. He can pivot off either side from the calls of his teammates. He's actually going to fight first. So Brokey, what can he get done here? With the Glock in hand, he's fighting on the left, the right, the left, the right. He doesn't know where to go, but the kills are happening around him. Brokey just had to stand tall, and he will get the final. That's 3 players staying alive right there for FaZe, and 11 rounds on the board now. Only 2 more away from taking us to map number 3. Now, Henry, those decoys right there, right? Now, just for people who might not be too familiar with why it might be more viable on a map like this as compared to, say, Inferno or Dust 2, to actually use them for the purpose of noise, because you spawn basically on top of each other, right? It's 2 different levels in this map. The footsteps can be relatively hard to identify, and if there's extra gunshots, extra noise going on, it becomes even more confusing. So I like that from FaZe, just forcing an already flustered Na'Vi to be even more so.
So bear in mind that $50 each. On maps like Train as well, you can use them to make it look like a smoke going over the top, for example. There are many different ways, and FaZe are one of the few teams still experimenting with that. They are trailblazers, I suppose, in that sense. It's not a massive part of the game, but certainly interesting. As we get to the second round, it has to be the force fight. It has to be a victory from Na'Vi, to be honest with you. Desert Eagles at MP9, barely anything else. This first kill falls against them. There will be absolutely 0 chance they recover. Grenades landing on the site. That's going to do a ton of damage, but no kills found at least. You can see they maybe detected stack there, so going to fall back. FaZe go more into a default formality setup here. We'll see whether this works out for them, and actually hightailing it towards A. Considering it is for 3 grenades in the B bomb site, you wouldn't necessarily expect many people to be there. You can see how quickly they transition over. Molotov towards the sandbags, and in we go. Brains lead the way with the Mac 10.
Nobody's watching Flamey's position right now. As I say that, Cold Zero, he picks up the slack. We'll find the frag, and now onto the site they go. The kills continue to fall as Nico finds the head of Boomich. But it's just electronic up and over the top with the Deagle. Will stall out Rain's progression, but it's still 4 players alive on that A bomb site right here. And look at this. Nico taking a page out of Zipex's book. Will use the smoke to take down Simple, and that's the danger man dealt with. This shouldn't have too much more in it.
No, I think you might be right there, Chad. Perfecto will be left in a 3 versus 1. This is for map points. It's not going to pick up the first map here, but it looks like FaZe have got a locked-in second. Vertigo will be leading us to round number 15. We've got about $3,000 per player. Not really much else to talk about at this point, Chad. I think we all know they just have to buy, do their best, and see whether they can keep themselves afloat. I don't see them finding 10 rounds in a row to even make it a possibility.
Oh.
You believe them?
No, definitely not. I don't think $2,400 in the bank balance is going to get them too far. It's 5 Deagles, a bunch of utility, a defuse kit at least, and look. Oh no, Flamey. Oh no, I'm sorry that we were on your perspective for that. So Flamey's done the classic. He's throwing the Molotov through the crane. It can be a little bit clunky.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah, certain bars it can hit, certain ones it doesn't. You have to really spend a bit of time practicing. Not just, if you see someone do it in the stream, that's great, but when you have to jump on in at home, you got to make sure you're doing it right, and Flamey wasn't. He's going to be taken out of the equation. Boomich goes down. Oh, no.
Oh, I think we might be done here, boys. It's going to be a 5 versus 3. The Deagles will do what they can, but Vertigo might have to stay in the doldrums here for Na'Vi. It hasn't really been a good showing for them whatsoever. Interesting that they even wanted to float this one, but either way, we're going to see it come into its logical conclusion now. FaZe, to be honest, they looked like the better team on Inferno that first half. It looked like they were running away with it. Fantastic effort from Na'Vi to actually take that first map. But we are going to go to a third unless something absolutely ridiculous happens right now. Perfecto does get 1. Simple to extinguish the smoke, but I feel like that's all he can do. One more frag to be found potentially, but that's going to be FaZe converting map number 2 there. We go 1-1 and we're heading to Nuke, ladies and gentlemen. Chad, it wasn't quite as entertaining as the first map, was it? We can't say that, but still we learned a lot.
Yeah, it delivered, but for a different reason, right? What I actually take away from this going forward is FaZe, even though they don't play the map, have practiced the map. And if I'm another team who looks at that and I also don't really play the map and FaZe float it and I'm thinking about picking it, maybe in the future I won't pick it against FaZe. If you're a team like Astralis or a team who plays a lot of Vertigo, then pick it, sure. But FaZe here have potentially just got a free opportunity right now to say, hey, look, we're serving.
That's what we were saying as well coming into the pre-game, right? We said when Vertigo first came in, the exact same thing happened. They kind of dominated the early stages of it, and at that point, no one wanted to play them on it. So another stable performance, potentially. Great scenes. Can't wait for Nuke. Hi, Frankie.
Hello. Well, that was incredibly fast, boys. And yet, I was impressed with the patience shown on the side of FaZe on that CT half. Like Nico, for example, we're seeing it right here on screen. That boost, he held that position. It must have been for like a minute. They never over-rotated, it felt like. Unlike, say, G2 when we were watching them on Inferno yesterday, it seemed like if anything was seen on one site, there was a call and literally backup would arrive straight away. Here, what really impressed me, I felt like, was FaZe were actually just letting each player live up to their individual potential. And BMAS in particular, I felt saved the day quite a few times on the B side, Chad.
Yeah, he was a safe pair of hands, right? And as a kid coming into the team, that's all you can really ask for from him. He had a couple of multi-frag moments there, and he was getting a bit done. Even on that round where he saved the AK, he dropped down and got a kill into Flamey, which helped facilitate the rush out of Na'Vi, or at least the rushed round out of Na'Vi, where FaZe were able to pick that one up with Deagles. So all in all, this is just a positive for FaZe out of this. Even though they lost map 1, it was super close. Vertigo was fantastic, and well, Nuke is number 3. This one could go anywhere.
Now, Henry, clearly this is not Na'Vi's map yet, and we're probably not going to see them play it for a while after that. But what about FaZe? Do you think actually maybe they should add this back into their playbook?
Like Chad said, coming into this one, FaZe are pretty comprehensive across the board. They're very well versed in all 7 maps. This is great to see them actually working on it a little bit more. I don't think it'll become a mainstay of theirs, but it's good to know they can have it in their back pocket. It can be floated sometimes in these sort of matchups where they know their opposition vetoes Vertigo as well. I don't think they're quite ready to take on the likes of Astralis yet, but considering some of the kind of blunders we saw, the missed smokes, etc., they still look a little bit clunky, but still certainly enough for them to be putting into their map pool and suggesting they can play it.
Well, call that one an intermission because we knew that neither team was going to be the most confident on Vertigo, but I'm very, very glad that FaZe got the W because it means we get to go to a third map and it means we get to go to Nuke. And I have a feeling that Na'Vi are going to return to their normal selves for this one. So we're going to take a short break while we find out about one of our charities for Gamers Without Borders, and then we'll be back afterwards for the final map.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them. The opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Hello, welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are on to map 3 of this semi-final between Na'Vi and FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan managed to bring things back quite easily, to be honest, on Vertigo, just now getting revenge for Na'Vi stealing Inferno from their clutches. So we're about to go to Nuke. And myself and Chad were just chatting in the break about the addition of BMAS to FaZe, because they've played Nuke twice out of the 4 series they've completed since BMAS joined, and it seems to be that he's able to hold his own, but this is quite a complicated map to pick up for anyone, let alone a player coming to FaZe, Chad.
Yeah, I think Nuke, people need to understand, is probably the most technical in terms of knowing how to rotate and when. And that comes down, obviously, to very good communication. But that's a lot of the theory side of Counter-Strike, right? A lot of the stuff they do behind closed doors, where they're actually able to work as a team and discuss these options and decisions they're going to make before they get into the server. Now, for a young kid like BMAS to come in, he's got the fantastic aim. Maybe Yanko will tell him where he needs to be and when. Or if he's taking Olof's position, there might not be too much need for that. But on the T side, that's where it's going to be a lot more difficult for him. So we do have a knife round on the third map. If FaZe can start on the CT side, I feel like they can close this out.
I know you like
easily.
a knife, Chad.
I love a good knife. Yeah, you call that a knife, Henry? This is a knife. I don't think I could ever do any more Australian cliches if I ever tried. But yeah, BMAS is the one I'm keeping my eyes on, just because he's the newest, and Nuke is a very technical map.
Do you need to buy a knife to be good at Counter-Strike?
I think so. I feel like if you get like a pink knife as well, that's my favorite sort of setup. I have pink gloves, a pink knife, a pink gun. Everything's pink in my inventory. I feel like it increases my skill by at least 2%. So I would recommend that to everyone at home.
Flusher has said to me previously that he was only going to ever equip the knife when he opened one. So Flusher from Fnatic is a little bit of a purist in the sense of he's not going to go out there and buy it. He's going to wait until it comes to him through the randomness of Gabe's, I guess.
Might be waiting a while. Takes a while.
He could be. Plus, you got to open a lot of cases. Look how many Bardolphs open. You know, there's a lot of cases to be opened out there. So I'm going to go with no, Frankie. You don't need any skins to be better at Counter-Strike.
Okay, I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear that because I only buy stickers, and most of the stickers I bought have got Lecro's name on them recently. So
Poor Lecro.
Poor Lecro, yeah, I bought a Deagle, called it Lecro's Bay, and then put 4 stickers of Lecro on because I really like Lecro and I miss him already. Na'Vi, though, on Nuke, and a team that has also got good form. To be honest, I feel like this is going to be the closest map of all, just because these are 2 teams that are very confident on it. However, Na'Vi's confidence clearly being knocked recently, and in the interview I did with Flame, he does say he feels like they're getting back towards the team that we saw at Katowice, and yet I still feel like there's something missing. We see this team at LANs, we see them, they're very, very close as a unit. They normally move as one socially, they're together, and I feel like he's a taskmaster, he's a perfectionist, and it must be very hard playing in isolation, not able to discuss things as a group.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if it is that isolation that is the issue here.
So we had the privilege of speaking to Blade and a couple of people from the Na'Vi camp within the early stages of Pro League and then Road to Rio. We had some opportunities to talk to them a little bit more. And that was one of the things that they highlighted, right, was it's difficult without everybody in the same place to get the same atmosphere going. And that goes without saying, right? But some of the other things, I guess, that shouldn't take so much of a toll is you can balance your regular life a little bit better now, right? It's not the players aren't on the road all the time, so they're able to actually sit and recoup and be at home. So it has its pros and cons, but obviously from a competitive standpoint, not having the teammates next to you to give them the old fist bump or high five or see their emotions or feel their emotions for a highly emotional team like Na'Vi, yeah, that's a problem. But it's a problem for everybody. Whether or not you can deal with it, that's a different question, right? So I think that Na'Vi, you know, you go into Katowice and you win it, and then you have a bunch of online tournaments. You don't have that same feeling, right? That same feeling is not going to be with you, and that's probably what they're suffering from the most. Is that they hit this peak, they hit the top of the tables. You know, you get Katowices, they're not far under majors when you think about like the totem pole of tournaments. And once you put that in mind, to be able to go back and then want to compete at the same level and have that same passion, it's difficult to produce. Obviously, Simple can, but it's not for everybody.
One thing I will say, Chad, is that I'm not seeing the same level of evolution from Na'Vi. They look like they're quite static in terms of a tactical point of view. I'm not seeing like crazy innovations from their kind of road from Rio, of course, and then EPL as well. We're not seeing much in terms of change, and you'd think that would be the opposite, right? With coach like Blade involved, you'd think we're seeing some crazy new tactics, crazy fakes, and like different variations of strategies. It's pretty vanilla, if you ask me, which is different to the historic Na'Vi lineups.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is because they lead with their weapons, right? They lead with, I don't mean the leadership, but what I mean is their key point of attack here is through Simple and Electronic. When you have weapons as sharp as those two individuals, you should be able to get yourself a lot of openings and approach the game in the way that you want. But if those two individuals aren't on form and you're getting the 3 other players, Flamey, Boomich, and Perfecto, not performing to a subpar level at all, then the team isn't going to function, right? So this is where the question is, do they have to be more of a team where they focus on what you're talking about, more team-based Counter-Strike where everybody gets a fair shot or a fair crack of the whip? Obviously, Simple is going to get more of them. But do they have to tailor their gameplay that way? Do some of the risks that Simple takes or some of the decisions they make for Simple, is that a detriment to the team? Those are questions which, you know, definitely could be spoken about and questioned. But I'm going to lead in the same direction I've always been. Simple is the best player, in my opinion, to ever touch the game. And to make it work, they need to make it work, not around him, because he has to play as part of the team, but they need to make it work with him being the star. That's the only way I see these guys being the world number one.
A little birdie came into my ear a second ago and said that we have time for a speed session. I'm quite looking forward to watching this because it means we get to see Brocky and his new look. And if you missed the show yesterday, it's quite something. So let's find out what the players had to say when I grilled them about all things Counter-Strike. remember the first time you tried to play CS? How did it go?
I think I was at my family friends, and they had this older guy who played CS 1.6, and I tried it on his PC. Obviously sucked, and he laughed at me, but I found it quite interesting.
I don't remember, but my brother told me that I was 4-year-old. He tried to give me playing.
I don't know the situations, but I think it was like a standard thing when it comes to older brothers. When I walked into my older brother's rooms, and yeah,
I got absolutely wrecked. It was in an internet cafe in Denmark. I have a computer, but it wasn't good enough to run Half-Life back then. And then the mod came. It was back in '99, I think it was. So it's 21 years ago. But yeah, I remember it, and I really enjoyed it back then.
I do remember it was 10 years ago, and it went very bad.
When I was 5 or 6 years old, I have a cousin, which we went to the computer club, and then he showed me some Counter-Strike. It was like 1.5, I guess.
What do you think your most memorable play in professional CS is?
Just what popped into my head is the clutch against Stavanger, I think.
Probably winning Copenhagen.
I think it was Dream McMullen in the final round against Vitality, of course, but it was maybe not the craziest play, but in the situation, I think it was mostly of that.
I think I have to say ESL Pro League Season 10, when we came in and won it, beating Astralis 2-1 on home soil was really amazing.
Definitely the Deagle ace I did against 100 Thieves, no doubt.
I have two of the biggest memories. The first one is when I put record against Boomich on E-League Major, because it was so good, when I just did 30 frags. And the second one, I would probably say the first major final, because it was the emotions which I really wanted. I really wanted to win major, and it was something unbelievable when we went on stage.
What does your practice schedule look like now?
We have been practicing for 4 weeks, something like this. So we don't obviously want to overblow it by playing every single day, especially because it's good weather outside and we should be thinking about other stuff as well. Otherwise, everyone in this team are spending time inside, and if we would practice 24/7, it would obviously hurt the team more, I feel like.
We play 6 to 7 hours a day, and then we have off, and then we can do our thing ourselves.
We're playing like 5 days in a week, I think. But after what I think it was Road Rio, we took a little break. I think people needed it because it was so much to play.
Normal routine schedule is practice 5 to 6 times a week, approximately 7 to 8 hours a day.
Now we wake up at 10 a.m. We meet up on Discord. We have a little chat, to make sure we're all in a good mood coming into the practice, and we just practice. We have a lunch break and we practice until 7 or 8 p.m.
At 11, I'm going to play some deathmatch and stuff like this, aimbots. 12, we have work with our coach, me and Perfecto. We're working together to fix our mistakes. Then we working with team 1 hour or 2 with some stuff. Then we play some 6 scrims with 1 hour break. And after this, I'm working with Blade as well, again, to watch our demos from this practice to fix mistakes.
So those are some personal answers from our players, but now it's time to find out our analysts' answers, because of course you can never miss the opportunity to let Chad talk about his most memorable moment in his professional CS career. Go on, Chad.
ESO1 Cologne 2015, Renegades taking on Titan. That's the one. If you haven't seen that, it's actually in the game itself. So just open up Counter-Strike, go to the Majors tab, and you can find that game, ESO1 Cologne 2015, Renegades vs Titan. One of the greatest Counter-Strike matches ever played, actually, if I'm being modest.
I actually probably could have filled in that answer for you, to be honest, Chad. Henry, your most memorable pro play?
Picking up the trophy and the 2010 ENC, which is European Nations Championship Cup, Team UK versus France Grand Final at Gamescom. It was Henry G as captain against Shoxy, RPK, Existence, Smiths, and we lifted the trophy, 20,000 euros, biggest probably prize pool the UK ever seen. And that was the last career. That was the last event of my career as well, I think. So that was the big highlight. Went out with a bang.
Yeah. Now, though, you get to go out with a bang at events around the world, in stadiums around the world. So it's not bad.
We never
get to play
have
on
the
stage
feeling.
in Sydney.
We never have the feeling of losing, Frankie, because even when we play the show matches, we have a lot of fun, so we win. But that's the worst thing about competing, right? Is the feeling of losing. Like, it stays with you for days. I don't know how the players can like lose a match or a tournament and then go into another tournament like a few days later.
He's cracking up. He's breaking up.
No,
He's back. He's back.
I'm gonna blame Malta because right now it is very cloudy and rainy, and there's probably gonna be a storm. I apologize.
It's lovely in London, Chad.
Yeah,
it's almost too hot of anything.
I'm sure it is.
Blue skies.
It's still hot here. Don't you worry about that, Henry. It's just raining.
We'll be hopefully brewing on the server soon as well. We just know that Nico's got some connection issues, so he's trying to sort those out right now.
I have a question for you, actually.
Yeah.
When did you first ever play Counter-Strike? Was it before your esports career? Did you get into it early? What happened?
I was 16, I think, and so it must be like 1.5, 1.6. And my boyfriend used to play like overnight, get your mum to sign a permission slip, so you could go play in a basement overnight. Wouldn't let me go with him. So I think I played a couple of rounds and then I didn't get to play anymore because he didn't want me to, because I don't think I did that badly. And then I didn't really play the game until I worked for Twitch. So actually, I think Counter-Strike was the first game I bought on Steam. But I was too nervous to play it when I played matchmaking. I got kicked. So by people being like, this isn't your safe space, because I was like, I'm saving my orb. So yeah, I stopped playing. Then started playing Pop Flash, and then started playing matchmaking again. Realised I was not as bad as a lot of other people in the silver level.
It's a dangerous place. Matchmaking is a dangerous place out there, you know.
Yeah.
And if you can weather the storms of matchmaking, that's how you know you can make it. That's why Valve have it like that. So if you make it through that, then you can be a Counter-Strike player. That's kind of like initiation, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
But look. If you were going to the all-nighters back in the day, Frankie, it's probably a good thing you didn't go inside, because I went to a couple of those. Nothing worse than smelling in one of those after about 6 hours. It's not great. 16-year-olds with BO. It's Who won the knife? Did anyone pay attention?
I think FaceTime did. They're on the CT side right now, so I'm assuming they will be starting there. It would make sense.
Bye, Frankie.
We are underway. Thank you so much. That was a lovely segment. We filled up quite nicely. We're here at 6 p.m. European time as we get into the third and final map, Chad. I want you to give it the beans this time. I want you to really send it this game as we get into a Tech 9 in the pistol. I haven't seen one of those in bloody years. There's a shredded rush towards upper as well. Broken to defend, and Boomich with that first frag. It's looking good for Na'Vi here. They should have a clean plant going down. Tech 9 to defend as well. It's looking excellent for them. Nico's been smoked out towards main. There is a gap, but they've got so much to do now.
Yeah, and they're aware of the gap as well. But Nico's still going to find one. Flamey, not aware, as I thought one of his teammates had already spotted Nico. But look at this flank from Simple. He's already prepared for the post-plant scenario here. Boomich has another flash to work with. He can hear all this noise. This will be communicated across. And Na'Vi, well, they're ready to pounce on this one.
Absolutely. Here he comes. We'll keep it on Simple for now. And he's got an absolute shooting gallery. But he's sort of he's making it work for sure. The Tech 9 won't be a problem. Even go for the knife to close things out there. My goodness, what a brilliant round there from Simple. Wasn't the cleanest finish, but still a very exciting play. The Tech 9, Chad, you don't see many of those in the pistol round.
No, and that got dangerous there for a short moment, didn't it? I was a little bit worried that he was about to fluff a couple of those, because the Tech 9, look, it's gone through a lot of changes. And now one of the things, if you get a bit spammy with it, if you're trying to use it at range, it's not that potent. You know, it doesn't do what you need it to do. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, for Na'Vi right there, he still was able to convert a couple of clean frags, but we'll get back underway, and FaZe will go for that 4 spy, scout out a couple of deagles. We're seeing the early secret smokes crossing outside here, so Na'Vi looking much more comfortable on this map than they were at Vertigo.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how we got to Vertigo, I'll be honest with you, but I'm glad to see us back on more familiar territory. It'll be ready to open things up, though. That's from main entrance towards Squeaky Door. Electronic taken out early. Still with 3 rifles here. It's Perfecto with the Mac 10, and Boomich. He gets his clock clean towards outside. That's a scout connecting. Beautiful shot from Brokey. It really is peaking into this series. And Rain, he's got a chance for a second here. Flamey can walk right into his crosshair with a jiggle. will elude him, and Shorty goes down now. Preemptive spray. Might find a couple of kills with Cold Zera's deadly deagle delivering on all fronts here. It's a 4 versus 1, but simple, Chad. He wins these. He's got the bomb down towards lower, and he's got time to reposition. I say that the Tech 9 trying to scramble, shoots at the window, suggests he's moved out of position here, but this is going to be a very difficult round, taking a lot of damage, and there it is, a beautiful round there from FaZe, and very fast pace from Na'Vi. Didn't really give himself a real fighting chance to get that first pick.
Yeah, after they lost that first kill, it felt like they could have potentially righted the ship, but unfortunately for them, Brokey with that scout, it's a big shot, and, well, that's probably the round at that point, because Na'Vi were left scrambling. There were smokes that they had to push through. The Deagles were up close and personal. There were 3 players in the top site ready to flood into lobby. If there was pressure towards ramp, they could rotate down the vent. Everything was looking good, and now the force buy will fall in favor of FaZe. So with the $1,400 loss bonus coming on through, they also get the bomb plant, which means everyone hovering just at 2k mark. They go for a partial buy. They have enough to go for an all-in and potentially go for a fast top or a set piece into that top site. They can do smokes towards yard. There's heaps of options, but well, no. They're going with a save, Henry. They've just gone with a save.
Straight
Nothing
up.
Crazy. Eagle, a smoke. That's it.
That is it. You're absolutely right. I guess on a map like New, they want to be fully equipped. They want to have their rifles out, so they're going to give in, and we're going to see the scout still in the hands of Brokey here, and presumably quite the clean round for FaZe. It's going to be that second kill found by the aforementioned scout. 5 on 3 as Boomich now taking down to 32 points of power. So we can calm down here. There'll be no chance of Na'Vi really causing a dead. It's not really one of those maps where like train where you can sneak in a plant, you can send 5 players towards one position, you'd do very well on Nuke. Your best chance when you get the bomb down the vent, but at this stage, absolutely zero chance of a plant. But maybe a kill, a dink is delivered, but Nico down to 17 will find that final kill with the AK 2-1, and here comes the buy. So still, even after the full save chat, they'll only have AK's armor, maybe a couple of Galils in there. Not looking good for a map like Nuke.
Yeah, but let's keep it tabs on this, right? So the first round was the pistol round, the second was a force buy, so both teams went all in. The third was just a partial investment. So we've only had, by traditional sense, or traditional CSGO sense, 1 save so far. Let's see how many more we get within this first half here, because once again, max rounds 12 we're doing. Traditionally we do max rounds 15, that's first to 16 to win. This time it's only first to 13 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Easy one to keep tabs of. With these guns back out here, BMAS over towards the ramp position. That's Olof's shoes he will be filling. Brokey's actually rotated lower with that scout, so he's going to be coming up secret.
Good call. We'll see if it works out for him. Certainly didn't for Rain, taken out through the smoke there. That's going to be the first kill for Na'Vi. See if they can hold on to this lead now. It's going to be difficult. They have Belly and Utility, and Nico starts to creep towards outside. Precise shot towards Electronic. And actually sneaks away as well. I'm surprised Boomich didn't go for the challenge there, but they'll go back towards ramp, and Bimas really compromised position. Should be traded out. Has got a chance to drop down towards lower. No one chasing him as well, so that's a great pickup. FaZe now find themselves in a 4 versus 3. We have 2 flashes, a single Molotov, and no real chance of a kill here for Na'Vi as of yet. The best bet is to go towards ramp, I would say, but Nico, he goes up towards the vent and actually gives a frag away. Cold Zera looking to defend this now, and he needs at least 1 kill. This doesn't look good. Perfect flashbang towards the vent, and now here comes Flamey.
Are they going to clear it? They're not even going to look. Cold gets a chance to shoot in the back of Flamey. They know his position now. They have to deal with him, and Cold's done a good job of delaying this. Now it's Boomich and Simple left in a 2-on-2 situation, and BMAS, well, he's given that AK-47 over towards Brokey. He was put down to 22 points of health, so he's only traveling light, and that's with the Deagle in hand.
Bear in mind, this was a very light buy from Na'Vi. They came in with the rifle, sure,
save.
but didn't have enough. And they're going for the straight-up save with AK-47s available. No, it's a flashbang, so they're going to be setting himself up. Brokey, we'll see if the mask can find anything here. Cool, the flash actually caught him, I think. So we will see them go down to the 2 versus 1. Brokey probably doesn't fancy this one now. He's got the AK. The money's okay on the FaZe side of things. He's certainly got to buy here, but he'll want to drop that AK over and get the AWP for himself. Nico will be the one to drop the AWP, maybe the mask. But we'll see now if Brokey will survive. Ideally, I would say give the AK towards Bimas, considering he's the ramp player. You want to have him having that 1-tap potential. So that would make sense. Money will be okay, but still, what a round from Na'Vi. They had to pick that one up, considering they had barely any utility. It was all down to that vent play, the creep up from Cold Zeras. Well, led to their deficit.
So I was just watching that because when BMAS got a kill at ramp, Brokey was actually coming up ramp to help him. But the fact that he dropped meant both players had gone lower. And then Nico was in limbo, right? He wasn't too sure where he needed to be. Do I need to go help lower? Do I stay towards the top site? And by questioning that, it left just Cold Zero solo in the site. So unfortunately didn't have all their soldiers in the right places. And it will be 2-2 right now as Na'Vi. It will be working with a Galil in the hands of Flamey, so it's not fantastic, but it's still serviceable. Perfecto has to win this duel against BMAS here, but he has to deal with Brokey on the line. They're actually going for a ramp crunch. They're going to push.
Yeah, Yeah, this is a very common setup we're seeing these days. See Bimas tucked in the corner. You see they're trying to create a duo out of these young guns here. Towards Rampron, Brokey flashed off, but he has got the backup up and he's firing off a shot there. That's almost by design. He wants to suggest he's fallen back. That flash was successful, so he can set up his teammate here. Flashing in, there could be a swing as well. Bimas probably going to check this one out. Great flash! Oh! Doesn't convert it though. 2 targets. He shoots between the wickets, and that's going to be a 5-on-4 in favor of Na'Vi.
Oh, Nico's gone down as well in transition here. So they're going to continue to push forward. Rain will do his best to mop up the mess. Brokey's going to get Boomich as well, and they've completely rotated away from ramp here. They've stopped this Na'Vi push.
They certainly have. 3-on-3. You can see the reactive plays from FaZe being deployed right now. Rain trying to get control of the lobby area. Smoke goes down. Big kill on the menu, and he hasn't converted. Perfecto. Still with 67 HP. Can stabilize here. Rain can't justify going for that kill. Didn't take any damage, but didn't find the frag required. Electronic towards Secret. Just having a look now for his teammates. Coldzera. Ooh,
wow.
That's a shot there. He shouldn't have any business getting that kill. Great snappy shot. And now a 3 vs 2 in favor of FaZe. 25 seconds remaining, and Rain, he'll have to defend them as they look to go down the vent potentially. Good smoke.
Not a bad call. However, Brokey's already in the lower bomb site. That's unfortunate for them. If they do drop down the vent, Brokey will already be waiting. He just will have to deny him.
Should be the round,
the door. Yeah, this should be it.
With 10 seconds, let's go to the plant. Brokey knows it. Hello. One shot. Beautiful stuff there from FaZe. No doubt they were going to pick that one up, and it's going to be 3-2 now. Money should be broken for Na'Vi, as we'll see them enter with about $2,400. And there we have it. FaZe, another great round there. Good awareness, good positioning, and no chance that bomb was getting planted. So very good setup, and we should see, I assume, a partial buy here. Eagles, some Tech 9s potentially. Lost bonus not really there though. It could just be the full eco.
We got a bit of convo in the server as well going on. Nico asking Electronic if he dinked him, and Electronic said yeah for 5 HP. So sometimes that'll happen if it's through a wall or whatnot, through the corner of something. The AKs and the Deagles, the M4s, they might not do as much damage as that sound suggests. But yeah, so this is the second partial investment from Na'Vi in this half, right? The first one we had on round number 3 of the game after they dropped to the force buy of FaZe Clan, and now here they're in with another one. They've actually been getting the bomb down in 2 different occasions, so if they were able to plant in that previous and wasn't stopped by Brokey, then potentially a little bit more of a potent round coming on through, but you can just see how easy FaZe dispatched this. It's like, okay, you guys want to buy Deagles and aim map? That's literally what we were designed for. Oh,
exactly.
Okay.
Well,
nice
simple. He certainly was creative for those sort of shots as well, I would say. That's a lovely bit of work there with the Desert Eagle. Does take down Nico. Shouldn't be much more to be said about round number 6, to be honest with you, but we'll see what they can do with it. 3 Deagles up against a fully equipped FaZe Clan. It's 4 vs 3 currently. And in terms of their final plans, it's not really much to talk about. They don't have any grenades to really get themselves into a position where they get the bomb down. Rain will find one of the closing frags here. Just Boomich and Simple remain. They've got no armor. It's just going to be limping in towards areas here. It's very slow pace considering what they've got. I'm surprised they're waiting this long. There shouldn't be any world where Simple can find a kill, but as I say that, chat, it's a beautiful shot, and that's why they're waiting so long. Great stuff.
There's a gap now as well, so unless there's a third from Simple, so these are 3 1-dig headshots he's been able to land. Brokey doing his best impression right now is actually fluffed it, and Boomich has another, so now it's the youngster. The youngster, BMAS, left in a 1-on-2 situation against Simple and Boomich. He has to plant. He's planting for heaven. He's denied it. He just has to hide. The youngster, he's done it. He's absolutely foiled the plan.
There it is then. What a great round of Counter-Strike there. There's going to be no money for Boomich going forward as well. So there it is. Even after a hat-trick from Simple, the 1-digs from hell, and an impossible scenario. We called it done. They had no armor, no utility. He manages to get 3 Desert Eagle headshots. Everyone's typing nice shot in chat right now. And of course, you have to agree. What a brilliant round. Still wasn't quite enough there. It gets denied by Bimas as the bomb doesn't get planted, but still on the edge of their seat there. FaZe get through, and we get into the next round here. And it's actually another weak investment from Na'Vi. Remember, they had bottom of the barrel off going forward in the previous round, so they only get 1900 here. It's a difficult one for them with Tech 9s and PT50s.
You know what I think's happened here? Because Boomich died after the time, and him not getting any loss bonus, he was the only one who wasn't able to get a buy, right? At least with an AK or Galil. So he's probably called a partial investment. Simple's gone all in, has an AK-47 now, and this buy looks very lopsided. So even next round will be a compromised situation, because if they lose this, they're only going to get 2,400.
Well, this is why you have players like Simple on your team, I suppose, to win these sort of rounds. And Nico, has he got a couple of freebies here? Oh, he knows exactly where they are. What's that pre-aim about? He knows what they're up to. And Electronic will be taken down early. Cold Zero helps himself towards the lobby as well. Full control of the hut, but Simple finds him. Shot connects there from Brokey, but only slightly. Perfected down at 65. There's action all over the map here. Flamey in that Tech 9 is giving him the man advantage, but not for long. There is so much to keep up with.
What is happening?
I don't know, but the Tech 9 is delivering on all fronts. It's Rain coming up towards the vents here. Brokey will be joining him. He's towards top of heaven right now. When he goes down towards lower, Flamey has threaded the needle, and this partial investment has worked out tremendously well.
Yeah.
Just Brokey remaining. No chance of going for it. Money's actually broken as well. What just happened?
Okay, so Nico pushed outside and got a free kill. Cold Zero was in hut aggressively as the ramp contact was going down. They even threw a Molotov behind Cold Zero's position so they wouldn't expect anybody to be hut. But after Simple had babysat the other two individuals and got room, he turned around and caught Cold Zero out of position. So it was just positioning, timing. It was a bit of that for everybody in the early stages. And as soon as Na'Vi were able to get out onto the top site, well, that was it. FaZe lost all the territory. They were chasing their own tail. Na'Vi walk away now and put a third round on the board. We're sitting at 4-3. So we're over the halfway mark here within the first half. Poof, okay. It worked out. I didn't think there was any world that buy was going to work out.
Well, that's two mental rounds back to back now. So we've had the Desert Eagle sequence from Simple there. Wasn't quite enough to win, but the Tech 9, it certainly was. This one's certainly warming up at this stage as well. Map number 3 delivering on all fronts. Here's Nico pushing towards that side. Like I said, the pre-aim, he was so aware of their positioning there. That should have been the round in my opinion, but still, the Tech 9, Flamey sneaking through. Perfecto making it work as well. And we get this round number 8 here. It's going to be an investment from FaZe, quite a heavy one, down to $500 again, the magic number. They'll have Scouts, Deagles, CZs, and an AWP for Brokey. So we'll see whether that saved orb will be enough.
Yeah, well, it was enough before on the force buy they had in round 2 of the game, so there's always a chance. But Cold Zero getting spotted out early, he gets the kill. Boomich is down. Him and Rain are both low, and well, it doesn't matter. Rain's hit a 1 dig of his own. So Flamey falls. These kills are going absolutely gangbusters right now.
I'm loving this so much, Chad. The Desert Eagle, one of the most exciting weapons to watch, and you got some of the world's best players with that weapon on the server right now. Rain, he drops from the heavens into his own grave, but still, it looks like it's enough for FaZe here. 2 versus 1, but still not said and done. Perfecto, he has got a chance of winning this one. Orb and a Scout, and the clutch scenario here. Flashbang's available. Tech 9 as well. Perfecto, he grabs the bomb. 1 minute on the clock here, and this is one very exciting game. One amazing series of Counter-Strike so far. It's had it all. We just need a knife kill to come in. I think we're off to the races. Perfecto. Chance of that first one, but a dink. It's worked out from the USP, the flashbang combo. How many bullets did he have left in there?
I think he had like 5 or 6 when he started shooting. I didn't actually take a look. I just heard the click noise go.
Dead man's click?
Yeah, I was like, oh no, he's in a bit of trouble here. Obviously not wanting to make any sound cues. Didn't know exactly where the last 2 CTs were, but Brokey and BMS playing together. The youngsters able to close that one out there.
Excellent work. Well, here we go then. FaZe Clan answer back. It's certainly been a bit like a game of tennis. Who will break serve though? It's the full eco for Na'Vi, so maybe FaZe have the upper hand going forward here. CT-sided map, but an MR12. This is a pretty good showing so far. Na'Vi just need 3 or 4 rounds, which they've already got. As we get into the next one here, shouldn't make much of a dent here, but I've said that about 3 times, and the most unbelievable Deagle shots seem to be landing every single time. So we'll hold our breath for a second and see what Na'Vi can do with this.
Yeah, look, we know it's a little bit scrappier. We know that there are a few more risks and gambles being taken, but that's what's opening the door for some of these ridiculous plays that we're seeing or having a hard time seeing because of how much action is going on all across the map here. BMS is going to get Boomage through the smoke. Nico takes down Flamey. Look, this is just duels everywhere. Everyone is just going around the map seeing if they can find fights. There's no rhyme or reason to this. It's just madness.
Yeah, well, here we go then. Another shooting gallery for Brokey. Rain will join him. A couple of pins down. That's Electronic removed. It's Simple and Perfecto once again. They like to slow things down, Chad. You can't really argue with them. The shots are hitting before. There's waiting for mistakes to be presented, and there might not be many more because Simple's left with just himself and 4 FaZe players on the server here. 45 seconds remain, and towards outside he goes. 1 kill, probably top end in this particular scenario, but never underestimate Simple. He's capable of doing unspeakable things here. Finds himself in M4 and makes his way down towards lower. Bomb in his back, making a few sound cues, and Cold Zero will take him down there. Getting to the bookend of this first half. FaZe Clan 6-3 up, and the money not broken for Na'Vi, with the loss bonus being there, but going to be a few compromises. One player in the form of Simple can only afford AK and armor on the nose.
Just a question, Henry. When you're spectating through GoTV, is Simple's crosshair different to everyone else?
Right, I have that disabled right now.
Yeah, for me, it's only showing up for simple, but everybody else has like got my crosshair, which is strange. I'm not even sure how to get that going. I just wanted to see if you were seeing what I was seeing. He's
No,
I've got
I've got a big red one for whatever reason. Don't know why.
You like red?
Yeah, so there we go. We're going to get into the next round here, and we'll be seeing Nico, aggressive outside. He is going to be playing with fire here. A couple of players in front of him. The first is through the smoke. That's Boomage, but Electronic will trade him out. That was from Secret. 4-4 should be favouring Na'Vi, considering it's down towards Secret as well. It's all about the rotations on Nuke, and in terms of the lower bomb side right now, we just have one player. That's going to be Bimas. He's coming in from ramp, meaning the aforementioned position is going to be open, and Rain, he's sitting in the smoke over the old nutmeg here. Chad Simi can outposition Flamey, catch him off guard, but he tucks himself in behind the orange boxes here. This is actually right down to the wire. I don't know who wins this. Looks like Flamey. Guaranteed frag. The Galil comes out trumps, and the double kill. Great awareness there from Flamey. 4 versus 2. Broky's still alive with Bimas here, and they've got utility, but the flashbang catches the AWPer in the face. A minute remaining. Shouldn't be a world where Na'Vi give this one up, but anything can and will happen here.
At least one of the positives right now for Brokey, he's looking to heaven, but nobody's home. So the Molotov he's about to throw is going to...
there it is.
It's dipped down the ladder, hasn't it? Hasn't it? You couldn't... Even if he tried, if you said, Brokey, I'll give you $50, mate, if you land the Molotov down the ladder cleanly without being able to see, he'd miss it every time.
Oh, it does happen at the worst possible scenarios. Still, they do have a fighting chance. Doesn't look great in the 4 versus 2, but we'll see what they can make of it. Brokey, Desert Eagle, Simples on the other side towards Squeaky, but the bad news is towards Ramp. Perfecto's there as well. He'll get that first kill, no problem. Lovely shot. Still has a chance here. One of the best clutch players in CSGO right now, but does take a bullet to the face. Through the hut, admittedly. Still with a chance here, but it's diminishing by the second shot. Great shot towards Flamey, but I think his objective now will be to save that orb.
He's quick though, isn't he? And the fact that he's been able to do that much damage early, I think that might make Simple and Electronic think better of this chase. Electronic could start combing in his direction if he wants, but Simple definitely has to stay planted with that C4 in the lower bomb site. As every second ticks on past, I think that was my best...
beautiful.
That was my best South African accent, accidentally.
I liked it.
Yeah. But look, what's this? Round 4 on the board for Na'Vi, so this will be round 10 in total, coming to conclusion. We've got 2 more rounds within this first half. And, you know, back in the day, Nuke was probably a map where a 12-3, 11-4 scoreline was very expected. So in this format here and how Counter-Strike has kind of changed and chopped around, I think... 8-4 is probably a scoreline FaZe would be kind of happy with. That seems potentially par for the course. You know, with a few less rounds in play, 8-4 is not a bad mark to find yourself, especially after losing pistol.
Yeah, you're dead on there. I think that's a good point. They'll be happy with what they have so far. And to be honest with you, could get a couple more Na'Vi. Look what they're up against here. Sure, Broke got the AWP after surviving the previous round, but they haven't invested much here at all. A few CZs, a couple of Deagles, no armor, apart from Bimas, who will be picking up some Kevlar there. And Na'Vi, they just need to slow this one down. They don't need to go for a fast-paced round here. Work out with the AWP's position and then work with that information. Currently, Brokey's towards the ramp. And it's towards the hut. We'll find that first kill. Coldzera strikes back, though. Compromised position, but he makes it work. The last 2 bullets of that CZ. He connects towards the head of Flamey here. Is he worth one more? Apparently not. Electronic will find him. But still, the action continues here. That's a big kill. 2 versus 1. Brokey, he's still part of this, but the sound cue from the Molotov won't be heard. The shot, it almost connected, Chad. Can you imagine if it did? He'd actually maybe win that round. Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, I think I would have blown the roof off this place. This whole chaotic pistol round situation that we have going on with these low buys. I think every single round other than round number 3, which is when Na'Vi had that, you know, 2 Deagles, every single round like that has felt competitive, right? We had Simple, he got those 3 absolute bangers. We had the one just before with the saved AWP and the Scout, where BMS came out and won the 2v1 situation against Perfecto next to the vent. They've been down to the wire a lot of these rounds, so both teams struggling to keep their head above water here. And we might even get tied straight down the middle at 6-6 as we do move into the last round. Nico's just found the timing here, and he might find a free kill on Electronic. He does exactly that, but traded through the smoke. Boomage well there.
Certainly wasn't a freebie towards the end of it. Boomage through the smoke does answer that, but Brokey, right to the scene of the crime, they might not anticipate a second player there. That's a sniper as well. You can see how weak FaZe look in this final round here. Just 3 flashbangs, no kits, 3 players without helmets as well. Na'Vi have every advantage to get asked for. And in CSGO, a 4-4 technically favors the terrorist side. Maybe not so much on Nuke due to its verticality and the transition of the CTs, but we'll see what can be done here. 1 minute 10 remaining. Brokey will go towards ramp, and it's the outside smokes deployed by Na'Vi. Rain will lose his vision, and for now, still very slow. Final round here. Na'Vi don't want to give anything away.
Yeah, one of the things that FaZe have been doing a lot is aggroing lobby, getting in hard, pushing behind their smokes. You've seen Rain go for a couple of nutmegs in Squeaky Door. Those kind of plays, they're not on the agenda here within the last round of the first half. They're dipping right on back. They're giving Na'Vi a bit of respect, a bit of room to work with. And with no flashes, well, with only flashes to work with here on the FaZe side, they don't really have a way to stall on out. They have to hit some shots, and Cold will take down the first.
Here we go then. Na'Vi do make their way towards the upper bomb site. The final round, 30 seconds remaining. It's just the FAMAS waiting for them. We're down to a 2 versus 1, but it's the big man himself, Simple, with a window to get down towards that vent. Does he take it? Oh my goodness! How is he still alive? What a shot from Simple! It's not quite enough there. Oh my goodness, I thought he'd done it there, Chad. Down the vent could have been the correct call, but how did he survive to even get that first shot off?
Yeah, the acrobatics on the ladder right there. Stylish stuff from Simple, but he was able to convert that, and they managed to get 6 rounds on that T side. They would have been celebrating a little bit early, I think. So now with the 7-5, it's not split right down the middle, but we're getting pretty close. That's a very respectable half right there from that of Na'Vi. They were able to string 2 rounds together. That was the most, but it doesn't really matter, right? You just get one on the board, you get one a little bit later, and then they still have a threatening half here. So FaZe going to have a lot of work to do, but we've watched this team play Nuke for 2 months straight. We know every single smoke wall that FaZe have to offer. I want to see if they throw these smoke walls and scrim through them. You know, throw a little bit of this pug randiness at it, because if we know it from watching, I can guarantee you Na'Vi and Blade as the staff, they know what to expect too. So some variations, you know, you can throw the same set pieces, but have people go different lines, go different angles.
I want to see some more experimental Counter-Strike, Chad. Some of the stuff they've been saving, some of the more interesting, innovative stuff to come through. We'll see if FaZe have been working on a sort of mad experiments, but getting into round number 13 here, the first of the second half of our final map now. No Tech 9, sadly, but there is a P250 and Armor for Rain, who's been in great form recently. Look out for him. He'll be getting towards outside, of course, with that range advantage, and Simple. Here's the seeded Armor combo. So here comes the first interaction. Simple and Electronic working towards outside. Electronic does fire off a couple of bullets, but nothing connecting just yet. Vision removed by the smoke, and he'll fall back. Still what's the play now?
Yeah, definitely not pushing through that. That would be an ill-advised idea. He's actually going to push straight through. This is what I'm talking about, Henry. You're not going to see that every day of the week, as Nico, he appears like Houdini, takes down Electronic, and now it's Flamey who's going to pull out a bit of magic. Simple will take down Rain, but Boomich onto Brokey means we find ourselves in a 3-on-4.
That's crazy. The bomb getting dropped as well. They can't go for the fast plant here, but Nico, probably the best weapon on the ladder, I would say, but it's not going to be connecting. The burst fire, he'll have to go for it. He's still wanting to take this fight. Yes, he gets up, and he's got his teammates behind him as well. That's a kill for Nico. Drive by on Boomich here, and they've surely got full control, but Na'Vi keep pushing back. Bimas left in the clutch. It's not going to be enough. Another exciting round there. Nice work from Nico to get those 2 frags, pushing the main smoke as you anticipated, up the ladder. Teammates behind him, but still so accurate from those USPs. They fend them off, and they close the gap.
Yeah, the round started perfectly. You get a freebie on Electronic, who probably would have punched his monitor. That's what I would have done if somebody just did what Nico did to me. And then they're still able to convert the round right there. So this is where FaZe, they think better of the Force by Henry. They didn't plant, right? They didn't get the bomb down, but they're still going for a save. And this is where MR12, you need to approach the game differently. Traditionally, FaZe, they'd be going for a buy within this type of a round, right? They'd be trying to stay threatening. But here, they're taking the save. Next round, they're going to get the 2,400 loss bonus. It means they can have the AK-47s out across the board. And things are going to be looking good for them going into the next gun round, because look, it might be 4 MP9s right here, but the longevity of these for Na'Vi, it can't stay for as long as what maybe it previously could have.
Yeah, we've seen Na'Vi make it work in the past, though. Like, I always say this to them, like, they got the MP9s going into it, but if there was a map to have close-range little duels and ratty positions, the MP9, it could deliver, and it sets them up for that massive bonus potential, right? Like, if they win the next round, let's say this is a clean one, they have the MP9s, I would say they probably throw away maybe one of them. If they have the chance to get the AWP out, they'll probably do that. They'll Simple the AWP and keep the MP9s. That's their usual go-to. That's if it's a clean sweep, right? But yeah, I feel like it could work on Nuke on top of the heart towards ramp. You have to change things up, but is it worth the risk in MR12? That's the question. You don't have as much longevity to experiment with these sort of bonus rounds and see what kind of risk you can take. As Electronic, he'll start chiming in here, farming the money, want the MP9s to find all the kills as possible. They get 4 of them. That's exactly what they wanted. Now, this is interesting. They can afford the AWP, but they could drop it over. I don't think they will, but that's an option for them. They can keep 3 MP9s, have an M4, and the AWP Simple would be enough to win the round. But let's see what they've got up in mind here, because he's already got the M4, right? So there's the AWP. He's done it.
Yeah, he did it.
So there it is. So I don't mind this at all. That, in my opinion, is the best move they could have made. It gives them a bit more of a bite in this round, and still they're saving a lot of money going forward as well.
Yeah, and Electronic's taken the M4, right? So with
Yeah,
that in
makes
mind,
sense.
you've got your two most powerful players with the most powerful weapons on the side right here. It's going to be a hard top, though. What is this from FaZe? They're just barreling on in. The smokes, the mollies, the flashes, it's all going on through, and this is where the MP9s can do the absolute most damage, but Boomich, he won't get anything more than one Perfecto taken out of the equation. Electronic through the smoke, that
There we
M4
go.
in vain, and everybody's fallen. Simple now has to save.
What an assertive call from FaZe Clan there. We were talking about the buys, the nuances of the next round coming in. The nose, it's a straight up upper rush there. It's the perfect counter. You'd think the MP9s could push out more damage there, but they just weren't ready for it. Perfect play from FaZe, and they're going to be taking the lead here. 8-7. Their first round on the board of the T side. It's Simple will desperately try and hold on to his AWP. Always towards the window room. There's no way he survives this. I say that. The CZ's out, Chad. There's a chance. The AWP, the quick scope. Oh, it connects. And Brokey, he'll be left with a bit of egg on his face there. He could... There was a world he could jump on the bomb there, to be honest with you. I mean, he might have got it. And Simple continues to find players there. He doesn't win the round, but it's enough.
Yeah, have you ever gone fishing? Have you ever been fishing before?
I have a few times.
Okay, so when we used to go fishing, we used to throw burley in the water to bring the fish.
Little
right?
catapult cell.
Well, that's what I think that Simple just did. He threw the smoke as bait down on the site to get all those little fishies of FaZe to come back towards the bomb to see if he could do any more economical damage. He got another kill because of that. Dimas wouldn't have been transitioning in that direction, right? He probably would have considered, oh, I might just save my gun in secret here where it's safe. But instead he's come back out. That smoke maybe was enough to lure him out there, maybe get them scared.
Well, still very exciting scenes here, Na'Vi. They lose the round, but they remain with the Simple AWP. We all know how potent that is. 17 kills today. Flaming, big spray down towards the ramp. The MP9 is delivering this time. Simple, he arrives as well, looking for his second kill. Can't connect, but still, they have the man advantage here. 2 M4s and a FAMAS in hand. coldzera down to 32. A chance for Nico. Normally hits those. Not as crisply he'd like. Perfecto will have to drop down to the side floor. And now Nico suggesting he's gone down towards the vents, but still, he remains to fight. There is utility available for coldzera. Smoke, flashbang, and an HE grenade. But Nico, he knows he's committed to this fight now. Does he want to go any further? His teammate will join him towards the hut. Oh, spotted. That might set coldzera up, though. He's assuming they've gone down towards the vents, and Nico gets back up.
Oh, the bomb spotted now, though. The rotation will come in towards the top site. Cold still has a smoke to work with here, and a HE. Does a good chunk of damage onto Electronic. So now they know where the bomb is. They know it's going down, and Boomich, well, he's going to strike quickly from up the vent. Electronic's already pushed the ladder. Now Nico's in a 1-on-2.
That was from heaven, so they have isolated the bomb, but the C4 is planted. Nico thrives in these scenarios. He knows exactly where Boomich is. That's towards the vent. Electronic struck from the heaven position. Nico have no utility. I dare say he might have the advantage here. He knows exactly where the plant is. It's perfect for him. He knows they're not defusing, but there's nothing he can do about that. Great shot from Electronic. He saw the cables there, so he could confirm there was no full commitment on the defuse before he could even kind of translate that information. He's taken down. What a shot from Electronic there.
Yeah, the clutch play coming in. Boomich just on the ladder making a lot of noise. You can see Nuko was well aware. Oh, he's baiting me in. He wants me to keep focusing on this vent position. He retooled, but it was too little too late, and the FAMAS strong enough. The AWP will be recovered. It'll be thrown back into the hands of Simple here. Guns will be dropped across, and it all started, as you can see on your screen right now, with a double kill of Flamey. Only made interesting by the next the next 3 kills of coldzera, but that wasn't enough to get them across the line here as things are tied on up. FaZe will have another buy, but it's compromised. We don't have a lot of utility we're working with right here, Henry. This could spell disaster for FaZe.
Certainly could. Galils are out, AK-47s, but we have got the fast push from Rain. He can see the gun barrel here. It should be a guaranteed kill. It's Electronic over there. He doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet until he can guarantee it. Takes a dink though, Chad. He's going to be gutted it went down like that. He gets the kill. They should get the round with that second frag. Let's see what Simple can do about this one. It's still up for contention. 3 versus 3. Boomich with 2. How's this working out? Simple.
1v1, what?
In a winnable scenario here. He plays towards ramp. So where is he right now? Actually in towards hut. Nico again. Another clutch scenario. Round 17. 8-8 on the board. Couldn't be closer. Money broken on either side as well. This is a huge round here. Nico will have a minute to work with. He has the advantage of being on the T side here. He sets the pace of the round. Now, Chad, he's got a flashbang here. Flamey is with a lack of information. Does he just plant his feet in the hut? Is that the best position for him? Does he want to get towards events?
The worst spot that Flamey can find himself is in transition between both sites right now. He needs to just sit, pick a bomb site, tuck himself in a corner, and hopes that he's made the right gamble. Nico has to make the mistake. He has to make that next move. And any sound cues that he gives away allows Flamey to hone in on his position. Now that he's come up ladder, he will have to drop at some point. We know he has to make noise to get down to this lower floor, but he spotted the foot. That's huge.
Yeah, Flamey didn't get that information, I don't think. He's still looking for the push though, so maybe. This is going to come right down to the wire here. The mind games are unbelievable. I'm assuming Flamey did see him. He seems to have so much conviction behind his positioning right now. 15 seconds remaining, advantage Flamey. He doesn't know he can't go down towards lower. And he doesn't take the bait on the plant. This is actually a bit of a nightmare. Does he fake it again? He does. Flamey commits. And he hits the shot. Great stuff there. The old veteran stepping up, and Nico is denied access once again. 2 in a row for Na'Vi. We said the money was broken, and it really is in the face side of things. Surely the full eco.
Yeah, this is the situation, right? With the lackey band of the economy, right? The flowing back and forth as that slider moves up and down, depending on if you win or lose a round. You can just see on the knife's edge of how both teams' economy are. If you're FaZe right now, you could make an argument to go for an all-in force buy and see if you can do something quick, see if you can get down secret, see if you can keep pressure on. But they've actually opted just to keep it relatively calm. They're going to keep this one just down to the Deagles. A bunch of smokes in play, 5 to be exact. What could be the plan here? Because Nico, he's already crept on out behind their own smoke. He wants to see if he can find a CT lingering, getting a little bit lazy. They're posturing now. Looks like they're setting up the L-frame smokes towards the yard position. Nico, look at... Oh my God. Nico has
the kind of shots you like to see, Chad. That's what it's all about. That's why we watch Counter-Strike. That's what we're here for. The showstoppers. The jaw droppers. As Electronic will answer back there, it's going to be a 4 versus 4 flashbang deployed for main entrance. And still with no armor, FaZe are making this competitive. Lots of damage output so far. Electronic down to 42. It's the Glock being fired off by Brokey. They've still got 3 smokes. They get down towards Secret as they boost up towards Red. A very interesting round here. I feel like Nico's got 1 more in the tank as well. You can see that boost just enables him to look towards CT spawn. And Na'Vi are sweating bullets right now. I don't want to give anything away, but they have. Boomer's caught off guard there. And Electronic, he's still towards the warehouse. Should be able to pull a kill back, which he does. Takes out the Danger Man. Nico removed. 3 on 3. Massive advantage now for Na'Vi. FaZe kind of isolated.
Yeah, they still have 2 smokes to work with, and if they can creep across, as I say that, Electronic spots the head, but they're even across, so now there's a real chance. These Deagles, close range. BMAS has just dropped off, and he's made sure that the vent rotation can't come on through. Sure, he takes damage from that nade. Oh, never mind, Flamey. He's dealt with the mess. He's cleaned it up. He didn't have too many dramas there. BMAS is going to do his best here to get some kills, but with 15 seconds remaining on the clock, I don't see a lot happening.
Exciting round for sure, but Flamey, there was no way he was going to get that one up. You got unarmored players there. You got the silence them for.
He needs to die. You need to die.
You're right. That's
you need to die.
And for reasons Chad just stated, because you do survive the clock, as it were, and then die afterwards, you get no money for the following round. So important need to go down as we get to round number 19.
You know it's not good when the CTs start running away from you. That's, that's when you know.
Please take me. I'm yours.
Okay, now if FaZe want to get back into it, they can right now. They've got the max loss bonus if they do lose this round coming on through. So for them, buys shouldn't be an issue as long as they can get that C4 down. So now we're getting into it. They're finally tooled on up. It's no more of these buys with only Galils and no utility. It's AKs with all the goodies behind it. But they need to make this one count. It's a very important gun round here.
Huge. And we'll see faster pace towards outside. Nico leading the charge here, looking towards that main entrance. Electronic peels off slightly. More defensive setup this time. Looking to get some sound cues, just cover the cross for now if any contact plays come through. Nico, he'll reel it in. Join his teammates towards outside. They can still do the smokes. Looks like they'll be setting those up right now. Going to be just giving the bomb over towards Nico as well. So here come the aforementioned smokes towards outside. As Chad said, they've got plenty of different variations. FaZe, we'll see which one they're lining up right here. I would say they usually go for the L block. But we'll see what they've got in mind. Just a couple of them towards outside. And here come the smokes right now. And indeed, there's the L blocks deployed. And that means they can focus towards warehouse or main entrance. They can push through these smokes, as Chad had speculated before. And they can boost behind them as well. Flashbang as they get in towards main entrance. This is on the knife's edge here. Electronic to be tested once again. Is he ready for it? It's towards up and they go. He's made a real meal of it. But still, they're on top. 2 versus 2 now. 50 seconds remain. And this is the kill that decides the round. Simple. Removed by Nico. Great shot on Brokey. And a really interesting strategy there, Chad. The L block smokes, as we talk about all the time, they're there to take vision away, but you can push them and go for those upper splits.
Yeah, I love that approach right there. The fact is, you could see the cat and mouse game that Electronic was playing. He's well aware of the different approaches that FaZe like to go for, and he even sniffed out the right one. But just as he looked towards topside, just as his teammates were calling, "Nade's top, I'm flashed, they're coming out hot," he's looked the wrong way. He's managed to get 1 kill, but if he was able to get both there, I dare say that might have completely stifled that top pit. So unfortunate for Electronic. He had the right idea, just the wrong timing. And now, look, Na'Vi back to the bottom of the barrel loss bonus. They've got, well, nothing to work with here.
Oof, well, the first kill for Nico. Well, we're coming through no problem. FaZe clan off to a bit of a flyer here and coming towards upper. Been asked to Pretty much confirmed the round here. There'll be 1 kill in return from Na'Vi. That's found by Boomich, but just playing Electronic remaining. One of those rounds we don't have to expend too much energy over. This is coming to 10-10 any second.
This one here, Henry, I think we're seeing, like, when this is back and forth, like when this is not like massive streaks of rounds, or it's not like we saw from G2 yesterday where they were getting blown out. Same thing happened in one of the OG games within the MR12. Just once again, for those new viewers who are joining us, maybe you've only been watching Counter-Strike over recent years, the traditional format that you would be used to watching is max rounds 15. First to 16 wins. However, we're experimenting right now. We are challenging the conventional wisdom. And here at the Gamers Without Borders, we're running max rounds 12. That means first to 13. And the way that these rounds are flown, I get to look at the round timeline. It's very back and forth. The longest spree of rounds we've had in this game is 3. It's been back and forth.
This is coming to the bookend now. It's been a great series. The best one we've had this tournament so far for sure. As Perfecto, perfect weapon for the spray down here. It's the UMP that finds 2. But Brokey, Nico, Coldzera, they're all chiming in here. FaZe are fighting back, and it's looking very strong indeed, but still a 2 versus 2. Bomb to be planted safely, smoke down towards main entrance here, and Simple. This is where the orb comes into a bit of question because it's so difficult to make it work. We've got the pop flash from CT Spawn, but Chad, it's not the ideal weapon. He'll have to swing in here. If ever there's a man for the job, it might be this guy here. Simple. Oh, that's the shot. No. He actually misses it. His window of opportunity is closing here, but Electronic pulls the kill back. Flashbang from Brokey, 46 HP. The smoke is down, buys him a bit of space here. No kits available, but there is a smoke. Electronic surely drops it on the bomb, goes to the defuse here. It's faked. They're not committing to this. And Brokey, he'll have to do the same. Here comes the spray. He's done it once again. And Brokey clutches out another 2 versus 1. He keeps delivering as his player is just showing us every single week, Chad, how strong he can be going forward.
He doesn't panic. There must be, this kid just breathing. He's doing the Wim Hof breathing method, mate. He's not panicking at all. Because in these situations, like right there, as soon as you hear the smoke go down, the bomb get tapped, most players are stepping out, they're spamming, they're seeing if they can take him out of the equation. Yeah. He just chilled. He let them come to him.
That was a 5-on-3, bear in mind as well, so that's massive. It's absolutely destroyed the economy of Na'Vi as well. They're down to pistol, no armor, basic grenades. They've already been used as well. FaZe are hunting for series.
Oh, Flamey.
The Flamey with the first. The king off ramp. He delivers once again. 4 kills for Na'Vi. And now it's a 5 versus 1. Where did this come from? Why have you rushed Ramprum on the most pivotal round of the game against the pistols, Chad? We hate to see it, but you've got to respect the spray down of the CZ.
Oh, Flamey, we've seen you do it from there before, mate. When they come away, he lights them up. He gets it done. Look, it's fast, it's exciting. The risks have to be taken, Henry. I know we don't love it. We know it's not the percentage Counter-Strike, but it's delivering entertainment value round after round. And now FaZe, oh dear, they got to pull something out of the back pocket because they got the AWP, a Deagle, a couple of AKs, a Galil in play. Na'Vi, they've got the better looking buy here.
Unbelievable. They didn't even find a single kill. The tightest choke point on the map against the CZs. They chose Ramprum, not even a nuanced default, just a straight up rush. And Chad, we talk about this team, we know they're emotionally invested. They know what they're capable of, and those sort of rounds, it can tilt them. They don't have much working with going forward here in round number 23. A Deagle for Nico. The Galil's out, sure, Brokey's got the AWP, but on the T side of Nuke, it's not like it's a massively high impact weapon. We'll see the L block smokes go down once again. So will they be able to replicate their scenes of going towards main entrance? They take quite a lot of damage in transition here. Electronic, different spot. He's aware of them sneaking towards main entrance. This time, a little bit more traditional. They're going to be going towards Secret. Oh, my goodness. What a series this has been.
I think we need to take a deep breath right now because this is actually one of the first slowish rounds we've had in a while. FaZe Clan not just popping on out here. They're taking their time and they've got control. Now, it's all going to come down to the rotations of Na'Vi. We can see that not too many players dealing with this lower bomb site right now. And Boomich, he's made a bit of a staple of how he likes to defend this side of the map. He's taking more of a passive line, jump peeking, potentially spotting and falling, and that should be the cue. The Deagle bullet goes off, back into the site he goes. He needs to get on the railing, though. He could be a little bit late for this one.
He's got it in time. It looks like it should be fine, but Bimas will open things up. It's going to be Boomich looking towards that window position right now. The door opens beneath him. High pressure scenario now. The smoke goes down, enabling the plant, but do they want to go for it? It's FaZe struggling here, but Coldzera finds the opening. Flamey, he can output a lot of damage here from range, but they'll go for the safer plant. It's Brokey. Orb on his back, gets a C4 down, and it's going to be Flamey. Has to wait for the backup now. Who will be posting map and DD series point first? 3-on-3. It will favor FaZe for now.
Oh. The door's open and Rain has to deliver here. He's get taken down by Perfecto, but Brokey and Cold still stand. 2 to find. Brokey has to hit one of these shots here. The AWP he can't miss. It's good, but his position's been given up. This crossfire is looking fantastic.
No, I like this, Chad. I like this a lot, but it's now down to Brokey. He can't do it again. The quick scope! It doesn't come through this time. Is there a kit? There absolutely is, and he had the chance there, Chad. I felt like it was going to happen. My chair was about to snap in half if he hit it. But there it is. It will be a Na'Vi posting round number 12 on the CT side first. The bomb goes down, and even with that, they got $3,000 per player on the FaZe side here. It's going to come right down to round number 24. They have to buy, of course. 1 AK-47 is available. That goes in the hands of Nico. Tech Knights, Desert Eagles here. 1 round to decide it all. This best of 3 gone the full distance in the 3rd map, and it's certainly delivering on all fronts. Simple, 22 kills, everyone chiming in with these epic moments, and Brokey, he can't deliver on that one, but it was so close.
Yeah, I think I might be having to explain those overtime rules here, Henry.
Yeah, you
once
might
again, it's a fast approach. We've got these secret smokes coming out. Nico playing around them has already found a lot of room, but they're out hot dry, and they get the opening. The trades are everywhere. What is going on? 2 players remain. Simple up ladder. Flamey has to rotate in from lobby here, pushing towards ramp. The nade, it's good. It's Flamey in a 1-on-3 situation. Surely he can't do this.
Flamey will be towards the trophy room. FaZe have done enough here. The upper pounce works out for a 3 versus 1 scenario. Flamey has a kip, but only a single flashbang here. Surely there's no chance. And Chad, you're going to have to get your rule book out here. The referee, is he going for the save in the last round?
I don't know. Flamey, surely you realize we're playing MR12, my friend.
You're there?
Flamey, we have to go for it. This is the last. Hello?
It's a big save. I respect it.
Oh,
He's using M4 in the final round.
All right, I will explain the I'll explain the overtime for everybody, because this is slightly embarrassing for Flamey, so we'll take this away. So... the players, Nico just typed last round, and Flamey typed
That's amazing. I thought it might happen once in this tournament, but not there. Not now. Not in the 3rd map. Not at series point.
Okay, so the way this overtime, from what I've been told, is going to work is it's MR2, which means you need 3 rounds to win overtime. So there'll be 2 rounds on each half. If you go flawless on the first half, for example, if now they're able to win 2 rounds here off the bat, they only need 1 round on their T side. If they only win 1 on their T side. Now, this could become very, very drawn out, because to win 2 rounds consecutively in one half,
guess starting on the CT side is massive there.
Yeah. This is going to be difficult, but we're back off to another fast pace here, down towards Secret. That control is already garnered. The rotations are coming through, and FaZe are capitalizing on that movement already. Out towards ramp they go.
Here we go then. Overtime. And MR12, Simple will open things up. It's a great shot towards the ramp room, standing in the flames as well. But Nico, you got to hit those ones. That was on a play, and now Flamey might be on for the double. It's the Org that's delivering here. 4 versus 2, Brokey down to 2 points of help as well. They'll get the bomb down. They certainly are capable of winning this. The double B combo. I've been kind of building this one up. If they can win this round, it could become a thing. Brokey will swing the door open, and unfortunately, the low HP will be as unraveling there. Bimas left with an impossible task here. Towards the shadow position. About the AK-47, he can Molotov the bomb. Maybe the double doors right now would be a good shout, but either way, he's done for. They know he's there, and that's going to be the first round on the board for Na'Vi. So, Chad, if they win the next round, from what you've said, is that going to be it? I don't really know. I'm very confused.
If they win the next round, they still will have to win 1 round on the T side. So if you have a flawless first half, you only need to win 1 in the second half. So basically, it's about just defending, right? If Na'Vi are able to defend 2, then they've already guaranteed themselves double overtime. That's the way this one's going to work on out.
Yep, there we go.
Oh, okay. This is going to get real spicy. The way that this could go, this is almost like needing advantage in tennis, I would say. Sure. But well, maybe not. Yeah, it's strange. But we're gonna see how this plays on out here.
It is like breaking serve, I would call it. You know, like it's trying to get around on the T side, which would be huge on a map like Nuke, especially. Either way, let's get into this fast-paced round. FaZe could be in trouble here. Big spray down from Electronic there. They're trying to pick up the pace. It was the upper split, but now they're gonna have to go through the heart. They still have somebody to be set though. Boom it with the M4 in hand. Finds the bomb. Looking for rotations here. The AWP shot connects. It's the alley-oop, and it should be the round, but Brokey, he gets 2, but it's not quite enough. The 2-0 is found, and that means 1 round required here for Na'Vi on their T side. But still, FaZe are in this. 2 on the TT side, certainly possible. This could go the distance.
Yeah, well, I think the players might now have just quickly learnt the way this one's going to work on out.
Yeah, don't save any guns from now on, Flame. That's all you need to do.
And he might even get the win. It might be the most genius save we've ever seen, Henry. You never know. They might be able to pull this one
That's
off.
true.
All right, so right now, Na'Vi on their T side just need to find one round here. FaZe, they need to defend 2 points in a row to take us to double overtime in this different format. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll give you the info as it comes to us. Now, Nico's going to get Molotov behind him. He's stuck the double, the triple nades. Absolutely nuked there, but he's going to stand 17 points of health. Maybe they're not going to clear his position after those HEs. Up and over. What?
That's sick. That's not human. That's actually unreal what he just did there. I didn't even see it from his POV, but I can tell you that's a stunning shot. Let's get into this 5-on-4. Electronic down towards lower. Bimas, he'll have no idea. Surely he doesn't pre-fire this one. Guaranteed kill, but not a foregone conclusion there. They need to get the bomb planted first, and there's still mistakes that could be made. 5 versus 3. Brocky on the AWP. We'll see if this is where it all comes crashing down for FaZe. It's the third and final map. 14-12. One round will do it for Na'Vi. They're surely in position to close this one out.
Isn't it weird? 15 to win. I don't think I've ever said that.
Yeah, right.
And Cold, he has to push forward for some information here. So at least he has lobby control. But with all this lower territory and Na'Vi playing so slow, they're just waiting for any mistake of FaZe Clan to come on through here with this number advantage to have this perfect. There's one for Cold, but his position's given up, and all that damage being done now means an extra puzzle piece for Na'Vi is in play. They know where he is. Yeah. They can isolate and Flamey from above. Spider-Man down the ladder.
That's surely it now. That bomb going down is a 4 versus 2. Rain and Brogy with the AWP available as well. Good shot, but now just Brokey, AWP, an impossible task. He's amazing the clutches, but this just doesn't look good for him. If he can show us a few impressive shots, that would be something. There's an opportunity to take down Simple. It won't happen, and there it is. Na'Vi close things out in overtime, and it's going to be 2-1 in total. So I'd have to say that's been the best series of the tournament so far. A really exciting affair that had absolutely everything.
Yeah, I think Frankie labeled Vertigo perfectly. It was an intermission, right? Maps 1, Maps 3 were great. They delivered, both teams clearly using strategies. It was much more puggy. It was very scrappy, but entertaining. I don't think anybody could argue the entertainment value of that game. It was there.
It was really, really there. And I mean, what can you say about that? It was a masterclass and individual skill. Nice to see Flamey returning to the server. I know it's been a tough time for him, but Nuke is where he can really shine. You were talking, boys, about the fact that, of course, you've been watching FaZe play Nuke, it feels like day in, day out for the past couple of months. Did their Nuke feel very different today?
We definitely had some interesting ideas. Like Chad speculated before going into this one, he expects him to be pushing smokes, and the one round that sticks out like a sore thumb is the L block smokes towards outside and that upper split, Chad. That was a lot of fun there. We saw Matty kind of changing things up. Is that the sort of play you were kind of speculating before?
Yeah, and I think that even the pistol round as well right there with Nico pushing in and killing Electronic where they just smoked into main, those type of plays, that's not what you expect, right? Because they have normal patterns in the way that they tend to approach those smokes. But by having a format where the rounds are a bit more chaotic, you can see teams playing a little bit faster, you want to throw in those curveballs because in the back of the players' minds, they're conditioned to thinking this is what this smoke means and this is how they're going to react. Well, you do the opposite, or you do something not even in this universe. Of course, you're going to get away with some of those rounds where it's just kill after kill after kill, and then we find ourselves in a 1-on-2 situation, and me and Henry are looking around the server like, what the bloody hell just happened?
I can't believe some of the shots, Frankie. I was almost falling off my chair. The clutches, the shots coming through, the deagles as well. This tournament really is delivering. I can't wait to see a bit more.
To be honest, when I was watching that, I kind of resembled a lady on a hen do because of the noises that I was making. I became a woo girl.
Wow.
And that is a reference that probably no one will get because it's referring to a defunct sitcom called How I Met Your Mother.
No, that's all right, Frankie. I look like Ted Mosby, apparently, so we can probably combine references there at some point. But yeah, anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. And we got to see the Simple and Nico show that we desperately wanted. FaZe, though, the demons they face in terms of closing. Now, this is a different environment because they know that they're taking home a huge slice of that prize pool. And I say taking it home. The money never goes to them. It goes directly to the charity of their choice. And we'll be finding out the charity they chose at the end of today's show. It was good to see them having a little bit of fun, even if they couldn't take it home in the end, Henry.
I feel like that one round, Chad, I'm sure you agree with me. Like you said, we've casted so much FaZe as of late. The ramp rush against the Pistols, man. Like I feel like FaZe were the better team today in this best of 3. I felt like they were robbed of the first map. They looked like they were running away with it. Never discount Na'Vi. Their individual form was fantastic across the board today. Flamey had some amazing moments as well, but that one round will stick out for me a lot. I don't know how they made that decision against a low buy to rush ramp when you've got a full buy there, and MR12 especially, too volatile for me, and it cost them the map, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but a good showing. I think that FaZe, after getting to play one MR12 best of 3 yesterday, you could see some of the adaptations they were making in their playstyle. It was a lot of the similar stuff, just quicker. And for Na'Vi as well, you can tell, like even on Vertigo, they got blown out of the water, but they were saving guns. They were trying different bits and pieces. And when you factor all that in, it was a map that they picked to maybe have a crack and exploit a FaZe weakness, and they still win the series. So I guess for Na'Vi, they got to have a Gambit pick, have a bit of fun on Vertigo, and still walk away with a spot within that grand final, right? So they play the winner of Mouse Sports OG. That's what the bracket
They do
showed us, right?
indeed. That'll be tomorrow. It's going to be at the later time of 7 p.m. CST, and it's a best of 5 final. Okay. So we're going to probably not see Vertigo again, and I think that's probably for the best.
Yeah, I think they should keep that in their back pocket. One of the things going on later today, which I'm actually going to stick around and watch, is going to be that show match in the NA side of things. The Tuscan's in play. Now, I don't know how Tuscan's going to work. Yeah, it's in play.
You and I
for sure.
played it.
It's that version. So this is a cool... The thing is, with that matchup, it's Liquid versus 100 Thieves later this evening, and I know for a fact JKS and Azza both had played that map previously because they were Source and 1.6 players. I don't know about the Liquid camp, but I'm really excited because we want to see if that map even makes any sense in CSGO. We haven't seen it played professionally, so I'll be sticking around for that one for sure.
Now, gentlemen, it's very, very rare that I get to say this. We're running bang on time as that series went to a 4-3 map. So we've got to take a quick break. But when we come back, we've got our second semi-final. It's going to be Mouse Sports versus OG. And it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Now, before the break, FaZe sadly were eliminated from the competition by a very exciting looking Na'Vi. And if you missed Nuke, maybe go back after the show and give it a rewatch because it's definitely worth a little bit of your time. And we got to see the first time we saw, well, it was the first time I should say, that we saw OT in this MR12 format. Chad, were you happy with how OT went down?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a while for me to get my head around it because, and even for the players as well, right? We saw obviously Flamey and Regulation saving the gun towards the end there, but they probably went into overtime not quite familiar with the rule set there either because this is new for everybody. So I don't know how I feel about these things, but I'm glad that we get to test it. So maybe some more overtime so I can see a little bit more. This is one of the things I'm here for, to be inquisitive, to make sure I take some notes and can reflect on these bits and pieces. But all in all, I'm enjoying this. I really am liking the pace of Counter-Strike that FaZe and Na'Vi just brought into that last game. And I hope that Mouse Sports and OG can deliver the same, at least same type. It doesn't have to be the same speed, but similar trends would be nice to see.
Well, Mouse Sports are a team that like to start with fast rounds, Henry, so surely we are going to see quite a lot of action from them today.
They certainly do. Chad and I, another team we've commentated a lot of, they like to go for very blistering pace starts, so especially in these sort of matchups as well. They consider themselves the favourites. Problem is, though, they're not in great form right now. We've seen them at the end of 2019 look like one of the world's best teams, picking out multiple trophies. 2020 hasn't been so forgiving, especially DreamHack as of late. They have looked pretty woeful, Chad. 0-3 in a group. To be honest, with Mad Lions, Complexity, and Big, you only had to come top 3 in that group to make it past, and they came dead last there. Really not looking good for them in this tournament going forward.
Yeah. Sorry, Frankie, jump in.
No, you jump in, because we're actually going to take a closer look at the roster as you guys discuss this one.
No, I was just going to say when you take a look at not only their losses within DreamHack, but you look at the Pro League as well, and some of the stuff that happened within Road to Rio. Obviously, within Pro League, they were in the final, right? But we were talking about in the early stages with this team what type of Counter-Strike. We got to interview Carrigan in the early stages. He said, well, it's online, so we'll just be doing a lot of our smoke gimmick plays, and that didn't work for them, right? That didn't work for them going forward. The wheels fell off, and unfortunately, Mouse Sports have had to actually take time off. You said, Regis, that they were taking some downtime, Frankie. Is that true?
Yeah, basically after they went out of DreamHack Masters, Regin said, right, at least 4 days, you're not touching this game. Carrigan actually posted on his Instagram yesterday that he'd gone off to an outdoor spa. And if you are a purveyor of his Instagram account, I highly recommend a follow. Frequently, Finn is seen meditating on his back or wearing a face mask, which has been applied by his lovely, now memeable girlfriend. She really wants him to win a major. So I think hopefully the R&R has done our Mouse in-game leader a little bit of good. But whether they're going to be rusty, as we've been talking about, that remains to be seen, and we'll see it very soon.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. And moving over to OG, I guess this is a project that's still in development. It's been a while since we've really seen them kind of shock the world. They've got a great roster here, probably one of the most expensive ever assembled in terms of the big names brought in. Similar mentality to what we saw from FaZe. They've got some veterans in there, some absolute masters of the game in the form of Valda, MBK, of course, but then you've got some young guns as well. Mantu primarily, the young sniper, and I think he's comparable to some of the players there within FaZe, especially Brocky. Maybe not quite as notorious, Chad, but certainly catching all right.
Yeah, look, Mantu for us, when we came on in and he was picked up, it was like, why didn't they get an AWPer that we all knew about? Why didn't they get one of these names that was floating around the scene? But I think the thing is, Mantu is the best player on this team. Mantu, right, we've got him in the head-to-head against Woxic. I think statistically speaking, I would have to double-check, since he's joined the OG roster, has been the highest performer. And Woxic, well, we may as well compare the two AWPers here, because Woxic is another AWP player, very, very quick, highest sensitivity on the scene, and somebody who is highly emotional. And that's what I want to see today. If they've actually taken a break, they come on in, what version of Mouse are we going to get? I hope it's a relaxed one. I hope it's one where maybe Rops picks up the AWP if his position needs it. Maybe Frozen goes for a little bit more of an audacious push if he feels it, because they just need to get back to kind of feeling the game. And one thing I don't want to see is Chris J in MR12 with Deagles on gun rounds. Get some bloody M4s in your hand, mate, because I want to see you finding the frags. He's 30 now, Chris J. He's an old boy like us, but I want to see some good stuff out of him going forward.
Well, I did catch up with Regin earlier this week, and I did ask him about Chris J and Deagles, so let's find out what he said. I'm being joined right now by Regin from his place in the Czech Republic. He is Danish, but he's moved to the Czech Republic as of January. Is that right, Regin?
Yeah, I moved here. My wife is Czech, so it made sense to go here while I have this job and I'm traveling so much and she can be close to her family.
Of course, that does make sense. And how has the lockdown been in the Czech Republic?
It's been a bit more strict, I would say, compared to what I've heard from Denmark. Now, here you have to wear a face mask when you go outside and stuff like that, so it's a bit more strict. But in that case, I also think it's a very good idea because you constantly get reminded. The face mask itself might not protect you, but I think the fact that you're thinking about it and getting encountered with it all the time, I think that's a big help.
You did come second, though, in ESL Pro League. It was a fantastic performance. That final was a full 5 maps. And then you crashed out of Road to Rio so quickly. What do you think happened between those two events?
You can become a little crazy when you're sitting home days and days out and working, have to perform. Private life suddenly feels like a constant work life because this is also where you have to perform, but it's also where you have to relax, and those two things can be really hard to separate, I believe. Some teams are more used to it than others. But yeah, we're just not in a very good shape right now, and I'm not going to use any excuses for it. We have to do better, and we should have done better.
Are you going to change any of the decisions being made in game, like Chris J in overtime buying Deagles, obviously saving up his money to buy guns for players like Rops? When he's on entry and he hasn't got the best weapon he can, that's surely going to go wrong.
I mean, if that was the case, or if that was the reason why we lost, I would definitely change something about it, but as for now, we haven't been punished by it yet. So I see it as an advantage right now we are having. We just cannot utilize because we are losing in every other aspect of the game.
What's your thoughts on getting to experience MR12 this weekend?
Like, we have to remember why is it that we're trying this approach with MR12. That was because of time-saving management, because right now an best of 3 can take up to 5 hours or more. That is the main issue, and that is what people are trying to make it more, let's say, edible for the common viewer of who might be new to Counter-Strike, who thinks 5.5 hours is a very long time to watch a game. It's very interesting. I'm gonna look forward to it.
Well, Regin, I hope that you're going to have a few days off as well before Gamers Without Borders starts, because you absolutely deserve it. Thank you so much for talking to me today.
Thank you very much.
So there you have it, Regin, the coach of Mouse Sports, explaining that his team was in desperate need of some R&R, and he is taking a lot of the blame, so to speak, for their poor performances on his own shoulders as well. So I think he was also in need of a break. I want to talk about Chris J. We mentioned the fact that Chris J has been buying Deagles in OT in one example during DreamHack Masters. How is this affecting his individual performance, Chad?
Well, it's definitely in the red, right? And I think that this as a team-based decision is probably not a bad thing because I can justify it from getting the big guns in the big players' hands. I get that. But when I watch Mouse Sports over the years, and I've watched an awful lot of them, Chris J has been throughout an impact player. Somebody who, he's not going to get you the 2 kills every round that you might want, like a Rops would, but he's going to single-handedly win you a pivot round that gets your boys back in. And if he's being hamstrung in just because of an economical decision, that for me spells disaster. I want Carrigan going out first, finding space, allowing the youngsters to come on through off that information to find frags. And I want Chris J, when the chips are down and his youngsters aren't fragging, to step on up and say, look, boys, if a 30-year-old like me can do it, you can do it too. And I think by him making those choices, it limits the amount of opportunities he has to do that. So I want to see it go back to the old Chris J. I want to see Mouse Sports get back to some of their form because they're a very exciting team and Carrigan is a great in-game leader. And I think what is important here as well, you mentioned about Regin taking a lot of this on himself. I think that's huge for coaches to actually take that and say, look, some of this is my bad, because that's the generation we're going to be moving into with Counter-Strike.
Another thing that Carrigan said in his Instagram post was that he's had above 150 hours over 2 weeks watching demos, inventing a new playbook, playing individually in hard practice with the teams besides official games. So lately when I play, I see not my usual self and make too many unfocused mistakes. And there seems to be a conception out there in the audience that players at home playing online, they've got it easy. Like there's nothing to complain about, that they've got no excuse for poor performances. But actually, I can't imagine it being easier because, personally speaking, I found this super hard and I'm not doing 150 hours a week playing under the pressure of my fans and expectations and for trophies. So do you think, Henry, that actually online is not the walk in the park it might seem to people?
It's definitely a compromised environment. It's not what they're used to. Obviously, going for the last 3 or 4 years on the road, having your teammates next to you, they're not thriving, that's for sure. Mouse Sports are struggling somewhat, and they are burnt out as well. We know they're a world-class team. Towards the end of 2019, there was like 4 trophies picked up, 5 grand finals as well. It's not the same team right now, but it's good that they're rebuilding. I think they need to retool. They have to just go back to the strat book. Regin knows they need to refresh everything. And normally, the best thing to do in these sort of scenarios is move the positions around the CT side. Kind of refresh everyone, get things kind of a little bit newer looking, a bit of a shine on there. Not sure if Chad agrees, but that's normally what I would be doing in these sort of formations when you're in a slump. But I'm assuming we'll see something a bit different in this sort of tournament. See some experimental positions potentially.
Different, I think, is probably the best word of what I would expect from Mouse Sports. For OG, there's no reason for them to do anything different. They may as well come in here and swing for the fences. Play your absolute best Counter-Strike that you can. Treat this like it is a tournament, right? That if you get that first spot, maybe you get first in the world, right? That's the way I would treat this if I was OG. I'd come in here very seriously, just because you want to command respect with these teams down the line. Even though it is a charity tournament, everyone's here in good faith and for a bit of good fun. This is something which is a competition, and these things can be remembered as we move forward. So coming into this today, I want to see a different look from Mouse Sports. I think maybe a little bit more outside the box. Like I said, maybe Rops AWPing occasionally, maybe Frozen doing something a little bit crazy. That's what I'm looking for here, Frankie.
Well, the veto is Mirage, picked by OG, then Mouse Sports picked Nuke, and Inferno is remaining. That's a great veto for Mouse Sports because, let's face it, pretty much anything is. They can play anything, and OG looked really on form on Mirage yesterday. It was 13-7 against Fnatic. Understandably, they've picked it again. I do believe we're ready to go into game, so I'm going to let you guys take it from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. Another best of 3 MR12, Mouse Sports and OG, 2 international squads step onto the server here. There will be Mouse Sports down on the CT side. They are hamstrung. This is not the team you're used to. I'm expecting another strange game with some very aggressive, interesting plays. I hope we get to start screaming again, Chad. That was a lot of fun. And let's get into it, shall we? OG heading towards B.
Well,
not for long.
Dead off, and Frozen's kicked it off with 2 headshots of his own. Wow. Woxic has a deagle on the pistol, Henry, so that kind of is going to tell you the direction we're going here today. And MBK and Issa, they're the last 2 men standing up in the B apartments. They do have a USP to work with, a low HP MBK in the mix here, and it's a 1-on-3 situation now, so it's very unlikely.
Yeah, it is extremely unlikely, if you don't mind me saying, as Voxic with that Desert Eagle. Now, Chad, you don't see many of those on the pistol rounds. Do you want to explain why to maybe some layman viewers out there? Why wouldn't you have the most powerful pistol on the first round?
Well, it's very powerful, but when the T's have the Glocks and they're moving very swiftly and they're in a pack, you can get isolated and taken down very quickly. What makes a Deagle so potent is the fact that you can isolate 1v1 duels against rifles who may think they have the better of you, right? That's what makes a Deagle so powerful against an AWP or an AK. But against the Glocks, if you lose territory, you get run down. The Deagle with only 7 bullets, unless you are the god of the game and you can only hit heads.
It's fascinating with the USP as well, right? Which is a one tap you on the headshot, but it does have a lot more damage output, close range if you hit the chest. Obviously, you can find quick kills there as well. You just don't see it too often, but when it works, you certainly love it. Either way, one of these throwaway rounds for OG. If they get the bomb down or a headshot, I would say that's a victory in its own right. There's the first objective completed, and that's Voxit going down. So his former teammate Issa will be dropping him to the ground there, and will be going for a plant if possible. The M4's recovered. Now, Chad, they don't have to commit to this. I might be considering slowing it down and see if there's anything else available to them. Smoke down towards Connector. M4 still looking healthy, and Valda, he's checking out CT spawn. Great shot from Chris J, and Rops will answer back and be dropped.
Yeah, Mantu's been able to pick up that M4 though, and look at Alexi B. He has the bomb. He's actually headed over towards this B site. So they've completely drawn out the rotation. We've got Mousebots fumbling around with guns here, expecting the bomb to get planted over towards A. But the fact that they're not committing, they're not pushing any further. Alexi B has an open B site here, but he has no idea. And now as they push more forward, now as it goes quiet on this A bomb site, I would start to get a little bit scared.
Yeah, Chris J's got to start considering his options here. There's no bomb being spotted, and luckily he arrives just in the nick of time. Obviously, Alexi B doesn't have the information, but now another kill comes in. That's Frozen being dropped. This was an eco. They didn't bring anything more than one single Desert Eagle, and Issa has found all the kills so far. M4 available for Mantu, but Chris J with 30 seconds. A couple of kills and deny the plant, that would be enough. Carrigan will pull one back. That's towards it, that's their cue to go. Chris J knows he just needs to deny the plant here. It should be enough. I still say they'll win this round. If he gets this kill, that's going to be the one. And surely there'll be no chance here. 1 versus 1, 15 seconds. Mantu, the young gun, he gets the information as to where Carrigan is, but this is a mind game now. Flashbang delivered, no bombs to be planted, and Carrigan, he's being swarmed and taken down. It's a full eco victory, and OG will come out on top there, right down to the wire. Looked like Chris J did enough, but Carrigan, he gives it up.
That's nightmare fuel, Henry. We already know the woes that Mousesports are under, the pressure that they're putting on themselves, the narrative coming out from the community now, the fact that Frankie was just saying they took a break to revitalize themselves, and then they go and they drop the ball against basically the full eco here.
Glocks and 1B.
Oh no. The fact, look, as well, the fact that you just brought it up, the fact that we haven't spoken more about Issa and Woxic in a head-to-head. Maybe that one should have been the one I picked here. But
Foxy just called Issa lucky. He goes, nice shot, lucky.
They have a good relationship, I would
like
assume.
Yeah.
Teammates for many years there on, I think it was like a year and a half, 2 years or something on that. Maybe longer on the Hellraisers roster.
Yeah, I think that's one of the partnerships that's kind of forgotten. Angel especially, like when he was in top form, like that was a great little team. They were very, very strong. But either way, it is going to be the force and response. Mousesports will have 4 Desert Eagles, a single Scouts, and not much else to report, I'm afraid. We have no grenades, no defuse kits, and 4 AK-47s joined by the M4 for OG. Of course, taking this one slowly, no ramp rushes or anything like that going down here. They're going to be dissecting the map with the smoke towards Connector, and the first shot's now given towards LXCB. Down to 60 HP. MBK to lead the charge, though, should be absolutely fine. Here, Carrigan, he'll be removed. Have the chance to get the 1D, but not quite connecting. 5 on 4. Rops need to see some more out of him this series. He has been performing relatively well, but the last month or so, the whole team's dropped off significantly. We'll see whether he can cause any damage here. As they made their way towards B, OG have a bit of an open runway though. You can see no CTs there whatsoever. And I guess you might as well save Chad, unfortunately, with the 3 Deagles and the Scout. There's no reason to even go for it.
Yeah, and this is nightmare fuel, I think, if you're Mousesports. I said that last round, but I want to say it again.
I like that.
Because the thing is, with the MR12, I'm going to say it again for all the newer viewers out there, I got to make sure that I reiterate for everybody at home. Traditionally, if you watch Counter-Strike, you'll be watching what we call MR15, which stands for Max Rounds 15, first to 16 wins. That's something from a very long time ago. It's just lingo that we've carried on across. This iteration is a format that was used before a game called Valorant literally ever was an idea in anybody's mind. It was called Max Rounds 12.
There we go.
And we used to play that back in the day. A long time.
I do hate that narrative that people are like, oh, we're just copying Valorant. It's like, no. This is many years ago we had all this. They're the ones definitely directly taking Counter-Strike inspiration.
Yeah, so hold up a second, guys. We're here to find ourselves a discussion is what we're having right now. And Gamers Without Borders have been kind enough to give us a bit of a funky format. And I'm going to use this this term a lot, but it's challenging conventional wisdom, right? Counter-Strike is a game that has been around for a very long time. CSGO has been out for already a decent chunk, the lion's share of a decade at this point. And we may as well, in this moment when the world's a little bit weird, just take a look at everything.
How mad is it to think that CSGO has now overtaken CS Source in terms of longevity?
Yeah.
Play? I was having that thought the other day, like my career was less than CSGO's kind of esports kind of tenure now. It's kind of fascinating how quickly that's kind of blinks past us. It's crazy.
The last 5 years have gone super quick, but let's see how quick Chris J can be. He's scoped on up. He's made a lot of footsteps right here, so he will be heard. So this conga line, the OG are forming into the B bomb site, led by MBK, can strike. Alexi B doing his absolute best to sell this mid fake on his own, and that's it. B's open. These Deagles and Scouts aren't going to do a lot, are they?
Yeah, Frozen normally would devour that sort of kill, but I guess it doesn't really matter either way. They weren't going to win the round, unfortunately, for them. It's going to be a 5-on-1 Rops. That's more like it. Does get the 1D, but unfortunately, the logical conclusion is found. 3-1 OG. And they are looking very good, I have to say. $4,000 per player chat. They are committing to this buy, I can confirm that. We certainly won't get the Voxy AWP. He's a very good rifler, but I would say the team does depend on his sniping potential. Ideally, they want Chris J and Voxy. We know what Chris J can do on this particular map with the AWP. But as you mentioned, like their financial decisions regarding him have been avant-garde, to say the very least. That's the way I'm going to put it politely. I'm not a fan of it, but we'll see if they address that. I haven't seen any Deagles to him so far.
How do you like no AWP in the first gun round? Because I'm not a massive fan here, but they're going to try and make it work. Chris J playing retake over towards Ticket, 3 players over towards middle. I love the bench play right now from Rops, able to use the smoke to shroud his position. And now that the mid smokes are clearing and there's, whoa, T's coming through the underpass, they might reconsider hanging around the middle, backing on out now. They will continue to keep main control, but Mantu coming through the underpass with the AWP. Not necessarily an AWP's paradise.
Not necessarily. 1 minute 15 on the clock here, and Mantu waiting patiently towards the underpass. Flashbang towards the middle. We'll see if MBK and Co can find its opening kill. Like Chad mentioned, no AWP on the CT side of Mirage is significant. A very powerful weapon, very dynamic, can be moved around in pretty much every position, and transitioned across the map as well. We'll see whether these 2 flashbangs and now no remaining smoke will be enough to defend a full execution mode G. They actually have most of their smokes, their flashes, their molotovs, and this is why you're seeing players like Rops have to play heads up. He has to go in front of their execution and get control of the ramp room because they have nothing to fend them off.
But this is great, though, because now as they come up connected, there's a crossfire on either side. They only have 1 player to deal with in the apartments, and that's Issa. So if they are able to hold him down, this is fantastic from Mouse. It's a good crossfire.
It's a really good crossfire. They need to hit the shot, so Chris J, good for 2. He's been gifted a 3rd as well. Great setup. As you mentioned, not the cleanest of shots, but still, this is looking really good for them. Frozen will confirm the round. Just Mantu remaining now, 3 versus 1. No chance of winning it due to the timer. He'll have to jump it towards window and try and save the AWP. He nails his jump. It's a very difficult one. Does hit his head on the roof. I think he goes down either way. So there it is. Voxy will get his AWP. First gun round from Mousesports, I should say, after winning the pistol. And a convincing one as well, with no grenade chat. They played that perfectly. Everyone in front of the execution, ready to battle and shutting down any split potential there.
And Chris J looked fantastic with a rifle in his hands, didn't he? 3 massive kills. He's the impact player of the round. And Issa, even though he was coming through that apartment's position, was dealt with by... Who was it hiding there on the site in the goblin box? I'm not quite sure.
Frozen.
Okay, so him just tucking himself in was more than enough there to get across the line. So now as we get the guns back out once again, pretty standard approach from OG. Smoke towards windows, smoke towards the back of Cat, but it's all a ruse over towards A through apartments. I like this on Inferno. I don't love it on Mirage.
Let's see what happens. It is the flash attack we've been calling on Mirage, so you'll see a couple of basic smokes. If that, 1 flash will go over and they will pounce. Chris J, there's a single flash. They haven't checked the close-range position. He gets the dink off, but not the second kill. A chance here now for OG as they can bust through. Still going to be a 4 versus 4. And now they actually haven't pushed any forward. I think they've been locked in towards Palace. Bomb's still there. Flashbang goes over. They might have to peel off this one. I don't think it's worth it anymore. Do they go for it?
I guess because they have connector control already, they can fight jungle if they need to, and they can one-way this smoke. Look at Mantu standing behind it and flashing. That's going to force Woxic right back. The rotation still hasn't come on in, and that kill from Alexi B could be absolutely everything. That's going to cut off all the rotations from the CTs. Frozen He has to deal with him, he will.
Oof, that jump, the leap of faith from Mantu, it does work out for the plant at least, and it's going to be a 3 versus 3. Bomb down, kits available, and smokes to the CT side. They've got an AWP on this retake, but 2 AK-47, so they're well tooled to actually attempt this retake here, but good crossfires from OG. Just a low health for Issa. He's been given the sniper rifle here as the bomb ticks away. This is a real huge frag, and there's no time to check every position. Frozen will be taken out. Foxing now needs an early pick, but they're not giving anything away here. Might be better off saving. That's a good shot. That's probably going to persuade them to go for this one now as they start to get closer and closer. Time is ticking away. It's at the point of no return right here, but this is looking good. The smoke going down. No, I think they can do this still. With the smoke down and this kill, there's a chance if he doesn't find it, he gets to defuse the bomb here. Robs! Doesn't quite get it, but still, it was close. I'm not sure what it came down to in terms of seconds there, but I think it was possible to defuse the bomb had he not been taken down.
What I don't understand is Rops was on the long flank, but Frozen was very quick to come up through the connector position. So I don't know why. Maybe he thought that no one had taken up a spot after Alexi B had gone down in that earlier duel, but Volder lopped his head off, and that was the kill that basically cemented the round right there. Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled as why Rops either wasn't quicker or why Frozen wasn't a little bit more passive, but it doesn't really matter as they will go for a force buy situation here, and it is just straight into an A execute. Mouse Sports, they're not home. They're clearing middle. They're over towards B. They're checking out all the other parts of the map here before they're focusing towards A. So if OG go now, which they are, they get a free entrance.
It's looking pretty good. You can see all the grenades being thrown over. It's a beautiful display here from OG. Vision being removed from Mouse Sports here. They have got the rifles. They're fully invested. They're taking significant damage now as well. As the HE lands in the pocket, there are boxes. The bomb's already going down to Jess. It's a perfect strategy. If it's a 5-on-5 situation, you've got a post plant going on, you've made the perfect call here. Carrigan, Desert Eagle only. Issa is going to be chomping at the bit to get stuck in here. Doesn't quite make the bolt up, but he nails the shot regardless. Carrigan will be removed. You got to save this one. He surely can't be going for this. The Chris J does find an opener. He's low HP, but do they still fancy it? Towards CD Spawn, Frozen has to be the difference maker here. They don't have a kit, Chad, but still, they're making something of this one. Still going for it. Finding the AK-47. They don't have the smoke, and now they do, and another kill comes through. Do they want to go for it? Without the kit, it doesn't look likely. The smoke's going down. They're going to have to go for it now, and they don't have the time. That's the problem. That's why we're saying that saving could be their only choice, but still, they'll save the weapons, take 5 down, but an MR12, I have to say, they'll have plenty of money going forward. It's not as significant, really.
Yeah, it's good damage, though.
Good damage.
MBK's money, not fantastic at this point, but everybody else on the OG side of things will be able to buy. So that force buy right there, the fact that they weren't able to convert that, I think these are some of the bits and pieces which are lingering in my mind from all the old economy, right? Because if you couldn't go into a gun round with the fuse kits and all the utility, you often wouldn't go into that as a gun round. But now, because it has been a little bit more forgiving, the back and forth nature, every round almost feels winnable in current Counter-Strike. Why not, you know? But in this MR12, with each round weighing a little bit more, you have to weigh up your options a little bit more, don't you?
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's a really interesting financial game, and I'm interested to see how it develops. And for now, 5-2, OG in the lead on their T side of Mirage here. They got the opening kill. It was a brilliant shot from SO, who's been performing very well, but equally dished in return by Chris. So you got to hit those. He makes up for it in the end, and there's going to be a trade of Outer towards Carrigan in the B bomb side. Voxic still there towards CPL. 3 versus 3. You could pretty much guarantee B should be cleared. MBK confirms that the incendiary deployed by young Frozen there. Haven't seen a massive amount from him so far. 6-4, one of the absolute stars of this team. See if he can deliver here in round number 8.
Yeah, I think they're locked out, and this is probably another one of the rounds where they probably should consider saving. But with the defuse kit in Frozen's hands, the fact that they can at least be in striking distance for this, I think Mouse Sports are hungry for it. You can see they want to fight. Woxic pushing forward. Now he's trapped. He has to go for this. Chris J's found Alexi B. That's just MBK with an MP5.
Don't see many of those.
He's able to get it to work in range. There's no way, Nathan. That's not allowed. And Volder finishes off Chris. That's 6 on the board for OG.
The MP5 at 100 meters. It's a world record. MBK, congratulations. Guinness are on the line right now. They're rising up the certificate. I've never seen anything like it. A double kill and a key round as well. I think he assumed he'd be up against a lot less there, but a full gun round, it works out for him. And we will see Mouse Sports, after going for that retake, will be compromised, to say the very least, going to round number 9 here. A scout, CZs, Deagles, but these rounds are always dangerous, Chad. Like, no round is safe.
Have they had a full gun round in the last
Not really, no.
3 rounds? It's all just been these weird kind of missed partial buys.
They won the pistol Mouse Squad, so they've had a single round since then. Lots of close ones, to be fair. Doesn't tell the full story. But yeah, rough time on the CT side.
Okay, so just with a couple of pistols on board and a scout, this one here seems extremely unlikely. And I want to paint the picture for everybody at home as to why. OG are not playing the loosey-goosey pug-style Counter-Strike that we just saw in the Na'Vi vs. FaZe Clan game. They are playing methodical. They are just playing this as if it's MR15 with 3 less rounds. They're taking their time, they're milking the clock, they're being very, very diligent with their utility, and they're not rushing anything. So right now, Mousesports have had 3 rounds in a row where normally, in this version of Counter-Strike, that maybe they'd pull off 1, and that would help them tip back the scales a little bit. But here, because OG have battened them down every single time, they've been able to build, you know, a huge haul of rounds. There's no bank to go with it, but the rounds is all that matters right here, and we're over the halfway mark as Issa opens things up onto Frozen. So this is looking great.
It really is, but Rops does pull one back. He's a bit of a demon with the old scout there. It's Carrigan. He's having a rough time out there. That Spark treatment, he might be relaxed, Shad, but 1 and 8, he's going to be stressed out on the server right now. And we'll see a 4-on-2 scenario. It is an eco round, bear in mind, but still not looking good for Mousesports. P50 and a Deagle. Good chance of getting the kill towards Mantu. He was low. Rops did most of the damage there, but poor Voxic, just a Desert Eagle now. And will he even have the orb next round? He should do. Maximum loss bonus and a lovely shot there as well. I guess there's a chance he wins this. Very little, about 5% I would say. And down he goes. Valdo will get him. And 7k. They're double orb setup for sure, Chad. Like, I'm calling it.
Yeah, you would hope to see it.
Has to be. Chris J, Voxy, get the double orbs out. Let's go. Mix it up. Go for a bit of a change of pace. Come on, Chris. Don't get the Deagle.
Do it, Chris. Oh, Carrigan has an orb.
Okay. He's 1 and 8 right now. He might as well, right?
Yeah.
Plan C, I'd imagine him getting out.
Well, he can just orb like B apartments or something along those lines, and they can leave him there.
Which is fine. Not disrespecting Carrigan any sense. Lots of AWPers will have this and they can't find any form. They'll go to a rifle, for example. Sometimes you have to. And it's a good change, and hopefully he can step up here.
Well, they did throw some early flashes over towards the B site, and that's where he is. So there's 3 players right now. Do they want to set Carrigan up? It looks like it. That means 2 players will push over towards the catwalk position, but meanwhile, Issa, he's taken all the liberties in the world. He's walked out a ramp. He hasn't seen anybody, he hasn't had to fight anybody, and they haven't seen him either. So this extra territory, if any shots come in from the A bomb site towards middle, he can pounce with knowledge, and they won't have any clue. So this is great stuff from Issa here.
Oh!
The timing.
It was building up nicely, Chad. If he gets that kill, your statement there would have been beautiful. Would have been a whole thing.
That sucks.
It was a great effort. Unfortunately, a lovely shot from Voxic does take him down. The old teammates clashing horns once again. And we get into a 5-4 must-win rounds here for Mousesports. Like every last of these 3 have to go in their favour. We'll see Chris J aggressive. That's a lovely spot. Should be guaranteed a kill here unless for some reason they flash it and making a lot of noise. He's getting all the intel, but they're going towards Palace. Now, does he swing off this?
Oh, he's going behind them as well. So if he clears towards T-spawn and sees that nobody else home, this is a lot of information. And they've even had the early warning system of the vent not broken. So Chris, he's going to be behind them. Mantu might find him in transition here. This is all down to timing. Mantu's seen him. He's called it. Chris has no idea.
He can't find the shot, but yes, they can wait for him now. But 20 seconds, does Chris commit? He's dead. But now they're going to have to go. They know the A ramp should be open at this stage, but Voxic, oof, this could be deadly. So what is that? Flash lands on top of the roof, and the first kill is fantastic for Voxic. The second, not so much. Bomb goes down, and that should be the round. We'll see whether Frozen can pull it one back. AFC could do this one. Valda struggling now with 8 seconds remaining. That's the bomb and a compromised position, and that should be it. 4 seconds. He can't plant it to 1 versus 1, and Carrigan, he won't have to find any kills this round, but still he will win out. It's going to be the 3rd for Mousesports, right down to the wire there, but they do enough. I didn't think they stood a chance there.
Yeah, they can get beaten right down here, though, because OGs, look, they've lost a round. Their loss bonus has gone all the way down to the 1400, so their economy's not fantastic. But on the T side, you get to dictate the pace of the game. You get to decide if we're going fast, if we're going slow, what do we have, where do we want to target here? If they can just get into a bomb site, get the bomb down, and have some equal trades, they could be on for this, and they could force Mousesports into a horrible position once more. We only have 2 rounds left in this half. If they're able to steal this one away, Mouse are screwed.
Yeah, that's a very good point. This has got a lot attached to it. You can see Mac-10s are coming out here. Not the perfect setup for OG, but there are 3 players without helmets, Chad. So that could be something to write home about. Time will tell. It's a 5-man B setup. Flash is going in. It's normally Carrigan on this side of the map, so we'll see if he can step up. He takes a flash to the face. The Mac-10s are close, and down he goes. One of the players without the helmets there, and this is looking very good for OG.
Wait, Woxic's still close with the AWP? What's going on here?
Surely not for long. Yeah, there he is. Taken out. And that's going to be a lovely play. The MAC-10s and Carrigan having that difficult game. He's 2-9. Like, historically, he has been bullied towards this side of the map, but you've got the MAC-10s up there. Good flashbang to get him through and taken down with the MAC-10. And that's the running gun potential of that weapon, Chad. We always talk about the MAC-10. I think it's been underrated. We've really seen its full potential in 2020. Not sure if you agree with that statement, but I really feel like it's been a massive part of CSGO this year.
Yeah, I think the MP9 and the MAC-10, they've obviously been used a lot, but now it's the way that teams are using them, right? It's not just because, I've got no money left. It's in certain situations. Crystal from Godsend is a great example. When he knows he's entering top banana, he's going to go for the MAC-10, you know? And that's because he can be more nimble, he can jump around a little bit more. But I just want to highlight as well, Chris J might get a kill here, nothing too crazy. But that execute, it's not, you won't see most teams do that, right? You won't see the kitchen smoke with the window smoke and then the 2 pillar smokes. Normally, that's 4 smokes right there, right? And that's an all-in execute. You have to be able to condition your opponent. But OG, they don't always have to throw the mid-contact smokes, right? That's something that they're only doing sometimes. And if you do that, it allows you to go for those type of plays. You can keep a few smokes in the back pocket. And with that execute, you isolate everywhere, right? You to rotate in, you saw Woxic had to push through smokes from kitchen, and now there's a wall separating him and his teammates from being able to help. All 3 players stuck on the site, the MAC-10 up close and personal, shoving that down their throat as we're about to see the Lexi B here. And it's beautiful scenes. This is the type of Counter-Strike I love.
Yeah, me too. That was a really nice creative round there. Compromised circumstances, they make it work. And he said if OG picked that round up, Mouse Sports are in a lot of trouble. You can see that reflected right now in the buy. Deagles, MP9s, for masses, and barely any utility. But to be fair, it's enough to win a round. Like, it's not as disastrous as I thought it might be. And we're looking likely to see the A execution here from OG. They've got themselves 4 players outside the A bomb side, just Valda towards middle, patrolling the flanks, making sure they can't be backstabbed from the B apartments or towards middle, of course. And Issa is falling back, so don't expect any early commitment here. They can potentially go for the splits. And I still feel like Mouse Sports have a fighting chance here.
There's always a chance, Henry. You know that. It's CSGO in 2020. Valda says no in the very early stages, and unfortunately for Mouse, it looks like they're about to find themselves 9-3 down within the first half here. A couple more flashes over towards middle just to keep them interested, but it is back towards A they go once more.
Yeah. Well, that's something, though. They've got a 3-man stack at least towards A. It's just 1 player towards B to Carrigan. So, sure, they don't have the weaponry or the utility to really hold them off, but they have got the individual skill. It's really going to have to shine brightly here. Molotov down towards the sandwich position. Alexi B takes a bite, and for now, Chris J. Molotov coming in. It might not reach him, I suppose, but there it is. He goes down. Alexi B will follow suit, and we have 1 more player towards A. That's going to be poor old Frozen. Stuck in the corner towards jungle. He will find Valda, but surely the bomb goes down. 4-on-2. I don't see a world where Mouse Sports can really do much more than a couple of kills there.
Yeah, they should get mopped up here without too much to say about this. And there's the first Alexi B onto his counterpart. Carrigan, the in-game leader, and Mouse Sports falls. Frozen, kind of padding the stats there the best he can, but he's going to drop on out, and that's going to be the 9-3 first half. OG yesterday were able to topple Fnatic. It was quite the affair. The first half, similar scenes to what we saw just here against Mouse Sports. I tuned on in to watch Fnatic struggling to deal with a lot of the set pieces of OG in a similar fashion. So, like I said, OG, they're not playing a puggier, looser, faster style. They are just playing Counter-Strike as they normally would, and they're making it look good.
Now, Chad, like, we've watched a lot of Mouse Sports this year. It's not looking good, right? And the stats speak for themselves. Certain players dropping off significantly. The team, sure, they're taking breaks, they're rebuilding, but our alarm bell is going off right now with these kind of catastrophic results. DreamHack, that's got to be a wake-up call for them.
Yeah, I think one of the bonuses that this team probably has, and probably a lot of the teams right now, is knowing how good they were, knowing where their peak was on LAN when everything was chaotic, there was so much travel, so many events. They were actually able to perform still as one of the best teams under those conditions. So if they can weather the storm of this environment of online,
that's the thing.
Come out the other, exactly.
If they can get through this period, sure, but I'm not sure if they have one more disastrous tournament, I feel like the conversations will begin.
Well, the thing is as well, Carrigan already, unfortunately for him, and I've spoken about this so many times before, has lost the faith of his players as an in-game leader. Now, I always posted this new Mouse Sports team as one with people who are young and look up to him. Rops, you've got Frozen there, and Woxic, all youngsters who look at what Carrigan's been able to achieve in his career as something fantastic. If that starts happening again, then we probably need to consider a roster change. But we got to get there first. This isn't...
No, we are.
We're live. We're not live. We're live.
This is a little bit weird. They asked for a stop. That was the CT side, but grenades already been thrown. Let's get into the action here. It's going to be Mouseport trying to push in towards the A side. Valda to defend. They've actually got a decent grasp on it, but it's going to be Alexi to open things up here. Frozen will be dropped with a bomb. That's going to be planted. Valda takes a bullet to the face. 5 versus 4. And a bit of a weird start to the round, but Mouseports are in the driving seat with another dink delivered, but no kills found just yet. They really are focusing towards CT spawn.
Okay.
Should be a couple of kills available to them, but why are the frags not coming through yet?
There's so much damage.
No!
And I think that should be enough. Even though MBK's picked up those, it's just a shot into the toe from Rops and Woxic to the CTs here, and they're going to fall. Check this out, as it's just Woxic in a 1-on-3. He can do this with ease. Grabs the first, the second, 2. The time's the problem right now. No defuse get picked on up, and there's not going to be any time. There's no time.
I can't do it. You're absolutely right. It was looking like such a fantastic effort there. They'll save the armor just about there due to the bomb blast, but still not quite enough. No kit spotted and 2 players to survive. So sure, all 5 go down, but Mouseports pick it up. You're definitely going to see the force by now coming out from OG. 2 players survive with Kevlar, so that saves them $650. And so just kind of address what happened there. I think we had a bit of lag. It is the internet, of course, so an individual wasn't feeling 100%, and they just went along with it anyway. But,
well, that's kind of what we have to do, Henry.
Yeah.
You know, I wake up every day. I question if I don't even know what 100% feels like these days, but I'm probably operating at a pretty good 75, and that's probably the best we can ask for. So, as you mentioned, it will be the force buy. What do you think? You think they got a chance in this one? I don't think OG are force buy specialists by any means.
I don't think it looks good, but time will tell. If they do pick it up, that's pretty much the game, right? So definitely worth it, considering it's quite rare to have 2 players survive in a pistol you've lost, especially with the armor as well. So extra money, a stronger force buy than you usually see. You wouldn't normally see for masses and MP9s in the mix, so certainly interesting. But Mousesports with the advantage. We'll see what they can do with this one as we get into a bit of mid-control. Double stack towards CPL. Rob's holding the extremities of the map towards the B apartments, or the bartments for short, as Chad likes to call them.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of The Simpsons.
Exactly.
Did you see my Troy McClure reference the other day?
Oh, I did. That was actually a lot of fun. As Valda, he's trying to have some himself. The CZ does do a lot of damage for Mouseports running around. This could still be interesting, though. MBK towards short is the MP9. Pound for pound, one of the strongest guns in the game. It's bought a bit of space here. The nades are in the hand. And Robs, he'll pull one back, but so much damage has been inflicted here. Both CTs ready and waiting towards the B side of the map. And Mantu, he snuck through. He's got the bomb here. And it's down to just Issa. FAMAS available and a low HP. Robs in front of them, but it won't be quite enough there. Good force by exciting rounds, but still not quite enough there. As Mousesports convert the 2-0, presumably 3 with the full eco coming up.
Yeah, that's the thing right now is, unfortunately for OG, they're going to have to take a save round. Maybe they'll do a pop flash, something as a team, but you wouldn't be expecting too much to come out of a round like this. We only see these kind of rounds get 1, what do you reckon, out of 10 times? Maybe 1 out of 10 when it's like we had 2 guys. Oh, okay, 3 guys. 4 guys have upgraded. They've just done it leaving spawn. They were leaving spawn with 3 USBs, and now there's only 1 on the field. So now this changes. Everything I just said, potentially ignore it. There's always
throw it all away.
There's always a chance.
Delete it.
It's highly unlikely, but there's always a chance.
Let's have a look then. So OG will have the Desert Eagles. Not much else. And in terms of the stack, they've gone for B. And we've seen it before, Chad and Mirage. Every now and then they'll go for the B rush against the B stack. Doesn't work out ever. And thankfully, Mousesports will not be presented at this time. So get the A split, and we'll see all 5 players commit. Just going to be poor on Alexi B over USP. I'm going to save my boy for this one. You all know how it's going to go down. You all understand that Mousesports will win this round. I hope so, at least.
Now, I can probably give multiple reasons as to the disparity of the buy.
Sure.
The stage in the game that we're at, the fact that they have 4 players on the wrong side of things. So we're going to do one of these one more time, Henry, because we probably only got, this and then 1 more map or 2 more maps to cast of that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are currently in the Gamers Without Borders charity event for CSGO, where we're doing things a little bit differently. Max rounds 12, MR 12. You might have seen that written around. You might have even played some Valorant with it in. But we're giving it a bit of a go here in CSGO. It's something that we used to do back in previous iterations of the game. And that means, if you want to know, it's 1st to 13. If both teams tie up at the end of regulation on 12-12, we're doing a different overtime format as well. But I'll only explain that if we get that's unneeded information. That's stuff that you guys probably don't want to hear about and don't need to hear about until we get there. But what we do need to get into is round number 16, because the guns are going to come on out. We see OG now finally getting a full buy. The AWP in the hands of Man2. It's M4, A4s across the board for the remaining. A little bit of utility sprinkled across, a defuse kit on the backs of Alexi B and MBK. And that's the buy right now, because on the other side of things, there's still Mac 10s on the board. Henry, you think something fast?
Oh, I'd like to think so, Chad. We'll have a look at it. Chris J, Carrigan, Voxy with a Galil bringing out the rear as well. We'll see which way this one goes. It's actually going to be a very fast switch from Carrigan. I think he's going to be sending in towards B with the Mac 10, hoping for the best here. Molotov to be delivered as well. He's just using himself as a blunt object at this point. Mousesports certainly back into this game with a 3-0 start, but the bonus round situation here, can they make it work? It's going to be Chris J receiving a smoke down there towards underpass. Does hit him. Bit of a sound cue there, but ultimately fine. And Mousesports still with flashes available. Just the one smoke now. MBK removes vision towards B and starts to get himself in position. Looking for double digits here. It's the B split from short. Speculative shots and Alexi B to be tested here. Lots of players in front of him, Chad. This could be a difficult one, but a nice flashbang has been deployed. A perfect flashbang, if you ask me. Alexi B on for a double kill here. Delivers on all fronts. He might be taken down. Just about gets himself in towards safety. A 4 versus 2. Alexi B, if he gets one more kill, call it done. Carrigan trying to flush him out here. Just trying to buy time for the rotations. That's the reason. Man2 can deny the plant. Bomb goes down, and just the in-game leader here remaining. There's nothing he can do. 4 players survive. OG, a very convincing round there.
Now, in Counter-Strike, it's not always about getting those frags. Alexi B's survivability in that situation was probably worth so much more than him dancing around and trying to fumble with that duel. The fact that he allowed his teammates to rotate into position, be able to help him out, and then he can reaggress after he's had a chance to take a breath, reload, and find the final frag of that round. That is great stuff from Alexi B right there. He did a great job of doing whatever he could to help MBK out in that apartments position, and now we'll see OG with their first round on the board here on that CT side. Man2, he's missed the jump. He's going to have to run through the Molotov to get away safely, but he will do exactly that, and Woxic needs to be careful here. It's always a dangerous place to be.
Double digits for OG. Money, not great on either side of the equation, but still a 5-on-5 for now. We aren't going to see a default formation from Mousesports. Spread across the map. Alexi B with the AUG. Might be able to flash out a player behind the mid boxes there. It's Chris J. Man2, nice spot as well to get the shot, but vision removed. And I feel like Man2's going to fire a shot off. Yes, he will.
If he waited, Woxic probably only moved because he actually made a shot. But those timings always look like they have a sixth sense about them. And, well, once again, OG have to go aggressive. Carrigan's waiting this time round. He will be spotted up. Valda and Issa, do they want to push? A Molotov and a nade to follow. He's been pushed back. The bomb's dropped. They know the rotation needs to come in here, but there's chaos on the A bomb.
What's happening?
Valda, he's doing his best to slow them down.
Oh my goodness, Chad. That was absolutely crazy. Carrigan running through the smoke, get the knife out, and the AWP from Voxing, it will connect. MBK left in the 2 versus 1 here. He could deny the plant, but he doesn't swing a chance. He spots a barrel of Frozen, did he?
He did. He must have.
He did. He's not reacting to it. I don't think he knows he's there. He didn't spot it himself.
Surely his teammates must have seen that.
That's what I was about to say, but I don't think so. He's looking towards jungle. He has no idea. That's going to be it. Now he knows. He gets the kill regardless. Up against the There was a chance. The clock looked good, but it doesn't connect. Mousesports will reset them once again. After winning a clean round previously, though, 4 players surviving, there is a bye available for OG. I would say this is timeout territory now. You're 4-1 down. You had a great first half. Things started to spiral a little bit, but still, MBK, if he had spotted that first player, maybe there was a chance. He saw the barrel. It's a very high-pressure scenario. It doesn't quite work out for him. But what a brawl of a round. Up close and personal once again toward that A ramp.
Yeah, I lost track of where the action was coming from. Once the AWP killed the bomb on the side, it all just kind of fell apart for both teams. But Mousesports better at picking up the pieces, it seems. 52 card pickup is something that must have been a staple in their childhood.
Certainly was for mine.
Yeah, I was fed up with my uncles with that joke. Do you want to play 52 card pickup? Yeah, let's play. Here you go, kid.
Yeah, it's my cousins that did it to me. Lots of bullying going on, and maybe a bullying of Alexi B. He's waiting there. He's only got the scout hit, Chad. It's not the best weapon for this scenario. If he hits a headshot, it will look fantastic. Carrigan hasn't the best stats so far, but he will be flashing about with Chris J. Early 5 versus 4. Full commitment from OG as well, so things starting to get a little bit troublesome with them. They will have maximum loss bonus going forward. Just bear that in mind. But for now, 3 smokes remaining. Good positioning from Valda. They do go back towards A, which is looking likely. They're in T-spawn right now. I don't think he gets 2 kills out of that spot, but certainly good for 1. Frozen will be the only player going there. So this is actually looking good for Valda. If he gets this, it means that Palace is under their full control. It applies a lot of pressure to the commitment towards A and funnels him through the A ramp. This kill is everything. If he gets it cleanly.
One of the problems here is Frozen even going to clear this? He's got an idea. Frozen knows exactly where Volder likes to play late. That is a fantastic clear. And now Mantu on the site. How can he get multiple kills? He's kind of pinned on down. He tags one up, but now he's been spotted, and Frozen's done even more work. Look at that.
That's what we want to see from Frozen. That's beautiful. And that first shot, Chad, like I said, it was all down to Valda. He had the perfect position. If he gets that frag, I would say the round is done. It was so powerful. But the awareness, the presence of mind there from Frozen in his rookie year as well, to come in and hit that sort of shot, he really is impressing. One of the most exciting prospects in CSGO right now. He carries that round single-handedly. 2 amazing shots there from the Palace position as well. Call him the Prince, as he saves the round there for Mousesports. A clean sweep as well.
I think, you know, with the way that Counter-Strike seems to be trending at the moment, with we've spoken about it a lot, right? We may as well take the time right now because I assume that OG will be taking a partial. In the server right here of the new generation, would you definitely say Frozen and Rops, right? I think you could. The problem is I don't know Woxic's backstory in the same way. Like I know where Rops came from. I know that Frozen was playing in domestic events and stuff. On the other side of things, Mantu's a name that a lot of people wouldn't be familiar with. He's actually British, Polish, and I think he speaks German. He used to play with his... we learned this in an interview. He used to play with his best... Well, one of his friends, not his best friend. He had a friend in Counter-Strike called Dude, who was German, and then he played in Alternate Attacks, which was a German team. So, like, the story of, like, Mantu, of how he's made it here is absolutely insane. It's nuts.
That is wild. What a crazy path. And here he comes. It's going to be Carrigan opening things up. That's towards Valda. Gets himself on the board, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4 here. It's a bit of an eco, or a partial buy, if you will, with the maximum loss bonus found for OG. They've got Deagles and armor, and up against a fully equipped Mousesports. Making light work of them so far. He'll pull one back. He actually has had a pretty impressive Deagle today. It's a lovely shot towards Carrigan. Probably the last shot he takes this round, but Mantu, he does pull one back as well. 3 versus 2. Christian with the trade, and for now, it's up. CT spawn. And Alexi B and T spawn. So polarizing positions, but one that could actually work out for them. Alexi B with a flank here. Rops isn't anticipating it just yet. And now he is. Unfortunately for Alexi B, he won't be fighting that kill. That was a good chance, and he's found himself in a very similar situation. The spawns don't work out for them, and Mousesports have managed to grind out 6 rounds on the T side, Chad. Looking for double digits. They could reverse sweep this.
Yeah, I just realized as well that people, when we're referring to Mantu, might not actually know who we're talking about. That is, of course, the Big Man Ting.
That's right.
But for those of you playing at home, big Mantu fans will know that's how he likes to be called. I actually don't know. That's just the nickname I've decided to give him, but it's not sticking. I'm the only one who's
It really
calling
isn't.
him that.
No one's joining him with that. No, I respect your effort.
I kind of like, it's kind of fun because like I'm hanging out with British people all the time, and I know that's not how you and Alex talk, but it's definitely something you would hear in passing, I'm sure, at some point in your lives. But look, the guns are back out, Henry, and we need some more rounds on the board here for OG.
Mantu, I believe, lives in South London, and they would potentially say that down there. So that's all I will say.
So he could actually be the Big Man Ting.
You might be onto something there.
Nice.
So there's something. Either way, here we go. Next round coming up, round 20. And we'll see the single orb set up for Mantu, of course. And getting into it, they've only got 1 round in the second half. Really not ideal. They were running away with this game. MR12, a little bit cool on the CT side today, it seems, as Carrigan once again, his same routine towards B. The smoke, Molotov, flashbang combination, showing presence, taking vision away. MBK, you can see him feeling that pressure towards the B side of the map, but things start to calm down. Back into the default here. Carrigan just wanted to bait out some utility as they hunt for double digits here. He holds. Jump peaks aren't as prevalent now. We don't have the same ledge. CTs don't get as much information as they drop a deeper smoke. The second time we've seen that from MBK, normally jumps up and gets stuck in. But for now, it will show some restraint. 1 minute 15 remaining. We still have the majority of the utility for Mousesports.
Yeah.
Maybe a boost.
Look, if I'm OG, I'm probably playing a retake A setup. I know they have a player up in apartments or B, in the Palace position at the moment, but the problem is they're losing those initial duels, either close towards ramp or in the Palace position. Even if they're trading, it's still getting really funky for them. So here they've given up a lot, but it's going to work out. It looks like a B split's on the cards as Carrigan, he's limping on forward. MBK might have an idea of this. If he clears the corner, he will have the advantage, gets the first. Does he get away? No, he doesn't. Rops will finish him off, but the bomb will be spotted on the radar, and that's actually forced the rotation if you look at your radar in the top left.
Oof, huge rounds here, and a big kill on the menu. Frozen devours it. That's Mansu taking out a CT spawn. 4 versus 3. Mouse Sports continue their strong form here. Issa, he just about finds that frag here, but he's got so much pressure being applied towards the A side. Standing in the flames as well, burning to a crisp down to 28 HP. They know exactly where he is. If he gets one, they'll be lucky to do so. Voxic, he'll remove him. This is the shot that decides the round. 2 versus 1, and Rob's taken out. OG somehow recovered that round. It wasn't looking good at all, but Valda, I don't think we said his name much at all. It's a quiet 20 bomb he's just found there.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Valda is one of those players who he might not set your world alight. He's not going to run around and give you some simple-esque highlights, but he is a player who, look, probably a year ago, if I said Astralis were looking for a 6th man, he would be the man at the top of the list. Yeah. He probably still could be up there, arguably. I haven't got to
He has dropped off in terms of like hype, right? We don't talk about him the same way we used to. We used to like say he's one of the best players, like with Config was up there, it was Valda, well, those are the big names apart from Astralis. Now they've kind of simmered down, but still a world-class player in his own right. He brings so much to the team, Valda. I feel like he's very calm, and the kind of work ethic is fantastic.
Oh, well, they're out on towards A, Mouse Sports here, and done it quite quickly. They pounced on through. There's no smoke towards CT yet, and this is what I was talking about. Playing retake and holding onto that utility is probably a better option for OG. They just have to flush out Frozen towards middle. This is key. They have to make sure that they... Oh, okay, they're going to ignore him. If they ignore Frozen's position, that's fine. He just becomes another individual in this retake.
Rops does find a very important kill there. MBK answers back with the MP9, and the retake is on. The bomb already ticking at some pace here, and it's still a 4 versus 4. Carrigan vaults up towards the bomb side, but that leads into his demise. Alexi B from the ticket boot.
They've got a smoke.
They have got the smoke. The defuse can actually work out here. That's probably the play they're going to have to go for. Start forcing the issue. Voxic knows he can take a couple of players out here. Good flank coming in from Chris. He's on the flashbang. Does hit him. Oh my god, it's enough. Chad, I think they've done it. Is there even a kid in play? It doesn't matter. The bomb is defused, and OG will find map points. It is the full retake there. They'll hold on to the AWP. Chris J and Robs will survive, but it all falls apart. He spotted it, Chad, the smoke down, and with the all firing off shots there, it was just a done deal.
Yeah, they all moved so far away from the bomb. There was a player over towards A ramp who started hightailing it back around towards middle there. So Mouse Sports completely vacated the site. I'm not sure if they were expecting a save, because you could see OG having 4 members coming through CT spawn. It's not ideal. It's 1 choke point. But the fact that they milked the clock, they took their time, it meant that Mouse Sports, they were out of position. And these kills from MBK as he jumped out the window, able to take Frozen out, that was key, especially considering we're getting into a post plant. But we do have a bit of a timeout coming through from Mouse.
Okay, the first one of the day, I think.
First one of theirs, definitely. That's without saying.
So, Mouse Sports, after having a 6-1 lead in this second half, give up a couple of rounds. Scrappy ones. OG suddenly haven't looked like they've come back to life. They've had to really sink their claws in there to really stand a chance. There's a full defuse in the smoke there. Came right down to the wire. They are equipped and ready to try and close this game out. MP9 for MBK is the B player, so that's okay. All here for Mansu. Haven't seen a massive amount from him on Mirage. 10 and 11 right now at the bottom of the scoreboard for OG. Alexi B, though, looking combative, looking to get stuck in here against Carrigan. He's 4 and 17 right now. Low numbers from the in-game leaders. He crosses over, making a lot of noise. Alexi B hears everything. He's got the silence M4 as well. Carrigan waits for his assault. Good position, good awareness with the flashbang.
Oh, no.
Oh, he hits it!
What? How's he gone and done that? How has Carrigan stole that one away?
That was it. That might have been the game itself. Mansu, he could be dropped here as well. No smoke down towards window, but his attention towards the mid boxes, he's got a lot to do here. Looks like a smoke from T-Spawn will land in the window any second, which it will. Boost could be coming through as well. Smoke down towards short.
Okay, so this round has some legs for Mouse Sports now, right? They've been able to establish mid dominance. That was simple enough to push Man2 away, and if they're aware of his rotations, they should know that they can get window control, which they have done. Frozen's up and in, and now they can just comb over towards this A bomb site. Look at this. They're just clearing out jungle. Window's good. Connector's looking pretty good. Now we're going back towards A ramp. They know that Volder likes to play in the palace position, but they can forget about him now, because look at Frozen. He's just walking on through. If he clears CT spawn, they don't even need to make a single sound. They can just walk into the bomb site.
Yeah, this round might be done already. What a masterclass from Mouse Sports here. They can actually go in and plant, and there's the kill towards Issa. Frozen's done it. That's the incision required just to guarantee things here and find double digits from Mouse Sports. This one is going the full distance by the looks of things here. OG, they can survive with an AWP, the M4 and the MP9, but Alexi B and Issa could not hold on. Really nice stuff there. Very sneaky from Mouse Sports. They had no idea.
So where are we looking now? 2,400 in the next for OG, which means it's not a buy. It's definitely not buy territory. So if you take a partial on Alexi B and Issa, and MBK, Volda, and Mantu don't reinvest into anything, come the last round where they get the 2,900 bonus, well, then they'll have a buy, right? They should have a buy to defend with, but that means that they can only take a very light investment going into this round right here, being round number 23. So there's a few questions. This is where I would probably take a timeout if I was OG.
Yes.
I think there's some conversation to be had.
Well, let's see what they can do with it. They do survive with the aforementioned weapons. Mantu, like we said, 10 kills to his name. It might not be the influential factor that gets him over the finish line here, as Mousesports really have come back online. They only got 3 rounds in their CT campaign, but now, look, you just need 2 to take us to overtime here. Smoke down towards middle, Wolves will deploy up. Mantu boosting up in towards CPL, so a change of position here. He's been completely overwhelmed by the smoke towards middle. Every time he has a chance for a kill, he's smoked down, has to rotate. We saw that in the previous round as well. Chris J just firing off the shots here. Mantu, he knows he has to challenge. He's got the gap. Oh, he doesn't convert it. Mantu, that was his opportunity to really close out this game.
Okay, so at least they knew where the AWP was, and Mantu's doing a fantastic job of staying agile and moving around. He's left the catwalk position. He's now all the way back in CT spawn and heading over towards that A bomb site. One shot, probably not enough to send the T's spiraling over towards that side of the map, but it's enough to allow Volda to set up in this boost position where he might be able to take someone out going to Delpan. I haven't said that in years. Bloody hell.
Delpan is towards top of middle on the right. He's an old 1.6 Swedish player. We'll get into that later. We'll have a whole Delpan section perhaps. As we get into the boost, Volda. Oh, it's Carrigan. It's scrappy, but he makes it work there. The 2 Danes take battle, and it will be OG in a 5-on-4. Map points as well, bear in mind. And LXCB towards B will have a decent flashbang. You say that again. Lands in the front of Frozen. And now the P250. LXCB, what's happened there? And now Volda, he's in a compromised position. They've got full control of B.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble, and Rops is over towards middle. He's just taken down Easter, so his position's given up. They're going to be able to deal with him, but that means they've had to give up the B site. Hold up a second. Mantu's taken down Chris J.
I would still give the advantage towards Mousesports here. Even though it's a 3 versus 2, it's just the positioning of OG right now. It's been very difficult to make this one work. Voxic, one of the quickest snipers in the game right now. That's the shot we were looking for. 1 versus 1. MBK, the old master, up against Voxic here. It looks like he's done enough. There is a kill available, but MBK starts to creep forward, and it's the Glock. And it's enough! One bullet, and it connects. The audacity of this man. He pulls it off. He keeps Mousesports in it. 12-11. My goodness gracious me. How has he done that?
I couldn't break a bloody China pot with a Glock, and he's just gone 43 damage, 1 bullet to the head of MBK, and taken him out of the equation in a 1-on-3 situation to keep Mousesports in it. They need 1 more round to take this to overtime, and maybe that rule set I was so skittish about before I'll have to explain once more, but holy moly, we've had some sick clutches today, Henry, and add that one to the list.
Yeah, I feel like MR12 encourages these clutches, you know. We've seen a lot more of them today. It feels like you have less rounds, you can't be so focused on the economy and saving weapons. We're seeing more risks being taken, and my god, Voxic, he steps up there. That is beautiful. The second shot towards the window especially, just what do you expect from Voxic? That's a vintage play from him. As we have got a pause, it looks to be more technical now as Carrigan has crashed. So it was tactical to kick things off, but Carrigan has left the server. So a chance for us to catch our breath, Chad. And maybe one that's required because it's coming up to the final round. It's 12-11. OG certainly on the back foot here. We can have a look at the buy. It's not too bad, all things considered, after losing the last couple of rounds. They've got 4 kills in the previous. They've got M4s and all for Mantu. LXCB yet to buy. He's got the USP in hand, but that PT50... if he had just got 1 kill, it could have been enough just to close this one out, but just the worst weapon for the job there.
Yeah, not ideal stuff. Now, just quickly to recap this series for everybody, this is the semi-final that's going on right now. The winner of this will play Na'Vi, who took down FaZe not that long ago, only about an hour ago that one concluded. In this series, we have Mirage, Nuke, and the third map, if we need it, will be Inferno. OG's pick is Mirage. Mousesports have decided to take us to Nuke, and then Mousesports also decided to take us towards Inferno. They had the option between Train or Inferno in that last phase, and actually opted to go for Inferno, which is not a Mousesports map by any means. It's one that they struggle on, whereas Train, for the longest time, was towards the top of their pool. So as we wait to get this one back underway here, I can hear some lovely noises in the server, which is telling me we shouldn't be too far away from getting the action underway.
The clicking and clacking of the chatter suggests that we're getting underway momentarily. And here it comes in the final round, potentially. We'll see if Mousesports can take us to overtime. They certainly have the financial advantage going forward, but as I mentioned, OG do have enough to bring together our buy. Looks like we're all good to go. Rob's confirmed that both teams are ready and will be underway momentarily. First map of this best of 3, OG 12, Mousesports 11, but it's only 3 rounds in this second half for OG. They are by no means guaranteed to pick this round up. Mousesports warming up into, we said this before as well, Chad. We've casted a lot of them in EPL, especially. They'd have this really slow start to go down like 5-0 after being super aggressive and have to grind their way back into every single game, which they did most of the time, to be fair, but it's always these slow starts.
And I think one thing that we're noticing here as well, at least with this map and the 2 previous, is that, well, besides Vertigo, is that it feels like this is definitely favoring the Ts, the MR12, right? With the economy in the current way that it is, the Ts seem to have quite a few more advantages, or maybe just a different buy pattern or a little bit more learning is required from the CT sides or these teams going forward, as this is extremely experimental right now. But Mouse, 1 round away from taking us to overtime here. That's not the start they were looking for. Mantu and Issa open up their accounts, but Woxic, the hero of last, gets 2, and now that's applied a lot of pressure. Frozen takes down Alexi, Rops onto Issa, and now all it is MBK 1-on-3. No way.
They've actually pulled it off. Mousesports with the reverse sweep, and there it is. I thought I got ahead of myself there, but it's going to be another beautiful round from that international squad on their T side. As Chad mentioned, it has been a bit tight T bias today, so they'll remain on that side. Now, Chad, do you want to explain it?
I got it.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, I've got it for everybody at home. All right, we're in overtime now. Traditionally, when you see overtime, we do MR3. That means you need 4 rounds total to win in traditional overtime. Right now, we're doing MR2. That means that you need to go flawless on one side. So right now, with OG starting on the CT side and Mouse starting on the T side, one of these 2 teams is going to need to go flawless in one of these halves of overtime if they want to take away the victory. You need 3 rounds, 2 on one side and 1 on the other.
Okay, well, we're all on the same page now, I think. It's going to be the double up setup, and we'll see MBK and Mantu. See, we have seen this before from OG. MBK normally the turrets towards the B apartments and does a pretty serviceable job, to be honest with you. And Mousesports, everything's been reset now. The grind is over. It was a difficult second half, but they made it work. Took us to overtime. And for now, default spread. Window smoke going down. We have said that Mantu's been struggling with that. 13 kills. Same story for Lexi B. They're both slowing down here. As the boost comes in once again, this has been difficult for Mantu to hold. His rotation has caught him off guard a few times, but sticks with it for now. Oof. This is going to be a difficult shot, a brave one to take, and it doesn't work out. From the trade should be there.
Okay.
We know Chris J is a handy player, Mirage, Chad, and that's the kind of impact play you were talking about. There it is.
That's why we want to see the rifle in his hands, right? Not the Deagle, a weapon that he can actually put some damage down Rain with. And now, range. Close. But now, for MBK and Alexi B, they have to, well, they can't. There's no real need to save. There's also no real need to go for it. So it feels like Woxic will go to them.
Chris J. High impact moments, just from Mousesports need them. It's something about it. I've casted pretty much every single one of them as well. I always seem to be there when Chris J steps up. I'm such a big fan. And there it is. Perfect round. The boost. What did you make of Mantu's adjustment there? As you said it before, they're aware of his flight paths and his maneuvers back towards kitchen. He tried to challenge that time. Obviously very committed with the orb. He couldn't unscope. Did you like that play?
Look, the thing is, it's hard to question what's going through his head at that time. But well, I like seeing a confident Orpa. So let's go with yes. We'll go with yes. I like him. I
guess risks. Him being shut down a couple of times there, mixing it up. If he hits that shot, it'll look brilliant. But it was the opening for Chris J to really slam it home towards the A bomb side. 13-12 as Mousesports take the lead now. OG feeling the burn, and 2-0 comes in. They're in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah.
Mousesports have found the lion's share of the T rounds. Here's the replay of Chris J. Beautiful second shot as well. The third, didn't think he stood a chance here, but he makes it work. Issa dropped, and we're getting into the final round of this first half of overtime. I promise you that makes sense. 13-12. Big damage on that grenade.
Oh, and it's straight into the A set piece here, but OG are out of position. They need to scramble back. Mantu's done a good job of finding one in transition here, and more kills are happening, but Mousesports, they're open to the connector and jungle positions, and kills keep continuing to fall. It's just one man standing, and that's Woxic. He's been spotted. They know where he is, and that's the AWP of the big man Ting striking true. 13-13. We go to the second half. Now, this is simple. If they split rounds, we go to OT2, right?
Sure.
Someone goes flawless and wins both, that's it. She's over.
Yeah.
We're moving on to map number 2. It's quite simple. So whoever wins this first round of the second half here is poised to take it.
And they guarantee double overtime, correct?
Exactly.
So yes, there we go. I'm officially up to date with the rule set. I know exactly what's happening here. It's a double orb setup for Chris J and Voxic. MBK towards middle. We'll see whether this is going to be... Well, they can start to show us what they're capable of. Their T-side was so good in regulation. Rob's looking towards underpass. He's on the bench right now. Can look towards top of middle as well. Bit of a run boost being set up. Alexi B catapulted in. And Rob's, the angle's perfect. You see that smoke?
Good. Yeah.
The one way as well. Just as it's going down, he gets a dink towards Alexi B. That's a beautiful play.
He did a good job as well to at least find one frag. It's not easy to get a run boosting kill.
It's a cool position as well. That smoke gives him 15 seconds up there and gets 1.5 kills. That's fine.
This is going to be a long round, I think, Henry, because this smoke here is going to slow out Volder. They're going all the way back to the A site. There's still a minute left on the clock. They need to get site control at some point, but it will be the A finish. So this is looking very good right now if you're Mousesports. They have 3 players leaning over towards that site, and Carrigan's actually getting more up close and personal. Unless, if he goes down without getting a kill, that's the only way that this falls apart.
Tense right now. You can see there's been a shift in mentality since we entered overtime. Double orb setup, 35 seconds here. And Valda makes his way towards connect up. Frozen's ready and waiting though. Great shot. There's low HP on Alexi B. That was from Robs earlier in the round. A flashbang delivered from Spawn. Carrigan's going to swing on it. The alley-oop doesn't convert, but 20 seconds remaining. He's trying to whittle down that clock if possible. Molotov lands at his front door, repositions toward the bomb site. I think this looks good, Chad. Carrigan should be on for 2. With 10 seconds remaining, surely he's done enough here. That one kill, that's all he has to get. The low HP, it's the bomb going down. Can they scramble the bomb? They're blocking each other. It will go down. They can still win this. They're going to let it go down. Chris, why haven't you peaked? And now it's a 2 versus 2. The C4 has been planted. They've repositioned. They can give this round up.
Oh no, this could be a real problem. Woxic, he has to go huge. He has to take the AWP out of the equation. He does, and now they know where Issa is. He finishes him off, and that is huge impact from Woxic there. 26 kills to his name. They'll get 2 AWPs to carry it forward if they want. Obviously, with the money in play, not such a big deal, but saves them having to purchase one of their own. And now Mousesports, they're 1 round away from taking map number 1.
Oh, I was so scared for them there, Chad. The fact that Christian, I understand why I didn't peek there. There's obviously going to be cover and they can approach it together, but still going for the little challenge, confirming and knowing one of them's taken out there. Oh, it scared me a lot, but they pull it off. Voxic with a double spray down, and we get into what could be the end of the game here. Mousesports pull this one off. We'll go to the next map.
Yeah, so it's the double ops again to defend with for Mousesports here, and OG. Maybe they'll opt to go a little bit slower. As you can see, they maybe fluff their Molotov to block.
I was going to say, how is there a Molotov?
It happens from time to time.
Okay.
But they're going to use the smoke and they're going to boost drops up in towards the vent room. The flash was good. Mantu can't land the shot into Chris J. They know where the AWP is right now. But OG, this is seeming a little bit different. Before they were doing a good job of pushing Mousesports around. They could bully the economy, but now the economy's out of the equation.
You're dead on. They've lost their flair. You can see this is now back to proper Counter-Strike, what we're used to in MR15. They're not as aggressive. They're not enjoying themselves as much. Certainly not anymore. Carrigan, he's managed to find some form in these last couple of rounds. Big kill from Robs. The AK-47 straight to the skull of MBK. 5 versus 3. They were looking down and out. Mousesports crashing out of DreamHack. 0-3. This team looked like they were on their knees. This first map looked like it was going to fall apart as well, but they've recovered. The reverse sweep to get into overtime, and now 3 kills away from converting the map. 5-on-3. Carrigan, could he be the savior here? It's been a very quiet showing from him, but he can find these 5 free frags. It could be enough. The Molotov deployed. It's a pulls on back. The AWP. It connects as well. We could be going to double overtime. And it looks like Robs, he will have his plate full here. Still in towards CT Spawn with the AK-47. Mantu did find a very important kill. The HE delivered. And will this be it? OG looking for double overtime. The bomb to go down. Voxic, he'll find the shot. And now Valda. Is the flash enough? Oh! It's a perfect conversion. And there it is. Mousesports will win in overtime. What a comeback that was. Another fantastic game of CS.
That's what you want to see right there, and a lovely bit of teamwork to find the final frag. I couldn't ask for anything else in a game like that. We got all the rounds. I had to explain the overtime. We did it all again. But Frankie, these 2 games today, they're trumping the stuff we had yesterday. I don't want to, say anything too bad, but the games today are much more exciting.
Well, that's because it's the semi-finals, boys. That's what you want to see. It's the story. It's progression as we move through the bracket. And, of course, there are still potentially 2 more maps before we find out who our second finalist will be going up against Na'Vi. And to be honest, at the start of that map, I thought, well, OG have got this. Mouse, they just don't seem to have any answers to those set pieces. Why do you think that OG were so successful? Have they changed things up since you last saw them, Chad?
I think that the thing is OG haven't had a lot to play for in recent times, so they're super hungry, right, to come out here and put down some really, really good Counter-Strike. But unfortunately, Mouse Sports have also had a lot of woes recently, so both teams are hungry to show good CS. And look, it's not that I think OG looked much different. It's still the similar set pieces that they were doing. I think one of the things I noted was that the economy appears to be a bit of an issue for AWPers, because Mantu didn't feel like he was having a huge amount of impact in this game right here. But then Woxic was on fire. So there's so much data here to kind of, take on in and look at. But all in all, I like the approach of both teams. I think that once we got to overtime, you saw what it means when the teams have not unlimited money, but a lot more money to work with, because Mouse Sports looked a lot more confident when everyone had the guns out, that's for sure.
And we have to talk about Chris J as well, because he was given an M4 and he made some impact plays. You were talking about that before the match started. Henry, what did you think?
We didn't see any of that Deagle nonsense. You can see Mouse Sports have gone back to the old traditional drawing board, as it were. And Chris J, he didn't have the most electrifying performance, but the clutches he won, Chad. You talked about it. His kind of impact plays when Mouse Sports need him, and a game they were significantly losing as well. He finds that great 3-piece, and it seems to just light the fire beneath the team. Whenever he finds one of those huge rounds, that's when Mouse Sports just change their mentality completely. We saw it personified today, and I hope that's what you're looking for.
Well, the fact that they only got 3 rounds in their CT side, and Chris J, I'm pretty sure, had huge impact in 2 of those, that speaks volumes about what we're talking about here. But look, what's next? Nuke, right? Nuke's the next map on the agenda. Nuke's the one where we're heading very, very soon. So with that coming in here, both teams are well versed in a map like that. Both teams will have a lot of set pieces again, and I'm not sure which one this one's going to go. We went right down to the wire here. There's no reason Nuke can't be the same.
Mouse Sports, baby, let's go.
You reckon?
Yeah, I'm liking it. I think that they've woken up now. We've said they're slow starters. Frank even mentioned it going into this one, and they're looking like they've warmed up now. I'm ready for this. 2-0, let's go.
Well, hold your horses, boys. We're going to be back with Nuke, our second map of the semi-final, in a moment. But first of all, we're going to hear from the International Medical Corps. I'm joined by Oji Rajaslavic. He is the UK Managing Director of the International Medical Corps. Thank you so much, first of all, Oji, for joining me. And second of all, tell me a bit about how you got involved with the IMC, because you've been part of their organisation since 2003. It's a long time, Oji.
It is. Prior to joining IMC then, I was working in profit sector. I already had background having worked for UNICEF IRC during the crisis in Yugoslavia. And actually I was looking to go back to non-profit sector, to charity sector. And at that time, it was the time of the invasion of Iraq. And a lot of agencies were looking for staff. And through some mutual friends, I was introduced to IMC, and within 2 days I was in Kuwait on the border. And it all started from that.
So originally the IMC was set up to provide aid to places where perhaps other organisations or other services wouldn't go, and also with an onus on training. So not only were you sending doctors to war-torn countries, you were also training people who lived there as well to provide medical aid.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's not only the medical training, in the context where we work, you draw on the local capacity and you try to build up the local capacity. That can be the capacity of the institutions, hospitals, health centers, sometimes in capitals, sometimes in remote areas. And we work through the networks of community health workers, for example, and also medical staff. So that puts us in a really good place once that if we deploy in an emergency, for example, following a hurricane or during the conflict, once the initial wave of emergencies is done, then you have to look at how to create a sustainable
sustainable services to people. Now, this philosophy is serving us really well now in this COVID response because we are able to draw on the already trained staff and slightly amend the approach and do whatever it needs to be done in terms of training, and then use them in COVID response. So that is our philosophy. Yeah.
I want to ask how the IMC has responded to the coronavirus crisis, because we associate the IMC with going to places of conflict, dealing with both sides of a civil war, and saying we really want to make sure that your people are treated and are able to care for each other as well. And of course, you've mentioned natural disasters, helping people in the wake of something terrible like a hurricane or a tsunami. But this is a pandemic. This is quite a different situation. So how do you approach it?
What's different about this particular pandemic is that although we have in the past worked in the United States as well, where we provided assistance to hurricane-struck areas, this time we also work in the United States supporting the health system. So very briefly, we work in cities around the US to help major hospitals and health facilities which have been overburdened with COVID-19. So what that means is providing them with emergency field units, medical equipment, supplies, but also, clinical volunteers. So we work with our partners, like Massachusetts General, Stanford University, and others. And I think at the moment we're looking at a situation changes daily,
So tell me what people like you and me can do during this pandemic to help keep ourselves safe and to help the overall effort of stopping the spread of this virus.
First of all, we are, I think, all very much aware of how infectious this virus is. So social distancing and being really aware, personal hygiene, washing your hands. My wife changes clothes when she comes from outside. I'm not sure if that's really necessary, but she does it out of abundance of caution. So these would be the kind of main things that all of us can do to make sure that we are protected. This becomes a little bit more complicated in some areas where we're working, like in Africa and Asia. Either the areas are too densely populated or people simply cannot observe social distancing. They've got to work, but that's a different problem. In the countries in the West, I think personal hygiene, being aware how infectious this virus is, and making sure that by social distancing we protect not only ourselves, but the most vulnerable groups, the elderly, people with underlying health conditions.
Now, gaming communities from around the world have come together to help fight COVID-19, be that sharing advice on what you've just discussed with me, as washing your hands, staying safe, staying indoors, but also by choosing charities like yours to support with their efforts. What's it like for you and the IMC knowing that the gamers are wanting to support your work?
Well, it means so much. It's, how can I put this? Obviously, providing financial support is critical, because that then enable us to do everything that I've told you we're doing. We don't have much time, so we won't go into too much detail. But, our staff would not be there at the hospitals that I hope none of us have to go to, but we may need to at some point, but to help them cope with this pandemic. One other, I would say, because I spent many years in the field, working in the field, one other thing is when you go to our staff who work in remote areas, people who haven't seen a plane in months, who have water trucked in, on donkeys and that kind of thing, just to let them know that the world has not forgotten about them, although that's how it may seem to them, right? That means the world.
Well, that sounds like a really good place to finish. Thank you ever so much, Oji, and thank you for all of your work with the IMC.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm Frankie Ward, and I am joined by the wonderful Chad Sponge Birchill and the magnificent Henry G. Greer.
And you know the full pronunciation.
Oh, no worries. I'm working on it. Next time I'll do my radio voice for you, Henry. Before the break, OG and Mouse juked it out, took it to overtime on Mirage. And I'm not OG, actually. I was going to say OG, but actually it was Mouse who ended up winning, which didn't seem like the likely result at the start of the map. But before we get into Nuke and what we're expecting to see there on Mouse's pick for this series, I want to tell you about the charities, because we are here doing Gamers Without Borders this weekend to raise awareness and to raise some money for these amazing 7 charities who are all responding to the COVID-19 crisis in different ways. And the prize pool from this weekend, all $2 million of it, will be given to the charities of our team's choice. So the different charities are the Norwegian Refugees Council, International Medical Corps, UNICEF, the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Centre, Gavi the Vaccine Alliance, the International Telecommunications Union, and Direct Relief. So, for example, Direct Relief, they respond to the crisis by providing PPE, giving guidance to healthcare workers, essential items that a lot of countries are finding it hard to come across at the moment, like ventilators. So they've helped China, they've helped America, even London have called them and had Direct Relief support. But we only have a minute before we go into this second map. Are Mouse Sports going to 2-0 it, Henry?
I think so. That was the pick of OG. Bear in mind, Mirage is actually a bit of a shaky map for Mouse Sports these days. The fact they brought it back from a pretty weak performance, it suggests that Nuke should be going very well for them. There's a few players I'd like to see step up. Carrigan is actually a bit of a specialist on Nuke Chat. I'm not sure if you agree, but that lower bomb side floor, or upper bomb side floor, I should say, is where he does his best work. So if he comes online, I feel like 2-0 should be on the cards here. But who knows? It's MR12. The craziest rounds have gone down today. I'm not really sure. I just hope for more great Counter-Strike. You know, that's all we can really hope.
That's all we can ever hope for. I think Woxic, with that form that he was in on Mirage right there, probably means that as we go into Nuke, it's a map where he can be a bit of a specialist once they get to that CT side. I want to see a little bit more about what's going on with the economy, the decisions. We will have OG starting on the CT side of this map because it is Mouse Sports' pick. So that's where I'm really putting a lot of weight here. If Mouse Sports can run away with this Frankie in the early stages, we may as well call it GG.
Interesting. Do you think that Mouse handled the economy quite well on that first map?
Not really, but they won the round. So that's all that matters. Is we're leaving you, Frankie. We're going into the game right now. We're going to see you in probably about 45 minutes, if I had to hazard a guess.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, Chad. Of course, OG will start on the CT side here, so there is one string to that bow in that regard. But as we've seen, it's been a T-sided affair today. The pistol has a lot of weight behind it. All the T-side pistol victories have been seen so far. Not the upper rush, but the nade towards the door has been deployed. Looking for these CTs crossing over. It's Alexi V towards main entrance. Bit of a push from Mantu as well, bravely making his way towards the lobby position. Doesn't detect anyone at all, but smoke down. Very powerful as well. This could actually set up Mantu quite nicely, Chad.
Oh, my camera's just gone a little bit weird, Henry. So give me 1 second.
Hold on, I'll keep going.
I promise I'll be with you.
Oh, bomb down is going to be Mantu with that flank, but unfortunately not falling back there. He actually gives it the USP. It actually favours Mouse Sports technically at this stage. So good flank, good damage inflicted, but a 4-on-4 and a minute remaining at this stage. We've got Frozen and Chris J, about 50 health between them, and MBK looking towards the squeaky door. Issa will join him. And it's all gone very quiet here. Oh, a footstep from MBK. That's really far from ideal. Chris J will know there's a chance of getting the kill, and he makes sure that he connects all the dots.
Yeah, things are looking very good for Mouse Sports here, and I think Ropsy's a bit of a predator right now. Takes down Volder. He was low on HP, and now it's just Issa who's left to deliver something special. He can't get it done. Alexi B through the smoke will find Chris J with a lovely one tap to the head, but Frozen responds in kind, and that'll be round number 1, as well as map number 1 on the board for Mouse. You can have both.
It could be map 2 with some of the players have been saying that the pistol weight, especially with conversion, it could be everything in MR12. With this sort of matchup on Mouse Sports pick, it could be enough shot. That's if they converted it, though. We don't see a massive amount of CT rounds converted in the second round force buy, but in MR12 we have seen a few more. So as long as they don't rush ramp, I think Mouse Sports should be fine. We'll see what they've got up their sleeve. We've seen a few teams today go for that approach. Carrigan with the Mac 10, that's fine. They are actually rushing the ramp. Here we go then. This time, not running to the stack, so they're absolutely fine. As long as there's not 4 CTs ready and waiting, it's actually pretty viable. Not a bomb site, but certainly a portal to the map itself.
And a portal that they've opened here is forcing the CTs to rotate around. You can see right now that Volder and Alexi B have rotated into the lower bomb site, as well as MBK going inquisitive towards the yard position. So they're searching in all the wrong places right now, because guess what? Mouse are jigging, and they're going to hit this top side. Couple of simple flashes going on out. Isra on top of the hunt is the man to receive, and he's not going to get anything done. Rops with a jumping back 10 will spot him out there, and this is looking good.
That was their only chance, really. If he gets a double kill the Deagle, they'd buy enough time for rotations. But now the bomb down, you might as well save your pistols. Counterintuitive as that sound.
Yeah, I don't know if, like, with the way the economy stands right now, if we were doing MR12, I don't know if force buying on the CT side on the second round is viable, right?
No, I think so completely. It's too high risk. It's too volatile.
So what you could do is maybe go for like a P250 or a Deagle without armor and any nades, and then by the time that you make it around to the third round, the gun round still won't be great.
And you're still looking just to do financial damage around number 2 and then bring out your own rifle. I think it's still high risk though, right? It's still not like it's a better option because you won't have all your grenades, for example, and you're going to blow mouse sports, in this case, to build up a massive amount of cash. Sure, they managed to save 4 weapons. That's not the end of the world. They do get a second partial buy, but I do agree with you. I feel like there's certainly some wiggle room in terms of the economy. This is obviously the first tournament in MR12. Teams are experimenting with different ideas. Mouse Sports certainly a team that like to experiment with their finances. We haven't really seen that today. No Chris J. Deagles. If ever there's a map for him to show us that sort of play, though, this is where he mainly did it, to be fair. For now, CZ's once again second bite of the cherry, but probably a similar result, to be honest with you. This time they do have a Mac 10 for MBK.
Yeah, it seems like a very difficult task to be winning a round like this, and if they get out positioned once again, they get quickly forced to rotate around. Well, they won't have a choice because it's a hard top. Woxicky straight out the squeaky door. Carrigan opens things up, and look at this, the dominoes are falling one after the other. Alexi B's been spotted, so they're going to know that this around the world play, well, maybe they don't, because he gets 2 kills right there.
Okay.
He's made it exciting, but not interesting, because it's just Man2 with the scout.
I was about to say, I was like, wow, that's really opened up the door, then realised, okay, it's a 3-on-1, Man2 is 10 HP. Scout, CT spawn, not really much you can do. That's the 3-0 start on Mouse Sports pick. Now, Chad, in MR12, I dare say 3 might even be enough.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I suppose, what do you think the average scoreline is at the moment in Counter-Strike on a map like Nuke first half?
I would say 9-6, 10-5.
Yeah.
Where we're at.
So with something like that in play, if they get like 8-4, something along those 8-7-5, Mouse Sports would be extremely happy with scorelines like that. So I suppose winning pistol, converting the next 2, that's super important. And that's the way it used to be back in Source and 1.6. On the T side, if you won pistol and then converted, you had to, because gun rounds, they were few and far between. It wasn't something that you could really get. The CT's Rebel to erect a massive wall and just absolutely lock you out of every position. Whereas now, because the economy can be pressured, Man2 even holding on to that scout, that I find interesting. Is someone going to pick that up? Is someone going to take
I don't think so. Sure.
Okay. Has everyone got a gun? I can see MBK's.
Yeah. Okay, so the scout's on the floor. There's an auto shotgun out. Alexi B, instead of taking the scout, went for the shotgun. That for me, like, you might as well use a scout if you're buying the shotgun, but Nuke is the only viable weapon. It's the only viable map for it, I suppose. This is all speculation. Like, he can do whatever the hell he likes, to be honest with you, but the shotgun with the scouts down, I'm not sure that's the great call. We'll see whether he can make it work. Either way, it gets on top of the hut. And here we go. With that squeaky door. Big damage receiver. Robs snuck through. First kill is his. Great movement. And now the pressure to be applied is going to be very difficult to contain him here, Chad.
Yeah, great movement indeed. I love that move from Robs. It's great to see him bringing that on out here as topside has been completely overrun. And even with Issa in the hut right now, they don't even seem to be worried about his position.
Oh, it is nullified at this point. Issa, if he maybe denies the plan there, it could have been something. He still could have some impact, but this kill might decide it. Valda now detected. They'll be aware of the hut potential as they sneak through, and Foxy checks it. It was about that time, right? You could feel they had to check it eventually. If he goes 2 seconds earlier, maybe he makes something of that, but it's going to be 4-0 Mouse Sports. As Valda will save the AWP, there's always a chance he can win the follow-up round with the loss bonus getting to its maximum stage in the next.
Yeah,
save the AWP.
The AWP's good going forward, but this is the thing, I suppose, is why a lot of people might take issue with this. The fact that the T's are able to snowball like this, look at the amount of money that Woxic and Rops have, and we're only going into the 5th round of the game here. So the max loss bonus at this point on the OG side of things, it plays on in, but this is a problem we have in MR15, MR12, MR whatever the bloody hell you want. The CTs, unfortunately, they don't have a way to stimulate the economy in the same way. When the Ts are in a tough spot, they can just focus on getting that bomb down to have an extra 800 come through the door. The same can't be said for the CTs, and you can see what that does here. They have the AWP, Valda's keeping it, and they're just upgrading a couple of pistols and Kevlar around it. So let's see what they've got in store for us here. They need something special.
Certainly do, Chad, and this could be the round, the AWP Valda, and we're getting into another fast play towards ramp. They've actually gone all the way in. And that could be it enough already. In terms of rotations, there's no CTs down towards lower. Mantu has now been spotted as he gets down towards the vents, and Alexibi, same story, but they've got full control of the lower area. The bomb should be planted, no problem, and indeed will be the round. I'd love to build it up more than that, but we'll see.
No, I think you're bang on. I think you're bang on, Henry. This is actually the round right here. Even though OG is scrambling, they're going to get taken out in vain. The best thing they can do right now is have Valda hold on to that AWP, and the fact that he shot off a couple of warning shots so close and personal, I hope that they're going to lock him on in here. And I can... As the smoke's about to clear, Chris J peppering a few bullets in, 11 remaining. Alexibi will get the better of him. Woxic will trade, and now it's just about holding on to whatever guns they can. OG have dipped their toe in the water, and it's apparently icy cold.
It certainly is, and as you already mentioned, Chad, like with MR12 and the finances for Mousesports the way they are right now, these kills, sure, it's great they're keeping their weapons up, it gives them more firepower in the form of the AK and the AWP going forward. They would have had rifles anyways, the AK certainly beneficial, but look, Fox is still at 15 grand. They're not going to be eco'd this half, and the 5-0 are up, right? That's if they don't win a single round going forward, which is very unlikely indeed.
So what are we looking at right now? It's obviously a gun round, but what approach, right? Because whatever OG does, if it's not a default hold, it's a gamble, right? Because they don't know what's going to get offered up, but you're running out of opportunities to go for gambles here. You just need to hope that you can get all your protocol nades in, make sure that they can't be rushing topside and ramp, and then from there, recalibrate.
Well, here we go then. Mousesports off to an absolute flyer here on Nuke. They've already got a map under their belt. It's been a rough couple of weeks for them, I have to say, and this round is no different. Alexibi and Issa opening things up. Great shots at the M4, but significant damage there through the wall bang towards the hut. It's going to be Issa. Takes another bullet, down to 59 now. 5 versus 3 still, but plenty of time. Mousesports with a bomb down. We'll have to wait for the smoke to dissipate, but still a chance to get back into it. Might as well see as much damage they can do here. Every kill in this particular round will be very beneficial. It's a different agenda, really, because they know they probably can't win the round, but the money's low on the CT side. Getting 2 or 3 kills would be massive going forward and enable them to reset them in future rounds.
Yeah, that's the key, right? The magic number I always talk about is making sure you're getting 3 kills on the T side to make sure the CTs have a harder time dropping these guns across. It doesn't work as well as it once did in 1.6 or Source because of the different bonuses, but MBK here, well, he'll be the first to fall. That's 2 more to find if you're Mousesports. That's the key to this round. Can they find anything else? An alt bullet will tag up Frozen, dissuading him from going out of the hut position, and Woxic as well will be dipping on back. 40 seconds remain. There's still plenty of opportunities to find a couple of frags here, but OG, they're not overstepping the mark. They're playing off of each other. They're jiggle peeking well, and they're even doing damage through the vent as Alexibi will take down Woxic. Mantu will finish it off with an AWP shot onto Frozen, and that'll be the first round on the board for OG.
Yeah, it will be quite a convincing one as well. To be fair, 4 players surviving and a strong finish. They'll have a couple of AK-47s in their ranks, and we get into round number 7 here. But as you mentioned, money very strong for Mousesports, but it's starting to be chipped away at now. They can get 2 more rounds, they'll be down to an eco, but like I said, they have to sustain a few rounds themselves. They've got the firepower, they've got all their grenades at this point, but still, giving up 5 rounds, like we said, that would be pretty average for a half, an ML15 potentially.
Yeah, the thing is they can't get hard reset anymore, so there'll always be opportunities for them to buy back in if they lose this round, but it's too bleak. It's too bleak. The picture at this point for them is have to have a flawless remainder of this half. 7 is what they need, and unfortunately for them, they continue to get peppered. They've lost control. The bomb's already crossed over towards Secret. The rotations are coming on in, but Mousesports, they look like they're in control of this one.
Oh, that's a great effort from Voxy, but 3 kills have been found for OG here. They are starting to wake up. 4 versus 2, Carrigan and Chris J. Left with a very tall order here, but they have got decent positional control. They're making their way towards heaven, undetected, and the bombs on their back.
Mantu's not looking.
It's not actually over at all. They have no idea they've made it. So Mantu, he's really focused towards the ramp. When he goes down, it really does start to question what they can do. Chris helps himself with an easy frag. No one's even considering that. This is sloppy from OG to say the very least.
Oh no, that's a problem. The fact is now they have sight control. This Molotov into the doors is great.
He can push up.
But if he goes in and dies here, that means it's a 2-on-2 situation. Alexibi taking a massive risk right now. He has a chance, but Christian's already through the door. Carrigan looking up towards the window, jumping up on towards the catwalk. Can he make the frag? No, he can't. That's Christian with the AWP. Can he do any more? Chris has got a second. It's a 1v1. Chris, that's the impact we're talking about. That's the impact we want to see. Screw the deagle, screw the pistols. Give this guy a primary weapon because time and time again, he's going to pull off those plays. That's the Chris J we want.
That is exactly the Chris J we want, and he delivers on all fronts. That is huge. What another massive round there. Give him the real weapons, boys. Screw this financial approach. Chris J is back, baby, and that's a resounding performance. A huge clutch of Mirage, and a monstrous performance with the AWP there towards the end. A 4-on-2 chat, and you have to say that was OG's round to lose. What was that all about? Where's the communication there? How are they not covering ladder as a basic principle at a 4-on-2?
I'm not sure how Mantu wasn't aware that he could be flanked.
Like, again, though, right? We talked about it before. I said as a porter, I normally say ramp's not a bomb site. You don't even have to cover ramp. Let them bloody have it in a 4-on-2. Whatever. Just hold lower, get towards the silo.
I think they were sold on the fact that the bomb had crossed secret, right? That's the only thing that was keeping them in place. But it's not like they had to slimily get a gap. From what we could see, from what we were being greeted right there, it just felt like a thoroughfare for them. It was like, here you go, you can walk around ladder base if you want. Here's even a free kill. And it was the portal the other way around. It was the portal to them winning round number 6.
That's a crazy round to give up. I can't believe that like the perfect storm came in. Mantu not getting some backup, and Robs is quick out here. We'll have to dwell on that later. He's actually getting through the flashback. Oh, it's Alexi B with just 2 bullets remaining. He nails the shot here, but still absolute pandemonium ensuing here. He'll get himself down in towards the vent, find the AK-47, and we're round number 8, 6-1 for Mousesports here. OG will find themselves in a 5 versus 3, but these rounds, they're not guaranteed by any stretch. This shot, not quite connects, but very close to Mantu there, Frozen. Not known to be an AWP. We'll answer back though. What a shot. Goes back to the AK-47. Valda, good positioning. Chris J should be able to trade, which he will. They've got a chance again. They won the 4-on-2 before. Now it's a 3 versus 1. The Flying Dutchman will have to deliver once again.
I need Chris right now, if I'm Mousesports coach of Regin, to get me one more kill, because next round, if we lose this, we only get 1,400. He's actually going for us. He's going to plant the bomb. This is huge.
He can actually win this. I would give him 17% odds here, Chad. That's what I offer.
Okay. Well, they're not bad. It's the first fight right here against
There we
Issa.
go. Up to 25.
You think he's got 2 more in him?
Yeah, I think he can do this. They've got just 1 kit. They haven't got any smoke. They're on the bomb now. They won't fully defuse this. Surely. They're going for it. Lexi B feels like he's covered. If his first kill comes in, wow. Good effort from Chris J. Bomb goes down. Great first shot in the 3 versus 1. Can't convert this time. Fair enough. He can't win every single clutch at this point, Chad. It's just not possible.
Yeah, but he managed to take another player down, right? And that's the magic number we were talking about. So he's actually given enough money because Mousesports only had 1,400 as a loss bonus, plus their residual cash, plus the 800 he just got them from planting the bomb, right? So they can actually buy because of that. If he didn't plant that, they'd be in a lot of trouble. And also, you have to take a look at this. You have the buy right now coming on through from OG, but there's several players without full sets of nades. There's only 2 defuse kits in play. Mouse have another chance to bend them over the barrel.
Let's see what they can do with it. It's going to be that fast play once again. Frozen. He'll be towards the silo position, but we have got a player trying to open things up. They're going to start right down. Carrigan makes his way towards main entrance here, but still, this first kill, he might have nutmegged him. This is a classic nutmeg. MBK, does he know? They're having a little hug and kiss, and now the fire will be ensuing. 4 versus 3. Robs pulls one back, and this is absolutely crazy. I haven't seen you play like this in a very long time. Lots of aggression, lots of heads-up duels, and no utility remaining for Mousesports here. Round number 9. Might have to take an eco after this one. It doesn't look good for them whatsoever. A kill for the smoke would be great. Can't quite find it. Robs firing off plenty of bullets, but doesn't connect.
Hold up a second here, Henry. Vault is pushing. And that's probably not a great idea against Frozen, because he's going to Ferrari peek you from out of nowhere. Now we have a 3-on-3 situation.
That's
the bomb.
Fascinating push from OG.
The bomb's in the hut. Now, this is one of the things that happens with teams. When they know the bomb's down, they hug the bomb. But what that does is the T's have to clear out all the angles. If you're going to play the C4, you're going to play it this tightly, of course they're going to be clearing all these angles and hitting shots like this.
Wow, here we go again. Another impossible scenario being turned around here. It's a rescue mission of the C4. They picked it up and making their way towards a ramp room. That is absolutely astonishing. Mousesports had no business winning that round, and you're dead on, Chad. You're absolutely dead on there. They're hugging the bomb, they're overcommitting, and they're just treating it like it's the golden snitch, as it were.
Well, you don't get 50. Well, how many points is that? I think you just win the game.
You just
I'm not
win,
a Harry Potter aficionado here.
Yeah, me too.
Unfortunately, I think if you're OG, you may as well throw that strap book you were carrying out the window at this point and be a little bit scrappy. They've upgraded into a couple of pistols here. Alexi B even has an M4 to work with, but take some risks. You may as well. You're 7-2 down. It's MR12. There's not too many rounds left. Push, have some fights, have some duels, see what you can get done here, because you're getting picked off when you're trying to play fundamental CS. Oh, what was that?
I don't know. I try to work out in my own brain how that's even a shot they're connected, but I'll take it. There's still a kill here to be available with the USP. Okay. Whatever's happening today in Counter-Strike, let's have some more of it. Absolutely fantastic stuff. The timing couldn't be better for MBK. He closes things out. A mental round again, and it's going to be round number 10 falling in favor somehow in favor of OG.
But look at the money now on Mouse. This is back and forth. There's like no team can have any respite or chance to relax right here. And if I'm Mouse, what do you got? You got 2 rounds left, so you take a save right now. You get 1,900 in the next round. It's enough for a buy, I guess. Or you force buy here. You go with some of these top rushes. Maybe you drop down the vent. Maybe you try and be cheeky and have that play where Rops is lurking out of the smoke with a few extra flashes behind it. But they can still stay dangerous, right? The thing is, if they were to take the save right now, they're giving 4 rounds over to OG, and then they're fighting for a 7-5 or an 8-4 half. If you go all in on these last 2, they're both force buys, and I've just been informed by the little birdie that tends to fly onto my balcony every now and again to let us know we have a tech pause that's being called right now on the Mouse Sports side of things. So hopefully we can get back into this one very, very quickly here. But there's a lot to discuss in terms of Mouse Sports or how they want to approach this round, because they could go for a buy. Rops can get an AK, Carrigan can get an AK and head armor. Like there's a buy on the board here. There's no dramas about that. But,
certainly, there is a buy there, but like if you've got 7 rounds already available, you know their money's it's good. It's not going to be sabotaged. I guess you could go for one of those crazy Mac 10 plays. I wouldn't mind that too much, to be honest with you. I think that would be pretty exciting, but definitely worth the timeout. It looks like it might have transitioned to a mic issue, though.
Yeah, well, they tend to happen. We had a couple of those, didn't we? Trying to rig up this home setup that we were going for there, but we've made it land.
Yeah, this is not that my setup's been put together, as you can probably tell, by gaffer tape. Last minute scramble to
quite literally.
Yeah, I ordered a webcam from China because nothing was available on Amazon. That came, didn't have any software, doesn't have any software, doesn't even exist as a brand. That's what we're working with, but it still comes together. It comes together, yeah. So maybe next time.
Maybe next time. And one thing, Henry, you know what I'm going to do just before this one gets on in. For any of the viewers who maybe are just joining in, they're not too familiar with what's going on right now. This is the Gamers Without Borders charity event for CSGO. There's $2 million on the line here for these teams to be donating to a charity of their choice within the 7 that are on offer here. And one thing that we want to know is the format. Now, we are doing max rounds 12. Normally we do max rounds 15, 16 to win. In this occasion, you need 13 to win, and it's a bit of an experiment. And they have experimented with the buy, Henry. They've gone all in. They've gone with the full.
Yeah, I can understand. We'll get into that later. I was going to make a point about that, but let's get into the action, shall we? It is the upper push. LXTB finds the first. The vent die.
Yeah, they're planning lower already.
Actually, have got a chance here. We're going to see if that smoke can go down. It certainly does. Valdo will fire off some shots and get the kill. He denies the plant, and surely the round here. Voxy will pull one back. 3 versus 2.
Not again, Henry. I can see this happening again. Not again.
The pieces are all starting to align. Valdo actually done a very good job here. He's a bit of a nuke specialist. He's got down towards lower. I'm a bit worried now. That's a huge kill. With 1 minute 15, he spots the kneecaps. It's actually happening. Man 2 with the AWP, and he is actually giving his position up as well. He's throwing that smoke. Luckily, the bomb's still down. He's made his noise, a lot of it. Oh my goodness, Chad. He hits the shot.
What is happening?
What is
happening?
I guess he knew he did the damage, wanted to get the quick kill, but yikes.
Maybe he didn't know that the bomb was still down?
No, he saw it. I was on his POV the entire time. He was in the open.
Oh no, okay.
It was dead in the open. It was clearly. I think it was just one of those plays like this pulls off. It's a 1 in 10 sort of situation.
How many rounds is that now? Is that 3 or 4 that they've lost?
At least 3. And that's going to be the gut punch that might do it. I think this final round will lead Mouse Sports to a 9-3 scoreline. They've lost so many massive advantages here. It's not been like a bad showing from OG in the sense of the mid rounds just closing them out. It's just been a nightmare for them. But still, Alexi B, he didn't spot him. So this is actually a chance. He gets a kill, okay.
He knew he was down there. He just didn't know exactly where it snuck off to. So that's a great start and a great upgrade. Mantu still has the AWP. So if we're talking about that in play, there's a chance that OG can post 4. And considering the way that this game's been going, if they can play anywhere near as chaotic or, I don't want to say puggy is what Mouse have done because they've still been using strats. They've just been finding really good timings and all of this chaos. OG can mount a decent T-half of their own. But we were talking about wanting a 7-5, 8-4 score if you're on the CT side. Well, Mouse have done that, and they might even do one better here. This is not great scenes from OG, unfortunately, being battered and bruised and losing a lot of very, very winnable rounds.
Here we go then. Desert Eagle in the back. It might not even be required here, but certainly going to be influential. Issa providing a lot of damage in the back. He only gets himself a single kill, but this surely doesn't fall apart now. It's looking good. Voxic, 3 versus 1, won't deliver, but still 8 rounds on the board for Mousesports on their map pick. It's looking incredibly good. And OG, the morale has got to be low, Chad. It would be for me. If you and I are on that team right now, there wouldn't be much chatter going on. It'd be quite quiet. There'd be a lot of an undertone of dread, I think.
Yeah, normally it's because those situations that fall apart, it's simple mistakes that are being made or oversights or poor communication. It's just the little details, and they come with frustration because it's like, well, why didn't we talk then?
Because we won the round.
Yeah.
It's 4-on-2. We've done enough. And a very, very important map. We've already given up our pick as well. And to lose so many catastrophic rounds like that, I just don't know if they have enough in the tank to pull this one back. But as we said, the pistol has a lot of weight in it in MR12. They can win this pistol. Sure, they're back into it, but it's going to take a hell of a performance in their T side. And Mousesports, probably their best map at this point. That's saying something considering the form they're in. This could be a very difficult one to recover. But if they win the pistol, who knows? Chris J with the CZ and 2 HEs. Make it 4 on the CT pistol, Chad. I've not seen that ever. I've never seen 4 HEs on the pistol. That's going outside for sure.
This is
will it work?
Very curious. I don't.
This is a Carrigan crazy call, isn't it? Like, this is us on the fly. It's like I've watched their demos. They normally go outside. They've got 2 smokes and a Molotov, suggesting they will go outside. But there is an HE as well. They could go for the vent dive with an outside split.
I'm not sure. I don't love it because I'm expecting OG just to say.
If they go outside, this could actually. Oh, how many players? How many players? Just one. And they won't send the grenades out there straight away. This is fascinating. I don't know where this is going.
So they've double naded Squeaky. They have 2 nades remaining. There's a top hit coming in right now from Alexi B throwing those nades, and Issa's on the flank through main here. So all the action's about to go on top site. Carrigan will find the opening, but MBK gets one in exchange, and top site's open now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. MBK gets the second. Chris Shea, the CZ, not the best weapon for the job. USP would have been fantastic there. Would have had the precision required. 4 versus 2. Spots the head of 1. Rops through the smoke. MBK surely guarantees the pistol here, but there's Frozen. We know he can win these. A 3 versus 1. Bomb goes down. Spots another. Looking for a quick kill. Manton's low as well, but does find the all-important kill. They win the pistol. It's Carrigan's kill at the start of the round there. I thought there was going to be a few more fireworks going off, but OG stick the landing. And now this is where it's interesting, Chad. This is where you shouldn't be force buying, right? You shouldn't be force buy here at all because you've got a huge lead. MR12, if what we said is true, the speculation we had throughout the series we've casted so far, I don't want to see a buy here at all.
We're learning with everybody else, right, of how this economy and MR12 as the rounds work. So far what we've seen is the CT sides have been having a much harder time. We already knew that the CT sided economy could be hampered a lot, even in MR15 and traditional Counter-Strike. But I like this call. So knowing that next round we can start theory crafting this a little bit. If this gets interesting, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you we'll jump into some play-by-play action. But the focus needs to be on the following round. So we're going to have 2,400 as the loss bonus coming on through. That means Carrigan, who's already dead, as an example, is going to get himself 4,600. He's got enough to get an M4 and a light bit of utility as well as some armor. And that's the same story for Woxic, for Frozen. Unfortunately for Chris J and Rops, they have a little bit less. So they still have opportunities to get kills in this round here. And if they do, that'll be an extra on the weapon. The Zeus didn't land. No. That's unfortunate.
But would have been epic if he pulled it off. Chris J, a chance of a kill, very little one, as Valda takes care of him. Just Voxic remaining, he had the rifle, but unfortunately couldn't do anything with it. So that was the full eco. And as you can see, with the full eco, you actually have a pretty good buy, because they're going to have residual SMGs, right? There's a UMP out in the field. It's still the advantage for OG, I suppose, but if Mousesports can make this one work, they're right back in it. They've shut down the 3-0 potential. And I guess that's the real conversation now with MR12. We just don't know how it plays out with the finances. We're still approaching it in the MR15 way with Force Buy in the second. See what happens, take the third. I just don't think that's viable in the shorter gameplay.
I think that potentially the CTs need like an extra $300 to $400 there, and then we're probably looking like we're onto something here. But we're onto the top side again. Alexi B, he's done a bit of a Rops impression, jumped out towards the vent. We will get underway with round number 15 here. Chris J's gone for the MP7. He's up close and personal, trying to see if he can catch anybody lurking through that smoke down towards the vent. He'll drop a smoke of his own towards Squeaky, but he has to be careful. Alexi B's waiting, and the nutmeg coming on through. Alexi B will use the smoke to his advantage, get the kill. Frozen will trade, but now the pressure's on the top side. These SMGs are pushing in.
Here we go. Voxic needs at least one here, and he finds the all-important kill. The bomb goes down, finds himself a second, but he won't be good for a third. Surely the flashbang will cause a swing, and Mantu, he'll find a 2 versus 1. Robs, though, towards Heaven.
Do they hear him? They're looking at him.
They're definitely looking at him. They saw him as well. Rops will expose his head. The bomb's still towards up, and he can't get it down lower, but a fantastic Molotov. Rops, oof, the crater as well. You don't like to see that. Suggesting, though, he's gone towards main. He won't win this round. He hasn't got a kit. No grenades. Might as well save.
Yeah, this is one, though, where it's debatable. This is where we need to start having more of this conversation. But does he stay in arm's reach so that he can take more guns away as they try to exit? Or does he just save safe like we traditionally see? At the moment, it appears like he wants to get inquisitive. The timer is the problem right here as the bomb is getting to that halfway mark. There's no defuse kit in play. And Rops, well, he's got so many angles to clear here. And they're well aware that he could still be coming for this. They haven't left the bomb. He's heard one sound cue. He gets the kill, but lack a kit here. He's going to be picking up.
He's got the kit.
There's just no chance. There's no time. He had to get on it now, and now he just has to run away. MBK's in the hut. Rops is lucky if he can skedaddle out of this one, as he will hightail it out of main. Going to survive and take down MBK and the end of things here. So that's great. That is basically all you could ask for Rops in that situation, considering how that round unfolded.
Yeah, had he had the kit originally, he could have actually won that round because he had to go recover the kit, right? He gets that initial kill. There was 10 seconds remaining on the bomb there. If he jumped on the bomb, MBK was actually towards Squeaky. He probably gets the defuse there, but the fact he had to pick it up, it did nullify his chances, and they will be taking a partial going forward. So OG will find a 3-0 start. This game is just heating up now. Great efforts there from Voxic. Gets himself a double, but that's all he was worth considering he ran out of ammo. Rops gets all the kills, but still leaving them with a difficult round here. As we go for an upper push. I don't like how the CZ, so they get the first. Let's see that the damage is done. Carrigan, he will certainly dish out a lot of it. Look at the HP. Issa 2, Alexi B 3. There's still a chance here for Mouse Sports on the low buy. See if it works out for them. The flashbang could be everything. If Chris J can find the timing here, the flash is delivered. In he goes. Doesn't do much, and Frozen with the M4, a sliver of a chance. If this kill is delivered, they can still do this. So low HP, 2 versus 1. Issa, he's nowhere to be seen, but they won't have kits to Chad. They surely won't go for the 4D.
He has a molly as well. He can molly the bomb, Henry.
They have no idea. He's won this, I think. Yes, even with 2 HP, they just don't know where he is. They won't be checking towards this spot, and now, yep, here comes the Molotov. You're absolutely dead on, and as long as it lands... Oh, wait!
Oh, no! He was low! He was low!
It was 1 second!
Frozen!
Oh, that was everything! It looked so close. I didn't think there was a chance for the Molotov. It does save the day, but it was less than a second on the defuse there. Crazy scenes, and Issa goes down with a blast as well, so another 5-man sweep. Oh, but still OG. They get through it. 4-0. Money now available.
Well, they need to start delivering some rounds now, right? At this point, we saw a 5-round streak come on through from that of Mouse Sports to kick off their campaign. And now, well, 4 in a row here from that of OG. But OG, I think, have done a better job of hampering the economy going forward, right? They've made sure that not too many players were surviving. Well, no one was surviving in 2 back-to-back rounds, and that's fantastic stuff here. So let's get this one underway. All tied up here, 8-8. 13's the magic number. As this is going to be more of a... Issa? This is going to be more of a default round.
Well, towards ramp we go. It's very fast-paced, and Rob's a bit of a ramp specialist. Nails the first shot. Voxer will follow up. Frozen, he'll go down elsewhere. But Rob's, oh, wow, he's still willing to challenge this one. Bomb down. I feel like Mantu has his number. But still, great play. 2 versus 3. Mantu's actually done a good job here of tucking himself in. Guaranteed frag. Let's deal with Voxic here. Is that the flash? It is.
Oh, what?
Voxic didn't have to go for that. I think he thought it was the flash, trying to get in front of it. It was actually the smoke, and it takes away his vision.
Carrigan can still win this, and that's a freebie right there. Issa not looking the right way because Carrigan sneaky beaky like up through the secret position, aptly named for that scenario.
Well, this is where Carrigan usually thrives. Like, he might not have the most mechanical skill, but he's got the most experience on the server for sure. 1v1, this is where his brain can swell. He can show us what he's made of, but for now, Carrigan is all the way down towards lower. I feel like Mantu's just going for the straight-up upper plan here, so he's got his work cut out for him, that's for sure. No kit, no nades, and he couldn't actually be further away, to be honest with you. So off he goes.
This is going to be heard now. Mantu has an idea. He's heard a step. You can see he's looking towards main, but once that metal has been heard, that's definitely going to give him the sound cue.
Oh, I like this. He does go back.
He has no kit, though, Henry. This is the thing. Does he have time for this silly business?
I guess he just has to go. He just has to hope he's taking the bait. Gets a quick kill, full defuse. Has to look at main now. No one there. Yeah, good effort from Carrigan, all he could do there, but another round, 3 kills from Mantu. Big clutch. He's had a few blunders today for sure, but that's a huge round from him. 9-8, OG take the lead. They're 5-0 up on the T side here, Chad, and it's a partial buy position. They're actually going to go for it. The money a bit stronger than I assumed. There's a FAMAS Frozen there. M4's elsewhere, but utility. very low. They have 2 smokes and 2 flashes. That is it. They've hit the panic button. Double up setup.
I don't mind it though because of how fast the OG are playing. You may as well post the AWPs up. You can play a bit more heads-up Counter-Strike with that in mind. And we were talking about the Chris J impact. We want to see him have some more. So let's see if he can kick off this round here with some of that. The smoke on down means that the vent drop is possible. The secret smokes to follow through. That means rotations will have to come into this lower bomb site here for Mousesports. And well, guess who's waiting? It's Rops.
Yep, and he's had a great shift so far, but looking like it's under pressure here towards the vent. Secret, and he's handled it extremely well. The smoke down to nullify their efforts towards Secret. Gets the kill on the vent. A bit of damage towards Mantu as well. One more bullet would take him down, but he's only got 1 in the clip. Goes to the reload. Chris J is going to nail at least 1 of these, and now he is under scrutiny. He's going to be taken down here. Great pounce from OG. It's up to Mantu to recover the AWP and Foxy. He hits his shot.
Oh.
He's right back into it, but no helmet. The MAC-10, it completely dinks him, and you can see the aim punch now really affecting Voxic. OG have got control once again.
Carrigan's doing something wild here. I can see it. He takes the bomb down, but he might even push for more. Carrigan's a madman. The MAC-10 close. MBK's taken out. That's the danger man dealt with here because Mantu low with the AWP gets finished off by Frozen. They could pick up the double AWP setup once again if they would like. And they didn't get it. So I think I'd be kind of miffed if I was Chris.
Yeah, I feel it's because Carrigan had the AK-47. He feels like he's going to have more impact with that weapon, or one of his stars will at least, and they can have a single AWP. The money, Chad, this is fascinating. After finding 5 rounds in a row, they've all been crazy close, right? Even is going down twice. They're actually in a little force fight now with just pistols, not a single rifle. This could actually be, after going up 5-0, that 1 round could be the end of their game. That could be it. They have no loss bonus going forward now.
Yeah, they need to make sure they get the bomb down here, or at least grab a couple of kills, and this wild spray from Chris J at least lets them know that someone's on the other side of the door.
I can't stress enough that this could be it. They lose this with no bomb plan, they won't have anything going forward, and that'll be 10-9.
What are they set up for here? MBK watching Yard. You've got 3 players in the lobby looking towards Hut and Squeaky, and Volda dealing with Ramp. It looks like Ramp is where they want to go right now, and if Woxic is able to get 1 kill and fall back, he's done it. Well, the tag's good too, but he's staying to fight. Oh, no.
They haven't pounced them just yet, and fortunately for him, because he got flashed, fumbled the movement, but still significant damage inflicted there. SL LXCD down to about half. And where do they finish up here? It's going to be towards upper, potentially. Posturing towards the lobby right now. We did say Carrigan, a bit of a master of the bomb site floor. 7 and 17. His numbers have been weak today. Mirage, they just about got through. We'll see whether he can
he's
defend
pushing
here.
Oh, this is crazy. Carrigan going forward when you'd expect him to be going back. All the angry T's on the other side. He's got 2 kills. His impact in this round has been huge.
Absolutely. It's still a very difficult round. You might think, oh, they've only got pistols, but this is OG. Very skilled players in their ranks in CSGO. It's proven to be a very difficult round to pick up. He's on for the ace here, Chad. Doesn't quite deliver, but certainly padded his stats. That's going to bring him right back into double digits, I believe. He's actually joined Frozen, so that's great stuff from him. Double digits from Mousesports, and as I mentioned, we are not going to have the bomb plant. After winning 5 in a row, they lose 1 round. They're left with a force buy. They're now going to have to be PP50s and Glocks. There's no way they can invest a single dollar more than that. They can't invest anything because they get $2,400 next round. They'll have enough for 8 armor and 1 smoke and a flash each.
This here, they've obviously conceded 11, right? Let's not fool anybody right now. If I was to say there's a world that they win this round, I think I might have to be on something. They're going to get slaughtered here at Squeaky. So I guess one of the cool things that's been happening with a lot of these chaotic rounds, not the pistol low-buy rounds, but the gun rounds, is there's action going on all across the map. People are... it's like people have a trap card, right? And everyone's playing their trap cards at the start. And then kills are going down, the comms are coming through, but then gaps are being found across the map. And that's why we're finding ourselves in so many late-round 2v2 situations that are just nuts. Because everybody is wanting to get stuck in. And I think it's another round on the board that we'll be seeing like that here, because the low utility means they're going to have to use the smokes to take space and then fight. They can't just sit and wait.
It's all starting to heat up now. The AK-47s, as I mentioned, all big grenade damage as well. Frozen, normally good to line them up here. Got nothing done at all.
3 dead already?
Completely roll over. It's the outside approach for OG that's worked fantastically well. Damage being inflicted towards Voxic as well. He's taking so many bullets, and Robs will pull one back. There is a chance he gets a couple of kills, but with no utility, they throw the kitchen sink outside, and my God, does it work. 4 players survive, Chad. The AK-47 does it all front.
That round was over in, what, 25 seconds? I think 3 kills had happened, and there was a minute and 37 seconds left on the clock at that point. That is some fast and furious Counter-Strike right here.
And it's got them right back in the game, right? They've got full utility now, AKs across the board, and a chance to tie things up.
They didn't pick up the AWP for Mantu. That's one thing to note here. Yeah, so they might want to keep this relatively quick.
Yeah, I think that's the absolute best way to do it. When this is kind of pacing as well, like the AWP's normally good for the opening kill. That's about it. They're going for it again, fast and Frozen. Has he heard anything? Apparently not. He's firing off bullets towards Squeaky Door. Issa's already there, main entrance. Carrigan, he'll do what he can here, but there's so much to do. He's trying to fight them off, and it's still not quite enough. 3 versus 1. Robs, he'll have almost no chances. He's got a flashbang, no kid again. 3 versus 1. Mantu's low. Alexi B patrolling towards Squeaky Door as a bomb. It's just tapped out. They're just trying to feel as to where Robs could be positioned. Molotov down towards Hut, see if they'll flush him out. He still waits patiently. Alexi B watching Squeaky like a hawk, but he is looking towards main as well. So there is a 1-second gap if Robs commits. He could find him. He had the upper hand. It looks like he's going for it. Starts to wedge his way through now. Looking towards the vent first. So many angles to cover here. I don't think there's a chance for him.
Does he save? Yeah, that was the conversation, right? Because if you have a look here at their loss bonus going into next round, it'll only be the $2,400, which means a buy is not available, which means that they will potentially be conceding the 12th round of the game here and giving OG the chance to get across the line and steal away map number 2. So, oh dear, this is back and forth. This is not an easy decision that Mousesports have to make right here. Do they force and continue to fight and see if they can win in regulation?
Who knows?
I don't know.
I feel like with the save them 4, Robs can drop a FAMAS or an MP7, and I feel like they go for it. Like, why not? Like, there's enough on the table there to win a scrappy round. OG have had to do it. I would. This is all speculation. I have no idea, of course. Mousesports will have the option to buy into this one. I would like to see it. There's the shotgun, but not necessarily the full commitment. So we are going to see Deagles, CZs, enough to win a round for sure. All it takes is one early Deagle kill towards Squeaky. Shotgun at ramp is boosted up, for example. That could do some damage. These are volatile rounds. If Voxy does go towards ramp, does it get boosted? No, she's just going to sit there, and we've seen plenty of players deliver with the shotgun in towards ramp.
They might have to save that saved rifle or any scavenged AKs, though, if this round starts to go south. Purely because they will have enough to get the buy together in the next, but it's just you want to make sure that you have everything. So this round here is a maybe. This is like a 50-50. It's not a by any means a round where I think that they have a good chance, but one that they could pull a miracle out of their back pocket. So as we start to see a bit of utility over towards the top side, it's towards yard of where OG want to take control. It's into the warehouse position. Lets everybody know nobody is home. Now it's just a matter of decisions, of moments, of where do OG want to end.
Yeah, the tension couldn't be higher right now. And this is Crochet making himself known. And this is going to be a nice little swing. Alexi B can't hold on to the spray. They needed an inch, and they could take a mile. MBK, though, up towards heaven.
He's alone.
He is completely alone. No one's watching that spot, though, so he doesn't commit. And 2 at the bomb towards main entrance. And if he throws his Molotov, that does give him his spot here. Froze will be aware of it. He said these 1Ds are important. He'll have to run the gauntlet through the flames. Upper bomb side will be granted towards OG here. Great maneuvers. And here comes the flank. So Issa surely will be fine, but what a great shot. Frozen's done it again, Chad. The bomb goes down. Time is starting to be whittled away here. They'll have to remove a player for 3.5 seconds to get that bomb down. That's the chance to strike. That's when they know they can actually start to push through. And Robs, he might be on something brilliant there. He might be on something brilliant. He did spot the head, I think.
They're boosting. Oh, they're going to clear top ladder. Issa's going to have absolutely no idea here. This is... Oh, they fluffed it. They fluffed it. No, they fluffed it. How did they ruin that?
It was perfect. It was the best play of the game. It would have won them the round, and they fell off just as they spotted him. That was it. They would have guaranteed it. They could have swung from Squeaky. It would have been everything. But that's the round surely falling up high. And Chris J with a chance. He gets the kill. 2 versus 3. No kits, bear in mind. Then he killed right here, right now. It's not going to happen. Frozen's efforts are in vain. He gets another headshot, but there's just no time. OG with map points some way, somehow have pulled this game back. They only got 4 CT rounds, but they're the ones to post map point first. But bear in mind, it was a partial investment from Mousesports. They will have a full buy here, but still, the boost chat, that was absolutely everything. What a great idea.
I think that they had 2 different thought processes there. I thought Christian thought, I'll boost you towards the railing, and Rops thought, follow me, bro. And
both would have worked.
Oh, man.
Both would have been fine, but they split the difference in the worst possible way.
What an absolute sucker punch that is right there. So let's see if we can get another overtime on the cards here. Oh,
maybe not. It's Robs going down, and the third map could be on the cards here. 5 versus 4. It's Robs to be taken out. A lot of work to do here. I can't believe this is happening. Mousesports had this game in the palm of their hand. After going 0-3 in the group stages of DreamHack, we thought this would be a resurgence for them. The first map, taking up their opponents, picking overtime. They can still make it there here. It's a 4 versus 4 now. Chris J swinging towards the lobby. But is it enough? Down towards lower. Valda actually has found access, and his teammates aren't far behind him. Foxy can't get this information at all. There's walking right down towards the lower side.
And now Frozen has to do something magical here. Lots of angry T's on the other side of this, and OG, they're only 4 kills away, or 40 seconds with that bomb down from taking us to map number 3 of Inferno. There's multiple players on the lower side here, spam going on off, so they have a good idea. Carrigan with a freebie through the smoke, but there's still a lot of issues. No defuse kit in play.
Here we go then. There's a 4 versus 3 looking for overtime, but the bomb being down, OG have enough tools to work with here. It's going to be another massive kill for Valda. Molotov available. That should be enough. The AWP towards Decon, it doesn't look good whatsoever. And they'll try and get these shots working, but the time just isn't there for Mousesports. Sure, they're getting kills back. They're trading out, but a 2-on-2, it should be done at this point. The third map should be locked in as Mantu confirms it. Voxic, nothing can be done. Just a consolation frag available. He'll hit it, but there's just no time. He knows it. We know it. And that's going to be it. OG have brought this game back from the dead, Chad. 4 rounds on their CT side. It didn't look like it was nearly enough, but there it is. Mousesports will go down.
Well, one thing we're definitely learning here today is no matter what, we're still getting the comebacks. We're still getting all the rounds for everybody at home, and we're getting a lot more really, really randy plays coming on through. So I'm excited. I don't even know how that one unfolded and how we ended up here, but thank God we get that third, right? We were asking for Inferno, and we got it.
Well, there was a distinct lack of randiness from OG in the first half. Just 4 rounds on the CT side, desperate to stick to the playbook, it not working out for them. So what did they do right on their T side, Chad?
Look, their CT side, they got unlucky with all those clutches that they lost, but on that T side right there, I think it was a couple of fumbles from Mousesports that made it harder. Like, Mousesports had windows that we were painting that they closed themselves. I think the pace of this and the gaps that I am speaking of that are getting opened up, it's really difficult for our observer right now to be able to keep up with all the action. You can see that quite clearly when we're watching the game, and that is what's making this such an intense environment for both teams. So these rounds, in terms of how Counter-Strike has trended, has become very, like, it got to the point, I'm pretty sure, where Henry and I, when we were doing Road to Rio or Pro League, that we could tell you pretty much how a round was going to unfold after the first kill happened. But in this, because it's so chaotic, I can't even catch my breath half the time, Frankie. I don't know what to tell you.
Obviously, it's making my life very difficult as well, because I'm just like, how do you break this down? We need something for you to draw on, I think, Chad. Henry, you must be enjoying yourself thoroughly here.
Absolutely. Like, just the clutches we're seeing, that there's the pressure as well. Like, you can really feel the tension on the server because there's such little time and mistakes are being punished. It's seeing like mistakes being made, Chad, like uncharacteristic ones. I think just because they're uncomfortable, they know there's a lot of high-risk scenarios and gambles being taken here. It's great to watch. In terms of the spectacle, I'm really enjoying it for sure.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, because we are going to go to Inferno. Judging by the performances we've seen from both sides so far, what are you predicting for this final map? Who are we going to see in that final?
Who bloody knows at this point? Like, you would think it would be Mousesports after their first half performance, but OG, even after, 3 or 4 massive mistakes there, Chad, in that first half. Yeah. Crazy rounds they gave up. They still managed to make it work. Another reverse sweep. I have no idea. That's both teams picking up their opponent's pick. I have no bloody idea. I'll go with Mousesports to answer your question.
I'm going to go with OG, Frankie, because Mousesports Inferno hasn't really ever sold me, unfortunately. So I'm just going to go with OG on this one.
Well, they are number 17 in the world according to the ESL World Rankings. But can OG book themselves a finalist spot against ESL's number 1, Na'Vi? We will find out after this break.
70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm Frankie Ward. I've got Sponge and Henry G with me, and we're about to head to our third map of this semi-final between Mousesports and OG. And before the break, Chad, you were saying that Mousesports, they haven't looked too hot on Inferno as of late. What are the issues that they need to fix going into this one?
I just feel like one of the things with Mousesports is they're a team on the T side who have really good openings, but Inferno is a map that's very difficult to have really good openings, right? Because a lot of it is posturing for banana control and getting control of boiler and halls, and then getting brackets control. And that's probably the first, 30 to 50 seconds of almost every single round. But for these guys, they take a couple more gambles, right? They're a little bit more all in on spaces, especially when you think about maps like Train or Nuke, like we just saw there, a lot quicker in taking territory. Inferno, they can't do the same, and that's why I feel that there's a couple of woes, and it shouldn't really make any sense because they have good players to lock down key positions on the map here. But also OG, if you look at their stat lines for Inferno, it's not great either. Maybe that's why Mousesports decided to take it to Inferno as opposed to Train. But there's always a question mark when you have a team who was... It was like Mousesports when they're the best team in Mirage, back when LNBT used to be the coach, and then they stopped picking it because everyone was beating them on it. Well, Train's kind of in that same place right now. They're figured out, we know what they do, and I assume that's why they've shied away from it here today. So I'm a little bit worried for them going into map number 3.
Really, it seems like it's going to be quite evenly matched then if both teams are having trouble. And yeah, just looking at the results from OG from the last few months,
I think
it's inconsistent.
It's evident from that second map and the kind of exciting but disastrous rounds that were there. Both teams are in amazing form right now, but it certainly sets us up for a really exciting third map. The plays that have been delivered today, the individual form has certainly not been lacking. The chaos has certainly been prevalent, but I've really enjoyed it so far. Hopefully there's more of that. And I don't know, I feel like Mousesports will pull their socks up here and show us a clean victory. I've got a good feeling.
Either of these two teams, though, whoever makes it to the final, do you think they're going to present much of a challenge to Na'Vi?
Oh, I didn't think Na'Vi looked amazing earlier, to be honest with you. I still think with the MR12 in full force, I feel it would be another great game, right?
I think that it'll be a close affair regardless, right? Because I think that the decision making that the teams are doing right now is something that they're learning on the fly with the new format. So whoever adapts quicker to do with the better economical and buy decisions in an MR12 format, I think will be the favorite for me. But we've got the knife round going on here for everybody at home. And whoever wins this will most likely be starting on the CT side. It will be that of Mouse.
You'd assume so, but...
Well, I think that's important as well, because what I was going to say is I think OG's T side, Henry, we know they love the 3-man halls walk with the pops, but they have a couple more set pieces. That Mousesports have set pieces, but they're quicker set pieces, right? It's the one with the 4 players through second middle, the Molotov smokes over the roof quite quickly. So I think the T side, we should be seeing a better form out of OG. Mousesports, I want to see them get about 7 rounds on their CT side here if they want to be able to take this map. I'm just throwing numbers out there at the point, Frank.
I'm liking numbers. I'm liking numbers, especially when they're in my bank account. Now, you mentioned also on Nuke that CT sides, they seem to be affected more harshly by the MR12 economy. Does that mean actually if you won that knife, you should really be going on the T side first?
I think we just don't know enough about MR12 at this point. Like it might not even be T side. It's just the way it's being played right now. This is like the first tournament, but maybe in considering those facts, it might be a cheeky way to surprise your opposition. But I would say, generally speaking, no, you're going to see a CT start and set yourself a target going forward more often than not.
And the thing is, Frankie, if they're able to win the CT pistol and convert off the back of that, then they should actually be able to set themselves up with a better haul, right? Because there's no reason that shouldn't happen in the normal kind of flow of Counter-Strike. It's just here today because of, I think, the pace and how this is playing with the players' heads a little bit, that we're seeing some decisions that they would do traditionally that aren't going to pay off with a few less rounds. So let's just say it this way. If Mousesports lose the pistol, on the CT side, they should probably take a save on the second. That's all I'm saying right there. And Inferno is a map as well. If you lose bomb site control early, and you're going to have to go for retakes at some point, right? So that is the problem. Mousesports probably won't act as desperately on their CT side as what OG will have to, getting to be on that on the second half.
All right, well, this is your final map with us here at Gamers Without Borders. So, boys, have a fantastic time. Can't wait to see who makes it to that final.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Let's get into it. The third and final map between Mousesports and OG. It is going to be Inferno, the great decider, as you would expect. The Counter-Strike has been exciting today, and we'll see what happens here in the pistol. It is going to be Valdo with the smoke. Joining him is Alexi B. They've got a Molotov as well. Looks to me like a B play, Chad, but we have no idea. But here comes the aggression down towards middle. 4 CTs looking very angry indeed, and we're straight into the action here.
Unfortunately, Henry, I've messed up the camera again.
Oh, you've got it again, have you? Well, here we go. 3 kills coming in for the boys. OG will be shutting down that push, and we will see. Just Rock's remaining. Chad, you got to stop doing this to me.
No.
I had a Yoop, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is, Henry, I closed Counter-Strike when we do the segment, and then I forgot that I needed to open Counter-Strike. So
that's all right. To be fair, there was no kills in response. It was a 4-man push from Mousesports down towards middle. And to be fair, we've casted so much, as you mentioned, of them in Inferno. They've tried this a lot. They always come flying out the gates on CD side Inferno. I couldn't tell you why. I don't think it's ever worked out for them. I think I can recall 3 games like EPL. The same thing happened. They just couldn't get going. Very slow starts from fast-paced gameplay.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Back at Blast in London at the start of the year, I was actually watching some of the OG games there, and they even had a very similar style pistol round where Alexi B would play retake B with 2 flashes, and he would flash banana for them. And I highlighted that on the broadcast because he team flashed his entire team, which was actually beautiful to watch. It was some wild scenes. I think this year we've seen a lot more CT-sided aggression, especially on maps like Inferno. Like Liquid been doing a lot of this, fighting top mid, fighting second mid. I think another map where CT-sided aggression could be coming on through a lot more is Dust 2. Teams are barreling up middle now on a map like that. But let's see. Well, Mousesports have already learned to heed the advice of not force buying after losing the pistol round here.
Yeah, and just well, to be fair, Inferno, like that is the classic force buy in the second round. So I think the nuke could certainly justify it. And remember, they had the nice buffer of rounds there as well. So this is a bit more traditional. We'll see how it works out for them. But Inferno, I don't mind it too much considering you can get the smokes down. And it's all about just running the clock down to about 30 before they commit. We'll see what happens as we get into this next very important round. Frozen aggressive down towards middle once again. And we'll see whether this is where they can actually start to step up. It's looking good. Carrigan opens up the fragging department here. Valdo goes down. 5 versus 4. And Chad, I think I've got the same problem as you. I think our camera has got a bit of an issue. So I assume you've got the same problem as me.
It's not locking to
so we're doing it the old school way. This is what Anders Assembler had to do back in the day. You've got to sit here, follow the action yourself, and just keep up with the vibes. Right?
Okay.
So imagine you're a young assembler.
There's a chance that we might not be casting what's on your screen, everybody, but we'll do our absolute best. We're going to be talking about action all over the map. But right now, they have top mid control OG. The bomber's on the back of Alexi B, and they're actually retooling back over towards Banana. Issa will be joining them as well as more smokes are lobbed on off towards that alt mid position. That jungle position there to hold them at bay. The grenade on Carrigan's head, it's good. They're going to run him down here. Carrigan will drop the smoke, and that will stall them out. But he has the UMP. Has to make sure he can get something done, and he's going to harass with a bit of damage. Carrigan will take one. The CZ comes out, unable to find more, but the rotation's good.
It is looking good here. Chad Carrigan worth his weight in gold there. High impact for sure. Frozen left with just 1 point of health, but a shot from Chris J. That's beautiful. He does manage to do a little bit of damage towards Mantu as well, but that's a good position. Voxic, I thought he had a chance there. Doesn't work out for him. Back down to the 2 versus 2. OG looking to find a 2-0 conversion. Remember, that'll turn into 3-0 as well. Frozen, that's straight up through the smoke towards a bomb site. That's actually wild. 5-7. The snapping turtle is delivering on all fronts, but finally shut down. Mantu left in a 1 versus 1 against the El Master here. Rops, Mac 10 available. Desert Eagle is a sidearm. No kit, no utility, and no idea as to where Mantu's positioned. He's towards second oranges, and did he have 2 bullets left? He went for a reload. I have to check. Yeah, I'm checking on the feed now. Oh, yeah, he had 2 bullets left in his AK. He fired off and reloaded.
That's not ideal right there whatsoever. He didn't want to give away a sound cue, but I guess because Frozen already pushed through the smoke, he had communicated where he had died from, right? So Rops had already known the position. Maybe Mantu not realizing under the pressure right there that he didn't have enough ammo to work with.
Yeah, it was just straight up like I didn't hear the dead man's clip. He fired 2 shots and either accidentally reloaded or either way it was a lack of bullets. It all falls apart and the Mac 10 comes out on top.
Okay, so the force buy will pay off for the CTs, but OG will force buy back in return right here. And as we take a look at the little map overview, is the best way I'm going to be able to bring you guys any action. Carrigan posturing towards top of Banana, gets a Molotov down deep. We have Issa going into second middle on his own. And right now it's just going to be a bit of, well, calling each other's bluff. Are you on the other side of these nades? Are you poking on down in our side of the map as Carrigan clears out Banana? That's looking good. We've got Woxic towards top mid, and the rotations come on in. So this can stay and settle at this point. Mouse Sports can play 4 over towards A again. They can keep Carrigan jump spotting at B, and they can set up their defenses as they wish.
Well, let's have a look as to how it goes down. That's the theory. And now OG trying to answer back with the 3 rifles and 2 deagles. Got a flashbang ready for the Banana side. That will be deployed, and over we go. Going to see if they can flush out the likes of Carrigan. He's still got his smoke there at the top of Banana. Very quiet and slower approach here from OG, which we're fine with considering the circumstances here. MB9 for the in-game leader. It's the smoke that's the most valuable part of his kit right now. If he can get that down around the 40 to 30 second window, that would be great, but actually heading back in towards the A side of the map here. Issa, Desert Eagle down at the bottom. And they're actually going for a full A commitment here, Chad. You can see the CTs peeling off. They're going for crossfire mentality here. Chris J and Fox have gone towards the bomb site. Robson towards that graveyard. And 5 players for OG at the top of middle right now. Probably a contact play. They have no flashes. I think they'll just walk into the bomb site and try and help themselves.
So right now, they have such a weird setup. Who's taking first contact for Mouse Sports here? I guess it's the individual up and on the site, and Rops peels on out. The 2 kills drop. Chris J grabs 2 of his own with the deagle right there. Maybe it is going to pay off, but now they're left in a 2-on-3 situation. The bomb will go down again, so this is good for OG, but this retake is going to be very difficult.
I wouldn't even bother with the AK-47 available. We'll see. It's going to be so much work that needs to be done here. It's a trifecta of doom set up here from OG. They've got flashes, a decoy, 3 rifles, and we will see the incendiary deployed. So that's towards graveyard. If they had to flush someone out, I dare say they go for it. The AK, I think, is just too valuable going forward, and there it is. The round falls apart. So they'll have nothing now. And that's going to be very, very well done from OG. What a great crossfire that was. There was no way that was being flushed out.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue right there, because now the 1400 loss bonus, right, will come back out for Mouse Sports. And I don't think that you can take another force buy. You can't really justify it. The reason you can do so after you lose the pistol is because you know that the T's aren't going to have a crazy buy. They're not going to have anything that you can't deal with. But take a look at the buy now. Well, you can't. You've got some replays on the screen, but I can give you an idea of what's coming. We've got 4 AK-47s, a Galil, and utility galore. So Mouse Sports on the other side of things, if they opted in with a buy, which clearly they are because Carrigan has already bought a P250, a smoke, and a HE, that's about as good as it's going to get. That's about as good as it's going to look. And we've even fixed our little camera issue, Henry, so we're back underway at full force.
I am very happy to hear that. Let's see what we can do now. We apologize for that underwhelming commentary. We're going to do the best we can to adjust it going forward. It's the 3rd and final map, as Frankie said. Chad, this is our last casting experience. My throat is red raw.
That's all right.
Shouldn't have done this after the 60 days, I think, but I'm enjoying myself so much. I'm fine to be here. I'm so happy. And we're going to see Desert Eagles at M4 and a desperate chance of Mouse Sports there.
Well, we're big ambassadors for MR12, you know, Henry. I think we're probably leading the fan club at this point.
Definitely.
So you can
the only ones, probably.
Can send the hate mail our direction as well. But look, we want to see how this one plays out, so at least we can be informed when we're talking about formats in the future. Now, right here, Mouse Sports with a couple of nades towards top Banana.
Oh, big nades.
To do a bit of damage.
That's another one there as well. It doesn't quite connect in the same fashion. It's going to be OG just peeling off there, but still, that had big potential. OG.
But now, that changes the round completely, Henry, because every gun becomes viable to take 3 players out with a headshot. So,
yeah,
this becomes scary for Volda, Alexi B, and Mantu, that's for sure.
Well, they're going to have 5 players towards the Banana area, OG that is. And it's actually a transitioning CT in the form of Vox against CT Spawn right now as well. So Carrigan up close and personal with the aforementioned P250, which will be a bit more dangerous now, and he has been spotted. That's going to be the cue to go. The smokes are deployed here, and the flashbangs effective on both sides of the equation. If Voxy can't make it work, and it's looking good for OG. A secondary smoke to button some space. The P250 delivers. The flashbang from Frozen is spectacular.
They've fallen back.
Them out there. This is falling apart for OG now, and we'll hear Henry's food arrive in the background there.
But that's all right.
To take over.
Oh, I've got it. Don't you worry about that, because the man waiting over there on the A bomb site Frozen. Sorry, it's Chris J. And here's that silenced M4. He's up and he's over. Look at this. Chris J from above. He gets 2. That sets Woxic up on the site here. Deagle in hand has 2 to find. Can hear all the footsteps. Steps on out. That's a 1D.
Yeah.
Finishes them both and Woxic gets it done. The food's arrived. Everybody's having a great bloody time. And Mouse Sports, they bounce back 2 rounds in this first half and both have been on 4 spies.
Unbelievable scenes there. I didn't quite catch the frags, but I saw the last few moments. It sounded absolutely electrifying, and it's going to call for a timeout here. OG on their knees. Do they dare force buy back in response? That is the question. They've got 15 seconds to deliberate over their options here, and they're going for a jab. They want to break serve once again. It's back and forth. It's scrappy, and it's exactly what the dogs are ordered here in these trying times.
Well, if you don't like ecos, it looks like this game might not give you any, because if they keep partially investing like this and having threatening buys round after round, we're seeing some Tech 9s getting dropped across, Deagles being bored, and MBK has an AK-47 in play. Alexi B yet to purchase on through. But this could still be a threatening round from OG. They know that they can continue to pressure this economic situation of Mouse Sports here. Oh no, Chris J only has a Deagle, Henry.
Oh, it's the old classic. We haven't seen it all day, Chad. We've been waiting for it, and finally, we will be satisfied. No MP7.
Is anyone going to get 2 in a row?
No for Mass, but the Deagle is out, and Rob's to open things up. It's actually not looking too bad here at all. First kill will be his. This is to go down. And for now, it's actually decent banana control. I think this is a boost being set up here. Frozen will use the sandbag to jump up, and he's got a lot of vision. What a beautiful maneuver there from Mouse Sports.
That was perfect stuff right there, as Frozen might get a couple more here. The cavalry's even arrived, and Chris J and that Deagle, well, they're on the scene. They know that Frozen's here, but the damage has already been done. Frozen able to deal with MBK. The pressure coming. Is there a flash? Yes, there is. Rops has lobbed it on out.
Good stuff. It's a 3 versus 1, and that's going to be the kill. It's going to be Mouse Sports fending off the force by surely an eco at this point, Chad.
You have to. You have to at this point, right? You can't continue with the force by wars. There's no way that OG can make an argument where it would make any sense. They have to take the save. They will get the 2400 in the next round, so there will be the gun round coming through in round number 7. So here, this one should be quite the quick slaughter. I don't think we should be having too many heroics, and maybe one of these old school anti-eco pushes from Mouse Sports once they work out what weaponry is in play. Chris J even has the MP7, which is perfect for a round like this. You're all good?
Yeah, there was a whole complication of the door. We're back into it now. I have to be quite rude, but we're sat down.
We got the wrong order, you know.
Yeah, there was a whole thing. We get into it. The rush towards middle. Voxic with a big spray down there. That's what you like to see. And now, it's the aces. Wow, I got back just in time. It was a full eco, but still, that was a tremendous display of skill for the 2. And surely the buy available for OG now. The full eco, not the best. Didn't get any kills, but a good round. It's a quick round. That's what they can say.
Beautiful stuff there. So this is where we get into the meat and potatoes of the game. We're able to stabilize right now. Mouse Sports will have a couple of buys going forward, and OG, now that they're on the board and max loss bonus is looming, will be able to continue to look threatening throughout. So let's see how this one stabilizes with the 5 AK-47s going up against the MP7 of Mr. Chris J. Also got a couple of AKs of their own, defuse kits and utility aplenty. So banana control, that's in their hands. But now Woxic standing aggressive like he would with an AWP. He might get overrun here, and Alexi B waves alone.
The fast-paced gameplay continues to deliver. He's trying to play both positions, and MBK just get him cleanly.
Yeah.
I don't even know how he'd do that. The smoke was down. How did he have vision?
Must be a tight little gap there on the hard left, or a pre-fire. I don't know.
Yeah. Because there was no icon for the smoke kill, right? So he did have vision. I assume that's how the system works. But still, that looked like Drops had positioned himself so well there. That's a classic spot. If you're being pressured from quad and arch, you can tuck yourself in if you crouch. But in front of that smoke of the apartments, the boxes and the bombs will protect you from arch. You're able to segregate yourself from apartments with the smoke, and you can focus towards quad. But somehow, MBK takes him. I have no idea how he got that shot.
Well, that was the round, right? Because if Rops was able to get like 1 or 2 kills or even slow them down, then the rotation from the 3 members marooned over there on the B bomb site may have had a chance to come on in. But Chris J, Frozen, and Carrigan, as soon as both A defenders fall in the blink of an eye, have no option. Imagine trying to retake through. You never know, they could be pushed all the way into CT spawn if they wanted. And right here, this will be round number 3 on the board for OG. Back and forth we go once more. And as I said, going into this round, it's not a problem for Mouse Sports because they do have residual cash here to get another buy on the board and one in the next round as well, assuming they don't overspend right here. We don't want to be taking out any crazy mortgages, Henry.
God, he caught me off guard with that one.
Well, we don't.
No, you certainly don't. You don't want to be doing that. But solid advice there. Very wise, Chad, as usual. And we'll see Chris J with the MP7 with $4,800 in reserve here, Chad. And round 8, I would be saying to him, just treat yourself to a rifle, man. We're doing all right. But he's going to make it work.
Hey, Chris, you remember all that impact you had on maps 1 and 2? We want a bit more.
Like, if anyone was an MP7 specialist, like, he's the only player that uses the weapon though. And Inferno, I've seen him do unspeakable things. But speaking of which, there's MBK, and that's Voxic, who's getting aggressive with the ult there towards the apartments. He's taken down. Early pick for OG. Couldn't be closer right now. 4-3 as OG will have the man advantage here around number 8, looking to tie things up. Frozen solo towards B, but he can thrive in these sort of environments. A fantastically skilled individual. And we'll see now with the AK-47, basic utility, and OG actually focusing towards the apartments. A bit of a double stack here as Chris J and Rops defend the balcony position.
Oh, the timing on this smoke is everything. Rops using the smoke fade to his advantage will take down Issa here, but was it enough as 2 trades go down towards top middle here? The MP7 has to win this fight. That is perfect for an MP7, and Chris J can't make it work. MBK will take him out, and now all the pressure on Rops here over towards the castle position. Molotov towards Pit. It's only a matter of seconds until they deal with him, or he has to peek, and now he's shortly being spotted. Grabs one out of the mid-air, gets taken down by Valder, and now Frozen in a 1-on-2 situation. There's a chance, but does he know how low they are?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Valder with 2 kills, but only 1 point of health. You'll see him go towards the graveyard, and he could be remaining there. It's down to Mantu to do most of the heavy lifting here. But if he can take the aggro, it's an easy kill for Valder to pick up. Nice positioning, but Frozen, he'll pre-fire the cold 0 position. This is in towards the corner. He's got so much to do now. If he gets a quick kill, it's towards graveyard, but still, nothing can be done. And it's going to be another round for OG here, Chad. 2 in a row for them. Money, pretty strong for Mouse Sports, all things considered, but that MP7 didn't really work out for Chris J. They will have one more buy here, but I guess that means they have a bit more cash because he didn't upgrade. So the AWP is available. Voxic will have to be dropped by Frozen, I would imagine. And he's actually gone for the M4, so we'll see if Frozen wants to drop over the sniper. I'm sure he will.
There we go. So they've made it all work. They actually have a double AWP out, and I don't hate it. I don't hate it whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see if they can make this work. Frozen's actually doing the secondary duties. Something which I'm not certain, but I think he used to do it back when he played domestically. He did a bit of AWPing. I'm sure that people can correct me on that one right there. This is one way to deal with the poking and prodding around from OG. So MBK this time has actually gone for the substitute of the SMG. He has a Mac 10, and it can be viable against Rops without the head armor, but everybody else, they're fully suited, they're fully booted. They're playing this one safe. And that's the opening. So that's one. They're just contacting out halls. Rops will trade. This is looking good. Can he get another? No.
Well, it's looking like another very interesting round here. 3 versus 2. A chance for Valder to actually split things up there, but it's now a 3 versus 1. Issa with an HE grenade remaining. Double AWP still out on the field though. So if you had the smoke, maybe you could grab the bomb and get a cheeky plant down towards quad, but that's just not possible right now. The bomb in a very exposed spot. Frozen looking for the cross from Boiler as well. He's got the sniper rifle looking towards that position. That's exactly where Issa is heading. Goes in towards Boiler. So he's got plenty of time here. Like, it's not impossible, but you can see Carrigan. Great presence of mind here. They shouldn't be around it to win. Even if he gets his kill, it's enough information to win. And there it is. There's the frag. Nice work from Carrigan there. And the double AWP setup. Doesn't find a massive amount of kills, but Carrigan certainly does. 3 in total. Takes the total up to 7 and 5.
Yeah, and they managed to keep 3 players alive here, so they can drop guns accordingly. They'll be able to get another buy round on the board, and the same thing can be said for that of OG. They shouldn't have too many problems getting the AK-47s out, so I don't think the big green will be in the hands of Mantu anytime soon. But I don't mind that. It allows them to stay a little bit more active, a little more nimble, and go for the set pieces. They don't use him as, like, I suppose, a Kenny to find opening kills. They kind of just allow their strats to do the talking here, and it's going to be 4 players quickly over towards alt middle, setting up some smokes towards the A-bomb site swiftly here. MBK with a smoke in hand over towards the arch side. Going to push back Woxic now. So this is going to put a lot of pressure on the A-bomb site because there's 3 players still over towards B for Mouse, but never mind. Woxic takes 1. Can he get more? Pushes in close. He's done more than enough.
Yeah, this is where he thrives. So with that quad position, close range, he normally finds multiple frags, and he's delivered once again. Rops coming for the swing. Should be a guaranteed frag. Makes a bit of a meal of it, but doesn't take any damage in that instance. It's going to be a 2 versus 4 here. Both players towards the pit. That's Valder and Mantu. They have a smoke, a flash, and an HE, and 2 healthy players are fighting their way out of this one. A smoke rolling over in favor of Valder. A sign, perhaps, Chad. Well, it wants to be part of the equation.
Yeah, they can definitely still make this one work because Mouse Sports are all close and poised. as soon as they hear the bomb going down. But Volder to defend from the pit. If they re-smoke that arch position, that means they only have to focus on 2 choke points, and that's exactly what they're doing.
So this is a smoke sent from the heavens. Could it be enough to actually convert this round from the smoke?
Way.
It's all coming together! 4 versus 2 once again, this time in favor of OG. Robs can save the day though. 1 bullet on either side will be enough, and Mantu converts to 4 versus 2. Mousesport's going to taste their own medicine, and boy, is it bitter.
How much more did Mouse have to do right there? Woxic on his own completely stifles the hit up the quad side there. You've even got a fast flank coming up quad where they're able to stop the plant, but no, they just sit in the pit, they chill on out a bit, they take a deep breath, they talk about their options, and look at that, it's lovely stuff here coming on through as OG.
Wow.
They forced Mousesports into an uncomfortable position
and
here.
Bear in mind, they're the ones receiving that sort of treatment on Nuke. What, 3 or 4 rounds, it fell apart, 4 on 2s, everything that could have gone wrong did. And they've still got the presence of mind now to fight back and give it an equal treatment. But Voxic aggressive here. It's absolute pandemonium in today's Counter-Strike as Carrigan gets 2 with the CZ, 4 versus 2. Frozen, Carrigan falling back, but of course there's always a chance apparently. These rounds can work out. And Mantu, he knows it. Starts to edge his way towards the bomb site. A flick up towards the first Orange's position works out for him. Carrigan's there towards CT spawn and he's very low. Taken out. Has he got the bomb? No. Mantu will drop a smoke. No, you might not necessarily be aware that he hasn't got the bomb on his back here. So with the smoke down, they have no idea whether he crossed towards the site. He actually has a chance even with 2 HP.
Surely this one doesn't.
How many times have we said surely this one?
But like this one here, the 2 HP, that would mean he has to go flawless, right? He has to hit 1 taps to the head or hope that they're not looking in his direction. So he's even just fluffed the Molotov on the site there. That hasn't landed where he wanted it to, deeper over towards the coffin position. It's not going to matter that much. He knows Rops is close. The rotation hasn't come in from Chris J yet.
Oh, that's a reload from Rops now. It's actually a good chance of Mantu to win this. Oh, the timing couldn't be better for him. He gets new boxes as well. My God, he is brave, isn't he, Chad? How is he even being so mobile with 2 points of health here? It's actually worked out. He tucks himself into emo. This is unreal. I don't think they'll be aware that he could be in that position. They'll certainly check it, but he's got a bit of a window here. Chris J takes him down, but bloody hell, that was brave from Mantu.
Yeah, it's getting a bit tight right there, but look, with that plant, OG get a chance to go for another dip, another chance to have a crack at this one right here. The half's not done just yet, and if you're Mousesports, you really need to get this last round. I think for them, 7-5 is important, whereas for OG, they've already done enough, in my opinion. Their T side, it's looked all right here. They won the pistol, they won a 4-spy, they were able to string 2 gun rounds together here, and now going into the last round, compromised. There's Mac 10s, there's Tech 9s, but every gun in the game at this point is basically viable, so they can make this one work.
Good point. And I tend to agree. It's going to be the final round of this first half. The pistols are out, the SMGs as well, but why not? Just send it in towards Banana. It's been a chaotic day of Counter-Strike, and I feel like I can continue here. It's Frozen. He's melting in the flames there. MBK and LXTB find the first 2 frags, but will they suspect the fly in the ointment? Chris J can save the day. He's gone for the first, but the flashbang catches him here. He's got to fight for his life. His teammates will pull back a couple of kills. The bomb hasn't gone down. This is absolutely crazy. He's still there, taking no damage. He's got himself another kill. Chris J with a high impact once again, Chad. He might have done enough after losing the first 2 picks. They give up nothing more. 7-5. Mousesports really giving it a hell in the final round.
Oh, that B rush, right? Once you see the first 2 kills go down, if you weren't paying attention to the 3-man stack, you were just like, well, this round's done. This one's quick. They've just run into the site. They've been able to run over them, and here OG should be offering themselves up with yet another round, but no. Mousesports with Chris J, sneaky beaky as you like it. Let me tell you, Henry, he's probably not getting 2 with a deagle from there, because as soon as he shoots 1 bullet, his position is known. With the silenced M4, you could see their heads were still on the swivel. They weren't quite sure where to look, and eventually, once they identified his position, well, they could deal with him. They could try and deal with him, but they're stuck in a crossfire.
Yeah. It was so well played that the fact he's got that presence of mind is realizing, okay, they've got 2 quick picks out. There's sort of round with Tech 9s and Mac 10s. They're assuming this is clear. Why would I be in these boxes? And he played it so well. Great stuff. Shuts it all down. Big round to pick up in the final. 7-5. And that will be in favor of Mousesports, but still a good haul of rounds, I would say. Very competitive half. And plenty more action to come. This could go the distance again.
Remember, magic number is 13. 13 rounds here in MR12. Max rounds 12 is what you need to get across the line. The winner of this will be playing Na'Vi tomorrow in a best-of-5 grand final. And if you're not done with the Counter-Strike action today, hang around after this. Anders Bloom and Jason Moses O'Toole will be bringing you 100 Thieves taking on Liquid, I believe, where they will be playing the likes of Tuscan, Cash, that's Cash for all of you who are not Australian, and Cobblestone, the third if they need it, also in MR12 format. So let's kick this one off. The buys are on in.
And we're off to the races here. So Alexi B, he's got the HE in hand right now towards B. He's got a flashbang and a smoke to go with it. So you'd assume he's alone with that much utility. Just trying to suggest there's more players there than there actually is. Good grenade. It's actually going to bounce off. That would have been perfect. Doesn't quite get it in there towards the logs. And now will allow Mouse Sports to get closer and closer. P250 and armor for Robs, the star player. They've got 2 smokes, 3 flashes. I would say that's a B finish in my book, but obviously you can go on either side. Full been out of control.
And Carrigan's actually leading with the bomb here. So confident that nobody's pushed on down is what that tells me. Oh, this chicken on the stairs. It's about to... Because Woxic is about to make a little bit of noise if he pushes just over the precipice of the top of Boiler here. Oh dear. Woxic now. He's going to get away, but that information's been given on up. Look at MBK go. He's pooped on out. You got 3.5 kills right there, and there's the chicken.
He made it. How did he survive that interaction? The MVP of the round. The chicken's still going up, and we will find ourselves in a 5 versus 1. Voxic in a 5 versus 2 here. The chicken by his side. See whether
Senor Cluckington, I believe that.
The friendly chicken.
The friendly chicken.
Remember him? What a guy he was. Voxic pulled him one back.
That was 2 eggs, right? Oh no, there was a guy who used to join the lobby. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Chicken,
friendly
yeah.
chicken.
Yeah. That was a wild time.
That was in 2015, like when we did the vetoes, like on the PCs. The chicken would join every time. Like whenever Passion was playing as well, it seemed like a 6th player would just fucking join the lobby, and then we'd have it. It was just that's just right. I apologize.
That's all right. That's going to the charity, Henry. Which charity are you sending that to?
I'll have a look after it, but I'll throw 100 quid in just for that alone.
There we go. So no one heard that, and away we go because we're back underway. And this is a chance for OG to mount here because guess what? The Force Spy, Henry, who would have thought, has come on out from Mouse Sports. This is not the scenes we're used to.
Oof! Straight up. Wow, how's he done that? How's he done that? It's not possible. Running up like that, you're not even looking in that position. You fired 1 bullet and you've taken him out. Well, at least it's answered back, but still a stunning shot from Frozen to kick things off in round number 14. The Force Spy is out and about and it's volatile. As we'll see them actually focus towards B. They have 3 smokes. It's actually not too bad. You can see OG floundering a little bit here. They need intel. They want to try and fend them off and deny this execution. Luckily, no sound cues there for Chris J. He falls back before the flames can really engulf his position. And BK knows he has the advantage with the rifle in hand. Wants to get intel. Desperate for it. Oof. He does get a bit more than he bargained for. He's going down, Chad, for sure. What a flash that is. And now down to Valda. He has not backed up his teammate at all. He's got the MP9 in CT spawn. He's got a flash. He's lost the M4. He can still make this work with 2 players without helmets, but it's just not looking great. We'll see whether the M4 will be recovered. It certainly is. And now they know he's got an MP9. The last bit of utility he's got is thrown in vain. And they've got 45 seconds here.
But they're falling back right now. I think they're expecting an over-rotation. Instead, Easter and Manto are actually postured forward. I say that. Guess what? Back towards B they go. And that kill right there, that guarantees it. The fact that the M4 is top of Banana fighting, the over-rotation can come on in. Everybody from OG is going to be here. But can they stop the plant? That's the question.
It's a big question, Chad. It's getting right down to the wire now. 20 seconds remaining. About it, he's snuck through with that MP9. He does get one. It's very complicated. The incendiary is absolutely spot on there, but plan will still come through. Voxic punches in the digits towards first oranges, but they know exactly where he is there. Eradicate a lot of risk there. Good dink, but not quite enough to win the round. Mouse Sports will give that one up. 2-0 conversion found, but 3 kills gathered and the bomb planted, Chad. Now, I'm not going to say they buy up going forward, but,
I would.
There is a chance, isn't there? There's certainly a conversation to be had.
Now, this is normally where you and I are having the discussion in MR15 where we're like, you know, you could.
Straight up AK.
But I like it. The reason I like this is because if you break the CT's economy here, they'll get the $1,400 loss bonus and you can really punish them. So by keeping pressure on, even if it's not the full investment from everybody on the Mouse Sports side, well, it is. Never mind. They've now just started to purchase on in. Frozen hasn't bought a whole lot just yet. As I say that, he'll just dip below the 2K mark, 1,900 to his name. So this one right here, if Mouse can keep it dangerous,
yeah, they certainly can, I think. That's not a bad shot. Pretty dangerous if you ask me, Chad. Man 2. has been absolutely destroyed at the start there, but luckily the grenade kill in response. We do have a 4-4, but that means the rifle can be picked up once again. 2 AKs now. So that one kill, we normally say a 4-4 favors the Thieves, especially in this scenario, right? Because bear in mind, one player now has a rifle instead. So they've actually increased their chances dramatically with an equal trade like that. MP9 removed. Good smoke from NBK. Oh, I say that there is a massive gap. An absolutely huge one. Frozen could actually walk up and maybe have some vision. I don't know, but the flashbang either way will enable them up. And Carrigan, he loves to send it. It's the MP9, the gun of choice, and now they can fully commit towards the A side. One player waiting. That's going to be Issa. Does he have anything to say about this one? He's got an HE grenade, Chad. He's in towards the apartments. That's a guaranteed kill, but surely he doesn't get more. Nice shot from Frozen.
That was a great shot from...
I didn't think he had a charge. I was about to say, he's actually going to miss this.
Yeah, it was like he was stuck mid-hop, and it felt like that was no good. But Issa, unfortunately, has been having a bit of a struggle here on Inferno. He only has 4 kills to his name, and one of which just came through in that round right there. So a quiet showing as he is towards the bottom of the scoreboard for the server at this point. And another man who's down there is Alexi B, the last remaining survivor. He's going to be waiting over towards T-Spawn, holding onto that M4 and hoping that they can carry it forward. But this is the potency of the T side, right? The fact that they can still have threatening buys round after round means that now this flow-on effect for the CTs is going to be felt a lot harder. And with the saved M4 in Alexi B's hands, $1,400 loss bonus coming on through, they might actually consider going for an all-in here, because we've seen how powerful the smokes are at locking out the choke points, and they can still wrestle and fight for control right here. If they're able to snatch this one back before it balloons out of control for Mouse Sports, OG haven't completely lost this one just yet.
Well then, it's 8-7. We will have the first round of Mouse Sports in this second half. And to be fair, I love the fact it all came together there. We speculated as to whether they would force buy and the reasons why it could work out for them. They get that first pick at the start and their snowball turns into an avalanche very quickly. Great round for Mouse Sports, but there will be a force and response here. The Desert Eagles, 1 for Mass and an M4, and 3 players sent towards B. We'll see whether this could be enough to open things up. They're not going for the quick frag though, so this is going to anticipate a potential rush. We've been seeing this set up a lot where you get one player really tucked in towards first oranges. You can sometimes have a player on new boxes as well. But they've gone for 2 in CT spawn. As you can see them setting up their interesting positions, trying to get up towards the atrium. That's Alexi B. He's got the M4. It is a position that used to be very much in fashion, but it became so popular that it became unviable, Chad. It's actually become viable again because the way meta goes in a full circle, it's actually quite interesting to get back up there.
It got to the point where, and this is when I was still playing, where you would throw a smoke when you could come out of boiler to clear the top of it, right? It was the main focal point when taking the top mid control here. And something which you can play in transition. Chris J, when the later stages of that got a kill from the balcony as opposed to the porch itself, but they're going into B and it's quick. It's a very quick flash approach, and Mantu, well, with the MP9, that's the perfect weapon for the job. He'll get 2. How do they write this?
Yeah, well, there it is. It's going to be a couple of rifles found at this stage. Chris J with the Deagle on the other side. Chad, he had $3,200.
Yeah, I saw it.
He's back to those
I saw it.
Yeah, oof, I don't want to win the round because of that, but still, it's not ideal. 4 versus 2 now, as we will pull one back. Voxic gets him an opening towards CT spawn. Valda dropped 25 seconds there. They don't have the option to go back towards A. It's just not a thing. They're going to have to commit to this and hope for the best. Mantu, the MP9, already got himself 2 kills in the boost position. Make it 3, in fact. Easy shot for Issa. He'll convert. Big round for them to pick up there. And that's going to be answering back 3-1 in the second half. And Mouse Sports, I assume they'll force as well.
Now, I don't want to say this, Henry, but I know we've only had 3 rounds in the second half, really, other than the pistol. But all of them have been, in my mind, like buy rounds, right? Sure. There's been investment, full investment from every team in almost every round of the game up until this point. There's been very few ecos on Inferno, that's for sure. It's not AWPs and rifles, but it's buys. You know, there's MP9s with 2 M4s in the mix, and AK-47s with 2 Tech 9s in the mix. They're definitely threatening rounds, and that's something which people need to keep in mind here. This is still very closely contested, and at this point, with a timeout coming on through here for the OG side, they need to talk through their options. There's still a lot on the line here, even though they pick up that round right there. Their economy can't swell. It can't start to push out of control until they win rounds like that cleanly. And they need a few of them in a row. So we're not there just yet. And the same can be said for Mouse Sports, who, on the other side of things, they have another buy, but yeah.
Both teams pretty much fully invested here, Chad. And we're getting to the bookend now with this third and final map. This is a huge round. This is it. This is where a lot will be decided. Frozen, he'll be given the Desert Eagle this time. It seems Chris J obviously being frugal before enables him to get the AK-47 out here, so that's why they do it. But still, we'll see what happens here as we get a bit of aggression from Valda. little bit of damage towards Frozen. That's 71. And MBK there with the MP9 towards top of middle. Watching forward up for now, but no real team presence. But Voxic firing off about 20 bullets or so there towards the smoke. No damage inflicted. And in terms of utility, they do have a pretty decent array. Bomb's still down in T-spawn, however. So we'll have a look at the general map as we have 3 players from Mouse Sports towards B. And Carrigan, he loves to just try and get his way in by himself, chap. We see it so many times. Quite interesting how he can worm his way into the bomb site sometimes.
Yeah, he's cheeky. And, you know, if you're the in-game leader, you're probably watching a lot of demos. You're probably learning a lot of tendencies and giving you a lot of gaps to exploit. But they will just leave Frozen here with the Deagle up towards top of Banana. He'll actually be able to hear speedway rotations from that position. But OG, they're wise to that. They actually rotate all the way through CT spawn. Back towards A we look now, and top mid control it has been granted. Nobody there to pay the troll toll.
Troll toll.
Yeah, that's a reference from about 4 years ago.
That's great. I like that a lot. And either way, Alexi B will be opening things up. Like we said, a huge round here. The Desert Eagle of Frozen yet to make its presence known. That's towards B. Sitting in the smoke right now. We've talked about these nutmeg plays. The flashbang is great, but it's not quite enough. As Valda from First Oranges does strike back, and that's enough to send them packing, I think. 15 seconds. They've got no choice. They're going to have to run the gauntlet, Chad. 7 seconds here on this incendiary. They have to wait and run through. This is going to be desperate. Valda's still up high. And the flashbang timing is actually a little bit awkward.
They can't plant. They can't plant.
Oh, they can. It's down. It's going down. It's on. It's happening. Oh my God. I didn't think there was a world that was going down.
God, how did they manage to jump across and get that down in time? And now look at this. The last second plant, and OG have no choice but to save.
It's coming down to the granular details right now. The milliseconds. That's insane. Like, they didn't know they had a chance there. They were completely locked out. Like I said, like, do they just go for the incendiary at this point? They've got no time to plant. They didn't. They waited till the very last second, literally, to make their way in towards the bomb site, and it goes down. Now, it has to read 4 seconds at the top of your screen, because it takes 3.5 seconds to plant. As long as it reads 4, you can plant the bomb, and he got it down just before 3 was read. That was as close as you like, but that's why we love Counter-Strike so much. Chris J, we talk about his high impact, Chad. 3 kills, the bomb plant, and the round in the bag. Mouse Sports back online here.
Well, this is where somebody has to start stringing multiple rounds together. You know, you're not going to break your opponent in this kind of rally if you're just both being able to save or both constantly being able to buy. So someone has to give. And right now, it's probably the OG side that are really considering their options. The problem with saving with less rounds in the board and then not forcing behind it means that you've just saved 2 weapons that you can't even use successfully. That's why teams might get tempted into buying round after round after round. And if we take a quick look on the other side of things, Volder's just gone into an MP9. He's bought. He's gone all in. So, will Issa drop anything to help out MBK and Alexi B?
I don't know what's happened here. This is a weird one, isn't it? They're going to take I assume they'll take a pause here. This is like the perfect time to take one. It's a compromise round. Investments have been made.
So they are buying. Okay, here we go. They've managed to get it together. So Alexi B has the M4. We've got the MP9 in the hands of Volder, and Issa's been able to get the AK and drop across the Fammer. So this is actually looking pretty good. It's scrappy, but it's looking good.
It's not too bad. It's with a saved AK-47, could be enough to save the day here. Mantu, 18 kills to his name here. AWP aggressive towards Banana. Looking for any boosted players. It's a very common approach here. We talk about meta. Most teams do like to boost by the half or the smoke down, go for that first pick. Mantu aware of it. For now, though, Carrigan has threaded the needle. Got himself towards top of Banana, taking that vision away from the sniper. And he is alone. They're taking some gamble stacks here for obvious reasons. Their money, not ideal. Gonna have to take some chances, and Vada will rotate back over. He's still got the smoke. Flashbang thrown over, though. That flash has been so effective. He's been catching so many players at CT spawn, baiting out utility, and I think the same thing happens there again. The CTs are forced to use that smoke because they weren't sure as to who was walking by.
For Mouse Sports now is they've been able to guarantee at least a little bit of Banana control. Now they want to get top mid, so there's 54 seconds left. Is this going to be a full commitment? Or are they just going to posture around and wait? Woxic lining up a smoke of his own here. And they're actually going to hit A right now. So smoke's over towards the A site. Issa has to deliver something special.
Let's see what he can do. MBK with that FAMAS is looking good for the double, but Chris J, he makes very light work indeed. That's a beautiful display. He's looking great up there right now. This third and final map, Chris J coming to life as he gets his 15th kill. And I assume the money surely completely battered and bruised down the CT side.
I might have to slide into his DMs, Henry, and be like, Chris, listen. Like,
It's looking hot, isn't it?
I know you love, well, that too, but I know you're loving the Deagles. I know you're loving about helping out your team. But you know a way you can help out your team, Chris, is all these rounds where you've had a primary weapon, you've run on in, and you've absolutely spanked the bottom of OG. It's happened, like, I think at least 5 or 6 times. He's had these massive multi-kill rounds where he's just won them almost single-handedly. So let's get some more out of Chris J, because like the fact that this is a conversation that we're going to have more and more over the next couple of years. The fact that he is a 30-year-old individual, but he doesn't play like a 30-year-old, right? Like, when we're talking about 30-year-old Counter-Strike players, we think about, like, Zeus. We think about, like, like me, the older boys, the people who lose it, the people who don't have it anymore. You know? You think about there's not too many of us out there, but there's a couple who are still hanging on to it, right? Like, Forrest is still giving it a fair shake. You got Chris J here who's still finding a lot of good impact. The age for gaming, back when you and I were competing when we were teenagers, it was thought that at 25, the reflexes go down. But these guys, they're still giving it to them and they're still giving it hot.
Yeah, you're dead on there. Very good point. So, and I think it's a perfect example where every single team pretty much has gone for the foundations of 3 veterans and 2 young guns. We're seeing almost every team leading that direction because you want the veteran experience and you want the individual skill and the sponges, as it were, to learn from these masters who will drop off eventually. But the way we're seeing these kind of youngsters develop and just get better and better in terms of their fundamentals to Counter-Strike, it's a brilliant time to be a Counter-Strike fan for sure. For now, though, Mantu, AWP, not a force buy from the CT side. If we get to the tail end of this game, will be Mantu with the first frag. He knows multiple players are out towards the apartments here. He needs at least one more kill, but his teammate Issa goes down, and now a lot of pressure being applied. Easy shot for Voxic. He's going to nail that one, but Valda stuck in the flames. He'll be stuck there for a while. Bomb going down.
Okay, so this is looking pretty good for Mouse Sports here. It's difficult to see how OG can get back into this round.
I don't think they are. They're falling back already.
The AWP save makes sense because there's no way they could have that going into potentially the final throws here of the 3rd map. They want to see if they could potentially get something in Alexi B's hands, and yeah, he can take MBK's dropped AK-47. That's one option for him right there. Other than that, this one should be done and dusted. I don't think there's much more to be said in round 19.
No, I think you covered all the bases there. It's another efficient round there for Mouse Sports, their 3rd in a row. OG, in terms of lost bonus, will be at the 3rd or 4th stage, I think it is, going to the next round. So money will be pretty decent. And Valdo with the AWE. He'll survive. Alexi B does not. Robs goes down with a blast, but not a big deal. Their money should be pretty strong. And we'll get into this final round. Round 4 series point, I should say. So M4 is available. It was not the full investment for OG. M4s we brought out in quads, and we've got the All for Mantu still, of course. Alexi B, 6 and 14, 7 kills for Issa. I haven't even said it's his name, I don't think, this game.
Yeah,
see him step up.
He's been having a rough one, but so's Frozen. He only has 6 kills as well. So if he comes alive at any moment right now, that might spell disaster for OG. So back towards Banana we trundle. Molotov up towards the barrel position. Nades on to Mantu now.
Yep, a lot of damage being output. Carrigan's down to 28. Oof. Both teams feeling the pressure there. Mantu down to 31. Carrigan, similar number, but everyone's still alive for now. Looking for one more. This could be it. Mouse Sports find this round. There won't be a ton of cash for OG going forward, but no early picks. Carrigan Low will be giving up the AWP just so he can hold back and look for those picks if possible.
Okay, this is one of the first kind of quiet moments I felt like I've had in a while.
Of the entire day, to be honest with you. Like, normally I let the kind of tension build up itself just before a big play happens, let everyone calm down. But there's been so much action today, so many clutches and potential of rounds falling apart. Like, we've had to keep going. This has been the quietest moment of the day. Carrigan with the AWP. Can't deliver the shot. That would have been great if he did. With low HP, he knows his days are numbered now. A couple of bullets in his general direction, he's going down. So with 40 seconds, didn't work out. Good effort though. He'll fall back. They've got 3 players towards Banana, including the bomb. And that's the way on the back of Voxic. Looks like a B finish. And in terms of the setup, a perfect smoke. 30 seconds, what you love to see. Is there a gap though? Maybe there is. And it at least means they can keep their own CT spawn. It's not a massive error from OG, but it's certainly not ideal.
Oh, they're going on through, and Alexi B standing behind the smoke gets 3 of his own. That leaves Valda on the site with Chris J and Woxic to deal with. 15 seconds left on the clock here. If he gets one, call it done. Woxic will be able to trade him here, but the plant, that's the best he can hope for. He doesn't even want that as Mantu takes him down through the gap, and that's 9 on the board for OG here.
Well, it was a must-win round. The finances weren't looking great, and they managed to hold the wolf from the door. Mouse Sports will find another round against them there. OG will have 3 players surviving. There's still money to buy into round number 21 here, still on the cards for series point. But Mantu, AWP, does he want to go for an aggressive pick? We started to see a lot of confidence in that second map. We'll see if it starts to shine.
Okay, well...
MBK, is there a run boost there? This is a run straight towards point.
Henry, I have a bigger problem. Alexi B doesn't have a gun.
No. Not like...
Alexi B doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have a gun.
Not now.
He definitely doesn't have a gun.
Not now, Alexi.
Alexi.
They're running back to spawn. It's like, can you still buy? Is there anything? No, sorry, bro. That definitely isn't a thing. You might.
But he has 3,200, so yeah.
He could have, definitely bought an M4.
Oh no. We had the flamey save on Nuke, and now we've had the Alexi blunder.
If one of his teammates dies or they get a kill, he recovers the rifle. It might not even be a conversation. But if it is, the in-game leader who's currently sat on 9 and 15, he's taking his eye off the prize and not bought a gun. That's a big deal. I'm sorry, it just is. We'll see whether this is going to be a massive disaster for them or whether they can get back on track. So, mid-control for Mouse Sports here. Alexi B knows. I'm surprised he's actually getting so stuck in here. So he's going to try and get some utility off, do some damage, which he has done. But just needs to try and stay alive here as long as he possibly can.
Where can they even put him that he can be potent right now? And now that they've gone mid to B, this is one of the worst scenarios in the world for Alexi. Volder is stuck towards the tree. Now pressure can come in from Banana over towards the A side. They're still planted.
He's checking it.
Look at this. It's all over. This should be round number 12 on the board. How can you retake the B site, let alone retake the B site with 3 players and only 2 of them have guns?
Oh dear. Well, at least that confirms the save, I suppose. Alexi B does have armor, diffuse.
He can buy next round.
He can definitely buy next round. It was all part of the plan, I suppose. And they'll have a lot to work with. But Carrigan, Chad, you've got to say, he does step up. We all know he's not up there in terms of a star player potential. But when the pressure's on and he needs to find the kills, especially on Inferno Banana area, he delivers more often than not.
Yeah, I feel that when the chips are down is when Carrigan can do his best work, and the same thing with Chris J. Or if the team is really feeling it, right, and the pacing and his calling is on, everyone's believing, Carrigan will be able to find those gaps for everybody. And when he hits a shot like that, and you know that behind you is the likes of Frozen and Rops and Woxix coming in with the AWP, it's going to fill you with confidence that you're going to find that next kill. And not only that, 1 round is all that remains. So the in-game leader here stepping up in a big way to help the team get very, very close here to the finish line. All of their rounds, Henry, in this T side have come with bomb detonation. They've been able to get into the site successfully on the majority of their rounds here on the T half, and the ones that they do, they've converted. The only one they didn't was the second round of the game. Yeah. So let's see if they finish it right here, right now.
And that was forced by Mania.
Oh, double ops.
Oh, you
did Alexi save for the double AWP?
I guess if that's the call that takes him to overtime and he gets a few kills here, respect to Alexi B. You'll all be forgiven. If he can step up now and show us a few flashy AWP kills, I'll forgive him. It'll be fine. It'll all be forgotten, and Mantu opens things up, but it's going to be Rob's answering back. Issa, very quiet showing here in regulation, 7 and 15. And towards CT spawn, Alexi B about to be tested, my friend, and that's a guaranteed freebie. He can get the second on boxing as well. Nice movement. So they know there's the AWPs in towards spawn. He actually has transitioned a little bit here as well. They've done enough, Chad. 4 on 2, but the bomb is down.
It's difficult to defend with no utility here. Frozen up close and he's been spotted. Surely the barrel. Volder definitely saw the barrel. No, he didn't see the barrel. Okay.
He didn't. Yeah, because he's throwing the... Oh, he's trying the old land trick then. You see him shake towards the position. Maybe he did see him. He seems to be very aware of it. Alexi B gets the shot. Carrigan, 4 kills required. He pulls this one off. All right, well, there you go. It's not going to happen.
The double AWP.
It's a double AWP. He gets 3 kills, Chad.
He's a mastermind. Not only can Alexi B have rounds where he calls rush A, he has rounds where he can call rush B, and he also has rounds where he can call save to give them 12 rounds, and I'll get a double AWP set up and win. I think it's great. I love it. It's very versatile. You don't see this at this level of play very often. So innovation, I think we might just label that one, Henry. It's a new one. Yeah. It's definitely a new one. One that I don't know if we'll remember, or one that will go down in the history books, but one that I enjoyed at the time. So let's see if the double AWPs can strike and ring true once more.
That's insane. Of all the things that's happened today, there's been so many anomalies and things we just don't usually see, right? A weapon not being bought. converted into a double orb setup where the in-game leader, we've never even seen him use the weapon, gets 3 kills in CT spawn. It's absolutely unreal, but still, Mousesports can close things out. It's not the best buy, but Chris J, with his MP7, he could have got the AK chat, so it suggests a pouncy approach here. They're going to be sending him in first and looking for players with helmets. Unfortunately, they're all fully equipped. But still, that's what it looks like to me. So there's a reason he's got the SMG here first. You want to throw him in first, and you have running gun potential. He's at the front of the pack. Here comes the smoke down towards Moto, from what I can see, and Issa to defend, who's had a quiet game. And it's the MP7 coming out first. That's a snowball they're looking for. They wanted to gather momentum. But Chris J does go back towards Boiler. So
there's a set piece lined up here because Woxic's been holding this smoke the whole time, so they have a good idea of how they want to approach this A site. I'm a little bit worried about OG here because they're out of utility. They can't defend once the smokes and flashes come over.
Yeah, the flashes are the main problem. Mansu, he's protecting Issa, but he's very vulnerable to the flashes set. We know Mousesports have got those in spades. They've got full mid control here. Mansu, oh, this is a brave pick. He's been very brave today. It will be this way. Unfortunately, the MP7, it's not enough damage to take him down, but this is where the orb comes under scrutiny. It's going to have to be a great job from Mansu. Robs will absolutely wipe him out. It looks like we might be done here. Valda and Alexi B, both of the B players, Chad. I don't think there's anything left to be said. I think we all know what's about to happen.
Well, here we go. Alexi, you saved for this AWP, mate. You could be an absolute genius here. Retaking the A-bomb site, having to make it through Library and the Arch side here. Mousesports, they're locked and loaded. They're ready and raring to go. Frozen, he's standing poised on the Arch side. He spotted the barrel. The AWP, it's going to fall. Alexi's out of the picture, and Frozen, he's done it. Mousesports, they're going to the grand final. Na'Vi await.
Amazing scenes, a fantastic series. MR12 delivers once again. It's done with different Counter-Strike, but you can't deny that it's exciting, Frankie. That was absolutely electrifying.
That was an extraordinary day of Counter-Strike. It's not over yet, I have to say, because we've got the NA show match coming up next.
Oh no, we've lost Frankie. We've lost
Am I activated right now? I heard in my ear that my mic...
Your mic arm.
We
your
can
mic
hear
arm.
you, but...
It's not by your mouth. You've got to swing it. There you go. Can hit.
Oh, hey. So that's what we call the Alexi B. You thought I didn't have a microphone. Actually,
Exactly.
I was saving it for the next round. Never doubt me again. I'm changing my name to Frankie B. The B is for brain, for the 3000 IQ plays. But I don't really want to talk about Alexi B for once in my life. I want to talk about that big man ting. Mantu, is he long for OG, or do you think he's going to get poached sometime soon? Because that was an electrifying performance, Chad.
He'll be there for a while. Don't worry about that. He's not going to be getting picked on up for a while. I think they've got him locked on down in this team. Look, they haven't been together for a hugely long amount of time. They've made a lot of steps that I think a lot of people like me would never have thought would happen. I think that they've looked like a much better team than I ever gave them credit for. So if they continue to tick along like this, OG, then they could be honest. I don't think they'll be the best team in the world, but they could break into the top 10 eventually. That's on the card.
I just don't know about that, Chad. Yeah, I feel like they have potential, but the players within this ranks, right, the names you've got there, like we're talking about the experienced players and players that haven't really realized their true potential. Look at Valda, right? Like he's probably thinking he wants a major championship under his belt at some point. I don't think this is the final form we'll see of OG, but do they have the tools to be the world's best team? I'm not sure just yet.
And if you're talking about tools here, we got to talk about giving Chris J the right tools. We did mention it after we went to Nuke. He is looking like himself again, really, looking hot.
Yeah, he still had a couple of rounds where he had only the deagle, but when the rifle was out, when he was actually, leading the charge or getting in a position to find some impact, he delivered almost every single time, right? And Chris J, I think that nobody should ever sleep on him. This team is 4 individuals who can get a lot of damage done, and Carrigan in terms of entry fragging and openings and calling and stuff. It's a potent team. It's just they have to have their mindset in the right way, and this is probably one little good confidence booster to get them back on track, Frankie.
It's all about those face marks that Carrigan's been doing. Hopefully the whole team will be doing them tonight ahead of that final against Na'Vi. Do you think going into that final, Mouse should consider slowing the pace down a bit, because it seemed to be that won them the map in the end?
Oh, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Na'Vi are up to those sort of antics as well. The clutch potential's insane. I like the fast-paced gameplay. I feel like it suits Mousesports, especially on maps like Inferno, because, Chad, if you think about it, even in MR15, they're the ones kind of trailblazing ahead in terms of these pounce attacks and behind the Mac 10 and having those sort of plays we saw there towards the end of the game. I feel they should stick with this sort of pacing. I think it suits the team if they're actually got their heads screwed on and making the right plays and not losing 4-on-2s.
I think one of the things tomorrow that they're just going to have to deal with that FaZe couldn't today with Na'Vi was, well, not the simple factor, but just to do with some of these CT sides, right? Some of these CT sides we have to kind of take a look at and see what approach needs to be taken in MR12. I don't know if either team will bother investigating that overnight, but I think that's kind of the crux for everybody right now, is just working out what feels a little bit more comfortable and the approach you need for the game.
Well, we had 2 thrilling semi-finals today, but it does mean we are losing 2 teams tonight, and they are FaZe and OG. But we can find out now which charities they've chosen to donate their $150,000 apiece to. And so FaZe, they've gone the way of G2. They are donating to UNICEF. Actually, that takes the total donated to UNICEF to, I think it's $350,000. Yeah, because Fnatic also chose to donate to them yesterday. Meanwhile, OG are donating their $150,000 to Direct Relief. So we've already given away a whopping amount of money. I think that's $650,000 off the top of my head. I'm very bad at maths. It's a very hot room. It's been a long day so far, and the Counter-Strike has blown my mind. Okay, I'm hearing in my brain $500,000, but it's okay because overall we know that we're donating $2 million this weekend alone. You guys at home, you can donate very, very easily yourselves. Go to gamerswithoutborders.com for more information on the 7 charities we have to choose from. Now, guys, I'm stalling, and the reason is because I have to say goodbye to you.
It's been a great time.
Sound more convincing, Chad.
No, thank you for having us. I'm glad we got to do this. I'm really, really quite happy we got to look at MR12. Now, obviously, it's not under regular tournament conditions, but a chance to kind of get our feet wet, our toes wet, and see what it's all about. I was happy with this, and I even got to do some play-by-play casting, and no one told me to shut up, so that was nice.
Chad, I thought you did a great job. Thank you so much for Gamers Without Borders for having us. Good luck in the following games, Frankie. You've been an amazing host, and we hope we delivered and entertained the masses out there while they're at home.
You really did. I mean, that last map, we had takeaways, we had chickens, and we had great startings from both OG and Mousesports. Thank you so much, boys, and we'll see you very, very soon indeed, I'm sure, because Counter-Strike never sleeps, and neither does Chad, it seems like. So we will see you guys very soon, and you guys watching at home, we'll see you after the break, because we've got an NA show match, and no one wants to miss Tuscan.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and produce thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number. These are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
My name is Amy Bowen. I just got back from a deployment in Brooklyn, New York for the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not necessarily the case. I've seen it. We have a 16-year-old in there that doesn't have, multiple comorbidities. They have children in there. We have several pregnant women, and these are young, healthy people. Right now, I think everybody is holding together strong. They're doing well. I am concerned about everyone's mental health when this, comes down, because we are losing such a huge amount of patients. I do think everybody's scared. Everybody is doing the best they can to take care of these patients and still trying to protect themselves, because they do ultimately go home to families and husbands and children, and no one knows what to do, if you should just stop seeing your family or stay in a hotel for risk of infecting them, or even, worse, them passing away due to an illness that you've brought home. I really think if people would just stay inside and be socially responsible and realize that no one's being oppressed, that they're just being inconvenienced, that just stay inside and shop online and do the things that you can do, but distance yourself. It's amazing, because your donations, your funding has allowed nurses like me to come to the front line and help and be the extra hands that they need to allow the nurses that are at the facilities and they're inundated with patients and overwhelmed to be better nurses, to take better care of these patients, to get better outcomes.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Now, earlier today we found out that our final tomorrow is going to be between Fnatic and it's not going to be between Fnatic. What am I saying? No, earlier today we found out that Fnatic donated $100,000 to UNICEF, but what we also found out was that Na'Vi is going to be facing off against Mousesports in tomorrow's grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. We have had 6 maps of Counter-Strike. It's been explosive as hell. My mind has been blown multiple times, and never so more than now, because I am being joined by 2 fabulous gentlemen. They are Anders and Moses. Moses, how are you doing? Is your PC looking good today? Is it?
Visually it looks stunning, but you never know what's going on the inside. I hope it's all fixed up, because I don't want to have to deal with that anymore. But yeah, I'm pumped up for this too. Not only the teams are really cool. Yeah.
You don't want to deal with it. I'm the one casting alone when your PC crashes.
I know, but that feels like all the things that you've had to make me suffer through over the years just coming back. It feels like the equalizing moment, I think.
It feels like I'm in couples counselling. Sorry, Anders, you have a right to reply.
I appreciate it. No, it's fine. He does have a good point. I can't really argue with that. He's had to go through a lot, so it's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's fine. Listen, I've got popcorn. I've got all the time in the world. So if you do want to talk about it, I'll lend an ear. However, we do have some Counter-Strike to get underway. We've got our NA show match. And to kick things off, let's find out how much money our teams could be donating to charity at the end of today's match. Because there's been a whopping $250,000 devoted to tonight's best of 3. The first prize will be able to donate $150,000 and the second will be $100,000. So if they donate to the same charity, for example, then that charity would be £250,000 up, or dollars I should say, and able to help even more people through this COVID-19 crisis. And that's what we're here to do at Games Without Borders. We're here to donate money to several different charities who are all responding to the crisis in different ways. And you can actually see those charities underneath our floating heads. Now, who's going to be taking part? It's quite fancy, isn't it? Unfortunately, I don't have a green screen, so I can't quite float around the set. But, maybe next time. Hopefully there isn't a next time. Let's one coronavirus crisis is quite enough. Thank you very much. But yes, let's talk about our NA matchup. We're going to have Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. Team Liquid, obviously they had their era of about 5 months last year, and then Astralis came back on the scene, and Liquid, really, they've seemed to be in a period of crisis. Not quite ever since, but certainly in 2020, they've had a bit of a slow, bumpy start, Jason.
Yeah, they have been. They're having almost, it feels like a crisis of confidence. And I think we've seen that a little bit, the conversation, the rumors have swirled, or maybe not even rumors, just the conversation around, Stewie taking some of the in-game leading duties, which I don't put too much in just because, I believe that he's actually doing some in-game leading, but I don't think it's as big of a deal. We see it in every team. The in-game leader needs to take some kind of a break or step back from those responsibilities for some stress relief. More than anything, I think this team just has it's the same thing they've had for a long time, and what would stop them from beating Astralis for so long. Confidence seems to be the key for this squad, and they don't have much of it at the moment.
And Stewie's even tweeted about the fact that he feels unable to hit anything at the moment. And Stewie's the hype man of the team. That team can be quite quiet, and even if Stewie's not taking the in-game leading role, he's got such a big part to play in the confidence of that team. Do you think that's probably affecting them online, Anders? Because you haven't got Stewie 2K in a table for him to jump on and hype up his teammates.
Yeah, I would hope not, right? Like, you'd hope that they were, again, along with all the other top teams, able to sort of, get back in a different mindset. But I guess it depends on, how long you think you're going to be doing this for. Because if you think, well, a month from now it's all going to be back to normal, which I guess people more and more now are thinking maybe not. But then maybe you don't want to make that big of a change. But I feel like, they should. They should have some sort of meeting discussing this kind of thing and saying, you know what, we might have to adjust to playing, a little bit separately and in this kind of a style. And we need to take it seriously, because I just think, when we get back to normal, it would suck if you'd given away a lot of your team's confidence, losing a lot of matches that maybe you normally wouldn't. I actually think that's something people should take a little bit seriously. So, yeah, I hope that, not having Stewie, as you said, jumping on the table next to them is going to have too much of an impact. But I don't know. Again, I think we had this discussion yesterday with Fnatic, right? Some of these teams that have won a lot on LAN might have a harder time just adjusting to it. It might be hard to take it as seriously.
I just think it's harder to set your goals when you're playing online like this. It's easy when your goal is to win a LAN event, but when you're going back and these tournaments are all online and it feels no different than practice, that's when it's very difficult to maintain your focus. And I imagine there's a lot of teams and a lot of individual players who also are kind of struggling with that. And on top of all that, you're juggling, the insane Counter-Strike schedule that everyone's been running through for the past 3 years. So we're seeing players go out, burn out and everything like that and take some time away from the game. And I think that's just kind of an extension of what we're having going on with some players and teams still competing.
Well, those two players we just put head-to-head, Elite and JKS, judging by their ratings, they haven't been quite so affected. They're still pretty much top of their game. Firepower plenty.
Yeah, these two guys are stunning players, so I don't think there's going to be a whole lot that affects them. And the nice thing about these guys being the head-to-head players is probably mechanically these are the two best players on each one of their teams. The two top in terms of when you watch them, the aim is snappy, it's crisp, it's on point, movement is very good, their peaks are very aggressive and on point. So these guys going head-to-head is going to be a really fun battle to watch in this team, and I hope we get a very big duel down the stretch of these maps.
Well, the maps have already been chosen because they were chosen by us. And Duskin is a map that people always talk about, how much they want to see it in Counter-Strike. It's a recurring conversation, but it hasn't happened, I guess, because it's not actually a Valve-created map, right? But are you looking forward to casting it today, Jason?
Yeah, again, I did this yesterday. I dated myself pretty well. I'm going to do it again. I was playing when this map was actually CPL Mill, which is the same virtual layout with a couple different changes, not a bunch. But this is a pretty cool map. We did actually try and experiment. I believe this is the same version that was used in CEVO to play in Counter-Strike back in 2015. And I can't remember, I don't know if you do, Anders, the exact reason why it was brought back out of the pool. But I think the biggest reason why this map has never been attempted to really be put into the rotation is not necessarily because it's not a Valve map, but I think just it hasn't really been given any love by any map designers or anything like that. And I think there's probably plenty of people who would put their hand up and take that responsibility. It just hasn't actually occurred for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This current version of the map, I think there are a lot of issues with, for sure. I mean, I think design-wise, it looks like kind of a beautiful map, but I just think it's such a busy map that there's, like, it's going to have a hard time fitting into the current competitive environment. If you just look at the textures and everything, there's so much going on that I just think that'd be frustrating to play if we had to play it full time. But I mean, apart from that, as a map layout, I don't see a reason why this wouldn't work.
They've made the classic mistake, Anders, as well. There's fencing in this map, which as a 1.6, you just don't add fencing into the maps.
That's rough. Don't want to do that. Definitely not. But I mean, yeah, it's classic. It's obviously got a long history with the game. I'm kind of excited for it. I mean, I want to see it. I've played some online tournaments on this map back in the day as well. What was it? This and Fire around the same time, or maybe even
simultaneously?
CPL
Fire was a pretty solid map.
Yeah, good times.
Also had fencing.
Also had fencing. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's going to be fun to see.
I'm quite enjoying the fact that we're able to experiment with this weekend. It's not just about making money for charity, although it kind of is. We're also having a little bit of fun playing with the format with MR12 and settling some debates that the community's been having around this format. And now all the people who've been saying, yes, Tuscan, yes, Tuscan, yes, Tuscan, they're going to maybe change their minds, or maybe they're going to lobby even harder for this map to get some love and see it put into scrimmage mode. Because surely, like Cash, for example, there's a lot of complaints about the way that looked once it was reworked. Not so much the inner workings of the map, but the fact that it was so green and Counter-Strike players like sludge. So, there's potential there. Maybe,
ironically,
maybe
the conversation,
enjoy casting it. Sorry, go.
The conversation in Cash probably should have been about the actual map layout and not the color scheme of it and all the green. Although I actually haven't even played the new Cash yet either. So this is like a whole new world for me today.
It's boring.
Jeez. Frankie has no chill today.
I have
Frankie's
no chill.
6 maps in. She's about 4 overtimes in, and she's done.
I'm on my 5th bag of popcorn. I've been very much enjoying the Counter-Strike, but I never have time for Cash. Maybe once it comes back into the competitive pool, if it does, fine. I'd rather Cash than Anubis, but I'm gonna quiet myself up because I'm thinking we're probably quite ready to go into the map as we've just had the knife round. Yeah. I have a feeling these teams have not really played Tuscan as a unit, though, Anders.
Definitely not. I think this is going to be wild, I imagine. So, I mean, probably a lot of craziness coming this way. You were mentioning the community earlier and sort of them participating in this, and I wanted to read out one of the messages on Twitch chat because I think that's important to get people involved. There was one earlier from a guy called Not Who said, "I want to kiss Moses' forehead," and I thought that was a loving message. I've often had that same idea myself, so thought that was a moment of.
Well, I mean, you can kiss my forehead whenever you want, Anders. It's right there. Yeah, you got free use.
I never realized.
Can we have that Twitch chatter explain why they want to kiss Moses' forehead? Is it because he has the face of a baby? I don't understand.
You must not understand. There's a lot of people out there who have offered to kiss my forehead, lick my head, rub my head, all sorts of things that have just. It's a bit interesting. I have a very weird
real estate.
Yeah, I have a very weird cult following surrounding my bald head.
Were there anyone in the talent team that we know and love? Have anyone ever requested to do things with your head?
Wow.
Well done, Frankie. This is a charity stream. Could we please keep things above board?
It's so above board. It's not your head. It's fine. I've seen like cardboard blow-ups of people's heads from CS. Has you ever seen anyone holding a giant picture of your face, like say the Magisk wall that we saw last year at Blast?
Yes, there's actually a troop of like 5 or 6 guys who go to ESL Cologne every single year. Rest in peace to ESL Cologne this year. And all of them have Moses cardboard cutouts of my face, so I always found them in the audience.
Perfect.
You didn't think I would have that. You didn't think that was going to happen.
I very much expected it. If we get to make Cologne an offline LAN, if we get to make it a closed LAN and I get to go along, I'm going to do everything I can to get a massive Moses mask just to celebrate the occasion of seeing you guys in the flesh again. I promise, though, I'll leave your actual head alone. Let's head to Tuscan then, boys. Have some fun.
Well, Anders, we have Tuscan and we have Liaz with dualies. I'm very aroused right off the bat.
dualies, why not? Why not try and do it? Yeah, it's going to be 100 Thieves starting on the CT side. Leah's going to be put to the test. He's putting up a smoke, and if they come through the dualies, is the exact perfect weapon for it. This might be the big chance. Oh, he's only going to get the one. Actually, it was Jacob getting in instead. I was going to give it to you right then and there, Jason. I thought that was the moment for the dualies to shine. It was all the perfect setup, but it looks like 100 Thieves are doing fine anyway. They're just completely shutting down this attack into the B bomb site, and they're going to win the round.
Man, every time I see the dualies in the situation where it seems like it's designed for that exact play, it just absolutely does nothing. Either way, pistol round is completely shut down. A nice little B rush from Liquid. Now, the fun part about this map, I feel, in the show match is that this is going to be like scrappy. Like, I mean, Frankie just mentioned it. This is a map that has not been played, has not been, run through in terms of finding smokes and finding flashbangs. So this is essentially both of these teams just, rolling on the fly and putting things together as they go.
Yeah, so kind of a high-level deathmatch that we've got going on here. Could be really, really interesting. I don't know how much exploring there even is to do on this map. I remember the first version that came out, you could boost yourself outside of the map. I'm assuming most of those things have been fixed in the interim, but yeah. And there's this whole, underpass thing, the hallway that leads you into the A bomb site by a door, not maybe the sewer that some people will have remembered from a long time ago, where there was like a ladder to get out of a sewer, which was all kinds of crazy.
Mill, baby.
Yeah, not in this version. Gratisfaction, not ready for the door, but JKS with a really powerful position and with a smoke up on top, it looks like he's going to be fine.
He's going to drop a nade at him. Oh, that's going to do so much damage. Stewie's dead. Twist down to no HP. He does get one kill with that M4 and almost transfer over to Jacob. So pretty close to being a disaster for 100 Thieves. And it's 2-0 now as Liquid on this T side having a tough time. One other thing that we'll just bring up very, very quickly as we're so early in the map. Not only is Tuscan new, if you're watching some of the games yesterday or earlier today, you probably noticed we are playing with a different format. It is max rounds 12, which means instead of 15 rounds, there are going to be 12 rounds on each side. So the first to 13 rounds will win the map overall. Just a fun little format that's been a conversation in the community that we're having to go with here at this charity stream. Naf gonna turn the corner right into the open. That is some disgusting spray control, and Liquid have deleted 100 Thieves in 10 seconds.
Well, yeah. Cool. I have no idea how he got the spray on the guy that was way behind.
I know.
That was...
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, he just went for it, didn't he? Oh, man. You know what I've noticed? And this is like a subtle point, but I've noticed that the always loud and always complaining betting community is always upset about the MR12 because it's, I think in their minds, they think, man, if my team had only had, another couple of rounds, it would have turned it. So I just think that's funny. Good times all around.
Or maybe covering the spread, whatever it might be.
Something like that. Oh, Gratisfaction, look at that. He's hiding in the bushes to try and get kills.
Oh, my God.
He's actually doing a lot of damage. My God.
That was some Jurassic Park type stuff. Nice trade from Twist, and so much damage has been dealt. Liquid's gonna have to back away as the rotation comes in towards the B bomb site. JKS is here though, and he's got a rifle Molotov. Gonna force him into the open. He's burning, but not enough. That's one player down. Naf and Twist against JKS and Jacob.
That's a lot of damage being output by 100 Thieves in a round where they didn't really have a lot. So, yeah, 2-on-2 is not a bad look at all. Now, they don't have a defuse kit. They have no more grenades to try and get into their site. And JKS, who has the rifle, is kind of low on health, so might get tricky. Oh, my dear, that was Jacob with a deagle taking down Naf at a long range, and that leaves Twist in a 1 versus 2. He is up on the scaffolding, and they're climbing up behind him. They'll find him, and he's straight on the defuse, and I think they have time for it as well. That's a great return into the map here for 100 Thieves.
Oh, this is going to be so mental with players not really knowing the angles, not really knowing the timings or how the map plays out. This is going to be fun. I don't think Twist had any idea that someone would have the gall to just run up that ladder in that fashion. 3-1 in the favor of 100 Thieves.
He could have probably, instead of sitting on the scaffolding, he could have gone into that little hallway that connects the B-bomb site to the middle of the map. Probably would have been a slightly better choice.
Twist is also, what, like 20, 21 years old? Is he even that old? Like,
yeah, he wasn't even born.
Yeah, he wasn't born when CPL Mill was made.
Just barely, maybe. But yeah, it's... That's true. He doesn't have
they weren't even around. They weren't even around for the test of Tuscan. This is all brand new to everyone.
I'll tell you what. When they re-release Prodigy into competitive play, Jason, I'm making a return. I'm coming back. I'll know the map, but I'll have that edge on everyone.
Dude, I'm there. We'll make a 4-hour theory crafting video on Prodigy.
Yeah, just that knowledge has to like pay back at some point, surely, right? Oh, well, it's a really good take of the A bomb site right now with Jacob being sort of pushed forward. I think he's in those underpass hallways sneaking around with the Mag 7. He's not going to find anyone unless his team can cause a really big distraction trying to retake the bomb site. And Naf goes down. Let's see if Jacob will ever get put into play. No, he's so far away. He's only now showing up.
He's got that deagle and twists again. Oh, missed shots all over the place. And he throws his gun in the air after the fact.
He missed all the shots.
I know. He didn't hit a single one. Oh, no. I didn't want to catch that on cam. Whatever. 3-2.
I like the idea, though, of using that hallway offensively on the CT side. I'm sure if you can time that right, that's going to be pretty deadly, right?
Just in general, this map always lended itself to CT aggression because you can push so many. It's another one of those maps where you can push a lot of different places at CT. And obviously, if you're willing to be aggressive, especially in the mid rounds, you can catch so many flanks from so many different places. Each of the extremities has a flank. There's obviously 2 with the sewers involved towards that left side storage area. And then obviously mid can branch off into both storage areas as well.
Yeah, you can even crunch middle from 2 different directions, right? Like, you can actually go and push with a lot of CTs if you really want to. Nitro going down early on. It's one of the few, the only rifle really they have on this 100 Thieves side, and it's doing so much work. I think it was assisting Jacob in getting that kill, and that leaves Twist in a 1 versus 4 with the AK-47. Oh, he actually pre-fires that. That's a pretty disgusting kill, but it doesn't matter. Lias will still take him down, and 100 Thieves, every time they're low on money and almost have nothing, they just seem to win these rounds. That's huge.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, you're seeing some of the unfamiliarity of the map with Team Liquid on top of it. I'm actually pretty impressed with the way that 100 Thieves are hitting their shots at the moment. But right now, Liquid just looks so confused and lost on even how to trade some of these kills. They don't really know how, you watch them coming up Catwalk or Kitty. That's a part of the map where they just have no sense of how to actually take that properly and where the defenders are going to be.
Yeah, that could definitely be just a lack of knowledge there. Azza, I think, almost running into a lot of trouble there. Lias going to take the fight, but he goes down immediately afterwards. Jacob will follow it up, and now you could see the confusion here. Liquid, they're about to get wrapped on, and I don't even think they really realized yet. JKS showing up for a nice double to end the round with. That was, again, 100 Thieves just, I think, winning some of the early fights is good, but it's the fact that there's just constant trading, and Liquid don't seem to know where they're actually getting shot from.
Yeah, they're not sure. And they're obviously, I think as well, they're all younger. I have to imagine Azza and JKS have probably played Tuscan or from like some of the earlier days before CSGO, like 1.6 and Source and everything like that. So at least they have some kind of idea. Poor guys on Liquid, all of them are the young guys. They have no veterans that go back to when this map was being played.
Yeah, these damn Zoomers don't know what they're in for.
That's what we need to compete with the Zoomers, Anders. We need to bring back all the old maps.
Yeah, bring back wall banging as well, and just they'll never know what hit him. Nitro with a good deagle kill, but yeah, he's swiftly. Oh, that was beautiful! Right through the tree to take down Lias. I can't believe he actually got that shot. But I don't think it's going to ultimately save him in this round.
No, it shouldn't at all. 9 HP. And Jacob is looking directly at this part of the map. He knows what's coming, although footstep made by both players, and there's the end. 1 shot for Nitro, a 6-2 lead for 100 Thieves, and that's looking like it's going to start stretching because they're looking pretty confident with some of these pushes they're going out and flanks coming in very, very quickly.
Rather ominous headless statue that's in the spawn. What's it holding, that statue? Is it holding its own head? That's what. No.
That looks like a toy sailboat.
It's a dove, I think. It's got no head, but it is a dove that it's holding. So, valuable insights.
Dove is the universal sign of peace as well. See if it goes. Nath is going to head up Catwalk at the moment. He's leading the way with Elige. Actually, excuse me, that's down in the sewers. They fooled me.
Yeah, they're actually going for a little bit of a flank there. Although Jacob will find one. He's going to get traded. That was down in the sewers that was happening. So That's some advanced warning, at least for the CT side. Gratisfaction close range with the Orb, he's turned to be ready for another fight. He'll get that one as well. And again, it's the offensive plays by 100 Thieves that's really bringing it home right now. Liquid just don't seem to be ready for it.
Well, that's an old school mid push on this map. That used to happen, you know, every single time this map was played. So I have to imagine that's kind of the experience of Azza and JKS on the map, even just calling it out. One player watching the storage area 1, one player watching the storage area 2. The op in play as well, so tough to deal with. And Liquid, like we said a number of times, probably never had to face that whatsoever. So they're getting battered and bruised and beaten up. And certainly it feels more so when they play the slow rounds.
Yeah, because especially if you're in the middle, right? Like if you're in the middle, there's that sort of hallway that goes diagonal across the map that pretty much covers all of the middle. And if you're just wandering around in there, you could definitely get attacked from a bunch of different directions. And I guess Liquid aren't just fully comprehending that just yet. It's interesting reading the Twitch chat while all this is going on, because there's a lot of people asking, what map is this and what's going on here? So, you know, we've got a nice sort of age differential thing going on in the chat. Just people either in the know or not so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of new little features that have been added into this. A lot of ways to jump up to these different parts of the map to wheel around, which is kind of interesting. Feels like a maze. Even to me, some of this is unfamiliar. 7-2. We are playing max rounds 12, as we mentioned. Someone just asked what it was. It means 12 rounds per half.
Yeah, so compresses the game a bit, more weight on the pistol rounds, obviously, less time to be saving money to try and go for a buy later on, and we've sort of covered this a lot, and I don't think anyone of us really know the full extent of it if it was to become sort of full-time. I don't really have a fully formed opinion on it yet. I'm just here to learn along with everyone else, I guess. Oh, nice shot from Stewie. Going to be taking down Azza, but all they have is Deagles otherwise, and they're in a little bit of trouble. And that was the bomb as well getting dropped, so not really maybe worth it for Liquid in the end.
Listen, 100 Thieves at least pushing down the map and putting them out of their misery round after round. Like they're not letting this draw out, which is quite nice of them.
Yeah, it is. Man, why would you ever want to leave this T-spawn, though? There's chairs, a sun...
A beach, some water.
Beach and water. Like
a little stone dove.
Little stone dove. Statue with no head. It's all
everything you need. It's all right there.
Yeah. There's some wine on the table, I think.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
Going the wrong way.
It's a good eye, Anders.
Yeah.
Deep nade down B, and finally Liquid get a little bit of breathing room. Nitro, I take it all back. He was not ready for that, and an even wider peek from Gratisfaction. Molotov down, gonna back into the bomb site. A boost coming up for the side boxes, and that is a nicely timed push from Jacob.
Again, they're getting sorted in the middle. Sigmoid in the chat is asking, anyone remember the CGS? And the answer is no. We definitely don't. We're all trying to forget it for a long time.
We all collectively took shock therapy. Wow, that is a hard spot to see.
That is one of my issues with this map, is that there's too many of those, right? There's too many where...
Well, this also wasn't even made with the agent skins, right? Like, if they're using the agent skins, it's all over.
Time to call it quits at that point in time, yeah. I mean, there's multiple bushes you can hide inside of. That really can't happen. That's not okay.
That's so funny. Oh, no.
Oh, it's a different Counter-Strike experience. You guys, I'm guessing, can't read the chat for the players.
Yeah,
that's probably good news. But I can tell you Liquid are feeling that it's a salty form of Liquid right now.
Liquid haven't been beaten like this since Astralis made them out to be noobs in like 7 straight finals back in 2018.
It's back to that level. Yeah, they're really getting punished quite hard.
What?
That was Gratifaction. It wasn't Jacob getting killed, but it was still pretty impressive. And Elige is alone in a 1 versus 4, trying to see if he can at least get something here in this round. Again, it's the final round of the half here, so he's in a lot of trouble. Hiding in the corner with 9 health. I think this is going to be his coffin, isn't it? There's no way out of this corner. What's the plan at this point in time? What, they all walk in front of him? Just
one by one, and with their maybe they try and knife him. That's what he's hoping for. Well, at least he's waiting for the smoke to clear. That's fair play. So, what's map 2? It's Cache.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then your favorite, Cobblestone, is going to be map 3 if we can get there.
Cobblestone. Well, that's been completely changed, though, hasn't it?
Yes. Have you played it since the changes? You hated it before. I'm assuming you're still going to hate it now. But are you waiting to reserve judgment?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is, I hated Cobblestone in spite of the fact that I really wanted to like Cobblestone. Like, there's, you know, some part of me that really wanted to enjoy that map a lot, and I just wasn't able to. But I'll definitely give it a second. I'll give it a third chance if it goes to it. I think that map is fixable. But yeah, the version that we last played in competitive play was, I think, profoundly broken.
I think fixable is like the most glowing review I've seen you give of Cobblestone. That should be like in the newspapers. Andrews Bloom says fixable.
Yeah, I mean, it can be repaired, right? But it might be just a better, like with some things, it's better to just clear the whole thing and build from the ground up. Just demolish it, bring in the TNT, and then start from scratch. But with the same textures, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then you're good to go. But I mean, I feel like I was always in a minority when it comes to Cobble, because, you know, the community loved it. It had Dragon Lore drops, so, you know, everyone was into it.
Yeah, that was a weird timeline.
Yeah, it was. People would just love to see Cobble in the best of 3, just for the Dragon Lore drops at me.
It was that first major when the randomizer was around and every third map was Cobblestone.
The randomizer, in quotation quotes.
Ooh, there's a push from Twist. He's feeling frisky. Stewie, the next one up. They're also pushing down. Oh, it's all 5 players. All 5 defenders are here. Jacob's got a couple. JKS and Azad. Elige goes down next.
Team Liquid, they knew what that was. Oh, they almost lined up for an amazing finish to the round for JKS, but not going to happen. It'll be Liquid fighting it back. They learned something there. They realized pushing down is the key. Well done.
I think we're going to see that way more in this half. I think Liquid is in just a rush sort of a mood at this point.
I mean, you got to hope so, right? It's been proven so far in the first half that it has some success.
It's got a 100% success rate for Team Liquid. You're right.
Yeah, do it. Absolutely.
Statistics back it up.
Yeah, and we all know they don't lie.
2 for 2 on the mid pushes. Here we go. 3 players in storage area A, 2 in storage area B for 100 Thieves, and Gratis Faction's going to back away. They're playing this legit.
Jason, if statistics could just be made to say whatever you wanted them to say, imagine what kind of world we'd be living in. It'd be chaos, wouldn't it? Oh, all right. Calm tapping from Twist, and obviously seeing that gun being changed. Azza saying, you know what? Feel confident in peeking this with my face. And didn't work out so well.
No, not at all. That's a nice shot. JKS on a Nitro. He does have the bomb. Oh, he could actually get a plant out of this. He is. He's going to get a plant. That's not bad. JKS, extra $100 for his teammates. And he hears Stewie the whole way. Is Stewie going to take the peek right off the bat? He's got that SMG. He goes down. Good flank from Naf.
Again, the background that Stewie was up against there made him a little bit tricky to see. I'm not a big fan. But yeah, it's that shouldn't be the case. Should we just retexture all the maps, Jason, as white? Just all white walls so the contrast is 100%.
You're thinking like old school Quake style, like
just
make all the minimum textures, all the minimum colors, everything just easy to see.
Yeah, just a way to do that so that we have maximum competitiveness.
Yeah.
I know a couple of people who would be into that, and then...
Yeah, you know some weird people. I don't know
sure.
anyone who would be into that. Retexturing every map.
Maybe Lurpus would. And say it's all about that.
Well, those are the pillars of sanity. Elige is going to back away from his mid push, and they've got to be careful. 4 players for 100 Thieves walking up towards Kitty. There's a deep smoke, but they've ignored it. Nades to cover some footsteps. Here come the peak. Boosted up behind the tree is Nitro. They haven't spotted him yet, and that's a nasty little off angle. He's only going to get the 1.
Good flashbang there for Elige, but the MP9 not quite going to get him any kills right now. Smoke is up in front, and playing at the edge is Azza with the AK-47. He gets traded right away. Now a 2-on-3, and Liquid need to keep this win streak up for a very long time to start to get back into this first map. Huey waiting for that door to open. It's going to make a bit of a noise, and they definitely Must have heard that. JKS and Leah's on the other side with a tower to look over the smoke, and not quite enough, and they're going to go down. That's a nice kill. Leah's has got no chance at all, and yeah, they definitely know something is going on inside of that smoke. Unable to find him immediately, but he should still be in a lot of trouble here. Molotov will not really do much of anything.
All right, 10-5. Liquid on the defense. Other Thieves equally looking confused and dazed on that kind of an attack. Not real good at trading, and obviously without any kind of set smokes and set flashbangs, you basically cannot push through your opponent's smokes that are setting up the impromptu walls. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Liquid has a decent chance of a comeback, I think, in the second half.
It's definitely possible, especially if the economy is going to start to lean more and more their way. I'm excited though. That's 2 Tech 9s. I'm still standing by my Tech 9 and Bison meta.
Yeah, you're really trying to call it early.
It's going to happen. Just you wait.
Nice little boost for Elige. That's going to be a freebie. Nice angle for the nade, which 100 Thieves backs away from. Not Jacob, but everyone else did.
Yeah, he wanted to try and see if he could man up against the grenade. Doesn't really work out so well. Still going through the smoke with the deagle. Waiting for it to fade. And obviously playing inside of those smokes can be pretty powerful. We've seen it many, many times. But he's going to go down to Nitro, who's hiding behind a palm tree. Which is also pretty good cover, apparently.
Yeah, the best kind of cover. Twist, he's by pot and some wooden pillars, wooden beams. That's not so much the best cover, but I think it's going to pan out. That's a great shot from Gratisfaction. Naf is going to shut the door. He's going to slam the door. Crouch spray through the smoke, and that is a 6th round for Liquid.
Not bad. Coming out with a bit of a hot start here in the second half, winning 4 rounds in a row. But now we've got a chance here for 100 Thieves. They're going to be picking up rifles and... I don't know, though. Liquid starting to warm up. They're not typing so much in the chat anymore. Have they gone all serious? Huh?
Yeah, they're just sitting here like these darn tryhards on 100 Thieves. Like, we can't be letting them just run away with this one. So now, they're full focus. Naf hears a lot of information. They have a double push, and that is great utility damage into a double spray down for Stewie.
Yeah, that was a heavy grenade that landed on there. They're going to push through the Molotov right there. Lias will actually win the fight against Naf. It looked unlikely for a second. Elige also taking the fight, not waiting for any teammates or anything else like that. And I don't know, that probably would have been advisable. Though one good HE grenade could actually win this round for Nitro. If you all think hard enough, maybe he'll throw it. Just try and telepathically communicate that to him.
He's on the flank. He ain't throwing a grenade at all. First kill for him. Now his position's given up. Now he can start throwing the Molotovs. They already know where he is. Molotov is put out. And there's... Oh, that was so close, and he's got it anyways. A dink from Liaz, and it doesn't matter. Nice 1 versus 2 clutch for Nitro.
Yeah, that was huge. After they had tried to retake the bomb site one at a time, which... usually don't want to do that, but it worked out in the end. That's, what, the 5th round in a row here?
Yeah,
I like it.
They're having quite a good time all of a sudden.
They really are.
13 kills on Elige, Twist, and Nitro. All 3 of them are tied. I had no reason to actually say that. I just thought it was kind of cool in the moment.
It is.
Here we go.
And I'm kind of surprised they have that many kills. It felt like they were much further behind, but they've done a pretty good job catching up.
Oh my god.
Twist, I think it was Stewie last time doing this, but amazing double spray down. That should surely seal the round in their favor.
That transfer over to the second guy is unreal. Yeah, when I saw him going for that peak, I was so confused. I was like, you did this last round. Like, this surely will not work again. But of course it did. Stewie, he's watching short. Flashbang off the wall blinds him. He hops back. Good kill from Alza. Ooh, and a team kill as well. How quickly this has turned away from Team Liquid. That's a big boy flank down mid. Nitro's got the first, not the second. 2-on-1, and it's Stewie, who doesn't know the map.
Yeah, he's profoundly confused. It's a good thing that there are signs on the wall saying A and B, so he sort of roughly knows where to go. But Naf actually took down Twist and then got killed right afterwards. So that's kind of the worst of both worlds in some sense. Stewie pushing out. He's got JKS isolated in there, and he should be able to get this kill. He's done a lot of damage. The smoke, though, yeah, he has to push through it, and he tries his best. The grenade will do 1, but Azza will take him right down. And, well...
That would have been a pretty baller clutch if he just swung while the grenade was in air and got the headshot and then finished it off with the nade. That would have been like the key fadeaway.
I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, that would have been beautiful.
11-7. It's right now it's 100 Thieves 2 rounds away, again in the MR12 format, so they're getting close. Liquid, though, still with some money, but not that much, actually. This could be devastating if they lose this round. And they've slowed down on the aggression a little bit. I mean, they're actually going for a bit of a 3-man push down the middle, but
they're just changing the pace, mixing things up, keeping them on their toes. Unfortunately, Nitro's about to have a very bad time with the Molotov at his feet. He needs that kill. He's got the first. Oh, and he adds one more. That's brilliant.
And the flank is actually, no, they just swapped sort of back into the bomb side. I thought maybe they would go a little bit quicker, but yeah, they're back up the middle and trying to boost over, but JKS was a second earlier, so they have the high ground advantage. We all know from Star Wars how that works out. JKS goes down, and it's JKM and Gratisfaction now 2 on 3. No bomb plant yet.
Gratisfaction, still waiting, tapping the bomb. They're not going to want to test that smoke. No spam coming through either. They might actually try and boost over the box, but they get caught. And Gratisfaction is just able to spam at the angles he already knows. Flashbang comes out, doesn't blind him, but Gratisfaction didn't even have his gun in hand. Bomb is down for Jacob. 1 versus 2. Naf is very low. Now he's got a chance, a real one. And Naf is stuck inside the site. He's going to go down as well. It's 12-7 for 100 Thieves.
Wow. Hiding behind the palm trees is really popular. It's a nice little addition. I like it. Like you can stay out of the sun as well. There's some cover. You're in the shade. You've got maybe the actual tree to maybe. I don't know how much damage reduction that is, but could be good. Any thoughts on palm trees, Jason? No?
I wanted to let that hang in the air. Bloody hell. Palm tree analysis isn't what it used to be. Ooh, Twist has been spotted, and he's still gonna shut. Oh, another one! That's 2. Not gonna get Jacob as well.
That's absolutely obscene. How did he get away with it? He should have been shot in the back, and then he just turned around and knocked him out. 3 versus 4. And remember, this is Liquid trying to hold on to this first map at all. If they lose this round, then it's done, and Tuscan will go the way of 100 Thieves. It's a best of 3, but still. Liquid was starting to warm up in this. It was looking good.
Yeah, it was looking good for. Ooh, you can actually see down into the sewers there. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
I guess that only works if they're flanking.
Yeah, but I suspect it's going to be hard to see if you're coming up from the sewers, though. You're probably going to get shot at a really weird angle.
Oh, yeah. That your toes will get blown up before you can ever actually fire back. All right, here we go. Up kitty we are. Oh, nice opening kill from Gratisfaction. Oh, my lord, that is a brilliant shot. Nitro's a beast. He's going to go for a few more HE in hand. And remember, there's still 1 player inside of the site. Gratisfaction's going to hard clear it. 2 on 2 for the map.
What a difficult retake this is going to be. No grenades. There's another smoke going up in that same position. How are they even going to get through the smoke before this is over? There's no kit or anything. I think if they wait, then they run out of time. And if they come through, then they're almost certainly going to get completely blown up. So this is very tricky. Nice high ground again here for JKS. He could look down. And, I mean, the smoke is going to fade in a couple of seconds, but still, they are in a little bit of trouble here. The bomb plant was a bit late, so that does help them out ever so slightly, but that's not going to work out. 13-7 in favor of 100 Thieves as they take down Liquid on Tuscan. My God, what a match.
Yeah, that was a bit wild. Both teams laboring through that T side, but obviously 100 Thieves, once they got a single round, are able to just close things out. Yeah, that was, I actually didn't even think about that before the map went live, that some players probably have never really even played this. But for me, that was like a really cool, nostalgic trip. I actually, like some of the old strats started coming back to me in the middle of that map.
Are you feeling convinced? Oh, so apologies, Anders. Please continue on that thought while I grab my microphone and put it in front of my face.
Get the microphones important. Sorry, Frankie, I was cutting you off as well, but I just wanted to say, I bet you, Jason, you can't remember anything you were taught in school, but you have old Counter-Strike strategies stuck in your brain. Just think about what that says about your life.
Yeah, I do actually. I can remember like 3 strategies on this map from back when. That's not good. To answer your question, Frankie, I mean, I think all the old school people have known some of the fun and some of the strategic and some of the cool matches that Tuscan can provide. I just don't think we've seen a version of Tuscan in CSGO yet, or CPL Mill for that matter, which is like kind of its inspiration. Because CPL Mill was tried to bring back in the early days of CSGO as well. I don't know if you remember that, Anders. But both of those maps, we just haven't seen like a version of it yet that like is a good enough tribute to the old school version to really push for it to be in competitive play quite yet. But I love Tuscan. I think it's a cool map.
Well, I was having a little bit of a snoop around on Twitch during that match because several members of Team Liquid are currently streaming. In fact, well, to be precise, Twist, Skewy and Elijah all streaming, so you can hear their comms, you can watch them reacting in real time, and to be honest, they're having an absolute ball. Even though they lost that map, it's quite funny to hear them really properly communicating, vibing with each other, and also a little bit of good old-fashioned banter towards their enemies. So if you are a fan of the Liquid Boys, definitely have a watch of their streams in the next map and really like get to grips with how those boys work together in game. It feels like this has kind of maybe been a bit of a refresher for them, Anders.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty rude awakening, wasn't it? Getting beat up that hard in the first half. But I bet they're enjoying themselves. I bet they're having a good time. Certainly in the chat, you got a sense that they were being pretty chill about it. So I think that's good. That's a good approach.
Yeah,
need a little bit of fun every once in a while, and the old, bring it back to Counter-Strike. Have a good time with it.
Yeah,
that's more than anything else that these maps can provide.
We hope that you guys are watching around the world are having a good time as well. But if you do want to find out more about the serious reason that we're all here, do head to gamerswithoutborders.com. And right now we're actually going to hear from one of the charities who are one of the beneficiaries of the prizes donated during this fundraising period. And it is the Norwegian Refugees Council. I'm joined by Carl Scremby. He is the Regional Media Advisor for the Middle East and North Africa at the Norwegian Refugee Council. Carl, you're calling me from Jordan at the moment. How's the situation there?
Well, Jordan has been adopting quite a restrictive measures on coronavirus. So a lot of the country is under lockdown and has been under total lockdown for almost 2 months now. And that includes hundreds of thousands of refugees who are from Syria, but also from elsewhere, who have been living in Jordan. Jordan is one of the most generous countries in terms of hosting refugees from Syria, being a neighbor to Syria, one of the neighboring countries, together with Lebanon and Turkey.
In 2019, the NRC helped 9 million people who were displaced by conflict or by natural disasters. And now coronavirus is presenting this all-new challenge. This is a disease that does not discriminate between the most wealthy people in the world and the most vulnerable. But what exactly are you doing specifically about this situation, coronavirus, that is affecting those vulnerable people?
So the first thing that we set out to do was, of course, you have to stick by the measures that the health authorities, wherever we work, are putting in place. And that's really important because staying at home is the most important thing right now to stop the spread of the virus. But we've been also making the point that our colleagues on the ground delivering humanitarian aid are as essential as the medical workers, the health workers who are considered obviously an essential, giving an essential service. So we've continued as much as we could, but we've had to change almost every aspect of our programs. So that includes education. We are involved in making sure that children across the world, but especially coming from conflict areas, continue their education. It has meant, for example, that the distribution of essential aid items, be it in Syria, be it in Yemen, be it in countries like Jordan and Lebanon, which are hosting thousands of refugees. Those distributions have had to change, and that we've had to impose social distancing, reducing the numbers who can come. And by distributions, I mean anything from blankets in winter to buckets and soap and basic necessities that every refugee would need.
Carl, there are gamers and professional teams from all over the world who are currently getting together each week to celebrate their passion for gaming while also fighting COVID-19 and supporting charities like the NRC. What has that been like for you guys at the NRC, seeing that all these people want to help?
Well, it's obviously encouraging. It is a huge positive message that comes from some of the most active people right now, because many other categories, other sports that where people can't meet, they can't practice their sports. But it's great to see that our friends are here practicing their passion, still be able to go on with it without endangering anyone. It's the right message. They're staying at home, but they're playing, which is great. And at the same time, it emboldens us and it encourages us, and it gives everyone we work with a sense of hope that someone is thinking of them, that there is this message of solidarity, that one can still be able to go on with their life and practice their passion, which is great. If only everyone could do that. But at the same time, being so generous and wanting to donate part of the money that they're making from this to charitable causes. So we're really grateful that they are thinking of us, and wish them all the best.
Well, Carl, thank you ever so much for talking to me about the NRC today. And if you guys at home would like more information on the NRC's response to COVID-19, visit nrc.no/emergencies/coronavirus. And on that very same website, you can also donate to the NRC's coronavirus appeal. Again, thank you so much, Carl, and good luck to the NRC. And thank you so much for all your vital work during this horrendous situation.
Thank you all for doing this.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Before the break, we saw 100 Thieves claim the dominance of Tuscan over Team Liquid. And in fact, the coach for 100 Thieves, Chet, newly appointed, he's just tweeted #1 Tuscan team in the world, which technically, I guess he's not wrong now. But Chet feels like a bit of a surprise pick for 100 Thieves. I mean, the timing obviously worked out. He left EG at the same time that Kassad departed from 100 Thieves. But I just can't imagine these personalities in a room together, Jason.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see. It's one of those weird conversations where, I don't know, maybe we make a little bit too much of it, but it does feel like they all have like a very similar personality. Kassad always felt like that disciplinarian of like someone who is going to maybe impose some discipline into a team that probably needed some of it. And I don't see Chet as that same style. So it is what it is. I think I'm interested to see if Chet can take 100 Thieves and get to the next level, because I do feel like at the beginning of this year, coming into 2020, I felt like they had plateaued. I didn't know how much higher they would actually be able to get.
They were one of the surprises of Katowice for me, because when they went into that group stage, I didn't really know what to expect. Of course, they got second at Beijing facing Astralis. That was it. That was their biggest placement of the entirety of 2019. So you had to be super chuffed for them. Apart from obviously I'm forgetting about Berlin. How can you forget about Berlin? But it was a good way to top off 2019. And then Katowice looked like they were not even going to get through the group stage, and it was kind of a miraculous final group stage match for them, and they just scraped by into those quarterfinals but couldn't really go further. But I don't know what Chet's going to bring to them to make them go further. Anders, I mean, what do you think 100 Thieves need?
I mean, just in terms of being like an authority within the team, I guess you can either do that from sort of like a personality point of view, which I think, like you said, Kassad probably does have that aura around him. But I think the other way to do it surely is just results, right? I'm sure the team in the beginning will give him, the benefit of the doubt and listen to what he has to say and sort of, try and follow along. And if the results are good, then I'm sure he'll win them over right away. But the problem, I think, is mostly if the results aren't there, then people will start to say, well, why are we listening to you then? So that's always a bit rough. I think that's true for a lot of people. I don't know. Listen, there is a lot to be gained in Counter-Strike. especially when you have a team that is as skilled as 100 Thieves, by just doing immense amount of research. And I think research is unbelievably undervalued in current professional Counter-Strike. Even if you are doing it a bit, like it's one of those things, like let's say, the amount you put into it versus what you actually get out of it is just, I think it's so high. So, hiring more people to do it probably even would make sense. But I'm pretty sure Chet's hardworking when it comes to this. I actually have no doubt about that. So I hope that's what's going to happen, that, they'll just have, a couple of good ideas versus some top teams. Because in some games, that's all you need, right? You just need like a couple of great rounds where you have some way to dig yourself out, or you have an idea of what they're doing, or something like that. I think that could be interesting.
And Chet's always had an analytical brain. He's always done his homework. So I expect that him and Azra, as long as that relationship's solid, we could maybe see some surprising performances from 100 Thieves in the future.
Maybe is a good word. We could, maybe. I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm excited to see where this team goes.
Skeptic.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to be one. Y'all over here singing praises every day of the week.
Hashtag be kind. This is a new horizon. We're all online.
Fair.
I'm basically been
Frankie's
wearing a nightie all day. I'm about to. No, actually, I'm not going to do that because it turns out my dress is not as much of a tent as I thought. So I'm going to keep it firmly around my ankles. We're going to Cash next. Liquid. You used to love this map, but it was ancient history, as you told me during the break, Jason. Do you think they've still got some of the magic? Because this is quite a simple map to play.
Well, more than anything, it's a simple map to pug. Like you don't need super complex strategies. I don't know how many of the smokes actually still hold over from the previous version. I imagine they remember a couple. It's definitely some of the easier ones, but more than anything, this is going to be exactly what Tuscan was, except everyone knows the map. It's going to be the big difference. This is going to be just a very high octane, fast paced deathmatch and pug style game between these two teams, where fracking and trading is going to be the main emphasis. It's not going to be the pop flashes. It's not going to be the smokes, etc., etc. So I don't know. I'm excited to see both of the really skilled lineups go just head first into each other.
I did call Cash boring earlier, but now I'm thinking about Liquid taking to it.
Don't you ever say that.
Just said
Cash
Moses.
is amazing. Cash is so much fun. It's a map of retakes. You have to be good at retaking, and every time you get retake scenarios, there's excitement to be had. So don't look down on my Cash.
Jason, you're basic, but when we see Liquid take to it, we're going to have a lot of fun, I think, and I think we're nearly ready to go to the map, and I apologise, I denied you right reply, but to be honest, Jason, you're an expert in Counter-Strike, and I've just got a big dress, so clearly I'm letting my insecurities shine through. The question is, though, can Liquid take this to a third map? Because it's going to make Anders' day, because it's going to be Cobblestone if we see this go to a 1-1.
Anders is looking forward to those Dragon Lore drops.
The Dragon... Ooh.
Just remember, if you guys put exclamation points... No, you can't.
Yeah, spam it in the chat. That's all.
Yeah, all over. Spam it all day long.
We're bringing the memes to the yard. I apologise. I thought we were actually ready to go into game. We've got the knife round right now. We're almost ready to go into game. I actually don't know what old school Renegades were like on Cash because it was kind of before my time in the CS pro scene. So I don't have them down as a Cash team. I do have them down as a team of execution.
Well, when Cash was being played, the Renegades and lineup was not really accomplishing a whole lot. So I don't think anyone really was taking notes in their Cash.
That's when they had that guy Sponge or something running.
Yeah, that old
didn't work out.
Never heard of him.
This is the map I think I first noticed JKS on, for what that's worth. He's someone like he was very, very good at this map for this team going back, because just his aim is just so sharp.
Someone is saying in chat, Anders do a cartwheel. Is there some kind of weird thing that's going on?
I don't know.
Not if you do it. It's not weird. You could be a trendsetter.
I have a bad history of doing these things.
Yeah, but you've been working out. You've been strengthening the knee. You've been strengthening the back, the ligaments. It's all looking good. Yeah. So I think
time to put him to a test.
Yeah.
I think you should do it as well. But I've got to leave you, gentlemen. So have fun on Cash.
All right, bye, Frankie.
Yeah, we'll do our best. Well, here we go. Liquid going to be starting on the T side, 100 Thieves on the CT side. It's the second map here at Gamers Without Borders. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Definitely go follow them on all the social media and everything else and show them some support. It's a really, really cool effort. It's going to be the A bomb side right away. Every single member of Liquid showing up. No one's in middle lurking or anything. They follow you throwing all the grenades. So now it's time to fight. And fight's not really going their way at all. It's just Stewie left in a 1 versus 3 and actually doing a remarkable job with the Glock here. 5 bullets left. He hasn't reloaded. And that could be a really big problem. 5 bullets for 2 players. That's a tall order right now, and he's not gonna live up to it either. He'll go down at the end.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem was actually working your way over towards the forklift instead of back towards quad means you couldn't pick up a USP that was dropped by Ozza. So that was at that range with that no HP. Regardless, nice little A rush doesn't pan out. So we're seeing an investment from NAF in this second round.
Yes.
That might be a snap buy. That might be a frustration buy. No one else. Oh, there it is. The AK drop.
They want to go for it. Putting it on a liege with armor. I'm a fan of this. I think this is a good idea.
This is late out of spawn as well. It's a late decision made by the in-game leader of Team Liquid. Alicia's going to get boosted up. So we're going to see that AK-47 take a duel early on. That's Gratisfaction with the FAMAS on the other side.
Yeah, just one person in middle. And otherwise, it's 2 and A and 2 and B. But actually now slowly JK starting to... He was thinking about rotating towards the middle, I think. I mean, you can get a pretty good view outside of B and maybe just leave one person there in case anything happens. You don't have to have 2 people hard on the B bomb site. And as you said, it's a lot of retakes usually going on this map. So we'll see if that's going to be the case.
Ooh, good kill. They really need a leash with that AK-47 to get involved to find a frag, and he can't even do that. Gratisfaction with the last few bullets in the magazine is able to clean him up. So, 5 on 3. Liquid have gained nothing for their investment. I think even JKS here's one in middle, and that's a nice little peephole. NAF can't handle it.
Peeping JKS. Well, that's definitely an addition, a change to the map. Nice shot from Stewie. I don't think Azza was expecting for there to be a second player, and he's going to get the bomb plant here. Hiding behind the newly added tank or APC or whatever it is inside of that A bomb site. He's not going to live through it, so it's just a bomb plant to help them out a little bit.
They're going to need it.
Yeah, you were mentioning... the retakes as being, one of the fun things about this map and all the rest of it. My favorite thing about Cache is the ridiculous amount of wall bangs that are available on this map. It's just thin walls.
Yeah, we've there's been some of the coolest wall bangs that we've seen in Counter-Strike have come on this map. What's that? What was that crazy stretch of 3 months when that op shot from T-spawn could ring out towards CT mid?
That was cool.
That was wild times.
And then just a bunch of variations on that. Obviously, throughout time, once it was fixed, people found somewhere else. It's just a good time. But the force bite didn't work out. So now, one deagle and everyone else has bought up rifles. Even a scout on NAF. We'll see how that plays out. They're going to be catching Gratisfaction out in the open. Even if that classic Molotov was down to try and prevent the boost, it still worked.
Oh yeah, ran right through it. Now he's got a very, very aggressive stance in T-mid. Starting to peek up highway. Vent is broken. Mid to B split is available, and they're posturing for it. 2 players in mid, 2 coming from the main entrance, but there's still a couple of defenders here. Molotov down to hold them back, and he just gets there in time. Good shot from JKS, and Jacob seals it with a double in towards Vents. The bomb is going to fall back, but Ozza is ready and waiting to get a headshot. I don't know if you noticed this. In the second round when they force bought, Twist saved around $2,300 to $2,500. And he didn't buy anything. And in the third round where they bought, Nitro saved $2,500. They've had one person saving despite a force buy and all the other 4 members. So it looks like they're just alternating between 4-player buy and then a one-man hero AK-47.
Interesting. I don't know if that long-term will prove to be a valid strategy, but it certainly does make it. Maybe it means, in any given round, you're always going to have an AK that's just a threat. But it could also mean that you're just permanently not at 100% of the, the buying capacity. So that could be fun. It'd be fun to see if someone tested that for real. Grenade is going to be, actually not as good as I thought. It looked like it was going to be even better. Stewie will get a kill on Gratisfaction, so it's back in a 4-on-4. They're ready for Azza. Yeah, that was part of the point. I think they absolutely saw that coming.
Well, Stewie picked one off trying to flank in, and he actually even dinks up towards the Az, which is a cleanup from Nitro. Molotov to prevent the forklift position from being effective. JKS can actually swing into the bomb site if he wants to. One player up highway as well. There's the other Molotov, and that's a nasty shot from Naf.
Yeah, he's supposed to be dead there. He was Molotoved and forced into the fight, and he just instantly took him down. And a nice return for Malige, saving his teammates there. They were a little bit low on health, and Liquid pick up their first round.
Okay, that's a cool little hero AK, like alternating hero AK and force spy strategy from Liquid, and it actually pans out here. Nitro is able to provide some support with that AK-47 in the round, and they've got their first on the board. Now they have plenty of cash.
Yeah, that's really going to be working out. And speaking of cash, 100 Thieves just used all of theirs in this round. We've got the classic double smoke into middle and some flashbangs, I think, to follow it up. So they're going to go hard at it, even running through that CT smoke to try and take the fight right away. The MP9 will bring down one, but a good return from Twist, already a double. And somehow JKS has got him behind them through the smoke. What an exciting round.
Ooh, now this is a play and a half. Stewie's gonna pounce, and they didn't expect it. Liaz was not aware of the possibility. Bomb is gonna start rotating over, making noises. JKS calling that out, ready and waiting, and he tried to do the timing hit. That player was stuck in middle and just barely got out. Stewie's pushed down mid, and he's created every opportunity. But Jacob with an op is over by truck.
Yeah, he's got that perfect lineup. That could have almost been 2 for 1, but how do you win this round if you're Nef? You've got the AK, he's just going to swing for it, and he'll take down Jacob through the box, man. That is, that's some alpha play, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit of establishing your dominance. Just swinging, taking the fight. Don't even let Jacob have a chance to get involved in the action. Well done from Naf, a nice 1 versus 2. But I mean, credit to Stewie. He opened up the entire bomb site, created the escape route for his teammates.
Yeah, he did. There was so much chaos in the middle that he just realized he had a moment to shine there. So good job. He's 7-5 right now, so he's doing a lot.
If you are, we have this pause. If you're just joining us, this is the Show Mats of the Gamers Without Borders charity event. Obviously between 100 Thieves and Team Liquid. The rest of the participants have been European. The finals will be tomorrow. It's going to be a best of 5, and we are playing with the new format. So if you hadn't heard this yet, it's MR12. We normally play with MR15. So 12 rounds for each half. 13 is the winning number to take the match, and it's just a little bit of a change. Make some things shorter, mess with, how the economy plays. It's all in good fun, and obviously we're playing Cash now, the new Cash, which isn't in the official competitive rotation. Played Tuscan earlier as well. We're just here having a good time.
Yeah, and if Liquid end up winning, we'll go to Cobblestone. So we've got some different feels for you guys today. And yeah, I mean, I think you can tell by the way the teams are playing, they're also just having fun, right? They're just trying to make this a little bit wild. So I haven't seen any knife attempts yet, so it hasn't got that crazy yet. But Frankie was also mentioning that they're all, or at least the Liquid team, are also streaming a little bit on their own. So that's great. I like it.
Yeah, I think she said Twist, Stewie, and Nitro are streaming, or Leash. One of them. Anyways, if you'd like to go watch their POVs, go check them out. They're sick players.
Yeah, you'll learn something differently. Here it's all about palm trees and kissing Jason's forehead.
Yeah.
So, also important things. All right, that is both the players, or at least some of the players outside. There's still more waiting inside here, and they're going to try and see if they could go for a second wave of attacks. They boosted Jacob. Oh, no! How does he get away with that?
There's one more. Oh, they don't check it. How have they not checked it? After all that action, after 2 players stacked up. Oh, good. Nade is only to 99 damage, or 99 HP, excuse me, on Azza. Molotov in towards Checkers, and that could be a big fight to win, but the aim punch is brutal. Alish at 1 HP, and that would have made things weird.
Nitro saying in chat, that's a spot? Oh, man, not happy about that. That was great. Didn't know you could boost up there, but now we all know.
Everyone in the world knows.
That's gonna tie it up though. 3-3. They almost won that round on the CT side. That could have been so cool.
Well, this is the area where defenses used to have some issues with this map, is when the T side started getting rolling and started getting some money to play with. Very hard to stop some of the fast-paced plays on this map, so we'll see how 100 Thieves can do. Gratisfaction being spammed. I believe they heard it because they're continuing the fire, and Gratisfaction is going to switch sides. Oh, he's found one. What a great reposition.
He does get dunked by that grenade, but yeah, that was actually really very cool. They definitely knew, and they wanted to try and hunt him down. 4-on-4. A blind shot as the smoke goes up, and that's a Nav. Not even with a chance. He was trying to get out.
Blind shot with the op, but again, Nitro, second player, was Stewie, last time to find his position here, and he shuts down Ozza. Now there's two more up on highway, one more at the truck, and Nitro nowhere to go from that position. Jacob continues the spray, and it's Twist in his own clutch. A 1 versus 3, and he's shut down as well. Nice job from Jacob.
Yeah, I think there was a real opportunity there for Liquid to keep going, but again, you could tell, I mean, as much as it's cool to walk into the A-bomb site alone, it's once he gets that first kill, that's probably where, he's having a bit too much fun and he wants to keep going, because he probably could have just, stayed around and waited for his team to show up. But I think he's just, he's feeling it. Wanted to be the hero. Yeah,
I can be your hero, baby.
Oh, yeah. Sing it. Who made that song? I can't remember.
I can't either. That's a shame. Ozza. Oh, he doesn't even know Stewie's here. This is a nasty little position from Stewie. What a great reaction from Ozza.
Yeah, impressive win. Liquid again, low on money with a couple of AK-47s. Twist now coming up through the middle. He's getting a long time to take this fight, and it's Naf instead with the AK-47 coming up with a couple of wins, adding maybe almost, that was Elige adding another one. Now it's Naf and Elige, 2-on-2 in Gratisfaction. Oh, he should have probably had that kill. He turns for it, taking down Naf. He's so quick. What a reaction.
How did Liquid almost win this round? Like the fact that it was even in a 2-on-2, I feel like there were 3 to 4 defenders at that A-bomb site so quickly for 100 Thieves. What a bit of a shooting gallery.
It was. I mean, it used to be a classic strategy, right, on this map to actually create enough of a distraction that either you could sneak someone up the highway towards the A-bomb site up through middle.
Or the other way, enough of a distraction in mid to sneak someone over towards forklift, as we've seen a number of times.
Both work, or can work, pretty well.
Ooh, that's a little angled flashbang off the speed bump. The little mini ramp. Molotov down towards Squeaky. Spam comes through. There's a smoke holding everyone back, and now there's another one. Stewie could see over that smoke, though. Ooh, and he almost had one. Nice little boost there. Liaz spots one out, and he already knows there's way more in the staging area. That's a big first win to get.
Yeah, that's gonna, they're already slowed down, but it's gonna make it very, very rough to get through into the A-bomb site. Don't really see it happening. They're trying to play the edge of the smoke, but I think 100 Thieves are well aware. Elige not playing that game, just headshots. Oh, he's taking out JKS. That's a pretty good double kill.
Even JKS is a little bit shocked that one landed. That was pretty brutal from Elige. 6-3. 100 Thieves obviously not looking forward to Cobble.
They don't want to play it. And, well, I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't. Maybe it's still not fixed. But a part of me would actually like to see it, just for the fun. I guess I could just still go and see it if I wanted to, but...
Yeah, you probably could.
Well, smoke up in the middle, so someone still remembered that. Smoking off that box.
Oh, he's in some trouble. But he's playing this well. That's not bad. Deep nade down highway. Oh, they're already in mid. JKS is the one who's going to be challenged. Nitro goes down first. Good trade from Naf.
Yeah, Gratisfaction going to be there to try and cover it. Jacob playing for when they come out the vent, but this could be really tricky. Oh, nice shot at the back 7. What a follow-up. He turns and nearly takes down Stewie. That was way better than I was expecting.
Well, that's his boomstick. Fine work with the shotgun. Twist going to do what he can. And that's absolutely nothing. He can do nothing. Ozza shuts him down. A 4-round lead for 100 Thieves.
Every time they spawn in T-spawn, that little thing that's on the floor, I don't know if it's like a can or something, is rolling across the ground every time. Do you think that's a feature?
Yeah, maybe it's like the bottles in Mirage, or the whatever it is in the bucket in Mirage that you keep thinking is going to be a distraction if you can blow it into an Opera's crosshair.
I still think that can work. No one's tried it yet, Jason. Still untested. It could be a gem of the game that no one's thought of, but me, brilliantly.
Yeah, you found yourself with a lot of those ideas. Ooh, good shot from Gratisfaction.
Untested, potentially brilliant idea. Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, about 100 of those, don't you? That. Oh, that's a kick in the dick.
Oh, that was amazing, wasn't it? Because he was waiting for that window. It was like, it's gonna be good. So he was just looking straight at the flashbang. That was great.
Burned his eyes out. The goggles, they do nothing.
That's a great reference. Elige in a 1 versus 4. This is looking exceedingly like a tour win for 100 Thieves. They're not messing around.
No, they are not. They are tryharding the hell out of this game, which I'm fine with.
It always was a weird insult, wasn't it, tryharding? It's like, if someone did well at an exam or something, you wouldn't say, wow, you really tryharding, aren't you? What's up with that?
Well, yeah, you would if you weren't a nerd.
All right. Well, there we go. I never knew some people did that, but that's fine.
Oh, here we go. This is a classic angle. First one down, second one down as well. And nobody wants to mess with Daddy Jacob.
Well, he's AWPing all of a sudden. Out of all the things I wasn't expecting today, maybe Jacob AWPing is really high on that list, I would say. Nitro and Elige on our left outside, but yeah.
What the?
Auto sniper as well. Lias not even scoped up, just no scoping it through. Nitro probably wondering what on earth is going on the other side of that smoke. He wants to fight.
He's so screwed.
He's so dead.
Wait, they have no idea he's here. Woo! There's one out of bullets. That sucks. 9-3.
Can I just say, as someone who routinely played that B bomb site on cash with an AWP in all kinds of weird public games, the worst thing was during the Tech-9 meta when you held that angle and they did like a B Tech-9 rush and you missed the first shot and you just knew, I'm never getting back from this corner. And like they're just gonna keep shooting. Like I can't get away.
Yeah, even if I knife out at this point, I'm dead.
I can't make it. Yeah, it did feel like a weird all-in position. Like I'm in the B bomb site, but I can't escape. The Tech-9s are coming.
It's like a horror movie.
That is what it felt like. Well, 9-3 for the first half. That's pretty impressive.
That's very impressive. I mean, yeah. Just 100 Thieves is playing really good level. I mean, even for just a show match, Jacob's 17-6 at the moment. That's pretty freakish. So it's a good thing Liquid hit their stride for about 3 rounds earlier in the half. There wasn't even bomb plants, Anders. And I know this is a show match, but there wasn't even there was one bomb plant in the entire half.
Yeah, they just forgot about that. Maybe nobody wanted to. They're like, you know what? This is the freedom we've been waiting for. Nobody has to plant the bomb. Let's just go. Testing that strategy didn't work out well. But now we know.
Now we know.
That actually planting the bomb was important.
It's always important.
Valuable insight.
What do you think, Anders? Rush towards B or A? It's going to be a mid-split.
Oh, that's a shame. It's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, well, at least the mid portion of the attack is about to get shut down. JKS is in for a world of hurt.
Yeah.
He's not going. They faked it.
Oh,
they're throwing fakes in a charity pistol round. That is cruel and unusual.
That's obscene levels of tryharding. We've never seen this kind of focus.
100 Thieves hereby banned from all future show matches.
They don't play this well in non-show matches. It's Nitro versus NAF. They've saved all of their energy for just winning this. I'm impressed. Nitro with a headshot on Gratisfaction, but this is a 2-on-5 attempted retake into the B-bomb side. Let's just say it's low percentage chance, although they've done some pretty good damage here. It's not going to be quite working out.
Is there a universe where we could say they're tryharding and faking bomb sites so much that it's actually more charitable to think that they want to win the more money to donate?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe I'll accept that kind of a premise. I think that makes sense. Yeah, or maybe the charity lies in not letting Liquid, linger in the belief that they might win, just instantly taking that delusion away from them.
Well, oddly enough, Liquid is typing in chat. They're saying they're a cobble team. They really want to play that third map.
Oh, okay. Should have picked it then. That's the second map. Can't leave that hanging. Just a scout in middle on Nitro, and he's been firing it a lot.
We even said we can't handle the community outrage if you don't play Tuscans, so Tuscans first.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, it's a 3-on-4 in this round, and Nitro nearly catching someone there. That scout has been passed on from earlier. And he's going to get a great headshot on Gratisfaction. He was looking to line up another one. He's actually done a lot of damage with it. But finally, Jakim will shoot him in the back. And that leaves Naf in the middle. Ooh, heads-up reaction. He knew Jakim was coming. It's a quad kill for the Norwegian player, landing him at 23-7.
He's an absolute freak.
Out of control.
Oh, no. 100 Thieves 2 rounds away from taking this show match series and winning $150,000 to give to a charity of their choosing. And Liquid as well will, even in a loss, get $100,000 to give to a charity. So $250,000 being given to charity for COVID relief this evening, which is awesome.
Yeah, we like to see it. And obviously we're going to update you guys on who they're actually giving to a little bit later on. Nice shot from Naf. That was the scout finally coming into play, and it worked out beautifully. Now, can they actually turn this into a win here, Liquid? I feel like this second half for them so far has been just a series of force-ups with, you know, questionable outcomes.
Questionable outcomes. That's a very nice way of saying garbage.
Yeah. Trying to be diplomatic here.
Yeah, you really changed in this whole quarantine timeline.
New version of me.
New Anders. Gratisfaction, a little bit of spam. Simple. Yeah, it did work for Simple. Very well, in fact. Not so much for Stewie. New Stewie has his head taken clean off, and so does Twist. And Gratisfaction now going to run the gauntlet. It's Naf with the scout. Last round, he missed some sitters with the scout at this bomb site. This time, he's at least got Liaz for the USP.
Yeah, it's a start, but a backup is being called for again. 100 Thieves not messing around, throwing Molotovs and getting the kill on Naf. I have to point this out. Surely New Stewie would almost immediately be abbreviated into Newy or something like that.
It's not bad. It's some of your finest work, actually, which is,
That's a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a profound statement about your career.
Yeah, well, we're all... I was told all throughout my life, Jason, if I just do the best that I can, then that's good enough. And this is the result.
Oh, okay.
It's 12-3.
I think 100 Thieves just did the everyone throw your smoke in middle and rush B strategy. And it's going to work, of course. It is.
Classic.
They threw 4 smokes in mid. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 smokes in mid, I think 1 towards spawn. That was the 1 smoke they saved.
Liquid probably can't even believe it. They're like, is this for real? Why are they like this? We don't know the answer.
What kind of destruction do you think caused that perfectly rectangle shape hole to be destroyed in that wall?
I don't know. We're gonna have to get some Rainbow Six players to help us out. Oh, they got knives out. Yeah, Nitro. Here, the grenade to blow him up. He wants to at least not get knifed. And Azza... Oh! That is an ace for Nitro, and he can't actually defuse the bomb, I think. Is he going to have it?
I think he's got it.
You think... Oh, did he pick up a kit? Did he already have a kit? I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, no.
No! Not like this!
Well, there we go. He gave it away, the ace. Right into...
Why was it like that?
Making a statement of sorts, I believe, Jason.
Yeah, he's like, I won this round, but I want you to know that I am protesting how hard you tried to win that show match.
Feels like it. That could well be the message.
The old 0-2 barbecue. Congratulations to 100 Thieves for winning the charity show match.
I enjoy the obscene levels of tryharding. I've learned a few things about smokes on Cash. Like, what's your problem, Anders?
It's my problem. I don't have any problems. I thought if it went as I predicted. I think I said 100 Thieves from the beginning. I feel like it's all worked out fine.
We never even made predictions, you scumbag.
No, well.
It's one thing to lie about what your prediction was. It's another thing to just make up a prediction entirely.
Who's gonna go back and check? Like, let's be honest.
True. This is true.
It's my job to ask you those things, and I think we're too busy talking about a variety of other things, including Jason's head, to the point where we did not make
Glad we're back
predictions.
on this subject.
I apologise, that's completely my bad. I mean, we've got the highlights on screen now. I don't know if there's anything you want to comment on. For example, Jacob having a huge performance. Does it count?
Well, I mean, they won, so yeah, it counts there. That's all. But you know, at some point, he's going to have to show up to all these bullies on the Team Liquid team when they go to a LAN event, and you know, he's got to answer for his crimes of tryharding that hard in a show match.
I'm looking forward to that. Maybe I'll ask if I can do an interview between the two teams.
This is an Australian thing. I've seen Chad try hard some show matches in a very, very egregious fashion as well.
That's because Henry's tryharding as well. Like the caches, it is ridiculous how seriously they take it. They're coming up with all these skits beforehand.
Oh, the caches,
yeah, okay,
I
we'll
understand.
put Dick Stacy in a gimp suit, but then they're so serious about the actual Counter-Strike.
I understand the caches portion of it. It's the 2-on-2 wingman show matches where I take great offense.
Wait, didn't we save against you guys in the Chicago show match? I think we saved weapons in the show match as well. That
was like round 4, and I think I immediately tilted off the face of the
Who won that show match? I genuinely cannot remember.
It was the first one Anders won in his career.
Yeah, it was. I got a kill on Nitro and a kill on Jason that I still don't know how I got exactly, but
curved the bullet.
Well, listen, good times. I mean, I peaked too soon in my show match career, and so I probably will never ever play another one. Yeah, exactly. And yet I still managed to get upstaged by a stunner collapsing on the floor. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I will hopefully get my revenge at some point where I will start crying when I lose. Let's take a look, though, at the charities that our 2 NA teams have chosen to donate their portion of the prize money to. So in second place with $100,000, Team Liquid have decided to give their money to Direct Relief. And 100 Thieves, our favourite tryharders, with their $150,000, they're donating that to UNICEF. So UNICEF, super popular. 4 of the 8 teams who are involved from Counter-Strike and Gamers Without Borders have donated money to UNICEF. They believe the children are our future, as do I. Now, we do have 2 teams remaining in Gamers Without Borders this weekend. They are Na'Vi and Mouse Sports, and they're going to be returning tomorrow in our grand best of 5 final. Moses has disappeared. He's hiding the fact. Oh, are you back?
Still here.
Is it because Anders just embarrassed you by reminding you of Intel Extreme Masters Chicago?
No, actually, my camera just won't turn on at the moment, so that's interesting.
Okay, well, hopefully you can get the camera back for tomorrow, because you guys are going to be joining me for that grand final to cast proceedings.
Yes.
Anders, are you looking forward to this? I mean, it's a classic matchup, really.
Yeah, I think they'll be tryharding from all sides in that game, I imagine. So I definitely fight. Anytime I get a chance to watch Simple do much of anything, I think it's a pretty good day. And Mouse Sports found a way through. They're just a young and exciting team, and I think it's going to be a lot of fireworks in that match. I can't wait for it.
And Jason, disembodied head, ghost voice, what are you thinking? You've seen the future. Come back and tell us what's going to happen.
Oh dear Lord, I'm actually shockingly awful at this. I don't know. I think we're gonna go pretty deep in this. I have Na'Vi winning it. I think I just have to take Na'Vi. I'm not super impressed with Mouse Sports level, but I mean these teams are gonna come in and have some fun with this one. So I think it's just gonna be cool in terms of so many fraggers on each team, just gonna play very, very loose style. I'm taking Na'Vi. Let's say 3-1.
Okay, well, you've got tonight to think about it, because, of course, you're going to be casting that final, so I'm going to see you here tomorrow. Guys and girls watching at home, thank you so much for being with us today. Don't forget to check out gamerswithoutborders.com for more information on the charities, the tournaments, and how you guys can get involved from a tournament's perspective, or even by donating yourselves. We will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. CEST. We really hope to see you there for the final day of the Counter-Strike International Elite Tournament. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today, and we will see you guys at home tomorrow. Good night.